going exclusive on that platform, the idea of exclusivity, that one, I don't give a damn about money personally, but I'm single, so, and I like living in a shitty place, so I enjoy it. So I guess it makes it easy.
You get the freedom, right?
The freedom, yeah. Freedom. Material is slave.
Not saving for anybody's college.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so on that point, but I also, okay, maybe it's romanticization, but I feel like podcasting is pirate radio. And when I first heard about Spotify partnering up with Joe, I was like, fuck the man. I said, I drafted a few tweets and so on, just like attacking Spotify, and then I calmed myself down that you can't lock up this special thing we have. But then I realized that maybe that these are vehicles for just reaching more people and actually respecting podcasters more and so on. So that's what I mean by it's unclear what the journey is, because you also serve as beacon for, now there's like millions, 1 million plus podcasters. I wonder what the journey is. Do you have a sense? Are you as romantic in the same kind of way in feeling that, because you have a roots in radio too, do you feel that podcasting is pirate radio? Or is this Spotify thing one possible avenue? Are you nervous about Joe as a friend of Joe? Or is this a good thing for us?
So my history of how I got involved in podcasting is interesting. Yes, I was in radio. And then I started a company back in the era where the .com boom was happening and everybody was being bought up, and it just seemed like a great idea, right? So I did it with 6 other people, and the whole goal of the company was we had to invent the term. I'm sure everybody, there's other places that invented it at the same time. We were pitching to investors was something called amateur contest. This is before YouTube, before podcasting, before all this stuff. And my job was to be the evangelist. And I would go to these people and talk and sing the praises of all the ways that amateur content was going to be great. And I never got a bite. And they all told me the same thing. This isn't going to take off because anybody who's good is already going to be making money at this. And I kept saying, forget that. We're talking about scale here. If you have millions of pieces of content being made every week, a small percentage is going to be good no matter what, right? 16-year-olds will know what other 16-year-olds like. I kept pushing this, and nobody bit. But the podcast grew out of that because if you're talking about amateur content in 1999, well, then you're ahead of the game in terms of not seeing where it's going to go financially, but seeing where it's going to go technologically. And so when we started the podcast in 2005, and it's a political one, not local history, which was an outgrowth of the old radio show, we didn't have any financial ideas. We were simply trying to get our handle on the technology, how you distribute it to people. And it was years later that we tried to figure out, how can we get enough money to just support us while doing this? And the cheap and the easy way was just to ask listeners to donate, like an EDS kind of model. That was the original model. So then once we started down that, we figured out other models, the advertising thing, we sell the old shows. And so all these became ways for us to support ourselves. But as podcasting matured, and as more operators and phones were developed, all these kinds of things, every one of those developments, which actually made it easier for people to get the podcast, actually made it more complex to make money on. So while our audience was building, the amount of time and effort we had to put into the monetization side began to skyrocket. So to get back to your Spotify question, to use just one example, there's a lot of people who do similar things. In this day and age, we used to just sell MP3 files. All you had to have was an MP3 player, cheap and dirty. Now, every time there's an OS upgrade, something breaks. So we're having, my choices are at this point to start hiring more staff, and people and then be a human resources manager. The pirate radio side of this, because you didn't need anybody but you and another. You could just do this meeting, and it's becoming hard to do it late in the week now. So if somebody like a Spotify comes in and says, hey, we'll handle that stuff for you. In the past, I would just say, F off, we don't need you. I don't mind, and I definitely am not making what we could make on this, but what you have to do to make that is onerous to me. But it's becoming onerous to me day to day anyway. And so if somebody were to come in and say, hey, we'll pick that up for you, we will not interfere with your content at all, we won't, in my case, you can't say, we need a show a month, because that ain't happening, right? So I mean, everybody's design is different, right? So it doesn't, there's not one size fits all. But I guess as a long-time pirate podcaster, there are, we've been looking to partner with people, but nobody's right for us to partner with. So I'm always looking for ways to take that side of it off my plate because I'm not interested in that. All I want to do is the shows. I mean, it's really at this point, you shouldn't call yourself an artist because that's something that's exciting. But I mean, we're trying to do art, and there's something very satisfying in that. But the part that I can't stand is the increasing amount of time the monetization of questions takes upon us. And so there's a case to be made, I guess is what I'm saying, that if a partnership with some outside firm enhances your ability to do the art without disenhancing your ability to do the art, it's the word I'm looking for is it's enticing. I don't like it. So I'm afraid of whatever things might come with that. And if I'm Joe Rogan and I'm talking about subjects that can make public companies, a little nervous, I would certainly be careful. But at the same time, people who are not in this game don't understand the problems that literally, all the operating systems, all the podcatchers, every time some new podcatcher comes out, makes it easier to get the podcasts. That's something we have to account for on the back end. And I'm not exactly the technological wizard of all time. So I think it is maybe the short answer is that as the medium develops, it's becoming something that you have to consider, not because you want to sell out, but because you want to keep going. And it's becoming harder and harder to be pirate-like in this environment.
Well, the thing that convinced me, especially inside Spotify, is that they understand. So if you walk into this whole thing with some skepticism, as you're saying, on big companies, then it works because Spotify understands the magic that makes podcasting, where they appear to in part. At least they understand enough to respect Joe Rogan. And despite what, I don't know if you, so there's the internet and there's people with opinions on the internet.
Really?
Yes. And they have opinions about Joe and Spotify. But in reality is, there's two things. In private conversation with Joe and in general, there's two important things. One, Spotify literally doesn't tell Joe anything. Like all the people who think that he did, that Spotify somehow pushing Joe in this direction.
It's contractual. They didn't insist upon that.
It's in the contract. It also, companies have a way of, even with the contract,
they sure do,
to be, marketing people. Hey, I know we're not forcing you.
Yeah. I hate that. Yeah,
but
I'm with you.
What you and Joe are the same, and Spotify is smart enough not to send a single email of that kind.
That's really smart.
And they leave them be. There is meetings inside Spotify that people
I've read about them.
People complain, but those meetings never reach Joe. That never. That's like company stuff. And the idea that Spotify is different than pirate radio. The difficult thing about podcasting is nobody gives a damn about your podcast. You're alone in this. I mean, there's fans and stuff, but nobody's
looking out for you.
Yeah. And the nice thing about Spotify is they want Joe's podcast to succeed even more. That's what Joe talked about. That's the difference between YouTube and Spotify. Spotify wants to be the Netflix of podcasting, and they what Netflix does is they don't want to control you in any way, but they want to create a platform where you can flourish.
Because your interests are aligned. So let me bring up something that let's make a distinction, because not all companies who do this are the same. You brought up YouTube and Spotify, but to me, YouTube is at least more like Spotify than some of these smaller. The term is walled garden, right? You've heard the term
Yes.
walled garden. Okay. So I've been around podcasting so long now that I've seen rounds of consolidation over the years, and they come in waves. And then all of a sudden, so you'll get, and I'm not going to mention any names, but up until recently, the consolidation was happening with relatively small firms compared to people like Spotify. And the problem was that by deciding to consolidate your materials in a walled garden, you are walling yourself off from audience, right? So your choice is, I'm going to accept this amount of money from this company, but the loss is going to be a large chunk of my audience. And that's a catch-22 because you're negotiating power with that company based on your audience size. So if signing up with them diminishes your audience size, you lose negotiating power. But when you get to the level of the Spotify, to just pick them out, there's other players, but you brought up Spotify specifically. These are people who can potentially enhance your audience over time. And so the risk to you is lower because if you decide in a year or two, whatever the licensing agreement's term is, that you're done with them and you want to leave, instead of how you would have been with some of these smaller walled gardens where you're walking away with a fraction of the audience you walked in with, you have the potential to walk out with whatever you got in the original deal plus a larger audience because their algorithms and everything are designed to push people to your content if they think you'd like. So it takes away some of the downside risk, which alleviates. And if you can write an agreement like Joe Rogan, I mean, where you've protected your freedom to put the content out the way you want. So and if some of the downside risk is mitigated, and if you eliminate the problem of trying to monetize and stay up with the latest tech, then it might be worth it. I'm scared of things like that, but at the same time, I'm trying to not be an idiot about it,
Yes.
and I can be an idiot about it. And when you've been doing it as independently for as long as I have, the inertia of that has a force all its own. But I'm inhibited enough in what I'm trying to do on this other end that it's opened me at least to listening to people.
Yeah.
But listen, at the same time, I love my audience, and it sounds like a cliche, but they're literally the reason I'm here. So I want to make sure that whatever I do, if I can, is in keeping with a relationship that I've developed with these people over 15 years. But like you said, no matter what you do, you are good. Because see, here's the thing. If you don't sign up with one of those companies to make it easier for them to get your stuff on this hand, they might yell at you for how difficult it is because the new operating system just updated. You just, I can't get your. So either way, you're opening yourself up to ridicule at this point. All of that makes it easier to go, well, if the right deal came along, they weren't screwing me, and they weren't screwing my audience, blah, blah. Again, in this business, when you're talking about cutting edge technology that is ever changing, and as you said, 1 million podcasts and growing, I think you have to try to maintain flexibility, and especially if they can mitigate the downside risk. I think you'd be an idiot to not at least try to stay up on the current trends. And look, dude, I'm watching Joe. I'm going, okay, let's see how it goes. No,
Yeah.
I mean, if he's like, this is terrible, I'm getting out of this, you go, okay, those people are out. So Joe's put himself out as a guinea pig, and the rest of us, the guinea pigs, appreciate it.
As a fan of your show, and as a fan of Netflix, the people there, I think I can speak for like millions of people in hope that hardcore history comes to Netflix, or if Spotify becomes the Netflix of podcasting, then to Spotify. There's something at its best that they bring out you said artists, so I can say it, is they bring out the best out of the artists. They remove some of the headache, and somehow like they put at their best. Netflix, for example, is able to enforce and find the beauty and the power in the creations that you make, even better than you. Like they don't interfere with the creations, but they somehow, it's a branding thing probably too.
Yeah, interfere would be a no-go.
That's right, absolutely.
Maybe that can't happen.
But that's why Netflix is masterful. They seem to not interfere with the talent, as opposed to I could throw other people under the bus. Like,
There's a lot of places that the bus that could be thrown, absolutely.
So I would love, I know there's probably people screaming yes right now. In terms of hardcore history on Netflix would be awesome. And I don't love asking this question, but it's asked probably the most popular question that's unanswerable. So let me try to ask it in a way that you would actually answer it. Which is, of course, you said you don't release shows very often. And the question is, the quest and the questions is, can you tell Dan to do one on the Civil War? Can you tell Dan to do one on Napoleon Bonaparte? Can you tell him to do one, every topic? You've spoken to this. Actually, your answer about the Civil War is quite interesting.
I didn't know you knew what my answer to the Civil War was.
That you, as a military historian, you enjoy in particular when there's differences in the armies as opposed to contrast. With the Civil War, which blew my mind. I heard you say is, there's not an interesting, a deep, intricate contrast between the two opposing sides.
Roman Civil War was legionary against legionary.
And you've also said that kind of the shows you work on are ones where you have some roots of fundamental understanding about that period, and so like when you work on a show, it's basically like pulling at those things further and refreshing your mind and learning.
Definitely done the research. Wow, these words on my mouth.
Yeah, you're right. And so, but is there something like shower thoughts on Reddit? Is there some ideas that are lingering in your head about possible future episodes? Is there things that, whether you not committing to anything, but whether you're going to do it or not, is there something that makes you think, that would be interesting to pull at that thread a little bit?
Well, yeah, we have things we keep in our back pocket for later. So, Blueprint for Armageddon, the first World War series we did, that was in my back pocket the whole time. And when the centennial of the war happened, it just seemed to be the likely time to bring out what was.
That was a hell of a series. That's probably one of my favorite series.
My rear end.
Psychologically, you mean?
Well, just, when you get to these, I'm guessing here, I think it's 26 hours all pieces together. Think about, and we don't do scripts, it's improvised. Yeah. So think about I had somebody write on Twitter just yesterday saying, he said something like, I'm not seeing the dedication here, you're only getting 2.5 shows out a year, and I wanted to say, man, you have no idea what, the only people who understand free podcasters, and even they don't generally do 26 hours. That was a 2-year endeavor. As I said, the first show we ever did was 15 minutes. I could crank out one of those a month. But when you're doing, the last show we did on the Fall of the Roman Republic was 5.5 hours. That's a book, right? And it was part 6 or something. So you just do the math.
And it felt like you were, sorry to interrupt, on World War One. It felt like you were emotionally pulled in to it. It felt taxing.
Because that, and I think we said during the show, that was the feeling that the people at the time had. And I think at one point we said, this is starting to seem gruesomely repetitive. Now you know how people at the time felt. So in other words, that had sort of inadvertently, because when you improvise a show, some of these things are inadvertent, but it had inadvertently created the right climate for having a sense of empathy with the storyline. And to me, those are the serendipitous moments that make this art and not some sort of paint by the numbers kind of endeavor, And that's, to me, that wouldn't have happened had we scripted it out.
So it's mostly, you just bring the tools of knowledge to the table and then in large part improvise, the actual wording.
I always say we make it like they made things like Spinal Tap and some of those other things where the material, so I do have notes about things like on page 427 of this book, about this book, so that I know, I'm at the point where I can drop that in. And sometimes I'll write notes saying, here's where you left off yesterday, so I remember. But in the improvisation, you end up throwing a lot out. And so, but it allows us to go off on tangents. We'll try things. I'll sit there and go, I wonder what this would sound like. And I'll spend 2 days going down that road, and I'll listen and go, doesn't work. But that's, writers do this all the time. It's called killing your baby. Right? For people don't this guy goes, I'm not seeing the dedication. You have no idea how many things were thrown out. I did an hour and a half. I had an hour and a half in the current show about 2 months ago. And I listened to it and I just went, you know what, it's not right. Boom, out the window. There goes 6 weeks of work, right? But here's the problem.
Do you trust your judgment? Do you trust your judgment in this?
No. No. But here's the thing. Our show is a little different than other people's. Joe Rogan called it evergreen content. In other words, my political show is like a car you buy, and the minute you drive it off the lot, it loses half its value, right? Because it's not current anymore. These shows are just as good or just as bad 5 years from now as they are when we do. Although the standards on the internet change. So when I listen to my old shows, I cringe sometimes because the standards are so much higher now. But when you're creating evergreen content, you have two audiences to worry about. You have the audience that's waiting for the next show, and they've already heard the other ones, and they're impatient, and they're telling you on Twitter, where is it? But you have the show's also for people 5 years from now who haven't discovered it yet, and who don't care a whit for how long it took, because they're going to be able to download the whole, and all they care about is quality. And so what I always tell new podcasters is, they always say, I read all these things, say, it's very important you have a release schedule. Well, it's not more important than putting out a good piece of work. And the audience will forgive me if it takes too long, but it's really good when you get it. They will not forgive me if I rush it to get it out on time and it's a piece of crap. So for us, and this is why when we brought up a Spotify deal or anything else, they can't interfere with this at all, because my job here, as far as I'm concerned, is quality, and everything else goes by the wayside. Because the only thing people care about long term, the only thing that gives you longevity is, what is that book? If you read J.R.R. Tolkien's work tomorrow, you don't care how long it took him to write it. All you care is how good is it today. And that's what we try to think too. And I feel like if it's good, if it's really good, everything else falls into place and takes care of itself.
Although sometimes to push back, sorry to interrupt,
I've done it to you 1,000 times, so you can't get me back.
Sometimes the deadline, some of the greatest movies and books have been, you think about Dostoevsky, I forget which one, Most Underground or something, you need the money, so you have to write it real quick. Sometimes the deadline is powerful at taking a creative mind of an artist and just slapping it around to force some of the good stuff out. Now the problem with history, of course, is there's different definitions of good. It's not just about what you talk about, it's just the storytelling, the richness of the storytelling. And I'm sure you're, again, not to compliment you too much, but you're one of the great storytellers of our time. That I'm sure if you put in a jail cell and forced at somebody pointing a gun at you, you could tell one hell of a good story. But you still need the facts of history, or not necessarily the facts, but making sure you're painting the right picture, not perfectly right.
That's what I meant about the audience doesn't understand what a history podcast. Yeah. You can't just riff and be wrong. So let me both oppose what you just said and back up what you just said. So I have a book that I wrote, right? And in a book you have a hard deadline, right? So HarperCollins had a hard deadline in the book. So when I released it, I was mad because I would have worked on it a lot, which is my style, right? Get it right. But we had a chapter in that book entitled "Pandemic Prologue?" And it was the book about the part about the Black Death and the 1918 flu and all that kind of stuff. And I was just doing an interview with a Spanish journalist this morning who said, "Did you ever think how lucky you got on that, And first of all, lucky on a pandemic, it strikes you. But had I had my druthers, I would have kept that book working in my study for months more. And the pandemic would have happened. And that episode, and that would have looked like a chapter I wrote after the fact. I would have had to rewrite the whole thing. So that argues for what you said. At the same time, I would have spent months more working on it because to me, it didn't look the way I wanted it to look,
Can you drop a hint of the things that you're keeping on the shelves?
Oh, the Alexander. I've talked around. I talked to somebody the other day. Said, do you know that the very first word in your very first podcast, in the title, the very first thing that anybody ever saw with hardcore history is the word Alexander, because the show is entitled Alexander vs. Hitler. I have talked around the career. I've done show after I talked about his mother in one episode. I talked about the funeral games after his death. I've talked around this. I specifically left this giant Alexandrian-sized hole in the middle because we're going to do that show one day. And I'm going to lovingly enjoy talking about this crazily interesting figure of Alexander the Great. So that's one of the ones that's on my back pocket list. And what we try to do is whenever we're doing a Second World War in Asia and the Pacific now, I'm on part 5. Whenever the heck we finish this, the tendency is to then pick a very different period because we've had it and the audience has had it. So I will eventually get to the Alexander saga.
What about just one last kind of little part of this is what about the other half of that first 10-minute, 15-minute episode, which is, so you've done quite a bit about the World War, you've done quite a bit about Germany. Will you ever think about doing Hitler the Man?
It's funny because I talked earlier about how I don't like to go back to the old shows because our standards have changed so much. Well, a long time ago, one of my standards for not getting 5-hour podcasts done or not getting too deeply into them was to flit around the interesting points. We didn't realize we were going to get an audience that wanted the actual history. We thought we could just go, assume the audience knew the details, and just talk about the weird stuff that only makes up one part of the show now. So we did a show called Nazi Tidbits, and it was just little things about, totally out of date now, like, you can still buy them, but they're out of date. Where we dealt a little with it, it would be interesting, but I'll give you another example. I mean, history is not stagnant, as you know. And we had talked about Stalin earlier, and Ghost of the Offspring was done years ago. People were writing me from Russia now saying the portrayal of Stalin is totally it's outdated because there's all this new stuff in the former Soviet Union. And you turn around and go, okay, they're right. And so when we talk about Hitler, it's very interesting to think about how I would do a Hitler show today versus how I did one 10 years ago. And you would think, well, what's new? It's happened so long, but there's lots of new stuff, and there's lots of new scholarship. And so, I would think that would be an interesting one to do something. I haven't thought about that. That's not in the back pocket. But yeah, that'd be interesting.
I have a disproportionate amount of power because I trapped you somehow in the room, and thereby during a pandemic, so like my hope will be stuck in your head. But after Alexander, which would be an amazing podcast, I hope you do give a return to Hitler. The rise and fall of the Third Reich was, to me, I
It's a
really,
contemporary book, basically.
yeah, and exactly, it's by a person who was there. I really love that study of the man of Hitler, and I would love to hear your study of certain aspects of it. Perhaps even an episode that's like more focused on a very particular period. I just feel like you can tell a story that, it's funny, Hitler is one of the most studied people, and I still feel like all the stories, or most of the stories, haven't been told.
Oh, and listen, I've got 3 books at home. I'm on all the publishers' lists now. There's young Hitler, there's this Hitler, there's that. I mean, I didn't read these books, and I've read about Hitler. I read The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. My mother thought I needed to go to a psychologist because I read it when I was 6. And she said there's something wrong with the boy. But
She was right.
She was absolutely right. But you would think that something like that is pretty established fact. And yet there's new stuff coming out all the time. And needless to say, Germany's been investigating this guy forever. And sometimes it takes years to get the translations. I took 5 years of German in school. I can't read any of them. So I mean, and he is, when you talk about fascinating figures, the whole thing is so twistedly weird. It came out a couple of years ago. Somebody found a tape of him talking to, I want to say it was the Finnish General Mannerheim, right? And he's just in a very normal conversation of the sort we're having now. And the Hitler tape, you hear normally he's ranting and raving, but this was a very sedate, and I wish I'd understood the German well enough to really get a feel, because I was reading what Germans said. They said, wow, you can really hear the southern accent, little things that only a native speaker would hear. And I remember thinking, this is such a different side of this twisted character, and you would think that this was information that was out in the rise and fall of the rights, but it wasn't. And so this is goes along with that stuff about new stuff coming out all the time. Alexander, new stuff coming out all the time.
Really?
Well, at least interpretations rather than factual data.
And those those give depth to your understanding.
Yes, and you want that because the historiography, people love that. That was a byproduct of my lack of credentials, where we thought we're going to bring in the historians, we call them audio footnotes, right? A way for me to say, listen, I'm not a historian, but I'll quote this guy who is, so you can trust him. But then we would quote other people who had different views, and people didn't realize that if they're not history majors, that historians don't always agree on this stuff, and that they have disagreements, and they love that. So I love the fact that there's more stuff out there because it allows us to then bring in other points of view and sort of maybe three-dimensionalize it, flesh out the story.
Two last questions, one really simple, one absurdly ridiculous, and perhaps also simple. First, who's been in this real?
I don't know. How's that for an answer? Stop asking me, is Harvey the White Rabbit real? I don't know. There's carrots all around the production room, but I don't know what that means.
Well, a lot of people demanded that I somehow figure out a way to prove the existence.
If I said he was real, people would say, no, he's not. And if I said he was, if he wasn't real, they would say, yes, he is. So it's a Santa Claus, Easter Bunny kind of vibe there.
Yeah. I mean, what is real anyway?
That's exactly what I told him.
Okay, the most absurd question. I'm very sorry, but then again, I'm not. What's the meaning of it all? You study history, human history. Have you been able to make sense of why the hell we're here on this spinning rock? Does anything even make sense? What's the meaning of life?
What I look at sometimes that I find interesting is certain consistencies that we have over time. History doesn't repeat, but it has a constant, and the constant is us. Now, we change. I mentioned earlier the wickedly weird time we live in that social media is doing to us as guinea pigs, and that's a new element. But we're still people who are motivated by love, hate, greed, envy, sex, and all these things that would have connected us with the ancients, right? That's the part that always makes history sound like it rhymes, and when you put the constant, the human element, and you mix it with systems that are similar. So one of the reasons that the ancient Roman Republic is something that people point to all the time as something that seems like we're repeating history, because you have the two kinds. You have humans, just like you had then, and you have a system that resembles the one we have here. So you throw the constant into a system that is somewhat similar, and you begin to see things that look like they rhyme. So for me, I'm always trying to figure out more about us. And when you show us in 500 years ago in Asia, and 800 years ago in Africa, and you look at all these different places that you put the guinea pig in, and you watch how the guinea pig responds to the different stimuli and challenges, I feel like it helps me flesh out a little bit more who we are in the long timeline. Not who we are today specifically, but who we've always been. It's a personal question. It's not meant to educate anybody else. It's something that fascinates me.
Do you think there's in that common humanity throughout history of the guinea pig, is there a why underneath it all? Or is it somehow, it feels like it's an experiment of some sort?
Elon Musk and I talked about the simulation thing. Nick Foster was sure, the idea that there's some kid where the equivalent of an alien's ant farm, and we hope he doesn't throw a tarantula in just to see what happens. I think the whys elude us. And I think that what makes philosophy and religion and those sorts of things so interesting is that they grapple with the whys. But I'm not wise enough to propose a theory myself, but I'm interested enough to read all the ones out there. So Let's put it this way, I don't think there's any definitive why that's been agreed upon, but the various theories are fascinating.
Yeah, whatever it is, whoever the kid is that created this thing, the ant farm, kind of interesting.
It's so far, a little bit twisted, perverted, and sadistic.
That's what makes it fun, I think. But then again, that's the Russian perspective.
I was just going to say, it is the Russian perspective.
A little bit
That's what makes the Russians, so it's Russian history, one day I'll do some Russian history, I will get in college. Oh, that's the ant farm, baby. That's an ant farm with a very, very frustrated young teenage alien kid.
Dan, I can't say I've already complimented you way too much. I'm a huge fan. This has been an incredible conversation. It's a huge gift. Your gift of humanity. I hope you.
Let me cut you off and just say you've done a wonderful job. This has been fun for me. The questions, and more importantly, the questions can come from anybody. The counter statements, your responses have been wonderful. You made this a very fun intellectual discussion. Thank you.
Well, let me have the last word and say I agree with Elon, and despite the Doomcaster say that I think we've concluded definitively, and you don't get a chance to respond, that love is in fact the answer and the way forward. So thanks so much, Dan.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dan Carlin, and thank you to our sponsors. Athletic Greens, the all-in-one drink that I start every day with to cover all my nutritional bases. Simply Safe, a home security company I use to monitor and protect my apartment. Magic Spoon, low-carb, keto-friendly cereal that I think is delicious. And finally, Cash App, the app I use to send money to friends for food and drinks. Please check out these sponsors in the description to get a discount and to support this podcast. If you enjoy this thing, subscribe to my YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter, Alex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Dan Carlin. Wisdom requires a flexible mind. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Stephen Kotkin, his second time on the podcast. Stephen is one of the greatest historians of all time, specializing in 20th and 21st century history of Russia and Eastern Europe. And he has written what is widely considered to be the definitive biography of Stalin in 3 volumes, 2 of which have been published. The third, focused on World War II and the years after, he is in the midst of writing now. This conversation includes a response to my previous podcast episode with Oliver Stone that was focused on Vladimir Putin and the war in Ukraine. Stephen provides a hard-hitting criticism of Putin and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, weighed and contextualized deeply in the complex geopolitics and history of our world, all with an intensity and rigor, but also wit and humor that makes Stephen one of my favorite human beings. Please also allow me to mention something that has been apparent and has weighed heavy on my heart and mind. This conversation with Stephen Kotkin makes it more dangerous for me to travel in Russia. The previous conversation with Oliver Stone makes it more dangerous for me to travel in Ukraine. This makes me sad, but it is the way of the world. I will nevertheless travel to both Ukraine and Russia. I need to once again see with my own eyes the land of my ancestors, where they suffered but flourished, and eventually gave birth to silly old me. I need to hear directly the pain, anger, and hope for both Ukrainians and Russians. I won't give details to my travel plans in terms of location, timing, but the trip is very soon. Whatever happens, I'm truly grateful for every day I'm alive, and I hope to spend each such day adding a bit of love to the world. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Stephen Godkin. You are one of the great historians of our time, specializing in the man, the leader, the historical figure of Stalin. So let me ask a challenging question. If you can perhaps think about the echo of 80 years between Joseph Stalin and Vladimir Putin. What are the similarities and differences between the man and the historical figure, the historical trajectory of Stalin and Putin?
Thank you, Lex. It's very nice to be here again with you. It's been a while. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you as well.
You're looking good.
You
I
as
see
well.
this podcast stuff is doing you right.
Yeah.
So we can't really put very easily Vladimir Putin in the same sentence with Joseph Stalin. Stalin is a singular figure, and his category is really small. Hitler, Mao, that's really about it. And even in that category, Stalin is the dominant figure, both by how long he was in power and also by the amount of power, the military-industrial complex he helped build and commanded. So Putin can't be compared to that. However, Putin's in the same building as Stalin. He uses some of the same offices as Stalin used. And some of those television broadcasts that we see of Putin at meetings and Putin inside the Kremlin, Stalin used to sit in those rooms and hold meetings in those rooms. That's the Imperial Senate, built by Catherine the Great, an 18th century building inside the Kremlin. It's a domed building, and you can see it on the panorama, the top of the building, at least you can see it on the panorama when you look over the Kremlin wall from many sites inside Moscow. So if he's not comparable to Stalin, he still works, as I said, in those same buildings, those same offices, partly. And so therefore, he's got some of the problems that Stalin had, which was managing Russian power in the world from a position of weakness vis-a-vis the West, but from an ambition, a grandiosity, in fact. And so this combination of weakness and grandeur, right, of not being as strong as the West, but aspiring to be as great or greater than the West. That's the dilemma of Russian history for the past many centuries. It was the dilemma for the Tsars. It was the dilemma for Peter the Great. It was the dilemma for Alexander. It was the dilemma for Stalin. And it's the dilemma for Putin. Russia is smaller now compared to when Stalin was in that Kremlin. It's got pushed back to borders almost the time of Peter the Great. It's farther from the main European capitals now than any time since that 18th century. And the West has only grown stronger in that period of time. So the dilemma is greater than ever. The irony of being in that position, of sitting in the Kremlin, trying to manage Russian power in the world, trying to be a providential power, a country with a special mission in the world, a country which imagines itself to be a whole civilization, and yet not having the capabilities to meet those aspirations, and falling farther and farther behind the West. The irony of all that is the attempted solutions put Russia in a worse place ever since. So you try to manage the gap with the West, you try to realize these aspirations, you try to raise your capabilities, and you build a strong state. The quest to build a strong state and use coercive modernization to try somehow, if not to close the gap with the West, at least to manage it. And the result is different versions of personalist rule. So they don't build a strong state. They build a personal dictatorship. They build an autocracy. And moreover, that autocracy undertakes measures which then worsen the very geopolitical dilemma that gave rise to this personalist rule in the first place. And so I call this Russia's perpetual geopolitics. I've been writing about this for many, many years. What's important about this analysis is this is not a story of eternal Russian cultural proclivity to aggression. Right? It's not something that's in the mother's milk. It's not something that can't be changed. Russia doesn't have an innate cultural tendency to aggression. This is a choice. It's a strategic choice to try to match the power of the West, which from Russia's vantage point is actually unmatchable. But it's a choice that's made again and again, and Putin has made this choice just as Stalin made the choice, right? Stalin presided over the World War II victory, and then he lost the peace. After he died in 1953, there was, of course, other rulers who succeeded him. He was still the most important person in the country after he died, because they were trying to manage that system that he built, and more importantly, manage that growing gap with the West. By the time the 90s rolled around, former Soviet troops, now Russian troops, withdrew from all those advanced positions that they had achieved as a result of the World War II victory, and it was Napoleon in reverse. They went on the same roads, but not from Moscow back to Paris, but instead from Warsaw and from East Berlin and from Tallinn and Riga and all the other places of former Warsaw Pact and former Soviet republics in the Baltic region. They went back to Russia in retreat. And so Stalin, in the fullness of time, lost the peace. And Putin, in his own way, inheriting some of this, attempting to reverse it when, as I said, Russia was smaller, farther away, weaker. The West was bigger and stronger and had absorbed those former Warsaw Pact countries and Baltic states because they voluntarily begged to join the West. The West didn't impose itself on them. It's a voluntary sphere of influence that the West conducts. And so that dilemma is where you can put Putin and Stalin in the same sentence, and the terrible outcome for Russia in the fullness of time also has echoes. But of course, Putin hasn't murdered 18 to 20 million people, and the scale of his abilities to cause grief with the nuclear weapons aside is nothing like Stalin's. And so we have to be careful, right? Only Mao put bigger numbers on the board from a tragic point of view than Stalin.
And numbers matter here. If we compare these singular figures.
Yeah, Mao killed more people than Stalin because Mao had more people to kill. The most amazing thing about Mao is he watched Stalin do it. He watched Stalin collectivize agriculture and famine result. He watched Stalin impose this communist monopoly, and all of those people sent to prison or given a bullet in the back of the neck. He watched all of that, and then he did it again himself in China.
Do you think he saw the human cost directly? That when you say he saw, do you think he was focused on the policies, or was he also aware distinctly as a human being of the human costs in the lives of peasants, in the lives of the working class, and the lives of the poor?
I think the prima facie evidence is that he didn't value human life. Otherwise, I don't think, after seeing the amount of lives that were taken in the Soviet experiment, he would have done something similar after that. I think the answer, Lex, is it's very hard to get inside Mao's head and figure out what he was really thinking. But if you just look at the results that happened, the policies that were undertaken and the consequences of them, you would have to conclude that there was, let's say, no value or little value placed on human life. Unfortunately, that's characteristic not only of communist dictators, right, post-communist dictators as well, but the scale of the horrors that they inflict, as horrific as they are, just can't compare. And so we're in a situation where Eurasia, that is to say, the ancient civilizations of Eurasia, which would be Russia, Iran, China, all have some version of non-democratic, illiberal, autocratic regimes. And they're all pushing up against the greater power of the West in some form. Sometimes they coordinate their actions and sometimes they don't. But this is a very long-standing phenomenon, Lex, that predates Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or the latest incarnation of the supreme leader in Iran.
So we'll talk about this, I think, really powerful framework of 5 dimensions of authoritarian regimes that you've put together. But first, let's go to this Napoleon in reverse retreat from Warsaw back. Putin has called, from the perspective of Putin, this retreat, this collapse of Stalin is one of the great tragedies of that region of Russia. Do you think there's a sense where, as Putin sits now in power for 22 plus years, he really dreams of a return to the power, the influence, the land of Stalin? So while you said that they're not in the same place in terms of the numbers of people that suffer due to the regime, do you think he hopes to have the same power, the same influence for a nation that was in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s of the 20th century under Stalin?
If he does, Lex, he's deluding himself. We don't know for sure. Very few people talk to him. Very few people have access to him. A handful of Western leaders have met with him for short periods of time. Those inside Russia barely meet with him. His own minions in the regime barely FaceTime with him. We don't know exactly what he thinks. It could be that he has delusions of reconquering Russian influence, if not direct control, over the territories that broke away. But it's not going to happen. Let's talk a little bit about this guy, Nikolai Patrushev. Nikolai Patrushev is probably not well known to your listeners. He's the head of Russia's Security Council. And so you could probably call him the second most important or second most powerful man in Russia. Certainly inside the regime. Arguably, Navalny is the second most important person in the country, and we'll talk about that later, I'm sure.
In terms of influence.
Yes, but Patrushev is a version of Putin's right-hand man. And Patrushev has been giving interviews in the press. You probably saw the interview with Nezavisimaya Gazeta not that long ago. He writes also his own blog-like interventions in the public sphere using the few channels that are left. And what's interesting about Patrushev, and this could well reflect similar thinking to Putin's, which is why I'm bringing this up, is that he's got this conspiratorial theory that the West has been on a forever campaign to destroy Russia, just like it destroyed the Soviet Union, and that everything the West does is meant to dismember Russia, and that Russia is fighting an existential battle against the West. And so, for example, the CIA and the American government wanted to bring down the Soviet Union. Never mind that the Bush administration, the first Bush, the father, was trying desperately to hold the Soviet Union together because they were afraid of the chaos that might ensue and the nukes that might get loose as a result of a Soviet collapse. And it wasn't until the very last moment where Bush decided, his administration decided to back those Republican leaders who were breaking away from Mikhail Gorbachev and the Soviet Union. never mind the empirics of it. Never mind that Bill Clinton's administration, following George Bush, sent boatloads of money, Western taxpayer money, to Russia. We don't know exactly how much, because it came from different sources. People talk about how there was no Marshall Plan. It was tens of billions of dollars from various sources, from the IMF and other sources. And Lex, it disappeared. It's gone. Just like the German money that went to Gorbachev for unification disappeared even before the Soviet collapse. The money disappeared, but the West sent the money. So how is that a plot? And then you could go all the way to Obama's administration, of George Bush trying to do business deals and reset the relations, an Obama administration trying to reset the relations, and doing nothing after the Georgian war and slapping Putin on the wrist following the seizure, forcible. And you could go on and you could go on all the way through the Trump administration, telling Putin that he's right. Trump believes Putin and doesn't believe U.S. intelligence about Russian efforts to interfere in American domestic politics. So despite all the empirics of it, you have Patrushev and likely Putin talking about this multi-decade Western conspiracy to bring Russia down. At the same time as that's happening, the Germans are voluntarily increasing their dependence on Russian energy. Voluntarily increasing their dependence on Russia. So here's the conspiracy to bring Russia down. The French, who fantasize about themselves as a diplomatic superpower, the French leaders are constantly running to the Kremlin to ask what Russia needs, what concessions from the West Russia needs to feel respected again. The British provide all manner of money laundering and reputation laundering services for the whole Russian oligarchy, including the state officials, who are looting the state and using the West, British institutions, to launder their money. So all of this is happening, and yet Patrushev imagines this conspiracy to bring Russia down by the way. And so that's what we've got in the Kremlin again. Stalin had that same conspiratorial mentality of the West. Everything that happened in the world was part of a Western conspiracy directed against the Soviet Union and now directed against Russia. Even though the West is trying to appease, the West is offering its services, the West is trying to change Russia through investment in a positive way, but instead the West is what's changing. The West is becoming more corrupt. Western services are being corrupted by the relationship with Russia. So you have to ask yourself, who are these people in power in the Kremlin who imagine that while they're availing themselves of every service and every blandishment of the West, while they're availing themselves of it, that they're fighting a conspiracy by the West to bring them down? So this is what they call the Obizhenie in Russian, which is a term, as you know, that means those who are resentful, or you might call them the losers in the transition. So when the Soviet Union fell, and there was a diminishment, a very substantial diminution in Russian power and influence in the world, a lot of people lost out. They weren't able to steal the property. They weren't able to loot the state in the 90s. And they were on the outside. They gradually came back in. They were the losers in the transition domestically. And for them, right, they wanted to reverse being on the losing side. And so they began to expropriate, to steal the money, steal the property from those first thieves who stole in the 90s. And the 2000s and on have been about re-stealing, taking the losers in the transition, taking the money from the winners, and reversing this resentment, this loser status. Those are your Patrushevs and your Putins. But at the same time, this blows out to let's reverse the losses being on the losing side, the roiling resentment of the decline of their power internationally. Let's try to reverse that too. So you have a profound psychological whole generation of people who are on the losing end domestically and reverse that domestically. That's what the Putin regime is about. Remember Mikhail Khodorkovsky's Yukos. Remember all the companies that are now owned by Putin cronies because they were taken away from whoever stole them. And now they're trying to do that on an international scale. It's one thing to put domestic opponents in jail. It's one thing to take away someone's property domestically. But you're not going to reverse the power of the West with the diminished Russia that you have. And so that project, that Patrushev project, which we see him expressing again and again, he speaks about it publicly. It's not something that we need to go looking for a quest, a secret. We can't find it. What are they thinking? It's right there in front of our face. And Putin has spoken the same way for a long time. People point to the 2007 speech at the Munich Security Conference that Putin delivered, and certainly your listeners could use a snippet or two of that, just like they could use a couple of quotes from Patrushev to contextualize what we're talking about. But it predates the 2007 Munich speech. The reaction to Ukraine's uprising in 2004, attempt to steal the election inside Ukraine, right, which the Ukrainian people rose up valiantly against and risked their lives and overturned, right? So there were public statements from Putin already back then. The statements about Khodorkovsky in 2003 when he was arrested and expropriated. This is a long-standing psychological, deeply psychological issue, which is about managing Russian power in the world, as I was saying, the gap with the West, but has this further dimension of feeling like losers and wanting to reverse that. That's their life experience.
Vision there. So there's that resentment that fuels this narrative, fuels this geopolitics and internal policy. But so resentment is behind some of the worst things that have ever been done in human history. Hitler was probably fueled by resentment. So resentment is a really powerful force, yes. Just to maybe not push back, but to give fuller context on the West. You said that there's a narrative from Putin's Russia that the West is somehow an enemy and position everything against the West. But is there a degree, and to what degree, is the West willing to feed that narrative? That it's also convenient for the West to have an enemy. It seems like in geopolitics, having an enemy is useful for forming a narrative. Now, having an enemy for the basic respect of humanity is not good, but in terms of maintaining power, if you're a leader in the game of geopolitics, it seems to be good to have an enemy. It seems to be good to have something like a Cold War. You can always point your finger and says all our actions are fighting this evil, whatever that evil is. It could be like with George W. Bush, the war on terror. Terrorism is this evil. You can always point to something. So you've made it seem that the West is trying. There's a lot of forces within the West that are trying to reach out and friendly hand, trying to help, sending money, sending compassion, trying to
integrate Russia into global institutions, which was a long-standing, multi-decade effort across multiple countries and multiple administrations in those countries.
But is there also warmongers in the West?
Of course, Lex. Of course, you're right about that. But let's put it this way. People talk about the Cold War, and they're usually looking to assign blame for the Cold War, as if it's some kind of mistake, a misunderstanding, or search for an enemy that was convenient to rally domestic politics. Well, there's a coup in Czechoslovakia, and somebody installs a communist regime in February 1948. No reaction to that? That's just okay. There's a blockade of Berlin. Is that cool by you? Where they try to strangle West Berlin so that they can swallow West Berlin and add it to East Berlin. You cool with that? How about Korean War, invasion of North Korea, invasion of South Korea by North Korea? You cool with that? How about the murders and the show trials up and down Eastern Europe in the late 40s after the imposition of the Quo regime? You good with that? Yeah, it's very convenient to have an enemy. I agree with you. But, there was some actions left. There was some threats to people's freedom. There was some invasion. There was some aggression and violence on a mass scale, like collectivization of Eastern Europe. We could go on with the examples. I'm just giving a few of them. And so the Cold War was not a mistake. It was not a misunderstanding. We don't have to blame someone for the Cold War. We have to give credit for the Cold War. The Truman administration deserves credit for standing up to Stalin's regime, for standing up to these actions, for saying, yeah, we're not just going to take this. We're not going to let this go on. We're not going to let this expand to further territory. We're going to create the NATO alliance. And we're going to rally democratic, liberal regimes to stand up to this illiberalism, this violence, and this aggression. And so, yeah, it's always convenient to have an enemy. But there was an enemy. Nikolai Leonov, who recently died, he died in April 2022, and he had a major funeral. He was the last head analyst of the Soviet KGB. And Leonov is one of the most important figures for understanding the Soviet collapse. And he has the best memoir on the Soviet collapse, which is known in Russian as Licha Letia. You will understand that. And you'll help your podcast listeners understand. There's singularity to that kind of expression, Licha Letia. Leonov just died. But one of the things, and in fact, the people who were supposedly arrested by Putin as scapegoats for the Ukraine war, the main one, Sergei Besheva, gave the eulogy at Leonov's funeral in April 2022, showing that it's a lie, that all of these people have been arrested and purged, and another nonsense in social media. But to get back to what Leonov said and get back to your enemy point, Leonov said, the West spent all this time blackening the image of the Soviet Union. All these resources and propaganda and covert operations to blacken the Soviet Union. And they did. The West did. And then Leonov wrote the next sentence, and you know what? We gave them a lot of material to work with to blacken our image.
Yeah, you're saying a kind of sobering reality, which it is possible to some degree to draw a line between the good guys and the bad guys.
Freedom is better than unfreedom, Mike. It's a lot better than unfreedom, and a guy like you understands that really well.
Well, so yes, but those are all, there's words like justice, freedom, what else? Love. You can use a lot of words that Hitler himself used to describe why he is actually creating a better world than those he's fighting. So some of it is propaganda. The question is, on the ground, what is actually increasing the amount of freedom in the world?
Institutions, right? We're not talking about propaganda. When we use words like freedom, we're talking about rule of law. We're talking about protection of civil liberties. We're talking about protection of private property. We're talking about an independent and well-funded judiciary. We're talking about an impartial, non-corrupt, competent civil service. We're talking about separation of powers, where the executive branch's power is limited, usually by an elected parliament. In fact, yes, let's talk about elections. Let's talk about freedom of speech and freedom of the public sphere. We're not talking about freedom as a slogan here. We're talking about a huge array of institutions and practices and norms, ultimately, right? And if they exist, you know you live under them. And if they don't exist, you fully understand that as well. Ukraine was a flawed democracy before Russia invaded. It's utterly corrupt, in many ways dysfunctional, especially the elites were dysfunctional. The gas industry in Ukraine was absolutely terrible because of the corruption that it generated, the oligarch problem, a handful of people stealing the state resources, and yet Ukraine had an open public sphere, and it had a parliament that functioned. And so despite its flaws, it was still a democracy. The regime in Moscow, you can't say that. It's not a comparable regime to Ukraine. You could say, oh, well, there are oligarchs in Ukraine and there are oligarchs in Russia. There's corruption in Ukraine, there's corruption in Russia. So really, what's the big difference? The answer is, well, Ukraine had the open public sphere. Ukraine had a real parliament. Can you call Russia's Duma a real parliament? I don't think so. I don't think you can. Can you say that there were any checks whatsoever on the executive branch in Russia? Can you say that the Russian judiciary had any independence or really full level of competence, even compared to the Ukrainian judiciary? There's nothing to brag about. No, you can't say that. So we can differentiate between the very flawed, corrupt oligarchic democracy in Ukraine and the very corrupt oligarchic autocracy in Russia. I think that's a fair distinction.
Yeah, we should say that Russia and Ukraine have the great honor of being the number one and the number two most corrupt nations in Europe by many measures. But there is a fundamental difference, as you were highlighting. Russia is a corrupt autocracy. Ukraine, we could say, is a corrupt democracy. And to that level, there's a fundamental difference.
Ukraine is not murdering its own journalists in systematic fashion. If journalists are killed in Ukraine, it's a tragedy. If journalists are killed in Russia or Russian journalists are killed abroad, it's regime policy.
And the degree to which a nation is authoritarian means that it's suffocating its own spirit, its capacity to flourish. We're not just talking about sort of the freedom of the press, those kinds of things, but basically all industries get suffocated, and you're no longer being able to flourish as a nation, grow the production, the GDP, the sciences, the art, the culture, all those kinds of things.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And so before the invasion, the full-blown invasion of February 2022 into Ukraine, because as you know, the war has been going on for many years at a lower level compared to what it is these days, but still a tragic war with many deaths. Prior to February 2022, before this latest war, we could have said that the greatest victims of the Putin regime are Russian, domestic. That the people who are suffering the most from the Putin regime are not sitting here in New York City, but in fact are sitting there in Russia. Now, of course, with the invasion of Ukraine and really the atrocities that have been well documented and more are being investigated, we can't easily say anymore that Russians are the greatest victims of the Putin regime. But in ways other than bombing and murdering civilians, children, mothers, grandmothers, grandfathers. After you include that, then of course the larger number of victims of the Putin regime are not Ukrainians, but ultimately Russians. And there's how many of them now that have fled?
So your powerful, precise, rigorous words are stand in a stark contrast, I would say, to my very recent conversation with Oliver Stone. I would love you to elaborate to the disagreement you have here with his words, maybe words of people like John Mearsheimer. The idea is that Putin's hand in this invasion of 2022 is forced by the expansion of NATO, the imperialist imperative of the United States and the NATO forces. You disagree with this point in terms of placing the blame somehow in the invasion on forces larger than the particular two nations involved, but more on the geopolitics of the world that's driven by the most powerful military nation in the world, which is the United States.
Yeah, Lex, so let's imagine that a tragedy has happened here in New York and a woman got raped. We know the perpetrator. They go to trial, and Oliver Stone gets up and says, you know what? The woman was wearing a short skirt, and there was no option but for the rapist to rape her. The woman was wearing lipstick, or the woman was applying for NATO membership and just had to be raped. Didn't want to rape her, but was compelled because of what she was doing and what she looked like and the clothes she was wearing and the alliances that she was under international law, signed by Moscow, all the treaties, that sovereign countries get to choose whatever alliance they belong to by Russia, Soviet Union. The 1975 Helsinki Agreement, signed by the Soviet Union. The 1990 Charter of Paris for New Europe, signed by the Soviet Union. The 1997 NATO-Russia Founding Act, signed by the Russian government, the post-Soviet Russia. All of those documents, signed by either the Soviet regime or the Russian regime, which is the legally recognized international inheritor, like successor of the Soviet state. All of those agreements are still in force, and all of them say that countries are sovereign and can freely choose their foreign policy and what alliances they want to join. Let's even go farther than that. I mean, you don't have to go farther than that, but let's go farther than that. An autocratic, repressive regime that invades its neighbors in the name of its own security. Something new in Russian history? Did we not see this before? Does this not predate NATO expansion? Does this not predate the existence of NATO? Would all of us don't sit here in this chair and say to you, you know, they had to impose serfdom in the 17th century because NATO expanded. They had no choice. Their hands were tied. They were compelled to treat their own population like slaves because, you know, NATO expanded. I mean, I could go on through the examples of Russian history that predate the existence, let alone the expansion of NATO, where you have behavior, policies, actions very similar to what we see now from the Kremlin. And you can't explain those by NATO expansion, can you? And so that argument doesn't wash for me, because I have a pattern here that predates NATO expansion. I have international agreements, founding documents, signed by the Kremlin over many, many decades, acknowledging the freedom of countries to choose their alliances. And then I have this problem where when you rape somebody, it's not because they're wearing a short skirt. It's because you have raped them. You've committed a criminal act.
I think there's a lot of people listening to this that will agree to the emotion, the power, and the spirit of this metaphor. I was struggling to think how to dance within this metaphor because it feels like it wasn't precisely the right one, but I think it captures the spirit.
I'm not suggesting, Lex, that everything the West has done has been honorable or intelligent. Fortunately, we live in a democracy. We live in liberal regimes. We live under rule of law. Liberal in the classical sense of rule of law, not liberal in the leftist sense. We live in places like that, and we can criticize that stuff. And we can criticize the mistakes that we made, or the policy choices, or the inactions that were taken. and there are a whole lot of things to answer for. And you can now discuss the ones that are your favorite, the dishonor or the mistakes, and I could discuss mine, and we could spend the whole rest of our meeting today discussing the West's mistakes and crimes.
And we won't end up in prison for it.
Yeah, and so that's, I'm thankful for that. And I'm thankful that people may disagree and that people make the argument that NATO expansion is to blame. But you see, I'm countering two arguments here. I'm countering one argument, which is very deeply popular, pervasive, about how Russia has this cultural tendency to aggression. And it can't help but invade its neighbors, and it does it again and again. And it's eternal Russian imperialism, and you have to watch out. This very popular argument in the Baltic states, it's really popular in Warsaw, it's really popular with the liberal interventionists, and it's very, very popular with those who were part of the Iraq War squad that got us into that mess. So I'm against that, and the reason I'm against it is because it's not true, it's empirically false. There is no cultural trait, inherent tendency for Russia to be aggressive. It's a strategic choice that they make.
Every time it's a choice made, it's not some kind of momentum. Every time it's a choice that we should judge for the choice that it is.
And therefore they could make different choices. They could say, we don't have to stand up for that. We don't have the capabilities to do that. We can still be a great country. We can still be a civilization unto itself. We can still be Russia. We can still worship in Orthodox cathedrals. We can still be ourselves, but we don't have to pursue this chimerical pursuit, this elusive quest to stand up to the West and be in the first ranks of power. So I'm countering that argument. I'm saying it's perpetual geopolitics. It's a geopolitical choice rising out of this dilemma of the mismatch between aspirations and capabilities. It's not eternal Russian imperialism. And I'm also countering the other argument here, Lex, which is to say that it's the West's fault. It's Western imperialism. And very popular on the left, very popular with realist scholars, very popular with some of the people recently on your podcast. And so it's neither eternal Russian imperialism, nor is it Western imperialism, right? The mere fact that the West is stronger than Russia is not a crime on the part of the West. It's not a crime that countries voluntarily want to join the West. They're saying to get in, either the EU or NATO or other bilateral alliances or other trade agreements. Those are voluntarily entered into, and that's not criminal. If the West's sphere of influence, which is open, an open sphere of influence, which, as I say, people voluntarily join, if that expands, that's not a crime, nor is that a threat to Russia ipso facto. Right? NATO is a defensive alliance, and the countries are largely pacifists who are members of NATO. And NATO doesn't attack, it defends members if they are attacked. And so the idea that Ukraine, which has the legal right, might want to join NATO and the EU, which was not going to happen in our lifetimes and was not a direct threat to the Putin regime since the Western countries that make up the EU and NATO decided that Ukraine was not ready for membership. There was no consensus. It was not going to happen, but it's Ukraine's free choice to express that desire. And if your government is elected by your people, freely elected, meaning you can unelect that government in the next election, and that government makes foreign policy choices on the basis of its perceived interest, that's not a crime, like that's not a provocation. That's not something that compels the leader of another country to invade you. Right? That is legal under international law, and it's also a realist fact of life. The realists like to tell you, that Russia here was disrespected, Russia's interests were not taken into account, et cetera, et cetera. But the real world works in such a way that treaties matter, that international law matters. That's why people like me were not in favor of the U.S. 2003 invasion of Iraq, because it wasn't easy, in addition to the fact that we thought it might backfire. But Lex, like I said, there are a lot of things about the West that we ought to criticize as citizens, and we do criticize. But we have to be clear about where responsibility lies in these events that we're talking about today.
So you get the trouble, it's largely erroneous to think about both the West or the United States from an imperialist perspective and Russia from an imperialist perspective. It's better, clearer to think about each individual aggressive decision on its own as a choice that was made. So let's talk about the most recent choice made by Vladimir Putin. The choice to invade Ukraine, or to escalate the invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. Now we're a few months removed from that decision, initial decision. Why do you think he did it? What are the errors in understanding the situation, in calculating the outcome, and everything else about this decision, in your view?
Yeah, Lex, when a war doesn't go well, it looks like lunacy to have launched it in the first place.
Does it ever go well?
War never goes quick. All war is based upon miscalculation, but not everybody is punished for their miscalculation. All aggressive war, we're talking about, not defensive war, is based upon miscalculation. But you can adjust, you can recalibrate. When you're driving down the road and that very annoying voice is telling you in 1,000 feet, make a right.
Yeah.
When you fail to make a right, it recalibrates, right?
Yeah.
It tells you, okay, now, go turn around or U-turn or make a left. It doesn't say you're an idiot and turn around and make a U-turn, but it does recalibrate. So you can miscalculate, and the problem is not the miscalculation, usually it's the failure to do that adjustment. People I know who are hedge fund traders, I asked them, what's your favorite trade? And the line from them all, and this is a cliche, is, my favorite trade is when I made a mistake, but I got out early before all the harm. So it's their favorite trade is not when they made some brilliant choice, but it's when they miscalculated, but they reduced the consequences of their miscalculation by recalibrating quickly. So let's talk about the calculation and miscalculation. Let's imagine, Lex, that you've been getting away with murder. I don't mean murder in a figurative sense. I mean you've been murdering people. You've been murdering them domestically, and you've been murdering them all across Europe. And you've been murdering them not just with, for example, a car accident, a staged car accident, or using a handgun. You use Novichok, or you use some other internationally outlawed chemical weapon. And let's imagine that you did it and nothing happened to you. It wasn't like you were removed from power. It wasn't like you paid a personal price. Sure, maybe there were some sanctions on your economy, but you didn't pay the price of those sanctions. Little people paid the price of those sanctions. Other people in your country paid the price. Let's imagine not only are you murdering people, literally, but you decided to entice the idiotic ruler of Georgia into a provocation that you could then invade the country. And you invaded the country and you bit off these territories, Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And what price did you pay for that? And then we decided, I think I'll now invade Crimea and forcibly annex Crimea. And I'll instigate an insurrection in the Donbass in eastern Ukraine. In Luhansk. Let's imagine you did all that, and then you had to stick out your wrist so that, it could be slapped a couple of times. And you said, I can pretty much do what I want. They're putting a sanction here and there, and they're doing this, and they're doing that, and you know what? They're more energy dependent on me than before. I got better money laundering and reputation services than anybody. Maybe the Middle East and the Chinese will disagree with you that you have better than them, but yours are pretty good. And the Panama Papers get released, revealing all of your offshoring and your corruption, and what has nothing happened. So the first and most important consideration here is, in your own mind, you've been getting away with murder, literally, as well as figuratively, and you think, I probably can do something again and get away with it. And so the failure to respond to scare, in fact, the indulgences, the further dependencies that are introduced, the illusion that trade is the mechanism to manage authoritarian regime. That great German cliche, Wandel durch Handel, like change through trade or transformation through trade, one of Angela Merkel's favorite expressions. Right? You're going to get the other side to be better. Rather than confront them in a Cold War fashion, where you stand up to their aggressions and you punish them severely in order to deter further people. So that's the first and most important part of the calculation, miscalculation. There are a lot of other dimensions.
Can we pause on that really quick? So this is kind of idea of it's okay to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, which is a more generous description of what you're saying. That you don't incorporate into the calculation the amount of human suffering that decisions cause. But instead you look at sort of the success based on some kind of measure for you personally and for the nation, not in terms of in a humanitarian sense, but in some kind of economic sense and a power, geopolitical power sense.
Yeah. You're not sentimental. You say to yourself, the cause of Russian greatness is greater than any individual life. Russia being in the first rank of a great power, Russia realizing its mission to be a special country with a special mission in the world, a civilization unto itself, first rank of the great power, maybe even the greatest power. That's worth the price that we have to pay, especially in other people's lives, right? We have a lot of literature on the Putin regime which talks about the kleptocracy. The place is a kleptocracy, and it is a kleptocracy. We all can see that, and anybody in London living the high life, servicing this kleptocracy, can testify that it's a kleptocracy. And not only in London, of course, right here in the United States, in New York. But it's not only a kleptocracy. That was the problem of the Russian studies literature. It wasn't just about stealing, looting the state. It was about Russian greatness. You see those rituals in the Kremlin, right, in the Grand Kremlin Palace, in the St. George's Hall, some of the greatest interiors in the world. And you see award ceremonies, and you see marking holidays, and all of these looters of the state have their uniforms on with their medals, and someone's giving a speech or singing a ballad, and their eyes are moist. Their eyes are moist because they're thieves and looters? No, because they believe in Russian greatness. They have a deep and fundamental, passionate commitment to the greatness of Russia, which, in unsentimental fashion, they're all sentimental to the max. That's why their eyes are moistened. But they imagine unsentimentally that any sacrifice is okay, a sacrifice of other people's lives, a sacrifice of their conscripts in the military, a sacrifice of Ukrainian women and children and elderly. That's a small price to pay for those moist eyes about Russian greatness and Russia's position in the world.
So that human thing, that sentimentality, is the thing that get us in trouble in the United States as well, and lead us to wars, that illegal wars and so on. But the United States has repercussions for breaking the law. You're going to pay for illegal wars in the end. you're saying that authoritarian regimes, the sentimentality can really get out of hand, and you can, like charismatic leaders, they can take that to manipulate the populace to make that's in the span of history where it's atrocities, and in today's world lead to military atrocities.
It's not just a kleptocracy, it's a belief system. It's passion, it's conviction. It's you can call them illusions, you can call them fantasies, whatever you want to call them, they're real. They're real for those people. And so yes, they're losing that very state that they're trying to make one of the great powers in the world. And they resent the fact that the West doesn't acknowledge them as one of those great powers. And they resent that the West is more powerful. People talk about how Putin doesn't understand the world and that he gets really bad information. Like, if you're sitting there in that Kremlin and you're trying to conduct business in the world and you're getting reports from your finance minister or your central bank governor, your whole economy, everything that matters, somehow all your trade is denominated in dollars and euros. Do you have any illusions about who controls the international financial system? I don't think so. You're looking over your industrial plan for the next year, and you're looking over how many tanks you're going to get, and how many cruise missiles you're going to get, and how many submarines you're going to get, and fill in the blank. And you know what? It says right there in the paperwork where the component parts come from, where the software comes from. It comes from the West. Your whole military-industrial complex is dependent on high-end Western technology. And let's say you're in Beijing, not just in Moscow, and you go to a meeting in your own neighborhood. You're the leader of China. You go to a meeting with other Asian leaders. Do they all speak in Chinese with you? No, they don't speak Chinese. You go to an international meeting as the leader of China, and guess what language is the main language of India? Yes, the same one you and I are speaking right now. And so you live in that world. You live in the Western world, and it's very hard to have illusions about what world you live in. When you're under that, you need those Western banks. You need that foreign currency, right? You need that high-end Western technology, that technology transfer. You're speaking, or you're forced to speak, or your minions are forced to speak at international gatherings in English. And I could go on. All the indicators that you live in, and so Putin lives in that world. He's no fool.
Well, to push back, isn't it possible that, as you said, the minions operate in that world? But can't you, if you're the leader of Russia or the leader of China or the leader of these different nations, still put up walls where actually when you think in the privacy of your own mind, you exist not in the international world, but in a world where there's this great Russian Empire or this great Chinese Empire, yes, and then you forget that there's English, you forget that there's technology and iPhones, you forget that there's all of this US keeps popping up on all different paperwork that just becomes blurry details that dissipate because what matters is the greatness of this dream empire that I have in my mind as a dictator.
I would put it this way. After you absorb all of that from your minions and it impresses upon your consciousness where you live in a Western dominated world, that the multipolar world doesn't exist. Your goal is to make that multipolar world. Your goal is to bring down the West. Your goal is for the West to weaken. Your goal is a currency other than the dollar and the euro. Your goal is an international financial system that you dominate. Your goal is technological self-sufficiency made in China 2035. Right? Your goal is a world that you dominate, not that the West dominates. And you're going to do everything you can to try to attain that world, which is a Russian-centric world, or a Chinese-centric world, or what we could call a Eurasian-centric world. And it's not going to be easy, Lex, just for the reasons that we enumerated before. But maybe you're going to get a helping hand. Maybe the West is going to transfer their best technology to you. They're going to sell you their best stuff. And then you're going to absorb it and maybe copy it and reverse engineer it. And if they won't sell it to you, maybe you'll just have to steal it. Maybe the West is going to allow you to bank, even though you violate many laws that would prohibit the West from extending those banking services. Maybe the West is going to buy your energy and your palladium and your titanium and your rare metals like lithium because you're willing to have your poor people mine that stuff and die of disease at an early age. But Western governments, they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that dirty mining of those very important rare earths. But you're willing to do that because it's just people whose lives you don't care about as a world. Right? So that's the world we live in, where you're trying to get to this other world. You're at the center of the other world. You dominate the other world. But the only way to get there, like, is the West has to weaken, divide itself, maybe even collapse. And so you're encouraging, to the extent possible, Western divisions, Western disunity, Western lack of resolve, Western mistakes, Western invasion of their own country, and Western destruction of its credibility through international financial crises, and what to go on. So if the West weakens itself through its mistakes and its own corruption, you're going to survive and maybe even come out into that world where you're the center. And so Russia's entire grand strategy, just like China's grand strategy, Iran, it's hard to say they have a grand strategy because they're so profound and weak. But Russia's grand strategy is, we're a mess. We don't invest in our human capital. Our human capital flees. Well, we actually drive it out. It goes to MIT, like you did. Or it goes to fill in the blank, right? But we can't invest in our people. Our healthcare is terrible. Our education system is in decline. We don't build infrastructure. We don't improve our government. We don't invest in those attributes of modern power that make the West powerful. We can't, because when we try, the money is stolen. We try these grandiose projects, of national projects. We're going to invest in higher ed. We're going to invest in high tech. We're going to build our own Silicon Valley known as disposable. We're going to do all those things, and what happens? They can't even build an airport without the money. The Sochi Olympics officially cost them $50 billion. You look around at the infrastructure that endured from that $50 billion expense, and you're thinking, that's like the Second Avenue subway. You get almost nothing for your money. And so, yeah, it's corruption, like, but it's also because they don't want to do that. They don't want to invest in their people. They couldn't do it if they wanted to, and when they try, it doesn't work. But why invest in your own people? Invest in your hardware, your military hardware. Invest in your cyber capabilities. Invest in all your spoliation techniques in your hard power. And invest in further corrupting and further weakening and further dividing the West. Because as I said, if the West is weak, divided, lacking resolve, you don't invest in your people, you don't build infrastructure, you don't improve your government, you don't model through. That's Russian grand strategy.
So invest in the hard power, weaken the West. Those combined together means you're going to be incentivized to escalate any military aggressive conflicts that are around you, or create new ones.
If you can get away with murder. But what happens if it's a Harry Truman-like response? What happens if somebody says, we're going to stand up? We're not going to allow this to happen. We're not going to launder your money anymore. We're not going to be dependent on you for energy in the long term. We're going to make a transition. We're going to punish you for that kind of behavior instead. And the West is now switched to that only because of the courage and ingenuity of the Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian resistance to Russian aggression was one of the greatest gifts the West has ever received. The sacrifices that the Ukrainians are making right now as we speak, meaning they're fighting a war by themselves against a major military power, their neighbor Russia. Nobody's fighting it with them. Yes, we are giving them weapons so they can
What up, y'all?
which, by the way, is legal.
How you living, baby?
Unlike the
Wow,
Russian invasion,
everybody's here. How y'all doing? Look at this.
Supply of weapons, including
Man skirt, short skirt. This is so meta. We've got bone plates in here and it's on Discord. Wow. How are y'all?
Thank God the Ukrainians surprised everybody.
I hope you're amazing.
They surprised me, they surprised Putin and the Kremlin, they surprised the Biden administration, they surprised the European Union. Not with the fact that they would resist. We knew that. And you had the Orange Revolution in 2004, we had Iran in 2013, where they rose up against
This is an amazing
a
thing,
domestic
y'all.
tyrant.
I'm focusing on
And
that
they were willing to die on behalf of their country, let alone against the foreign tyrant. So we knew they would resist. We didn't know just how successful, certainly I didn't, they would be on the battle. It's been breathtaking. That sacrifice, that gift, enabled the West to rediscover itself, to rediscover itself, to revive itself, to say, the hell with this energy dependence, the hell with this money laundering reputation, the hell with this running back and forth to Moscow to try to see what Putin needs in order for him to feel respected, what appeasement he needs, right? So we'll see if it endures, but this shift comes from the Ukraine. And so it's no longer getting away with murder. We thank the Ukrainians.
The people and the leadership and the separate factions that makes up Ukraine uniting. It is the unification, uniting against the colonizers and standing up before anyone knew that they would be backed by all these other nations, by this money and all this kind of stuff. Standing there, especially with President Zelensky, where it makes total sense to flee, he stood his ground. And
Let's take that point that you just raised, which is a deep and fundamental point. I think
you guys hear that? I think that was a compliment. There we go. Let's go.
like,
So that's your unification.
I'm sitting here in front of you,
It's an honor.
and it's a mutual honor. So, Ukraine before the war is run by a TV production company. Right, you're one guy running this fantastic, incredible podcast. There's 20 guys or so running a country the size of Ukraine. And one's a producer, and one's like a makeup person, one's a video editor, and they're fantastically talented people if your country is a TV production. So before the war, Zelensky had, 25% approval rating, and he couldn't get much done, and it wasn't working. He got elected with 73%, as you know, and then he was down to 4. That's a pretty big drop. And so you're thinking, maybe having a major, large-sized, 40 million plus population European country run by a TV production company is not the best choice. And then what do we see? We see President Zelensky decide to risk his life on behalf of his country. He decides to stay in the capital. He's not going to flee. They're going to stay and fight. And he could be killed. He can die. It's a decision where he put his life on the line. Obviously, he's Jewish descent, Russian-speaking childhood and upbringing. Russian-speaking Jewish descent puts his life on the line for the country of Ukraine. It's a pretty big message, don't you think? And it's crucial. And it turns out, not only that, but they're good at TV. They're good at information war. And in a war, it's a TV production company and a TV personality. Those are exactly what you want running a country because they're crushing in the information war. And he's spectacular. European Parliament, U.S. Congress, Israeli Parliament. There's no room on Zoom, let alone in person, that he can't win over. He's just so effective. You know, this is the first time reality TV has been about reality instead of fake. Reality TV is just this completely fake nonsense. But Zelensky, this is real reality. And he means it, and the nation is behind him, and they're just as courageous and just as ingenious in many ways, and it's spectacular. And so, yeah, who saw that coming? I didn't see that coming, right? In fact, the Biden, we talk about Putin's miscalculation. The Biden administration, as you alluded to, offered him an exit from the country. They didn't say, you know, you want to stand this fight, go back. They said, we'll get you out. You want to come now? And famously, you know that quote, right? What he said about how he doesn't need a ride. Remember that moment? The Biden administration was poised to do another Afghanistan moment. That ignominious exit from Afghanistan was almost what happened in Ukraine when Biden administration offered him that ride out of there. And fortunately, he declined and helped rally, and the people from below also rallied to stop the invader without the presidency, without the government in Ukraine, and saving the Biden administration and the Europeans who latched on. Fortunately, they had the presence of mind to latch on to this gift, the bravery and ingeniousness of Zelensky and the rest of the Ukrainians, and flipped and decided to support Ukraine's resistance. You know, first with 5,000 helmets only, as the Germans initially promised, and now with really heavy weapons. And so that's something that wasn't foreseen. I certainly didn't foresee that. I foresaw Ukrainian society being courageous and resistant. But I didn't foresee a television production company being exactly what you want to run a country in a war. A President Zelensky willing to sacrifice, lay down his life, and rallying others in the country to do that. And then the country being so effective, not just at courage, but at battlefield resistance to the Russian invasion. So I stand corrected by the Ukrainians, and I'm ecstatic that I was wrong, that I was proven wrong.
And like I said, there's clear factions of the West and the East of Ukraine, and here's a person that, like you said, was in the high 20s, low 30s percentage approval in the country before the war, and now was able to use in the 90s.
He's in the 90% approval rating. I mean, I think they stopped doing the polling. Once he hit 91% or whatever it was in the previous poll, I think they all understood that now we didn't need any more polling. That is pretty clear to me. So 25% to 90-something percent. And just like the 25% was deserved, the 90-something percent is also deserved, fully deserved.
And the question is how that all stabilizes. It feels like this set of events, I may be paying attention to Twitter too much, which is a concern of mine, whether the change I see is just surface level or deep level. But it seems like we're in a new world. There's something dramatic has shifted. That this power that's rooted in your study of the 20th century, so deeply rooted in history, there's this power center of the world is now going to, it has been shaken by this event. And how that changes the world is unclear. It's unclear what lesson China learned from watching this, what lesson India learned from watching this. Both nations, as far as you can get holds about Chinese population, but both nations largely support Putin. So Russia, India, and China are still supporting Putin quietly.
I would maybe elaborate a little bit on that concept. I think you're right. The feeling that we're in an inflection moment, inflection point, I think that's widespread. And I think it's widespread for good reason. We might be. But I also share your, let's say, modesty about where it's going and how hard it is to predict where this might go. It's only an inflection point if the trends continue, right? If the trends endure. There are plenty of non-inflection points. After 9/11, the whole world rallied around the United States after it was attacked, after the bombing of the towers here in New York City and the hitting of the Pentagon, and that didn't last. It was not really an inflection point, was it? It felt like it might be, but it wasn't. And so this is not a comparable moment in terms of what happened, but it has the feeling that it might be a watershed. And maybe we'll squander it the way we squandered the post 9/11 rallying around the United States. Maybe we'll actually consolidate it and endure. Maybe we'll endure despite ourselves. And we can't tell, we can't know yet. And it depends in part on what we do and what we don't do. But here's a few things that we understand already. The idea that the West was in decline and that the rest of the world had risen and was more powerful and that we lived in a multipolar world, that turns out to be empirically false. It's not true. I mean, it's just factually not true. There are no major, important multinational institutions, organizations that are run on behalf of or led by a South African, a Nigerian, a person from India. Even the Chinese don't run these institutions. They would like to, and they're trying, but they don't. And so whatever you pick, the IMF, the World Bank, the Federal Reserve, which is the most powerful multinational institution, which is actually only a domestic institution. It doesn't have a legal mandate to act multilaterally, but it does. It's got the most power of any institution in the world. NATO, the bilateral alliances that the U.S. has up and down Asia. What organizations that have tremendous leverage on the international system, on the international forum, are non-Western? The UN is the most encompassing, and of course we know that it has 5 members of the Security Council with a veto. One of which is Russia, one of which is China, and the others are the U.S., Britain, and France. Not India, not South Africa, not Indonesia, not all of these other countries where the people live, right? The bulk of the population of the world, and where the population is growing, like on the African continent. So it's not a multipolar world. We talked already about the international financial system. It's the Western, not multipolar. We talked about the U.S. military and NATO. We could talk about the Japanese military, which is very formidable, enormous number of platforms. Even the Australian military. Right? And so it's a Western-dominated world. And the West, remember, is not a geographic concept. It is an institutional and value club. The Japanese are not European, but they're Western. Just like Russia is European, but not Western. Because European is a cultural category, and Western is an institutional category. You have rule of law, separation of powers, free and open public sphere, a dynamic open market economy. Okay. And then we have another thing which is pretty clear. The West is powerfully resented, powerfully envied, and admired simultaneously. P.J. O'Rourke, the comedian who died this year, fantastic. It was a big loss. He said there are 2 things that are always characteristic of any American embassy. One is a political protest outside, and the other is the longest line you've ever seen for reasons. And those things are true simultaneously. And that's the world we live in, meaning that non-Western countries envy and admire the West, but they also resent the power of the West. Western hypocrisy, right? The West invades countries when it wants, but when others do that, it's illegal, right? The West arrests you for money laundering, but it's Western money laundering that is where you go when you need the laundering. And so they see the hypocrisy, they see the excessive power that the West has, and they resent it. And they say, who elected you to run the world? We have 1 billion plus people, or we have 200 plus million people, and we don't have a say. You're self-appointed guardians of our world. Who did that? And so it's incumbent on the West not only to remember the power that it has, but also to exercise that power legally and with restraint, and also to think about how we can expand institutions to be more encompassing, so that other parts of the world are not on the outside being dictated to, but instead are on the inside. Too often, Western power is not consultative in a decision-making fashion. It's consultative after the fact. Okay, we got together in the EU, or we got together in NATO, or we got together at the Federal Reserve, and here's our decision, and we're announcing it today. And so your economy gets destroyed because the Federal Reserve decides it has to raise interest rates. Or you now go into default. You can't pay your debt because Western banks lent you money, and now the West has changed interest rates or other considerations, and you're in big trouble now. And so this is something which we fail to address. It's very hard to address. It's very hard to reform international institutions. It's very hard to share power. It's very hard to acknowledge that you have too much power, and that maybe having too much power is not good, not only for the rest of the world, but for yourself. And so it's great to rediscover the West and rediscover its values and rediscover its authority and credibility and power. But that's not sufficient. So we know this now. We know that the rest of the world is not necessarily jumping on the Western bandwagon, right, to condemn Russia for its actions, because the West can do things like sanction your central bank, take away your reserves, deny you technology. It pretty much can do whatever it wants. And it can say that it's legal, and it can go through various mechanisms, and it can freeze your property. And you say to yourself, should anybody have that much power, and when do they come after me? Now there's a caveat. And the caveat, Lex, is they don't like the West having all of that power.
What's up,
They
him?
didn't join in the condemnation of Russia. But they also didn't join in Russia's
Hell yeah,
aggression.
baby.
So Russia's domestic civilian
Word.
aircraft industry,
Dog, it's meta.
civilian aircraft industry is in big trouble now because of export controls on spare parts, software. Brazil is a major power in aircraft manufacturing. Did they rush in and say, Vladimir Putin, we didn't condemn necessarily your actions in Ukraine? Okay, that's one thing. And how about we give you all of our aircraft technology and we help you rebuild your domestic aircraft industry? And you can have the aviation that the West is doing. Did that happen? Didn't happen. And you can look at India, and you can look at China, and you can look at South Africa, and you can look at what they've done in practical terms. Yes, They haven't always joined in a full-throated condemnation. Maybe they've been neutral, or maybe they've been playing both sides of the fence, like Turkey, for example. But are they rushing in to join Russia? To join Russia's aggression? To supply? And the answer is no. And the answer is no for two reasons. One, they actually don't want to be party to that. And two, they understand that Western power. And they don't want to be on the receiving end by crossing the West and then getting caught up in a sanctions regime or worse.
We go to the mind of Vladimir Putin because you just said China, India, they seem to sit back and say, we're not going to condemn the action of Vladimir Putin in Russia, but we would really like for this war to be over. So there's that kind of energy of, we don't just stop this because you're putting us in a very, very bad position, and yet Vladimir Putin is continuing the aggression. What is he thinking? What information is he getting? Is it the system that you've described of authoritarian regimes that corrupts the flow of information, the ability to make clear-headed decisions? Just as a human being, when he goes to sleep at night, is he not able to see the world clearly? Or is this all deliberate, systematic action that does have some reason behind it?
We're going to talk a little bit about China too, but let's answer your Putin question directly. So, on Twitter, you've lost the war. Or as they say, there are these two Russian soldiers having a smoke in Warsaw. And, they're taking a break, having a smoke, they're sitting there in Warsaw on top of their tank, and one says to the other, yeah, we lost the information war. And there they are, sitting in Warsaw having that smoke, right? So yeah, on Twitter, Russia has completely lost the war. In reality, they failed to take Kiev, they failed to capture Kiev, and they failed in phase 2, as they called it, or Plan B, which is to capture the entirety of Donbass. We're 3 months into the war. If you had made a judgment about, let's say, the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union, a definitive judgment after 3 months, you might have got the outcome wrong. If you had judged the Winter War, the 1939-40 Soviet invasion of Finland, after 3 months, you would have got that wrong too, of what the outcome was going to be. So we're early in the game here, and we have to be careful about any definitive judgment. But it is the case that so far, they failed to take Kiev, and they failed to capture the entirety of the Donbass, Luhansk and Donetsk provinces, eastern Ukraine, a part of it. And they've been driven out of Kharkiv and the area immediately surrounding. They never captured Kharkiv, but they came close, but now the Ukrainians drove them back to the Russian border and they're very large and important. So those look like battlefield losses that are impossible to explain away if you're the regime in Russia, except by suppression of information. And as you know from Russian history, leaders in Russia have an easier time with a state of siege and deprivation than they do with explaining a lost war. But let's look at some other facts that are important to take into account. One, the Russian army has penetrated farther into Ukrainian territory since February 2022, including in Kherson region, the famous Mariupol siege that just ended. They have built a large presence in areas north of Crimea, on the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea was called, that they didn't previously hold. They're still fighting in Luhansk for full control over at least half of the Donbass, and Ukrainians are resisting fiercely. But nonetheless, you can't say that they've been driven out. On the contrary, farther penetration than Ukraine doesn't have the economy. They they have somewhere between 33 and 50% unemployment. It's hard to measure unemployment in a war economy. But their metallurgical industry, that Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, is a ruin now. And a lot of farmers are not planting the fields because the harvest from the previous year still hasn't been sent, sold abroad because the ports are blockaded or destroyed. And so you don't have an economy, and you need $5 billion or $7 billion or $8 billion a month to meet your payroll, to feed your people, to keep your army in the field. That's a lot of money per month, and that's indefinite. That's as long as this blockade lasts. And so you don't have an economy anymore, you're indigent. And even if you take the lower number, $5 billion as opposed to Zelensky's asked for $7 billion. $5 billion is $60 billion a year. That's $60 billion this year, that's $60 billion next year. And so who's got that kind of money? Which Western taxpayers are ready? And if you use the $7 or $8 billion, you get up to $100 billion. The Biden just signed, President Joe Biden just signed the bill making it law, $40 billion in aid increase, just an enormous sum. The economic piece of that is a month and a half, 2 months of Ukrainians covering Ukrainian spending. That's it. And they're asking the G7, they're asking everybody. So you have no economy and no prospect of an economy until you evict the Russians from your territory. And then you have a Western unity, Western resolve. It lasts or it doesn't last. So you're President Putin, and you've got more territory than before, and you've got a stranglehold over the Ukrainian economy, and you've got a lot of the world neutral, and you've got the Chinese propaganda supporting you to the hilt with those Oliver Stone and Mearsheimer lines about how this is really NATO's fault. And you've got Hungary dragging its feet on the oil embargo against Russia, and you've got Turkey dragging its feet on the recent applications of Sweden and Finland for NATO expansion. And you're saying to yourself, Lex, maybe I can ride this out. I got a lot of problems of my own. We can go into the details on the Russian side, the challenges. But he's got, he's on Ukrainian territory unless he's evicted. And he's got a stranglehold on their economy. And he's got the possibility that the West doesn't stay resolved and doesn't continue to pay for Ukraine's economy or supply those heavy weapons. And so you could argue that maybe he's deluded about all of this, and maybe he should go on Twitter. You know, I'm not on Twitter, but maybe Putin, who famously does use the internet, should go on Twitter and see he's losing the war. Or you can argue that maybe he's calculating here that he's got a chance to still prevail.
Wow, that is darkly insightful. If I could go to Henry Kissinger for a brief moment, and people should read this op-ed he wrote in the Washington Post on March 5th, 2014, after the start of the war between Russia and Ukraine, but before Crimea was annexed. There's a lot of interesting historical description about the division within Ukraine, the corruption within Ukraine, that will, people read this article, give context to how incredible it is what Zelensky was able to accomplish in uniting the country. But I just want to comment, because Henry Kissinger is an interesting figure in American history. He opens the article with, "In my life, I have seen 4 wars, begun with great enthusiasm and public support, all of which we did not know how to end, from 3 of which we withdrew unilaterally. The test of policy is how it ends, not how it begins." So he's giving this cold hard truth that we go to wars excited, are able to send $40 billion financial aid, military aid, our own men and women, but the excitement fades. Twitter outrage fades, and then a country that's willing to wait patiently is willing to pay the cost of siege versus the cost of explaining to its own people that the war is lost, that country just might win. Outlast.
Let's hope not, because Ukrainian resistance deserves to prevail. Russia deserves to lose. No war of aggression like they've committed here against Ukraine should prevail if we can do anything about it. I support 1,000% the continued supply of heavy weapons, including offensive weapons, to the Ukrainians, as long as they're willing to resist, and it's their choice. It's their choice when to negotiate, it's their choice how much to resist, it's their choice what kind of sacrifices to make. And it's our responsibility to meet their requests more quickly than we have so far in a greater scale. But ultimately, wars only have political ends. They never have military ends. We need a political solution here. So if the Ukrainians are able to conduct a successful counteroffensive at scale in July or August, whenever they want. Right now, the heavy weapons are coming in, and they're being moved to the battlefield, and more are coming. You know, the dynamic. Russia bombs a school, Russia bombs a hospital, Americans and Europeans decide to send even more heavy weapons to Ukraine. That's the self-defeating dynamic from the Russian side. They commit the atrocities, we send more heavy weapons. Once those heavy weapons are on the battle line, we'll see if Ukrainians cannot just defend, which they've proven they're able to do in breathtaking fashion, not just conduct counterattacks, where the enemy moves forward and you cut behind the enemy's lines and you counterattack and push the enemy back a little bit, but whether you can evict the Russians from your territory with a combined arms operation, where you have a massive superiority in infantry and heavy weapons, but more importantly, you coordinate your air power, your tanks, your drones, your infantry at scale, which is something the Ukrainians have not done yet. It's something the Russians failed at in Ukraine, and they come from the same place, the Soviet military. We hope this Ukrainian counteroffensive at scale, this combined arms operation, succeeds. And if it does succeed, there's the possibility of a battlefield victory. Whether that also includes Crimea, which, as you know, is not hostile, on the contrary, to the Russian military, remains to be seen. But however much they regain territorially back towards the 1991 borders, which is their goal, their stated goal, and which we support them properly in trying to achieve. However much they achieve of that in this counteroffensive that we're anticipating, that will set the stage for the next phase. And either Russia, which is to say one person, Vladimir Putin, will acknowledge that he's lost the war because the Ukrainians won it on the battlefield, or he'll try to announce a full-scale mobilization, conscript the whole country, go back, and instead of acknowledging defeat, try to win with a different plan, recalibrate. Remains to be seen. Will the Ukrainians negotiate any territory away, or must they capture also Crimea, which puts a very high bar on the summer counteroffensive that we're going to see, which could last through the fall into the winter as a result. We don't know the answers to that. Nobody knows the answers to that. People are guessing. Some people are better informed because they have inside intelligence. People are also worried about Russian escalation to nuclear weapons or chemical weapons if they begin to lose on the battlefield to Ukraine.
Are you worried about nuclear war? The possibility of nuclear war?
I think it's necessary to pay attention to that possibility. That possibility existed before the February 2022 full-blown invasion of Ukraine. The doomsday arsenal that Russia possesses is enough to destroy the world many times over, and that's been the case every year since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. And so, of course, we're concerned about that. We do know, however, Lex, that they have a system known as dual key. Dual key for their strategic nuclear weapons. Strategic nuclear weapons means the ones fired from silos, the missiles, the ones delivered from bombers, or the ones fired from submarines. Right?
And they're ready to go.
They're intercontinental. We watch that very, very closely. We watch all the movement of that and the alerts, etc. We have tremendously, tremendous inside intelligence on that. But dual key means that President Putin alone cannot fire them. He has one key which he must insert. He must then insert the codes for a command to launch. That then goes to the head of the general staff, who has his own key and separate codes, and must do the same, insert that key and codes for them to launch. And so, will the general staff chief go along with the destruction of the world over a battlefield loss in Ukraine? I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know if anybody knows the answer to that. Will those people flying those bombers, if they get the order if the dual key system goes into action, and both keys are used and all the codes are implemented, will those young guys flying those bombers let those bombers go? Will those at the missile silo decide to engage and fire? We don't know, but you can see that it's more than one man making a decision in a system of strategic nuclear weapons. As far as the tactical, the so-called low-yield or battlefield nuclear weapon, we're not sure the system that they have in Russia these days for their use of such tactical nuclear weapons. It could well be that Putin just himself, he alone could fire them or order them to be fired. But you know, like, there's no tactical nuclear weapon fired at Ukraine that's not also fired simultaneously at Russia. If the Kremlin is 600 miles from Ukraine, and if the wind changes direction, or the wind happens to be blowing east, northeast, the fallout hits your Kremlin, not just Ukraine. Moreover, you have all those border regions, which are staging regions for the Russian offensive, and they're a lot closer than 600 miles. They're actually right there. And so you fire that weapon on Ukrainian territory and you can get the fallout, just like the Chernobyl fallout, spread to Sweden, which is how we got the Kremlin to finally, first they denied, they said, oh, we don't know why there's a big nuclear cloud over Sweden. We don't know where that came from. But eventually they admitted it. So Russia can't actually use a nuclear weapon tactical battlefield on Ukraine without also firing it at itself. And in addition, it's that same dynamic I alluded to earlier, which is to say, you bomb a hospital, you bomb a school, there's more heavy weapons going to Ukraine from the west.
You can't get away with any of there's always going to be a response that's either proportional or greater than proportional.
You could well have Europe signing on to NATO direct engagement, both Washington and Brussels direct engagement of the Russian army on the territory of Ukraine.
You think that's possible to do that without dramatic escalation from the Russian side?
Yes, I do think it's possible, but it's very worrisome, just like you're saying. But if Putin were to escalate like that, he's firing that weapon at himself, and he's potentially provoking a direct clash with NATO's military, not just with the Ukrainian military. If you're sitting in the Kremlin looking at those charts of NATO capabilities, and you can't conquer Ukraine, which didn't really have heavy weapons before February 2022 at scale, and you're thinking, okay, now I'm going to take on NATO, that would be a bold step on the part of a Russian leader. And let's also remember, Lex, that there's another variable here. You're a despot as long as everyone implements your orders. And so if people start to say, quietly, not necessarily publicly, I may not implement that order. That's maybe a criminal order. Or my grandma is Ukrainian. Or my wife is Ukrainian. Or I don't want to go to the hobby. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in it. Or whatever it might be. At any point along the chain of command, from the general staff all the way down, right to the platoon, you're a despot provided they implement your orders. But who's to say that somewhere along the chain of command, people start to say, you know, I'm going to ignore that order, or I'm going to sabotage that order, or I'm going to flee the battlefield, or I'm going to injure myself so that I don't have to fight, or I'm going to join the Ukrainian side. And so it could be that what's left of the Russian army in the field begins to disintegrate. Even if the Ukrainians are not able to mount that counteroffensive at scale, that combined arms operation, the Russian military in the field, which has taken horrendous casualties as far as we understand, something like a third of the original force. So you're talking about 50 to 60,000. That includes both dead and wounded to the point of being unable to return to the battlefield. Those are big numbers. Those are a lot of families. A lot of families affected. Their sons, or their husbands, or their fathers are either missing in action, or the regime won't tell them that they're dead, as you know from the sinking of that flagship Moskva, right, by the Ukrainians. And so a disintegration of the Russian military because there are orders that they either can't implement or don't want to implement is also not excluded. And so you have these two big variables, the Ukrainian army in the field and its ability to move from defense to offense at scale, and we're going to test that soon. And then the Russian ability in the field to hold together in a war of conquest and aggression, where they're conscripts, or they're fed dog food, or they don't have any weapons anymore because there's no resupply. And so the disintegration of the army can't be excluded. And then, of course, all bets are off on the Putin regime. More long term, there are these technology export controls. We were talking about how the military-industrial complex in Russia is dependent on foreign component parts and software. And so if you have export controls, and you have firms voluntarily, even when they don't follow their export controls, leaving Russian business, refusing to do business with Russia. And we see this not just in the civilian sector, like with McDonald's, or many other companies. We see this in the key areas like the oil industry, with the executives fleeing, that is the Western executives fleeing, giving up their positions. So Russia's ability to resupply its tanks, to resupply its missiles, resupply its uniforms, resupply its food to its soldiers in the field, and their food. We see a lot of stuff under tremendous stress, and in the long term, there's no obvious way they can rebuild the military-industrial complex to produce those weapons because they're reliant on foreign parts that they can't get anymore, and there are no domestic substitutes on the immediate horizon. That's at the earliest a 2-year proposition to have domestic substitutes. And for some things like microelectronics, they've never had domestic substitutes going back to the Soviet times, as you know about. And so there's that pressure on Russia from the technology export control, which if you're in, the security ministry or the defense ministry, if you're in that side of the regime, you're feeling that pain as we speak, and you're wondering about the strategy.
Let me ask you about, again, the echoes of history. And it frustrates me in part when people draw these parallels. But maybe there is some deep insight about those parallels. So there's a song that goes, "Двадцать июня ровно в 4 часа Киев побили, нам объявили, что началась война." So the Operation Barbarossa, the bombing of Kiev by Hitler, there is sort of an eerie parallel. And you have to be extremely careful drawing such parallels and such connections to this unexplainable war that is World War II. But is there elements of this that do echo in the actions of Vladimir Putin? And more specifically, do you think that Vladimir Putin is a war criminal? Can that label be assigned to the actions of this man?
Well, a war criminal is a legal determination, and it requires evidence and due process and the ability to defend oneself. We don't just decide in the Twitter sphere or on a podcast that somebody is a war criminal. They can be a suspected war criminal, and we can gather evidence to try to prosecute that case. And then the issue for us likely, which court does it go to? What's the appropriate place? Does it happen in Ukraine because they're the victims? Does it happen in The Hague because there's an international criminal court there? Does it happen inside Russia because there's regime change at some point? And some of these people become, let's say, they get arrested by their own people inside Russia. So those are all important questions that have to be pursued with resources and with determination and by skilled people who are excellent at gathering that evidence. And that process is underway. And Ukraine has a trial underway now of one alleged war criminal who's pleaded guilty, and we'll see what the outcome of that trial inside Ukraine is, and the lower level official, not obviously Vladimir Putin, but the commander of the tank group. So, yes, the names are eerily familiar. Izum, Kharkiv, Kyiv. Those are the names we know from the Nazi invasion and the Nazi occupation of Ukraine. And it's very deeply troubling to think that this could happen again. And there's a bizarre sense that the Russians, claiming, as Putin says, to denazify Ukraine, have invaded the same places that the Nazis invaded back in 1941.
As somebody who's working on Volume 3, work on Stalin, period, is it eerie to you?
Yes, it is.
That you're...
I've written the chapters of Volume 3. I've drafted the chapters on the war. And as I said, the place names are very evocative, unfortunately. But you know, the Nazis failed us. They captured Ukraine for a time, but they were evicted from Ukraine. There was massive partisan or guerrilla warfare resistance behind Nazi lines the whole time that they were allegedly in control of Ukraine. If you look at the maps on cable TV, they show you the sign in Russia, they show you the color, Russian control. They draw a line and then it's colored in. But the word control is misplaced. They don't actually control it. It's Russian claim or extent of farthest Russian troop advancement. Because behind the Russian lines in Ukraine, Crimea accepted, you have insurgency, you have armed insurgency. In Melitopol, which is a place that you know in southeastern Ukraine. There's a guerrilla war underway to hurt the Russians who are in occupation of that city. And we're going to see that continue, even if the war becomes a stalemate, even if it stalemates more or less at the lines we're at now, which would mean that anticipated Ukrainian counteroffensive at scale proves unsuccessful, the Russian army doesn't disintegrate, and you end up with a stalemate where there could be a ceasefire or not a ceasefire, but neither side is attempting an offensive.
And spam.
There will be resistance behind those Russian lines, and it will be fierce resistance, the kind of resistance we saw to the Nazi occupation. Ultimately, it took the Red Army reinvading the territory and succeeded at combined arms operations at scale. A massive counteroffensive, much larger than anything we're talking about today. Ultimately, it required that to evict the Nazis from Ukraine. But in the meantime, they did not have an easy occupation regime. Ukrainian partisans, Soviet partisans, killed Nazi officials, their soldiers, their officers, blew up the infrastructure they were using, made them pay a price for their occupation. We could well see, if unfortunately this ends in stalemate for the time being, we could well see that type of resurgence gain momentum behind Russia and try to evict the Russians that way, and then remount the counteroffensive at scale later on in the future if the first one doesn't succeed. So that will be further echoes of the World War II experience. The scale, once again, is much smaller. The size of the armies here, they're not in the many 800,000, 700,000, 1 million, 2, 1 million, 4. That's not what we're talking about today. But the weapons, the cruise missiles, artillery fire. You know, artillery fire used to be very inactive. It was like saturation. You would just fire towards the enemy lines, and if you hit something, you hit something, and if you didn't, you just kept firing. Now you have drones. And so artillery fire is now sniper fire. Because you can coordinate the direction of the artillery fire with the drones. The drones can take a picture and show you where the enemy is precisely located. And you can align that artillery to hit them instead of just indiscriminately bombing an area of territory. And the NATO supplied artillery goes really far. And you can fire into Russian positions and yourself not be exposed to Russian fire because your artillery fires farther than theirs. So that's coming. And we're going to see that in action. And so the scale is not the same, but the weapons, the precision of some of the weapons and some of the NATO. We're not sending all of our stuff. But as I said, the dynamic is Russia commits atrocities, Russia bombs schools, Russia bombs hospitals, Russia kills civilians, and more and heavier and more lethal Western weapons go to Ukraine. Their willingness to risk their lives is really so impressive, and the reason that it's our duty, we're obliged to supply those weapons. And so the Russians don't have that resupply, and the Ukrainians do. And so the Russians are now digging in, right? They're digging in deeply in the areas that they've penetrated. And they're trying to build unassailable positions when the Ukrainians transition from mostly defense to full-scale offense. And we'll see if that's now, they're digging everywhere, as they say. Papyrus, right? They're digging everywhere behind.
Your Russian is beautiful.
Digging in. I wish that's yours. But so there are these things that we can't predict, but there are these
Yo,
things
yo,
we
yo,
watch.
yo, yo, dog. Yo, 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 yo.
And on top of that,
Is that
something that's
enough?
not in World War II for the most part is cyber attacks and cyber warfare, which is much less perhaps convertible into human words because it happens so quickly, it's such large scales, so difficult to trace and all those kinds of things. It's not bullets, it's electrical signals and then
Yeah, but those Ukrainian people, they're like you, Lex. They're young and they're technically really proficient, and they've been amazing. You know, they spent those teenage years in the basement playing video games. Not
turns out it's useful after all.
It turns out it's more than useful. You can save your country that way. And so they're not alone. They're getting support, and that support is important. But really, predominantly, it's Ukrainians on the cyber battlefield, and their skills have been very impressive, and they've been preparing for this for a number of years. And they have a whole army of young people on the cyber side. It's their civilian population. These are not people conscripted into the military or volunteering, wearing the uniforms. And so even in cyber warfare, the Ukrainians have been extremely impressive. And so let's remember that all of these aspects of warfare, whether it's how far your cruise missiles go and how accurate they are, what size your cyber capabilities are, it's really ultimately about the people. It's about the human capital, right? It's about their willingness, their skill level, but also their willingness to fight and to put their lives on the line. And there's no substitute for that. And so what's called morale, or courage, or bravery, or valor, that's really the ultimately decisive, provided you have enough sufficient arms, right, to conduct the fight. And if you don't, you use a Molotov cocktail. Right? Grandma calls in the coordinates of the Russian tank on her iPhone, and you have a Molotov cocktail that the people who used to work in the cafeteria are now stuffing flammable liquid into bottles, and you carry one right up to the tank and you smash it against the tank, or you drop it in one of the hatches in the tank, right? There's no substitute for that kind of stuff, that level of resolve, willingness to die for your country. That's a really big lesson that we need to absorb in our own country. We've been going to war more frequently than we should, and like you said, without the justification all the time, and then like Henry Kissinger said, without understanding how this was going to end. It's easy to start a war. It's very difficult to win a war, prevail in a war, end a war on terms that meet your original expectations, right? We've been fighting wars, but we haven't been fighting wars as society. We've been fighting wars as a small sliver of our population. Something like 1% of our population is involved with the military because we have an all-volunteer force. And that means that it's easier for our politicians to go to war because they don't face conscription. They don't have the draft, which affects every family in the country. And because the number of people in the volunteer force is such a narrow stratified population. And so they've been getting away with this because the professional army is much better than the conscript. And in all
I'm omnipresent. What do you want me to do, baby? Why not?
Societal point of view,
You want to see my bots?
you go to war too easily as a
Yo,
politician,
want to see my bots?
and it doesn't engage the society the same way that the Ukrainian
Yo, do you want to see my bots?
completely engaged.
I'm talking straight to you, dog.
Way up to those grandmas.
Let me ask you,
Can you not hear me? Yo, dog, I'm speaking straight up to you. Can you hear me?
I'll take that.
What's the
Hello?
value, what's the whole, what's the power of conversation here? if you
Can you
sit
hear
down
me?
with Vladimir Putin and have a conversation
Okay, so,
versus
in a
bullets,
major way,
human exchange words,
of all the people.
is there hope for those? And if so, what would you talk about? What would you ask?
Really, the most.
Well, Henry Kissinger, you alluded to his op-ed, he's had many private meetings with President Putin over
Yo, dog, you
a
come
long
back.
time. And
Yo, you are everywhere. Hell yeah, dog.
previous presidents, secretaries of state, officials below Secretary of State, the head of the CIA evidently met with President Putin in the fall when he was massing the troops on the border before he invaded. And we said that the head of the CIA and Putin received him, somebody he evidently respects or was at least willing to meet, unlike other members of the administration. So a lot of people are talking to him in some form or another for the 22 years he's been in power. And I'm not sure it's had what I would call their desired effect.
Well, the nature of the conversation is interesting too, and also the timing, which is post February 22nd, is a different time. And also another aspect, which Oliver Stone mentioned, interestingly, that there's something about COVID and the pandemic that creates isolation, the distancing. It's such a silly little nuanced thing, but maybe it's actually has a profound impact on the human being, the human mind of Vladimir Putin. That there is something about an in-person meeting, not across a table that's far too large,
Yes.
but sort of the intimacy of one human-to-human in-person conversation. That there's something distinctly powerful about that reminder that as Putin says in the narrative and the propaganda, that we're all one people. There is truth to that. That this entirety of humanity is one people. And you're kind of reminded by that when you're sitting together.
People who have sat across the table from him, whether at 30 yards or at 3, have remarked upon this feeling of isolation that has affected him, the pandemic. I think there must be something to that if several people who've been in the room with him are remarking it. Everybody that I know, and I've been able to talk to, who's had a meeting with him in the past 10 years, including Henry Kissinger, the former Secretary of State, has said that Putin spends a lot of time enumerating his grievances. He goes through a monologue of his grievances. And then the West did this, and then the West lied to us about that, and then the West cheated us on this. And so it's not the conversation that you're encouraging of common humanity. It's that roiling resentment volcano that's just exploding and exploding. And by the time he gets through the monologue of the grievances, the time of the meeting is expired or overtime.
That's a brilliant statement, because that's what it's doing with politicians. Like when you're facing a bull with a red claw, you have to learn how to avoid the long list of grievances to get to the humanity. That's a really important
It's a skill. For sure it's a skill, and it's the highest level skill of a diplomat. To be able to reach some type of common understanding when interests and worldviews clash so much. But here's your challenge. Your challenge is Russia wants to impose a closed sphere of influence on its neighbors. It wants to dictate what its neighbors can and can't do. It wants to exert influence, not by the power of its example, not by the freedom of its people, not by the dynamism of a diversified economy, but it wants to exert influence just because it deserves it, just because it's a great power, just because, and on and on, it's a civilization of itself. And it wants that, and we can't give that. The reason that Russia was not integrated into the West was not for lack of trying. It was because Russia ultimately spurned the integration because it was about what terms the integration would come. Would you come into the West and observe Western rules and be another country, meaning just another country? There's Poland, and there's Austria, and there's little tiny Monaco, and there's Russia. And you're just one of those countries. And Russia's answer to that was no, we're not just one of those countries. We need special rules. We need special conditions. We'll integrate, but only as a special country, meaning like at the UN, where all countries are sovereign, all countries are members, but Russia has a veto on what countries can and can't. Those were the terms on which they were willing to integrate. And those were the terms that no leader of a Western country, or the United States, or the G7, or still in the world, can grant to Russia. It's very well known that Vladimir Putin was one of the first, maybe the first person, first leader, foreign leader, to call President Bush after the 9/11 tragedy. They didn't connect right away. President Bush was not in Washington, but eventually they did speak. He condemned the terrorist attack. He offered Russian support, which he delivered on. The use of some Russian logistics for our Afghanistan operation. And a lot of people point to that and they say, there it is. Russia wanted to cooperate, did cooperate, and we spurned them. Or we failed to appreciate Russia's cooperation. And so therefore, Russia was cheated, or Russia was lied to, or Russia's grievances are legitimate. But here's the problem with that argument, Lex. In exchange for that support, Vladimir Putin asked in return from President Bush for a free hand in the former Soviet space, that closed hierarchical sphere of influence, where Russia would exert influence coercively over countries that were sovereign. And no American president could grant that, and President Bush was right. He said no. And so the attempted cooperation blew up. But who's at fault then? Should there be a non-voluntary sphere of influence? Should that be granted? Or should you face up to attempts to do that? You know, let's take a little detour here into China. China has this brilliant grand strategy, which was, sure, America is hostile because America is hegemonic, America wants to control the world, America will never let China rise, America will do everything it can to hold China down. So we're going to have hostility from America. We don't want to decouple because we need that high-end technology transfer. Either we buy it or we steal it. Because America and the rest of the West has all the technology that we need. We have some of it domestically, more than before by a lot, but we're still dependent, so we can't decouple. So we'll have the hostility, but there'll be a line we don't cross just so that we don't lose the technology transfer. Till made in China 2035 is accomplished, and we're self-sufficient domestically in AI and every other area that's critical. But hostility from America. But we have an ace in the hole. Our ace in the hole is Europe. Europe hates conflict. They're all about trade. Doesn't matter how evil you are. They love to trade because Wagner will change through trade. They have this illusion that you're going to become a better country if they trade with you, and you won't have conflict or hostility. And so we have this European ace in the hole. We're hostile with the Americans. We're still buying or stealing their technology. And better than that even, the Europeans are not hostile to us at all. They love to trade with us, and They want to trade more, and they're our biggest trading partner already. And lo and behold, Xi Jinping sides with Vladimir Putin in the aggression in Ukraine. He doesn't side with him providing military equipment. He doesn't provide technology transfer, but he provides public support and massive pro-Russian propaganda to the whole Chinese population. And the Europeans say, wait a minute, this is an invasion of a sovereign country in Europe. What do you mean? You're not condemning Vladimir Putin's invasion. And so that wedge that the Chinese had, that was the basis of their grand strategy, that wedge between the US and Europe when it came to China policy, that wedge is gone. Xi Jinping destroyed it. And the Europeans and the Americans are coming close together on Ukraine and Russia policy for sure, but also more and more on China policy. And so that was a pretty big sacrifice for the Chinese leader to make. And what did he get in return? He gets hydrocarbons from Russia at reduced prices. And the Chinese get hydrocarbons from a lot of countries. They have a completely diverse supply chain for their energy.
So what do you think Xi Jinping was thinking now? Was it a mistake? Or
I'd like to know. I'd like you to be able to sit down with him across from this table here in your podcast and pose that same question, because we have no idea.
there's a language barrier that's fascinating. By the way, you as a scholar of Stalin, do you think we'll ever break through the language barrier? China, not ever, I apologize, in the next few years, because there is a gigantic cultural and language barrier between the West and China.
China's a great civilization. China predates the United States by millennia. China's accomplishments are breathtaking, but China's also led by, let's be honest, a Communist Party monopoly, which engages in a lot of criminal behavior. Where? Tibet is Ukraine. Xinjiang is Ukraine. Hong Kong is Ukraine. Let alone support for Putin. This is before we've even discussed Taiwan. And so now the Europeans are coming to see this, and the Americans are coming to understand this, that maybe trading with a regime like that, and morally, politically, criminally, Tibet, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, how is that different from what Putin is doing in Ukraine? I'd be hard-pressed to differentiate that ultimately, even though the analogies are not exact. And so the Chinese, it's like that guy Leona, the author of Lichaletia, the great memoir of the late Soviet period, the end of the Soviet Union. You know, that they spend all this time and all these resources blackening our image. We supply them with endless material to blacken our image. That's where Xi Jinping's regime is right now. And so they have a big dilemma on their side. It's a Western world, and they've united the Western world and reawoken the Western world to the fact that China is a threat to the values, the institutions and values of the West. And that trade is not transforming China, quite the opposite. We'll see if this endures. Maybe it doesn't endure, maybe it's a fleeting moment, maybe this is not an inflection point. Maybe the war in Ukraine ends more quickly than we think, and maybe, like we said, the Chinese and the Indians and the rest of them, the leaders there, they get their wish that it ends and the world moves on and forgets, or says, let's try again to resume our mutual understanding, our mutually beneficial trade, and everything. Maybe it's a passing phase. We can't exclude that. I'm very poor at predicting the future. But the moment is not a good one for the Chinese regime, let alone the fact that he's trying to impose an unprecedented, in the modern era, third term for himself as president in the fall of the next party Congress, becoming president for life, de facto. a Mao-like figure. And he's now got to do that in this environment where he has damaged Chinese grand strategy and damaged the reputation of China and its relationships across the world. Maybe not permanently, but significantly. In addition to the problems they have at home, demography, as you know, middle income trap, and then the regulatory insanity of Chinese communist rule that we've seen with the tech companies that you know well, where they destroyed all of that value, with the blow up of their property sector because it was a massive bubble, and that's still playing out. And this time it's the same, meaning this time it's not different. When it comes to a property blowout, it has enormous effects on middle class balance sheets and their ability to remain consumers and drive the economy, which is the model that they have to share. So he's got a litany of challenges, independent even of the fact that he sided with his pal, Vladimir Putin, and their romance is costing China very, very significantly.
If you close your eyes and 100 years ago, 1922, and you think about the future, I wonder if you can hear the drums of war, predicting the 30s, predicting the Great Depression and the resentment that builds, the economic resentment, the cultural resentment, the geopolitical resentment that builds and leads to World War II. It, at least to me, when I close my eyes, I can hear the drums of war that are still ahead of us. And it's possible that 2022 will materialize in a similar way as in 1922.
I have my eyes closed, like and I sure hope that that's not what happens. But I'm looking at 1922, it's an epoch I know well, and I don't see the future that unfolds. I would not have predicted it had I been alive then. I see the war behind us. I see prosperity on the horizon. Yes, inflation in Germany and so many other difficult issues, but there are more democracies now than there were before the war, and the old empires are gone, and there's a cultural efflorescence, and there's modernism in the arts, and there's women entering the public sphere, and there's all this fantastic new technology like automobiles. I'm looking at the future from 1922, and I'm not seeing the Great Depression, and I'm not seeing World War II, and I'm not seeing the Holocaust, because I don't predict the future, and nobody in 1922 could see that future, although I guess there were some clairvoyants who predicted it.
But you're not one of them.
I'm not one of them, but this is what I know from studying history. What I know is stuff happens. In other words, like, we're watching Ukraine war right now, and all of our attention is focused on that. And it's like the economists say in their textbooks, when their powerful models are employed, and there's this line that says, all other factors held constant, comma, and then the model runs. And you get this really great result, this very powerful predictor and analysis. And the whole game is all other factors held constant. So the Russia-Ukraine war that we've been discussing, and this could happen and that could happen, but you know what? Stuff could happen. For example, the Israeli government could decide this summer that it's going to bomb Iran, because no Israeli government will tolerate Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon. And since President Trump unilaterally exited from the multi-power nuclear agreement, Iran is now much closer to the bomb than they were when the United States was still in that agreement. And you tell me the Israeli government says, sure, it's fine, it's okay, Iran can get the bomb. And so maybe that happens. And maybe that happens as early as this summer, as Iran gets closer and closer and closer. Maybe that guy in North Korea decides it's his time, just like his grandfather, right, in 1950, decided, it's time, we're going to, quote, reunify, unquote, the Korean Peninsula. Maybe, I don't know, still in the blank. Something's going to happen. It's not going to be what I predict. It's not going to be what I'm watching. It's going to be obvious only after it happens, not before. And then it's going to upend the table. And all of a sudden, we're going to be in a different environment, different circumstances. And is Ukraine still as central at that point as it seems to be right now? I don't know the answer to that.
Let me ask 2 rapid fire questions. You're only allowed to have 1 minute, and it's about predicting the future. Okay. Question 1. Vladimir Putin, when will he no longer be in office? And will he step down or be overthrown? What's your prediction and a brief explanation of that prediction? Now, nobody can predict the future, but what's your sense now? Some people are saying the pressure is building. He's going to be overthrown or step down at the end of this year. And some people say surely he's going to outlast Stalin's rule of 30.
No evidence of a coup yet. None whatsoever. Yet. He's pretty much at life expectancy for a Russian male. Those are bad numbers. He's 69, he'll be 70. So he's lived the life of a Russian male already, but he's got better doctors than the majority of the Russian males in that, let's say, comparison set. So he could live a very long time with good doctors. So there could be a coup at some point, but there's none today in evidence. He could go because he's reached the life expectancy, or he could stay for a long time. The thing to watch about this is an organization that nobody pays attention to. The FSO, the Federalная Служба охраны, which is the Praetorian Guard, the self-standing bodyguard directorate. The only organization in Russia that has any access to it. We've seen no disloyalty, no breaking of ranks, no defection, nothing in the public realm in open sources about any divisions or problems in the FSO, in the Praetorian Guard. So if you can't break that, change that, illicit defections there, you can't overcome it. Authoritarian regimes, they're terrible. They fail at everything. They can't feed their people. They have trouble achieving any goals. They only have to be good, however, at one thing. They only have to be good at the complete suppression of political alternatives. If you can suppress political alternatives, you can fail at everything else, but you can survive as an authoritarian regime. So you watch Navalny.
That's
He's
question
still
number 3.
alive. Okay,
My question number 3. That's my second rapid fire question. Is what happens to Navalny? What are the possible conclusions of what you said? Quite possibly the second most influential, powerful figure in Russia. Is he going to die in jail? Will he become the next president of Russia? Well, what are the possible?
I wish I knew, Lex. I've been surprised that he's still alive. I've been worried that he will be killed in prison in a staged fight. Some security officer, prison guard, puts on a prison outfit, takes a lead pipe, goes into the cell, they have a close fight, and Navalny is killed. I've been afraid of that, but he's still alive, even though he's serving a long sentence. So that leads me to guess that people inside the Putin regime, and maybe President Putin himself, understand that Navalny is their ticket to lift sanctions. that Navalny is even more popular outside of Russia than he is inside of Russia. He's the leader in many ways of the political opposition in the country, even while still in prison. His organization's been destroyed, but he doesn't have majority support in the population by any stretch of the imagination. But he's a big figure in the West, including here in the West. And so Navalny could be their ticket, their kind of get out of jail card. Meaning they release him from prison, he gets appointed, prime minister, even by the Putin regime, if he were willing to accept such a position, and I have my doubts about that. And then that's how they lobby to remove the sanctions against him. So he's a card that President Putin could play. And so maybe that's the reason he's still alive, or maybe there are other reasons that we don't know. And so some alternative to Putin is more likely to arise inside his gang, Putin's shaika, as they say, right inside his gang, where they tire of his mistakes, they tire of his self-defeating actions, and they say patriotically for Russia, we need to do something move against this guy, because he's hurting our country, and also because I could do better. I'm ambitious as well as patriotic. But once again, the problem there, Lex, is Putin is surrounded by this cocoon known as the FSO. He meets on Zoom predominantly with the rest of the government, including with the defense and security officials. They don't have frequent access to his person. And as you were alluding earlier to the pandemic, they have to quarantine for 2 weeks before every meeting with him. And moreover, they don't know where he is. You see, when they're on Zoom with him and the room, it's the Valdai. His office in the Valdai region looks the same as his office in Sochi, or his office outside of Moscow in Novogorod. They're made up to look very similar on Zoom. And sure, some signs they're looking, where is it, but maybe they don't know. And so you're going to move on him, and you're going to jump him in his Kremlin, out his dacha, outside Moscow. And it turns out he's in Sochi, or vice versa. And it turns out the FSO is loyal to him and won't let you anyway. So, Lex, we don't know, but we watch this FSO very closely. And we think that the elites, if not Putin, but maybe Putin too, understand Navalny as a really big potential political card that they could play.
And one last question, the biggest question. You studied some of the darkest aspects of human history, human nature. Let me ask the why question. What are we doing here? What's the meaning of our existence, our life here on Earth? What are we humans trying to get at here?
I can't answer that question either, but I can say that having a purposeful life is actually not that hard. You're not Gandhi, right? You're not President Roosevelt. You're not going to transform a country or a civilization, become immortal because of your courage and your insight and your genius and critical mind. But you live in an environment, you're in a school, you're in a workplace, you're somewhere where you can affect other people in a positive way. It can be not just about yourself, but it can be about them. And you can have a positive impact on other people's lives through the work that you do, whether that's your employment or your charity or your spare time or your work time. It can be by modeling proper behavior, right? Admitting your mistakes. It's hard to do, but necessary. Remembering that you don't know everything, you can't predict the future, but you don't even know everything in your areas of expertise. Painfully reminded of that humility at times, but remind yourself too. So you can lead a life that can show others what good values are. And you can lead a life that dedicates yourself not only to your own material well-being, but to the well-being and to the development of others around you. And it can be on a humble scale. It can be in a small classroom or a small workplace, a small work team. But it can be done, and you can be reminded that having a positive impact, even on one other person, gives far greater meaning to your own life and is profoundly satisfying, much more satisfying than the attention you might get, let's say on social media, or awards you might receive. There's nothing wrong with pursuing those. People pursue them. It's a free society. But leading a purposeful life intentionally is possible.
Even just one person, I love the expression, save one life, save the world. Just focusing on the local, on the tiny little difference you can make in the world can somehow ripple.
Every day. If you think about that every single day, you're a better person. We're a better society.
And maybe you get to add a bit of love to the world after all. Stephen, this is a huge honor for many reasons, one of which is I could just tell how much care you put into this conversation and how much, I use the word love a lot, but I just feel the love that just even the respect you give me, which I can't tell you how energizing that is, how much that gives me strength for my own singular pursuits. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for not just talking today, but giving me so much respect just with everything you're doing. And I really appreciate that. It makes me feel special. So thank you so much for sitting down and talking today.
Mutual, Lex. Thank you as well, and thank you for the respect that you've shown me. These are really difficult issues that don't have simple answers. But that doesn't mean we give up. We have to keep thinking and learning and trying and finding solutions.
What up, Caspian? See, how you been?
We do, including on these big global tragedies that we live through. And it's heartbreaking.
I know. It goes with the territory being so sexy.
A person who studies this has been studying this for
I
decades.
said it goes with the territory being so sexy.
And we think again, and
I'm
yes,
coming.
it is again,
I'm coming.
but we still have to keep trying, and we have to be inspired
How's life?
by those people who are more courageous than we are and sacrifice more than we sacrifice.
How
For
is
me,
life?
the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, is experienced in my study at home and in my office in Princeton.
Have you been
My
streaming?
office in Stanford when I moved full-time to Stanford in September. It's experienced far away in safety and in comfort. And we have to remember that too when we talk about these things, when we answer your questions. That as we speak and as we comment and think we're experts on these things from the comfort of our existence, that there are people in those tragedies right now.
With no
You know-
power, with no food,
You know about my robot?
with full uncertainty about the future of their children.
I forget what it's called. And it's been a
And
while.
and I've also
So,
seen, because
all right, so you need some time.
business
Are you going back to streaming?
that were home for buildings that were homes for generations.
Are you gonna stream
Now
on
in
Hit?
rubble. So
Yes, Lex, it hurts, and it's Syria, where 350,000 at
Why
least
wouldn't
by
you?
UN estimates died, and Russia participated in that.
Why wouldn't you
And
just
it's Yemen,
stream the rest of your life on
and
it?
it's so many other
Become rich
places
and
that
famous.
don't have the same degree of attention that a European country like Ukraine has. But yeah, we have to remember also that in addition to Ukraine, and then there's things right home here in New York City, where children are without food. It's just inexcusable in a country this rich.
So we shouldn't forget in our study of leaders and our study of geopolitics that ultimately it's about humanity. It's about human beings,
No fucking way. All
Okay,
right.
Lex.
human suffering. Thank you so
Right.
much.
Thank you.
This was an amazing conversation. talk to you again. My pleasure.
Are you passing the seat?
Thanks for listening to this conversation with
Alright,
me.
let me see if I can find it.
Support this podcast. Please check out our
Try to keep
sponsors.
it so you can slip it in.
And now, let me leave you with some words
A,
from the heart of my God.
I, O.
And that is there, and remember, in all of history, the way of truth
Yeah,
and
you
love
can lie for 25 seconds.
there have been tyrants and murderers.
Oh, dude, and
For
I
a
have
time,
a yet.
they continue to
Stop
love.
it, Tim.
And in the end, they always fall.
No, they'll just ban
Thank you for
me,
listening. Hope to see you.
just the overall account, and then I'll just have to create a new one. Man, you even have people chatting. Hey, do you have text-to-speech on now? Alright, so there's this really nice website. I mean, you can do all the plugins for OBS, which you'll probably do. But there's one that's just called Speech Chat, and if you just log in with your like whatever account, it says all your shit aloud, and it's really nice. And I've had a lot of people speaking to me recently. Wow, you started streaming like immediately. What platform are you using? OBS? Very nice.
Something big is here. Something so big it couldn't fit in the can.
Have you been in Aiden Ross's Discord recently?
So much fruit flavor, we had to put it in a bottle. With 6 sensational flavors and no added sugar, the newest member of the bubbly family is worth smiling about. So look
Well,
for
they
the colorful
haven't kicked
bubbly
me out,
fresh
but well, they always kick me out, but let me clarify. They boot me from the VC, but they don't ban me. So I created a robot that just brings me right back into the VC every single time. Yeah, pretty fucking Jesus. And then people send me DMs like, hey fucker, why the fuck do you always stay in the VC? Why don't you ever say anything? And it's like, dude, I've already gotten a 3-day suspension from the app. I don't find this, but just because somebody asked me why I had Sonic bed sheets or whatever, like, and they called that self-promotion. They said that Harry Potter Bound Sonic Timmy was my cryptocurrency. Like, no, I didn't quote. On Kick? There's one moment.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Dude, I want you to look up something for me. On Kick, look up Wacky Flanker. Yeah. Okay, do I hear myself on Kick? Let me make sure I have your sound on. I got your sound, I don't know, though, because I'm listening to multiple things at once. Okay, so when you look up Wacky Flanker, he's the guy. Right, what happened to him? Well, like, he had an account. Yeah, I have all that stuff. But he banned me from it. Okay, cool. I can't tell the difference, so why don't I leave the Telegram and then I'll tell you, okay?
He's helping pay rent for illegal immigrants with our tax dollars. While our family struggle to make ends meet, he gives handouts to these illegals.
We have real problems, but Biden's worried about everyone else. Things were better before Biden, and the truth is, Trump had our back.
Yes, I can hear you.
And he's not getting my vote again.
I don't know if I can hear it myself, but I'm not too worried about that.
These days, that's how people describe their relationship status. When it comes to the latest complexities,
Dude, I can't. Let me ask you a question with fucking OBS. I've had this on multiple devices. Does it log you out a lot of like
Well, except for that
when you go to live stream.
when it comes to that, you're on your own. Double A. MCO. Check engine light on, we'll check it for free.
Okay, but like, I don't know. Like, if let's say I stream 10 times on it, I have to re-log in 3 times. It's not like that for you. Okay. So, like, it should just always keep you logged in, but for some reason, it just randomly logs you out, right? Yeah, that's what I can't fucking stand about it. And I use it. I'm using it right now, but it's like I save all my shit, and it's like, okay, remember these settings, and I'm like, yeah, I'm really excited for it, and then it's like, okay, great, and then the next time I go to use it, it's like, you know, like you need to add a stream key, and I'm like, dude, I have fucking added a stream key quite often, and it's still like, huh? Dude, it's just a matter of time until I go fucking viral on these streams. You should just know that. Every day, I get a bigger and bigger audience, especially in the middle of the fucking night. Like, absolutely, positively random times, I'll get all these people from India.
And UCSC is basically being asked, are you doing anything to protect the students? NBCLA was highlighting the big.
Life wasn't always easy for Jocelyn Ferdale before heading to college at UC Santa Cruz.
Both my parents might have substance abuse problems, so I was like in and out of kinship foster care for most of my life. And then in college, I found like mentorship in the STARS program.
The STARS program helps students who didn't take a traditional path to college navigate the UC system. After graduating, Jocelyn was thrilled to land an internship and a temporary job with the STARS program.
I felt as happy to get back to a program that like just helped me succeed through college.
She looks a lot like Sydney Sweeney, the actress. Embarrasses right now.
Early last year, according to a new lawsuit filed by Ferdale, she applied for 2 permanent positions within the UC system at the Bridging Number Supervisor in Pacific Moya. Soon after, Jocelyn and Moya took a work trip to UC Santa Barbara, joined by another supervisor in the STARS program, Joshua Solis. After a day of work events, Jocelyn says Moya and Solis invited her out for drinks.
It was just inebriated and just like having a hard time walking and talking and just getting like very in my personal space. Yeah.
And when he got back to the hotel,
He just followed us to our room. He didn't go up to his room. He was really drunk and like stumbling.
what did he do when he was in the room?
Yeah, I don't remember the details, but yeah, he definitely sexually assaulted me.
According to the lawsuit, Moya went to take a shower, leaving Jocelyn Ferdale alone with Solis. That's when she felt Solis stand behind her and cuffed her right breast with his hand. According to the lawsuit, he then grabbed her around the waist and pulled her on top of him as he fell backward onto the bed. After she pulled away, Solis then repeatedly asked Ferdale to go to his hotel room with him.
Oh, that is so creepy. Couple of things jump out at me. First is,
So you're live on YouTube and Kick?
your part-time employee who's female alone with your drunken colleague who's male. Don't do that. This is, I mean, that's just basic party mode, right? Don't leave your female friends in the clutches of somebody who's not in control of their faculties. The other thing that struck me, well, you know what, I'll tell you that here, just like when you hear
I think it's possible that physics has exploits and we should be trying to find it, arranging some kind of a crazy quantum mechanical system that somehow gives you buffer overflow, somehow gives you rounding error in the floating point. Synthetic intelligence is kind of like the next stage of development. And I don't know where it leads to, like at some point, I suspect the universe is some kind of a puzzle. These synthetic AIs will uncover that puzzle and solve it.
The following is a conversation with Andre Kapathi, previously the director of AI at Tesla, and before that, at OpenAI and Stanford. He is one of the greatest scientists, engineers, and educators in the history of artificial intelligence. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors. Now, dear friends,
Dog and
here's
Mike.
Andre body.
4 hours,
What is a neural network?
3 hours.
And why does it seem
Got
to
shot
do
TV.
such a
You know, shot
surprisingly good
TV.
job of learning?
What is a neural network? It's
Got
a
TV
mathematical
is
abstraction of
an Indian man
the
who
brain.
streams from
I
India
would say
from
that's how it was
Singapore,
originally developed.
and
At the end of the day, it's a mathematical expression.
he has
It's a very
been
simple
saying
mathematical expression when you get down to it. It's basically
his goal is to
sequence
say
of
1 million times,
matrix multiplies, which are
and he's gonna
mathematically.
hit 1 million
And sometimes in
tonight.
your
He told me
and so it's a
that
very
was
simple
where,
mathematical expression. And it's got
it's gonna
knobs.
happen. He told me
Many
this.
knobs.
Many knobs. These knobs are loosely related
They said
to
we
the
had them
synapses
in
in your
my
brain,
life.
trainable, they're modifiable. And so the idea is like we need to
Anyway.
find the setting of the knobs that makes
Sometimes
the neural
gonna
net
turn around
do
and
whatever you
see it.
want it to do.
So the guy to say, kick,
And so there's
a
not
million
too much
times, that's a
mystery, I
long,
would say
that's
that,
a lot.
you might think that
It took
basically
him
the
like
ones endowed with too much meaning
several,
are
I
brain,
don't know, it took
and
him like
it works. And it's not just a
I think
complicated
he does
mathematical expression of the
100,000 per
knobs,
day.
and those knobs need to be proper setting.
at like 18
For it
hours
to do
a day.
something
Just
valuable.
Yeah, but poetry is just a collection of letters
and he
and
does it for charity.
spaces that make us feel a certain way. In that same way, when
You
you
said
get
you were on a
the large
podcast
number of
recently? What
knobs
was the
together,
podcast?
whether it's inside the brain or inside a computer, they seem to surprise us with the
Inner zone analysis.
I think that's fair. So basically, I'm underselling it by a lot because you definitely do get very surprising emergent behaviors out of these neural nets when they're large enough and trained on complicated enough problems. Like say, for example, the next word prediction in a massive data set from the internet. And then these neural nets take on pretty surprising magical properties. Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting how much you can get out of even very simple mathematical formalism.
When your brain right now is talking, is it doing next word prediction? Or is it doing something more interesting?
Well, definitely some kind of a generated model that's a GPT-like and prompted by you.
Yeah,
So you're giving me a prompt and I'm kind of like responding to it in a generative way.
and by yourself, perhaps a little bit? Like, are you adding extra prompts from your own memory inside your head? Or
Well,
no?
it definitely feels like you're referencing some kind of a declarative structure of like memory and so on. And then you're putting that together with your prompt and giving it some
Nick, how much of what you just said has been said by you before?
nothing basically, right?
No, but if you actually look at all the words you've ever said in your life, and you do a search, you'll probably say a lot of the same words in the same order before.
Yeah, could be. I mean, I'm using phrases that are common, etc., but I'm remixing it into a pretty sort of unique sentence at the end of the day. But you're right, definitely there's like a ton of remixing.
Why, just like Magnus Carlsen says, I'm rated 2900, whatever, which is pretty decent. I think you're talking very, you're not giving enough credit to your nuts there. Why do they seem to, what's your best intuition about this emergent behavior?
I mean, it's kind of interesting because I'm simultaneously underselling them, but I also feel like there's an element to which I'm over, like, it's actually kind of incredible that you can get so much emergent magical behavior out of them, despite them being so simple mathematically. So I think those are kind of like two surprising statements.
And I hear you all right. I can hear you. Go ahead.
And I think basically what it is we are actually fairly good at optimizing these neural nets. And when you get them a hard enough problem, they are forced to learn very interesting solutions in the optimization. And those solutions basically have these emergent properties that are very interesting.
There's wisdom and knowledge in the knobs. And so what's this representation that's in the knobs? Does it make sense to you intuitively that a large number of knobs can hold a representation
Yeah, let me see if I
that
can find
captures
it.
some deep
Be banned
wisdom
though.
about the data it has looked at? A lot of knobs.
I think, let's see if it still works.
And
I can't blame
you know,
you
so
for it.
speaking concretely, one of the
I
neurons
know,
that
at least last year,
are
right, I think
which are basically just
I know we have a lot of
prediction
people in
networks.
this chat.
So
Yeah,
you consume a sequence of words from the internet
let me see if I can find
next
it.
word. And once you train these on a large enough data set, you can basically prompt these neural nets in arbitrary ways, and you can ask them to solve problems, and they will. So you can just tell them, you can make it look like you're trying to solve some kind of mathematical problem, and they will continue with what they think is the solution based on what they've seen on the internet. And very often, those solutions look very remarkably consistent with correct potentially.
Do you still think about the brain side of it? So as neural nets is an abstraction, a mathematical abstraction of the brain, you still draw wisdom from the biological neural networks. But even the bigger question, you're a big fan of biology and biological computation. What impressive thing in biology do?
Am I not mistaken, wasn't it just Rocky Flanker?
That gap.
I would say definitely I'm much more hesitant with the analogies to
You might
the brain
agree with
than
that.
I think we just see potential in the field. And I kind of feel like
Well, here's the weird thing.
the way your work started,
It's really
everything stemmed from
He had
inspiration of the
like
brain. But
600
at the end of the
followers,
day, the artifacts
and
that
he
we
was
get
streaming
after
pretty regularly.
they are right down by very
And
hard
then
organization.
I went to go see how he was doing one day, and it looked
And
like
so
he
I
had
think,
never streamed, and he had
I kind
6
of think of it
followers.
as a very
And he was
complicated
like,
alien artifact. It's something
he
different.
was like a
I'm gonna
regular
start
streamer.
using the neural
Am I
network training.
dreaming?
They are
I remember
complicated,
doing play-by-play with
alien
them,
artifacts. I cannot make analogies with brain because I think
and
people
there's
find it
Hellcat
process
Magic, and I looked at Hellcat Magic, and he still streams,
There's no whole
and
and
I
self-placed kind of setup and evolution. It was
I
an
don't know, it's like
optimization
he-
that's
I think
basically
it's
what amounts to a compression objective on a massive amount of data. Okay,
and,
Artificial neural
and you know
networks,
what?
compression, and biological.
But then I sent him an invite on Discord.
And they're not really doing
Oh,
it. They're
friend?
an agent, a multi-agent, self-placed system that's designed for very, very.
Now,
That's
this
a
account, I
Evolution
looked
has
at
found that it is very useful to predict and have a predictive model of the brain. And so I think our brain utilizes something that looks like that as a part of it. But it has a lot more, conscious gizmos
I
and
hope that that's
value
I can
functions
tell you
and
this, I've been,
Asian
you know,
nuclei out there all
streaming
trying to like make a
and I
survivor
know
system.
basically anybody who's
And the whole thing through Genesis is built in a single cell. I mean, it's just, the code is inside
but
the
you know what,
DNA.
because video games,
They just built
dude,
it up.
your sound is ridiculous.
It's all crazy.
What was that?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
that's
like,
really
it
loud.
does it pretty well. They, so there's some learning going on. There's some kind of competition going through that building process. I don't know where,
Like,
if you
when I
were
said that, it was
the
really,
entire
really loud.
history of life on
Let's
Earth,
find out.
where do you think is the most interesting invention? Is it the origin of life itself?
Let's find out.
Is it just jumping to eukaryotes? Is it mammals? Is it humans themselves, Homo sapiens? The origin of intelligence? Or
Do you have anybody who comes into your stream on kick?
Or is it all just a
Is that
continuation
part
of
of the
something?
course on everything when you're in your streamer?
Certainly, I would say it's an extremely remarkable story that I'm
I'm pretty
learning
nervous.
about recently. All the way from,
I still,
actually, like,
I still look up
sets,
your
information of
YouTube account
and all the
enchanted.
conditions and our solar system
What is
and how
it?
everything's
Enchanted.
arranged with Jupiter and Moon and the habitable zone and everything.
Hold on.
And then you have
not
that
up,
inference
actually.
that's turning over the
Steve's
pure.
what?
And
Yeah.
then you start with the Genesis and everything. So it's all like a pretty remarkable story. I'm not sure that
Oh, so you don't
I
have
can
any
take
access
like
to
a
it?
single unique piece of it that I find most interesting. I guess for me as an artificial intelligence researcher, it's probably the last piece. We have lots of animals that are
Isn't that something?
are not
And there's
building
no way to do it
technology
now.
just
It's
like
just, like,
we do.
you would think YouTube
And
would come up with some
it
kind
seems
of
to
way
have
to
happened
do it.
very quickly. It seems to have happened very recently. And
That's so stupid of them.
something very interesting happened there that I don't really understand. I almost understand everything else, kind of, I think intuitively.
Right, but imagine you
I'll
really
take
needed
a
access to it
exactly
for
that
someone.
part.
You needed to read it for some reason.
Both explanations would be interesting. One is that this is just a continuation of the same kind of process. There's nothing special about humans. That would be deeply understanding. That would be very interesting. That we think of
It's so
ourselves
funny
as
to see
special.
how many
It
people
was
have,
obvious. It was already
censored my name in their chat. I mean, when they do that, it tells you there's a difference in their life.
greater and greater.
Amaranth has done that.
And then
Like, the only
the
people I
other
know
explanation, which is something truly special happens, something like a rare event, whether it's like crazy rare event like Space Odyssey. What would it be? See, if you say like the invention of fire, or the as Richard Ransom says, the beta males deciding
moderator
way
the
to
other
kill
day.
the alpha males
Moderator
by
one
collaborating. So
day,
just
said,
optimizing the collaboration with the multi-agent aspect.
I just said, hey, you know who Rabbi Rothschild
Really
is?
being
And he said,
constrained
"Yep."
on resources and trying to survive. the collaboration aspect of the three is a
Run a
concept.
moderator on several different.
It seems like it's a natural algorithm to introduce things that what could possibly be a
That's
magical,
hilarious.
like a rare
Do you
thing that would say that
think that
humans
he's
are
the
actually,
biggest troll in the history of
human level intelligence is actually a really rare thing in the universe.
That's all you
Yeah,
can
let's
do.
just say that it is rare, by the way, but it definitely seems like it's kind of like a punctuated equilibrium where you have
Do you have
lots of
TTS?
acceleration and then you have certain leaps, sparse leaps in between.
Dog, you gotta get TTS. Everybody's gonna bitch about it.
Your DNA,
You need TTS.
eukaryotic system, eukaryotic life,
You know how to get it?
the endosymbiosis event where the archaeon ate old bacteria, just the whole thing, and then of course emergence of.
No, you don't have to download anything. You go to the website.
It's like different with our sparse
Which
events
was
where
called-
maximum
called
progress was
speech
made.
chat.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain.
Do you don't think humans are,
Speech chat and
gotta ask you how many intelligent alien civilizations do you think are out there? And
it will speak
is their
to you.
intelligence different or similar to ours?
There are some others that work too.
I've been
Like
preoccupied with this
bot
question quite a bit
I
recently,
don't know if you're familiar
based on
with
the
bot tricks.
Fermi paradox and just thinking through. And the reason actually that I am very interested in
Bot tricks is
the origin of life is fundamentally trying to understand how common it is that there are technological societies out there in space. And the more I study it, the more I think that
Of YouTube
there should be
platforms
quite a
and
few, quite a lot.
TikTok
Why haven't
platforms
we heard from
to
them? Because I
speak to
agree
chat.
with
It
you.
only
It's
makes
like,
sense to me that
I just don't see why what we did here on Earth is so difficult to do.
Yeah, and especially when you get into the details of it. I used to think origin of life was very, it was this magical rare thing. But then you read books like, for example, Nick Lane, The Vital Question, Life Ascending, etc. And he really gets in and he really makes you believe that this is not that rare.
Basic chemistry.
You have an active earth, and you have your alkaline vents, and you have lots of alkaline waters mixing with acidic oceans, and you have your proton gradients, and you have little porous pockets of these alkaline vents that concentrate chemistry. And basically, as you step through all of these little pieces, you start to understand that actually this is not that crazy. You could see this happen on other systems. And he really takes you from just a geology to primitive life, and he makes it feel like it's actually pretty plausible. And also, like, the origin of life was actually fairly fast after formation of Earth. If I remember correctly, just a few 100 million years or something like that after basically when it was possible life actually arose. And so that makes me feel like that is not the constraint, that is not the limiting variable, and that life should actually be fairly common. And then, where the dropouts are, it is very interesting to think about. I currently think that there's no major dropouts, basically, and so there should be quite a lot of life. And basically, where that brings me to is the only way to reconcile the fact that we haven't found anyone and so on is that we can't see them, we can't observe.
Just a quick brief comment. Nick Lane and a lot of biologists I talked to, they really seem to think that the jump from bacteria to more complex organisms is the hardest job.
The eukaryotic life,
Yeah, which I get it. They're more knowledgeable than me about like the intricacies of biology. But that seems like crazy because how many single cell organisms are there? Like, and how much time you have? Surely is not that difficult. Like in a billion years is not even that long of a time, really. Just all these bacteria under constrained resources battling it out. I'm sure they can invent more complex. Yeah, I don't understand. It's like how do you move from a hello world program to like invent a function or something like that. I don't. Yeah. And so so I'm with you. I just feel like I don't see any. If the origin of life, that would be my intuition. That's the hardest thing. But if that's not the hardest thing because it happens so quickly, then it's got to be everywhere. And yeah, maybe we were just too dumb to see it.
Well, it's just, we don't have really good mechanisms for seeing this life. I mean, by what, so I'm not an expert just to preface this, but just from how I've been at it.
I want to meet an expert on alien intelligence and how to communicate.
I'm very suspicious of our ability to find these intelligences out there and to find these first, like radio waves, for example, are terrible. Their power drops off as basically 1 over R square. So I remember reading that our current radio waves would not be, the ones that we are broadcasting, would not be measurable by our devices today. Only was it like 1/10 of a light year away? Like not even
basically tiny distance, because like we really need like a targeted transmission of massive power directed somewhere for this to be picked up on long distances. And so I just think that our ability to measure is not amazing. I think there's probably other civilizations out there. And then the big question is, why don't they run on their boats and why don't they interstellar travel across the entire galaxy? And my short answer is it's probably interstellar travel is not really hard. You have the interstellar medium. If you want to move as close to the speed of light, you're going to be encountering bullets along the way. Because even like hydrogen atoms and little particles of dust are basically have massive kinetic energy at those speeds. And so basically you need some kind of shielding, you have all the cosmic radiation, it's just like brutal out there, it's really hard. And so my thinking is maybe interstellar travel is extremely hard.
You have billions of years to build hard. It feels like we're not a billion years away from doing that.
It just might be that it's you have to go very slowly, potentially, as an example, through space.
Right. As opposed to a little close to the speed of
Yeah,
light.
so I'm suspicious basically of our ability to measure light, and I'm suspicious of the ability to travel double space in the galaxy or across galaxies. And that's the only way that I can currently see a way around it.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing to think that there's trillions of intelligent alien civilizations out there kind of slowly traveling through space to meet each other. And some of them meet, some of them go to war, some of them collaborate.
Or they're all just independent. They just like little pockets.
Well, statistically, if there's trillions of them, surely some of the pockets are close enough to get
Some of them have
and close enough to see each other. And then once you see something that definitely complex life, like if we see something, we're probably going to be intensely, aggressively motivated to figure out what the hell that is and try to meet them. What would be your first instinct to try to, at a generational level, meet them or defend against them? Or what would be your instinct as a president of the United States and a scientist? I don't know which hat you prefer in this question.
Yeah, I think the question is really hard. I will say, like, for example, for us, we have lots of primitive life forms on Earth. Next to us, we have all kinds of ants and everything else, and we share space with them. And we are hesitant to impact on them, and we are hesitant to try to protect them by default, because they are amazing, interesting, dynamical systems that took a long time to evolve, and they are interesting and special. And I don't know that you want to destroy that by default. And so I like complex dynamical systems that took a lot of time to evolve. I think I like to preserve it if I can afford to, and I'd like to think that the same would be true about galactic resources, and that they would think that we're kind of incredible, interesting story that took time, took a few billion years to unravel, and you don't want to just destroy it.
I could see two aliens talking about Earth right now and saying, I'm a big fan of complex dynamical systems, so I think it was a value to preserve these, and we basically are a video game they watch or show, a TV show that they watch.
Yeah, I think you need like a very good reason, I think, to destroy it. Like, why don't we destroy these ant farms and so on? It's because we're not actually like really in direct competition with them right now. We do it accidentally and so on, but there's plenty of resources. And so why would you destroy something that is so interesting and precious?
Well, from a scientific perspective, you might probe it.
Yeah.
You might interact with it lightly.
Exactly. You might want to learn something from it, right?
So I wonder, could be certain physical phenomena that we think is a physical phenomenon, but it's actually interacting with us to like poke the finger and see what happens.
I think it should be very interesting to scientists, other alien scientists, what happened here. And you know, what we're seeing today is a snapshot. Basically, it's a result of a huge amount of computation of like over like 1 years or something like that. So
It could have been initiated by aliens. This could be a computer running a program. Like, if you had the power to do this, for sure, at least I would pick an Earth-like planet that has the conditions, based on my understanding of the chemistry prerequisites for life, and I would seed it with life and run it, right? Like, wouldn't you 100% do that and observe it and then protect? I mean, that's not just a hell of a good TV show. It's a good scientific experiment.
Yeah.
And it's physical simulation. right? Maybe the evolution is the most, like actually running it, is the most efficient way to understand computation or to compute stuff.
Or to understand life, or what life looks like, and what branches it can take.
It does make me kind of feel weird that we're part of a science experiment, but maybe it's, everything's a science experiment. Does that change anything for us? For a science experiment?
I don't know.
Two descendants of apes talking about being inside of a science
I'm suspicious of this idea of like deliberate panspermia, as you described it, sort of. And I don't see a divine intervention in some way in the historical record right now. I do feel like this story in these books, like Nick Lane's books and so on, sort of makes sense, and it makes sense how life arose on Earth. And I don't need to reach for a more exotic explanation right now.
Sure, but NPCs inside a video game don't observe any divine intervention either. You might just be all NPCs running a kind of code.
Eventually they will. Currently NPCs are really dumb, but once they're running GPTs, maybe they will be like, hey, this is really suspicious, what the hell?
So you famously tweeted, it looks like if you bombard Earth with photons for a while, can emit a roadster. So if like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you would summarize the story of Earth. So in that book, it's mostly harmless. What do you think is all the possible stories, like a paragraph long or a sentence long, that Earth could be summarized as? Like once it's done, it's computation. But all the possible full, Earth is a book, right?
Yeah.
There's probably going to have to be an ending. I mean, there's going to be an end to Earth.
Caspian Sea.
All kinds of ways.
Caspian Sea.
What do you think is possible?
Well, but that's it. There seems to be,
Caspian Sea.
again, you're sort of
Caspian Sea.
with these self-replicating systems will basically arise through the dynamics,
Can you hear me?
and then they perpetuate themselves and become more complex.
Dude, your sound is
I kind of
unwatchable.
feel like, in some sense, it's kind of like
Here's what it sounds like. Listen to my phone. Ready?
that kind of just like happens on any, things sufficiently well written system like Earth. And so I kind of feel like there's a certain sense of inevitability in it, and it's really beautiful.
Do you hear that?
Right, so it's a chemically diverse environment where complex dynamical systems can, if
Any idea what's causing that?
Fresco dining out on the sidewalk. It's become a fun thing, and it's a good thing. Well, now they're about to unthing this thing. Boy, how does that work? Still handled? Now that's worth it, because that's seriously good. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. All right, prices are up for Memorial Day weekend. We are, the average barbecue is right earlier in the show. I think that the average barbecue is going to cost like $30. Last year it was like 27. I don't know who's barbecuing for $30. I don't know what you're eating, but for me, if I'm going to put together a barbecue, I'm buying hot dogs, hamburgers. This is my cheap barbecue. Hot dogs and hamburgers, but we got to have chips, and there better be some sort of a potato, coleslaw, or macaroni salad that goes with it. Those are the basics. And then we have to have something to drink. Even if I'm not drinking cervezas, you gotta have at least lemonade or something. I can't feed my family for under $30 doing that. No way. So if you're able to get away with your barbecue for under $30, good for you. I just don't. You just not having it lined up. The prices keep going up. And we're hearing that grocery prices, grocery stores, grocers, because I should say, are finally lowering prices as consumers pull back. The Washington Post, the retailers are eager to highlight cost-saving measures. Critics view them as a significant source of rising costs. Prices rose during the pandemic due to a mixture of labor shortages, rising fuel costs, international conflicts, supply chain disruptions, Brown's disease, and more. Basically, it was the revelations. Lindsay Owens is the executive director of economic policy at think tank Groundwork Collaborative, said that price gouging and industry consolidation played major roles. Oh, they did.
Oh no. I think this guy, did he kick me out of Extreme?
It's actually led to us modifying our behavior. Used to be, if you needed groceries, you would go to
I think so.
Ralph's, right? Or you go to Albertsons, right? And you go, I'm going here, and I'm getting all my groceries. That's how we always should. My super geeky father, great guy, super geeky. We got a computer. We were ahead of the curve. We got a computer in the 80s, and then he had the internet at the house in a real rural area. You may have had internet in your house.
This will be
In the 90s, we had it like I think 94. We were one of the first in my tiny town, rural town in northern Michigan, where I grew up, to have internet in the house. And the dial-up modem and all that stuff. And Pops used to do spreadsheets. Now, he came up through the world of retail, so he
Dog, I found Wappy Flanker.
and instead of clipping coupons, he would pay attention to when sales
Oh wait.
and he could point out this store chain's gonna have a sale on beef.
He's just at Wappy Flanker, but
that store chain's gonna have a
I
sale
don't
on
have
beef.
that invite he
And
sent.
so, if he needed beef, he knew where to go each week. He spent way too much time on this, but he ended up doing a bunch of math on it and saved thousands of dollars. If we wanted to buy soda or pop, as we called it back then, he knew that there was a rotating sale. Pepsi products would be on sale one week, Coke products would be on sale the next week, and then 7-Up RC products would be on sale the following week. And so, my mother used to drink Diet Pepsi, and Pops and I used to drink Mountain Dew. Neither one of us do anymore, but we like the Pepsi products. So what he would do is buy enough to get through that 3-week cycle, right? And he was able to save money that way. And then he started calculating how much he was saving, and it turned out to be really good. Well, come to find out, because of the grocery prices, we're all sort of adopting that mentality now. Now, maybe we're not creating spreadsheets and following the sales necessarily super closely, but you're starting to pick up on some of these patterns. And as a result, you don't just take one flyer and say, okay, well, I'm going to do my shopping this week at one grocery store. You're saying, okay, well, Walmart is going to be cheaper on these produce items, but Ralph's is going to be cheaper on the meat count. And I get my dry goods over here cheaper, and I get this over here cheaper. And all of a sudden, instead of doing one-stop shopping, 3/4 of Americans are now shopping where they feel the least affected by inflation. And how bad is it?
Timing is everything. If you shop late in the day, you can find discounts on perishable items such as bread, produce, and meat. It's also cheaper to buy in bulk. For instance, russet potatoes were 99 cents per pound and $3.49 for a 5-pound bag. That's $1.46 savings.
It is, if you eat them. One of the downsides of the perishables, right? Yeah, I've got a bag of lettuce that's screaming for me to put it out of its mercy sitting in my fridge right now, but I got a good price on it. But if I'm wasting the food, am I really paying less? No. What I'm doing is I'm just wasting food. That's not really good for anybody. Right?
Buying pre-washed bagged greens is always more expensive, and they're not always 100% clean.
Yep.
And the same goes for grating your own cheddar cheese. Do the muscle work.
No. I don't grate my own cheese. I don't do it. I have scars from trying to grate my own cheese. I don't grate my own cheese.
And save money. Also, look at the lower shelves. More expensive products are eye level or higher. And don't skip the freezer section. Vegetables and produce are flash frozen at peak ripeness, ensuring optimal nutrients when they're defrosted. Studies show that fresh produce loses nutrient value after sitting on a store or refrigerator shelf after just a few days. With ways to help you shop smarter, I'm Nancy Alvarez reporting.
Thanks, Nancy. We appreciate that. Yeah. So we're shopping smarter. We're paying attention to the patterns. We're following where these patterns are taking us. What is interesting is inflation is not as high now as it was in the past, but we've sort of redefined our understanding of inflation. I was reading an article from Access, and they were talking about how we mentally measure inflation. inflation is out of control. Because really, the 3.4% inflation that we're seeing year over year right now is not wildly out of control. But that's not how it feels. We say inflation is out of control because we still have this lagging memory of what it was 3 years ago, and it feels expensive. So now, inflation is no longer how much products cost 1 year over the next. Now it's just how much we feel like things are really, really expensive. And it's really tough for us to tell ourselves it's not that much more than it was last year. It feels like it. And it also depends on the sector. I told you earlier that the cost of having a barbecue has gone up to
Evolve
Yeah.
and become more further complex. But then there's a certain,
That's
what is it? There's certain terminating conditions.
Yeah, I don't know what the terminating conditions are, but definitely there's a trend line of something that is part of that story. And like, where does it go? So, we're famously described often as a biological bootloader for AIs. And that's because humans, we're an incredible biological system capable of computation and, and love and so on. But we're extremely inefficient as well. Like, we're talking to each other.
What up, Lemon Decode?
Kind of embarrassment, honestly. They were manipulating symbols,
Lemon Decode, how about you?
we're using vocal cords, it's all happening over like multiple seconds. It's just like kind of embarrassing when you step down to the frequencies at which computers operate, or are able to operate those. And so basically, it does seem like synthetic intelligence is kind of like the next stage of development. And I don't know where it leads to. Like, at some point, I suspect the universe is some kind of a puzzle. And these synthetic AIs will uncover that puzzle and solve it.
And then what happens after, right? Like what? Because if you just like fast forward Earth many billions of years, like it's quiet, and then it's like turmoil. You see like city lights and stuff like that. And then what happens at the end? Like is it like a pump? Is it like a calming? Is it an explosion? Is it like Earth like holding like a giant? Because you said emit roasters. Like will it start emitting like a giant number of like satellites?
Yes, it's some kind of a crazy explosion, and we're stepping through a explosion, and we're like living day to day, and it doesn't look like it, but it's actually, I saw a very cool animation of Earth and life on Earth, and basically nothing happens for a long time, and then the last like 2 seconds, like basically cities and everything, and the lower orbit just gets cluttered, just the whole thing happens in the last 2 seconds, and you're like, it's exploding.
So if you play, you play it at normal speed, it will just look like an explosion.
It's a firecracker. We're living in a firecracker.
Where it's going to start emitting all kinds of interesting things. And then the explosion doesn't, it might actually look like a little explosion with lights and fire and energy emitted and all that kind of stuff. But when you look inside the details of the explosion, there's actual complexity happening where there's like, human life or some kind of like,
We hope it's another destructive firecracker. It's kind of like a constructive firecracker.
all right, so given that,
I think
hilarious.
it is really interesting thinking about like what the puzzle of the universe is. Did the creator of the universe give us a message? Like, for example, in the book Contact, Carl Sagan, there's a message for humanity, for any civilization in the digits, in the expansion of pi in base 11 eventually, which is kind of interesting stuff. Maybe we're supposed to be giving a message to our creator. Maybe we're supposed to somehow create some kind of a quantum mechanical system that alerts them to our intelligent presence here. Because if you think about it from their perspective, it's just say like quantum field theory, massive like cellular automaton-like thing, and like how do you even notice that we exist? You might not even be able to pick us up in that simulation. And so how do you prove that you exist, that you're intelligent and that you're part of the universe?
So this is like a Turing test for intelligence, right?
Yeah,
Like the creator is, maybe this is like trying to complete the next word in the sentence. It's a complicated way of that.
Yeah.
Ours is basically sending a message back.
Yeah, the puzzle is basically like alerting the creator that we exist. Or maybe the puzzle is just to just break out of the system and just stick it to the creator in some way. Basically, like if you're playing a video game, you can you can somehow find an exploit and find the way to execute on the host machine in your arbitrary code. There's some, for example, I believe someone got a game of Mario to play Pong just by exploiting it and then creating just writing code and being able to execute arbitrary code in the game. And so maybe that's the puzzle, is that we should be finding a way to exploit it. So I think like some of these synthetic AIs will eventually find the ability to do some kind of puzzle and then solve it in some way. And that's kind of like the end game somehow.
Do you often think about it as a simulation? So, as or the universe being a kind of computation that might have bugs and exploits?
Yes, yeah, I think so. I
Is that what physics is essentially?
I think it's possible that physics has exploits and we should be trying to find them. Arranging some kind of a crazy quantum mechanical system that somehow gives you buffer overflow, somehow gives you rounding error in the floating point.
Yeah, that's right. And like more and more sophisticated exploits. Those are jokes, but that could be actually what it's supposed to be.
We'll find some way to extract infinite energy. For example, when you train reinforcement learning agents in physical simulations, and you ask them to, say, run quickly on the ground, they'll end up doing all kinds of like weird things in part of that optimization, right? They'll get on their back legs and they'll slide across the floor. And it's because of the optimization, the reinforcement learning optimization of that agent has figured out a way to extract infinite energy from the friction forces and basically their poor implementations. And they found a way to generate infinite energy and just slide across the surface. And it's not what you expected. It's just sort of like a perverse solution. And so maybe we can find something like that. Maybe we can be that little dog in this physical simulation.
that cracks or escapes the intended consequences of the physics that the universe came up with.
Yeah.
We'll figure out some kind of shortcut to some weirdness.
Yeah.
And then see the problem with that weirdness is the first person to discover the weirdness, like sliding in the back legs, that's all we're gonna do.
Yeah.
It's very quickly become everybody does that thing. So like the paperclip maximizer is a ridiculous idea, but that very well could be what then we'll just all switch that because it's so fun.
Well, no person will discover it, I think, by the way. I think it's going to have to be some kind of a super intelligent AGI of a third generation. Like, we're building the first generation AGI. Maybe,
Third generation. Yeah, so the bootloader for an AI, that AI will be a bootloader for another AI. And then there's no way for us to introspect, like what's
I think it's very likely that these things, for example, like, so you have these AGIs, it's very likely that, for example, they will be completely inert. I like these kinds of sci-fi books sometimes where these things are just completely inert, they don't interact with anything. And I find that kind of beautiful because they probably figured out the metagame of the universe in some way potentially. They're doing something completely beyond our imagination. And they don't interact with simple chemical life forms. Like, why would you do that? So I find those kinds of ideas compelling.
What's their source of fun? What are they doing? What's the source of
Probably
pleasure?
solving the universe.
But inert, so can you define what it means inert? Do they escape the
They will
interaction
appear
with physical
inert to
reality?
us, as in they will behave in some very like strange way to us because they're beyond. They're playing the metagame, and the metagame is probably, say, like arranging quantum mechanical systems in some very weird ways to extract infinite energy, solve the digital expansion of pi to whatever amount. They will build their own like little fusion reactors or something crazy. Like they're doing something beyond comprehension and not understandable to us, and actually brilliant under the hood.
What if quantum mechanics itself is the system, and we're just thinking it's physics, but we're really parasite? It's not parasite. We're not really hurting physics. We're just living on this organism, and we're like trying to understand it, but really it is an organism, and with a deep, deep intelligence. Maybe physics itself is the organism that's doing a super interesting thing, and we're just like one little thing, with ants sitting on top of it trying to get energy from it.
We're just kind of like these particles in a way that I feel like is mostly deterministic. It takes universe from some kind of a Big Bang to some kind of a super intelligent replicator, some kind of a stable point in the universe given these laws of physics.
You don't think, as Einstein said, God doesn't play dice? So you think it's mostly deterministic? There's no randomness in it?
I think it's deterministic. There's probably, well, I'm trying to be careful with randomness.
Pseudo random?
Yeah, I don't like random. I think maybe the laws of physics are deterministic. Yeah, I think they're
You
deterministic.
just got really uncomfortable with the question. Do you have anxiety about whether the universe is random or not? What's like,
There's no randomness.
It's, you said you like to go hunting. It's not your fault, Andre. It's not your fault, man. So you don't like randomness?
Yeah, I think it's unsettling. I think it's a deterministic system. I think that things that look random, like say the collapse of the wave function, etc., I think they're actually deterministic, just entanglement and so on, and some kind of a multiverse theory, something.
Okay, so why does it feel like we have a free will? Like, if I raised a hand, I chose to do this now. What? That doesn't feel like a deterministic thing. It feels like I'm making a choice.
It feels like it.
Okay, so it's all feelings. It's just feelings.
Yeah.
So when an RL agent is making a choice, is that it's not really making a choice. The choice is already there.
Yeah, you're interpreting the choice and you're creating a narrative for having made it.
Yeah, and now we're talking about the narrative. It's very meta. Looking back, what is the most beautiful or surprising idea in deep learning or AI in general that you've come across? You've seen those fields explode and grow in interesting ways. Just what cool ideas like ways made you sit back and go, small, big or small?
Well, one that I've been thinking about recently, the most probably is the transformer architecture. So basically, neural networks have a lot of architectures that were trendy have come and gone for different sensory modalities, like for vision, audio, text. You would process them with different looking neural nets. And recently we've seen this convergence towards one architecture, the transformer. And you can feed it video or you can feed it images or speech or text, and it just gobbles it up. And it's kind of like a bit of a general purpose computer that is also trainable and very efficient to run on our hardware. And so this paper came out in 2016, I want to say.
Attention is all you need.
Attention is all you need.
You criticized the paper title in retrospect that it wasn't, it didn't foresee the bigness of the impact that it was going to have.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the authors were aware of the impact that paper would go on to have. Probably they weren't. But I think they were aware of some of the motivations and design decisions behind the transformer, and they chose not to, I think, expand on it in that way in the paper. And so I think they had an idea that there was more than just the surface of just like, oh, we're just doing translation, here's a better architecture. You're not just doing translation, this is like a really cool, differentiable, optimizable, efficient computer that you propose. And maybe they didn't have all of that foresight, that I think is really interesting.
Isn't it funny, sorry to interrupt, that title is memeable, that they went for such a profound idea, they went with I don't think anyone used that kind of title before, right?
That was all you need. Yeah, it's like a meme or something.
Yeah, isn't that funny, that one? Like, maybe if it was a more serious title, it wouldn't have the impact.
Honestly, there's an element of me that honestly agrees with you and prefers it this way. If it was too grand, it would overpromise and then underdeliver. So you want to just meme your way to greatness.
That should be a t-shirt. So you tweeted the transformer is a magnificent neural network architecture because it is a general purpose differentiable computer that is simultaneously expressive in the forward path, optimizable via back propagation gradient and efficient high parallelism compute graph. Can you discuss some of those details? Expressive, optimizable, efficient, for memory or in general, whatever comes to your heart.
You want to have a general purpose computer that you can train on arbitrary problems, like say it does task of next word prediction or detecting if there's a cat in an image or something like that. And you want to train this computer, so you want to set its weights. And I think there's a number of design criteria that sort of overlap in the transformer simultaneously that made it very successful. And I think the authors were kind of deliberately trying to make this really powerful architecture. And so basically it's very powerful in the forward pass because it's able to express very general computation as sort of something that looks like message passing, like nodes. And they all store vectors. And these nodes get to basically look at each other and each other's vectors, and they get to communicate. And basically nodes get to broadcast, hey, I'm looking for certain things, and then other nodes get to broadcast, hey, these are the things I have. Those are the keys and values.
So it's not just attention.
Yeah, exactly. Transformer is much more than just the attention component. It's got many pieces architectural that went into it. The residual connection, the way it's arranged, there's a multi-way perceptron, and there's the way it's stacked, and so on. But basically, there's a message passing scheme where nodes get to look at each other, decide what's interesting, and then update each other. And so I think when you get to the details of it, I think it's a very expressive function. So it can express lots of different types of algorithms and behaviors. Not only that, but the way it's designed, with the residual connections, layer normalizations, the softmax detection, and everything, it's also optimizable. This is a really big deal because there's lots of computers that are powerful that you can't optimize, or they're not easy to optimize using the techniques that we have, which is spectral optimization and gradient descent. These are first-order methods, very simple optimizers, really. And so you also need it to be optimizable. And then lastly, you want it to run efficiently in our hardware. Our hardware is a massive throughput machine of GPUs. They prefer lots of parallelism. So you don't want to do lots of sequential operations. You want to do a lot of operations serially. And the transformer is designed with that in mind as well. And so it's designed for our hardware, and it's designed to both be very expressive in the forward pass, but also very optimizable for the backward pass.
And you said that the residual connections support a kind of ability to learn short algorithms fast and first, and then gradually extend them longer during training. Yeah. What's the idea of learning short algorithms?
Right. Think of it as so basically a transformer is a series of blocks, right? And these blocks have tension and low multi-way perception. And so you go off into a block and you come back to this residual pathway, and then you go off and you come back, and then you have a number of layers arranged sequentially. And so the way to look at it, I think, is because of the residual pathway, in the backward pass, the gradients sort of flow along it uninterrupted, and because addition distributes the gradient equally to all its branches. So the gradient from the supervision at the top just floats directly to the first layer. And all the residual connections are arranged so that in the beginning of your initialization, they contribute nothing to the residual pathway. So what it kind of looks like is, imagine the transformer is kind of like a Python function, like a def. And you get to do various kinds of like lines of code. Say you have 100 layers deep transformer, typically they use much shorter, say 20. So you have 20 lines of code and you can do something in them. And so think of during the optimization, basically what it looks like is first you optimize the first line of code, and then the second line of code can kick in, and the third line of code can kick in. And I kind of feel like because of the residual pathway and the dynamics of the optimization, you can sort of learn a very short algorithm that gets the approximate answer, but then the other layers can sort of kick in and start to create a contribution. And at the end of it, you're optimizing over an algorithm that is 20 lines of code. Except these lines of code are very complex because it's an entire block of transformer can be locked in. What's really interesting is that this transformer architecture actually has been remarkably resilient. Basically, the transformer that came out in 2016 is a transformer you would use today, except you would reshuffle some of the layer norms. The layer normalization would be reshuffled to a pre-norm formulation. And so it's been remarkably stable, but there's a lot of bells and whistles that people have attached on and try to improve it. I do think that basically it's a big step in simultaneously optimizing for lots of properties of desirable real network architecture. And I think that people have been trying to change it, but it's proven remarkably resilient. But I do think that there should be even better architecture potentially.
But it's you admire the resilience here.
Yeah.
There's something profound about this architecture that these maybe we can think you can turn into a problem that transformers themselves.
Currently, it definitely looks like the transformer is taking over AI, and you can feed basically arbitrary problems into it, and it's a general differentiable computer, and it's extremely powerful. And this convergence in AI has been really interesting to watch for me personally.
What else do you think could be discovered here about transformers? Like, what's the surprising thing? Or is it a stable, a stable place? Is there something interesting we might discover about transformers? Like aha moments? Maybe it has to do with memory, maybe knowledge representation, that kind of stuff.
Definitely the zeitgeist today is just pushing, like basically right now the zeitgeist is do not touch the transformer, touch everything else. So people are scaling up the data sets, making them much bigger. They're working on the evaluation, making the evaluation much bigger. And they're basically keeping the architecture unchanged. And that's how that's the last 5 years so progress in AI, kind of.
What do you think about one flavor of it, which is language models? Have you been surprised? Has your sort of imagination been captivated by, you mentioned GPT and all those bigger and bigger and bigger language models? And what are the limits of those models, do you think? So just for the task of natural language.
Basically, the way GPT is trained, right, is you just download a massive amount of text data from the internet, and if you try to predict the next word in a sequence, roughly speaking, you're predicting little word chunks, but roughly speaking, that's it. And what's been really interesting to watch is basically it's a language model. Language models have actually existed for a very long time. There's papers on language modeling from 2003, even earlier.
Can you explain in that case what a language model is?
Yeah, so a language model just basically the rough idea is just predicting the next word in the sequence, roughly speaking. So there's a paper from, for example, Bengio and the team from 2003, where for the first time they were using a neural network to take, say, like 3 or 5 words and predict the next word. And they're doing this on much smaller data sets, and the neural net is not a transformer, it's a multi-layer perceptron, but it's the first time that a neural network has been applied in that setting. But even before neural networks, there were language models, except they were using n-gram models. So n-gram models are just count-based models. So if you try to take 2 words and predict the third one, you just count up how many times you've seen any 2-word combinations and what came next. And what you predict is coming next is just what you've seen the most of in the training set. And so language modeling has been around for a long time. Neural networks have done language modeling for a long time. So really what's new or interesting or exciting is just realizing that when you scale it up with powerful enough neural net transformer, you have all these emergent properties where basically what happens is if you have a large enough data set of text, you are in the task of predicting the next word, you are multitasking a huge amount of different kinds of problems. You are multitasking understanding of, chemistry, physics, human nature. Lots of things are sort of clustered in that objective. It's a very simple objective, but actually you have to understand a lot about the world to make that prediction.
You just said the U word, understanding. Are you, in terms of chemistry, physics, and so on, what do you feel like it's doing? Is it searching for the right context? What is the actual process happening here?
Yeah, so basically it gets 1,000 words and it's trying to predict 1,000 of first. And in order to do that very, very well, over the entire data set available on the internet, you actually have to basically kind of understand the context of what's going on in there. It's a sufficiently hard problem that you, if you have a powerful enough computer, like a transformer, you end up with interesting solutions. And you can ask it to do all kinds of things. And it shows a lot of emergent properties, like in context learning. That was the big deal with GPT and the original paper when they published it. Is that you can just sort of prompt it in various ways and ask it to do various things, and it will just kind of complete the sentence. But in the process of just completing the sentence, it's actually solving all kinds of really interesting problems that we have.
Do you think it's doing something like understanding? Like when we use the word understanding for us humans?
I think it's doing some understanding. In its ways, it understands, I think, a lot about the world, and it has to in order to predict the next word in the sequence.
So it's trained on the data from the internet. What do you think about this approach in terms of data sets, of using data from the internet? Do you think the internet has enough structured data to teach AI about human civilization?
Yes, I think the internet has a huge amount of data. I'm not sure if it's a complete enough set. I don't know that text is enough for having a sufficiently powerful AGI as an outcome.
Of course, there is audio and video and imaging and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so text by itself, I'm a little bit suspicious about. There's a ton of things we don't put in text, in writing, just because they're obvious to us about how the world works and the physics of it and that things fall. We don't put that stuff in text because biology, we share that understanding. And so text is a communication medium between humans, and it's not a all-encompassing medium of knowledge about the world. But as you pointed out, we do have video and we have images and we have audio, and so I think that definitely helps a lot. But we haven't trained models sufficiently across all of those modalities yet. So I think that's what a lot of people are interested in.
But I wonder what that shared understanding of what we might call common sense has to be learned, inferred in order to complete the sentence correctly. So maybe the fact that it's implied on the internet, the model's gonna have to learn that, not by reading about it, by inferring it in the representation. So like common sense, just like I don't think we learn common sense. Like nobody tells us explicitly, we just figure it all out by interacting with the world, right? And so here's a model reading about the way people interact with the world, and might have to infer that. I wonder, you briefly worked on a project called The World of Bits, training an RL system to take actions on the internet, versus just consuming the internet like we talked about. Do you think there's a future for that kind of system interacting with the internet to help the learning?
Yes, I think that's probably the final frontier for a lot of these models, because so as you mentioned, when I was at OpenAI, I was working on this project called the Bits, and basically it was the idea of giving neural networks access to a keyboard and a mouse. And the idea
What could possibly go wrong?
So basically, you perceive the input of the screen pixels, and basically the state of the computer is sort of visualized for human consumption in images of the web browser and stuff like that. And then you give the neural network the ability to press keyboards and use the mouse. And we're trying to get it to, for example, complete bookings and interact with user interfaces. And
We can learn from that experience. Like, what was some fun stuff? This is a super cool idea.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, the step between observer to actor is a super fascinating step.
Yeah. Well, the universal interface in the digital realm, I would say. And there's a universal interface in like the physical realm, which in my mind is a humanoid form factor kind of thing. We can later talk about Optimus and so on, but I feel like there's they're kind of like a similar philosophy in some way, where the physical world is designed for the human form, and the digital world is designed for the human form of seeing the screen and using keyboard and mouse. And so it's the universal interface that can basically command the digital infrastructure we've built up for ourselves. And so it feels like a very powerful interface to command and to build on top of. Now, to your question as to like what I learned from that, it's interesting because the World of Bits was basically too early, I think, at OpenAI at the time. This is around 2015 or so, and the zeitgeist at that time was very different in AI from the zeitgeist today. At the time, everyone was super excited for reinforcement learning from scratch. This is the time of the Atari paper, where neural networks were playing Atari games and beating humans in some cases, AlphaGo and so on. So everyone was very excited about training neural networks from scratch using reinforcement learning directly. It turns out that reinforcement learning is an extremely inefficient way of training neural networks, because you're taking all these actions and all these observations and you get some sparse rewards once in a while. So you do all this stuff based on all these inputs, and once in a while you're like, well, you did a good thing, you did a bad thing. And it's just an extremely hard problem. You can't learn from that. You burn this forest, and you can sort of brute force through it, and you saw that, I think, with Go and Donut and so on, and it does work, but it's extremely inefficient and not how you want to approach problems practically speaking. And so that's the approach that at the time we also took to World of Bits. We would kind of initialize randomly, so keyboard mash and mouse mash and try to make it looking. And it just like revealed the insanity of that approach very quickly, where you have to stumble by the correct booking in order to get a reward of you did it correctly. And you're never going to stumble by it on chance at random.
So even with a simple web interface, there's too many options.
There's too many options, and it's too sparse to reward signal. And you're starting from scratch at the time, and so you don't know how to read, you don't know how to pictures, images, buttons, you don't understand what it means to like make a booking. But now what's happened is it is time to revisit that, and OpenAI is interested in this, companies like Depth are interested in this, and so on. And the idea is coming back because the interface is very powerful. But now you're not training an AG from scratch. You are taking the GPT as initialization. So GPT is pre-trained on all of text, and it understands what's a booking. It understands what's a submit. It understands quite a bit more, and so it already has those representations. They are very powerful, and that makes all the training significantly more efficient, and makes the problem tractable.
Should the interaction be with like the way humans see it, with the buttons and the language, or should it be with the HTML, JavaScript, and the CSS? What do you think is the better?
So today, all this interaction is mostly on the level of HTML, CSS, and so on. That's done because of computational constraints. But I think ultimately, everything is designed for human visual consumption. And so at the end of the day, there's all the additional information is in the layout of the web page and what's next to you, and what's a red background and all this kind of stuff, and that's what it looks like visually. So I think that's the final frontier, is we are taking in pixels and we're giving out keyboard mouse commands, but I think it's impractical still today.
Do you worry about bots on the internet? Given these ideas, given how exciting they are, do you worry about bots on Twitter being not the stupid bots that we see now, the crypto bots, but the bots that might be out there actually that we don't see? They're interacting in interesting ways. So this kind of system feels like it should be able to pass the "I'm not a robot" click button, whatever. Do you actually understand how that test works? I don't quite, like, there's a checkbox or whatever you click. It's presumably tracking like mouse movement and the timing and so on. Yeah. So exactly this kind of system we're talking about should be able to pass that. So yeah, what do you feel about bots that are language models plus have some interactability and are able to tweet or reply and so on? Do you worry about that one?
Yeah, I think it's always been a bit of an arms race between sort of the attack and the defense. So the attack will get stronger, but the defense will get stronger as well. Our ability to detect that.
How do you defend? How do you detect? How do you know that your Carpathe account on Twitter is human? How would you approach that? Like if people claim, how would you defend yourself in the court of law that I'm a human? As a comment.
Yeah, at some point I think it might be, I think the society will evolve a little bit, like we might start digitally signing some of our correspondence or things that we create. Right now it's not necessary, but maybe in the future it might be. I do think that we are going towards a world where we share the digital space with AIs,
synthetic beings.
yeah, and they will get much better, and they will share our digital realm, and they'll eventually share our physical realm as well, much harder. But that's kind of like the world we're going towards, and most of them will be benign and harmful, and some of them will be malicious, and it's going to be an arms race trying to detect them.
So, I mean, the worst isn't the AIs, the worst is the AIs pretending to be human. So I don't know if it's always malicious. There's obviously a lot of malicious applications, but yeah, it could also be, if I was an AI, I would try very hard to pretend to be human, because we're in a human world. Yeah, I wouldn't get any respect as an AI.
Yeah,
I want to get some love and respect.
I don't think intelligence is intractable. People are thinking about the proof of personhood,
Yes.
and we might start digitally signing our stuff, and we might all end up having basically some solution for proof of personhood. It doesn't seem to be intractable. It's just something that we haven't had to do until now. But I think once the need really starts to emerge, which is soon, I think we will think about it much more.
So, but that too will be a race because obviously you can probably spoof or fake the proof of personhood. So you have to try to figure out how to fake. I mean, it's weird that we have like social security numbers and like passports and stuff. It seems like it's harder to fake stuff in the physical space than in the digital space. It just feels like it's gonna be very tricky to out, because it seems to be pretty low cost fake stuff. What are you gonna put an AI in jail for like trying to use a fake personhood proof? I mean, okay, fine, you put a lot of AIs in jail, but there'll be more AIs, arbitrarily, like exponentially more. The cost of creating bots is very low. Unless there's some kind of way to track accurately, like you're not allowed to create any program without showing, tying yourself to that program. Like any program that runs on the internet, you'll be able to trace every single human program that was involved in that program.
Yeah, maybe you have to start declaring when, we have to start drawing those boundaries and keeping track of, okay, what are digital entities versus human entities, and what is the ownership of human entities and digital entities, and something like that. I don't know, but I think I'm optimistic that this is possible. And in some sense, we're currently in like the worst time of it, because all these bots suddenly have become very capable, but we don't have the devices yet built out in society. But I think that doesn't seem to me intractable. It's just something that,
It seems weird that Twitter, like really crappy Twitter bots are so numerous. Like, is it? So I presume that the engineers at Twitter are very good. So it seems like what I would infer from that is it seems like a hard problem. They're probably catching. All right, if I were to sort of steel man the case, it's a hard problem, and there's a huge cost to false positive, to removing a post by somebody that's not a bot. That creates a very bad user experience, and they're very cautious about it. And maybe it's, and maybe the bots are really good at learning what gets removed and not, such that they can stay ahead of the removal process very quickly.
My impression of it, honestly, is there's a lot of I mean,
Just that's what I.
it's not subtle. My impression of it, it's not subtle.
But you have, yeah, that's my impression as well. Because it feels like maybe you're perceiving the tip of the iceberg. Maybe the number of bots isn't like trillions, and you have to like just it's a constant assault of bots. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, you have to steal man the case because the bots I'm seeing are pretty like obvious. I could write a few lines of code that catch these bots.
I mean, definitely there's one thing to it, but I will say I agree that if you are a sophisticated actor, you could probably create a pretty good bot right now, using tools like GPTs, because it's a language model. You can generate faces that look really quite good now, and you can do things at scale. And so I think, it's quite plausible, and it's going to be hard to defend.
There was a Google engineer that claimed that the Lambda was sentient. Do you think there's any inkling of truth to what he felt? And more importantly, to me at least, do you think language models will achieve sentience or the illusion of sentience?
Two things about Morgan Spurlock. One, every time I reference the guy called
Soonish.
Yeah, to me it's a little bit of a canary in the coal mine kind of moment, honestly, a little bit, because so this engineer spoke to like a chatbot at Google and became convinced that the bot is sentient.
They asked it some existential philosophical questions.
And gave like reasonable answers and looked real and so on. So to me it's a he wasn't sufficiently trying to stress the system, I think, and exposing the truth of it as it is today. But I think this will be increasingly harder over time. I think more and more people will basically become. I think there will be more people like that over time as this gets better.
Like form an emotional connection to an AI.
That's perfectly possible in my mind. I think these AIs are actually quite good at human connection, human emotion. A ton of text on the internet is about humans and connection and love and so on. So I think they have a very good understanding in some sense of how people speak to each other about this, and they're very capable of creating a lot of that kind of text. There's a lot of like sci-fi from 50s and 60s that imagine AIs in a very different way. They are calculating cold, Vulcan-like machines. That's not what we're getting today. We're getting pretty emotional AIs that actually are very competent and capable of generating, possible sounding text with respect to all these topics.
See, I'm really hopeful about AI systems that are like companions that help you grow, develop as a human being, help you maximize long-term happiness. But I'm also very worried about AI systems that figure out from the internet that humans get attracted to drama. And so these just be like shit-talking AIs. They just constantly, did you hear? Like they'll do gossip. They'll try to plant seeds of suspicion to the other humans that you love and trust, and just kind of mess with people, because that's going to get a lot of attention. So drama, maximize drama on the path to maximizing engagement, and us humans will feed into that machine, and there'd be a giant drama shitstorm. So I'm worried about that. So the objective function really defines the way that human civilization progresses with AIs in it.
Yeah. I think right now, at least today, they are not it's not correct to really think of them as goal-seeking agents that want to do something. They have no long-term memory or anything. It's literally, a good approximation of it is you get 8,000 words and you're trying to predict 1,000 at first, and then you continue feeding them. And you are free to process it in whatever way you want. So in text, So you say, okay, you are a psychologist and you are very good and you love humans. And here's a conversation between you and another human. Human calling something, you something. And then it just continues the pattern. And suddenly you're having a conversation with a fake psychologist who's what's trying to help you. And so it's still kind of like in the realm of a tool, is a people can prompt it in arbitrary ways and it can create really incredible text. But it doesn't have long-term goals over a long period of time. It doesn't try to, so it doesn't look that way right now.
Yeah, but you can do short-term goals that have long-term effects. So if my prompting short-term goal is to get Andre Kaplan to respond to me on Twitter when I think AI might, that's the goal, but he might figure out that talking shit to you with your request in a highly sophisticated, interesting way. Right. And then you build up a relationship when you respond once. And then it, like over time, it gets to not be sophisticated and just talk shit. and okay, maybe it won't get to Andre, but it might get to another celebrity. It might get to other big accounts, and then it'll just. So with that simple goal, get them to respond.
Yeah.
Maximize the probability of actually respond.
Yeah, I mean, you could prompt a powerful model like this with its opinion about how to do any possible thing interesting. So they're kind of on track to become these oracles. I could sort of think of it that way. They are oracles. Currently, it's just text. They will have calculators. They will have access to Google search. They will have all kinds of gaps in business. They will be able to operate the internet and find different information. And yeah, in some sense, that's kind of like currently what it looks like in terms of the development.
Do you think it would be an improvement eventually over what Google is for access to human knowledge? Like it'll be a more effective search engine to access human knowledge?
I think there's definite scope in building a better search engine today. And I think Google, they have all the tools, all the people, they have everything they need. They have all the possibilities, they have people training transformers at scale, they have all the data. It's just not obvious that they are capable as an organization to innovate on their search engine right now. And if they don't, someone else will. There's absolute scope for building a significantly better search engine built on these tools.
It's so interesting. A large company where there's already an infrastructure, it works, ads, brings out a lot of money. So where structure inside the company is their motivation to pivot?
Yeah.
To say we're going to build a new search engine.
Yeah.
That's hard. So it's usually going to come from a startup.
That's that would be or some other more competent organization. I know. So currently, for example, maybe Bing has another shot at it. As an example.
So Microsoft Edge. We're talking offline.
I mean, definitely, it's really interesting because search engines used to be about okay, here's some query, here's web pages that look like the stuff that you have. But you could just directly go to answer and then have supporting evidence. And these models basically, they write all the text and they write all the web pages. And so sometimes when you see yourself going over the search results and sort of getting like a sense of like the average answer to whatever you're interested in, like that just directly comes out. You don't have to do that work. So they're kind of like, I think they have a way of distilling all that knowledge into like some level of insight, basically.
Do you think of prompting as a kind of teaching and learning, like this whole process, like another layer? Because maybe that's what humans are, where you have that background model and the world is prompting you.
Yes, exactly. I think the way we are programming these computers now, like GPTs, is converging to how you program humans. I mean, how do I program humans via prompt? I go to people and I prompt them to do things, I prompt them for information. And so natural language prompt is how we program humans, and we're starting to program computers directly in that interface. It's like pretty remarkable.
So you've spoken a lot about the idea of software 2.0. All good ideas become like cliches. It's kind of hilarious. It's like, I think Eminem once said that, like, if he gets annoyed by songs he's written very quickly, that means it's going to be a big hit. Because it's too catchy. But can you describe this idea and how you're thinking about it has evolved over the months and years since playing it?
Yeah. Yes, I had a blog post on Software 2.0, I think several years ago now. And The reason I wrote that post is because I kind of saw something remarkable happening in like software development and how a lot of code was being transitioned to be written not in sort of like C++ and so on, but it's written in the weights of a neural net. Basically just saying that neural nets are taking over software, neural software, and taking more neural tasks. And at the time, I think not many people understood this deeply enough, that this is a big deal, it's a big transition. Neural networks were seen as one of multiple classification algorithms you might use for your dataset problem on CAG. Like, this is not that. This is a change in how we program computers. And I saw neural nets as this is going to take over. The way you program computers is going to change. It's not going to be people writing software in C++ or something like that and directly programming the software. It's going to be accumulating training sets and data sets and crafting these objectives by which you train neural nets. And at some point, there's going to be a compilation process from the data sets and the objective and the architecture specification into the binary, which is really just the neural net, weights and the forward pass of the neural net. And then you can deploy that binary. And so I was talking about that sort of transition, and that's what the post is about. And I saw this sort of play out in a lot of fields. I'll being one of them, but also just simple image classification. People thought originally, in the 80s and so on, that they would write the algorithm for detecting a dog in an image. And they had all these ideas about how the brain does it, and first we detect corners, and then we detect lines, and then we stitch them up. And they were like really going at it. They were like thinking about how they're going to write the algorithm. And this is not the way you build it. And it was a smooth transition where, first we thought we were going to build everything. Then we were building the features, so like hot features and things like that, that detect visual statistical patterns from image matches. And then there was a little bit of learning on top of it, like a simple vector machine or binary classifier for cat versus dog in images on top of the features. So we wrote the features, but we trained the last layer, sort of the classifier. And then people are like, actually, let's not even design the features because we can't. Honestly, we're not very good at it. So let's also learn the features. And then you end up with basically a convolutional neural net, where you're learning most of it. You're just specifying the architecture. And if the architecture has tons of the fill-in blanks, which is all the knobs, and you let the optimization write most of it. And so this transition is happening across the industry everywhere. And suddenly we end up with a ton of code that is written in neural net ways. And I was just pointing out that the analogy is actually pretty strong. And we have a lot of developer environments for software 1.0. Like we have IDEs, how you work with code, how you debug code, how you run code, how do you maintain code with GitHub. So I was trying to make those analogies in URL. What is the GitHub of software 2.0? Turns out it's something that looks like Hugging Face right now. And so I think some people took it seriously and built cool companies. And many people originally attacked the post. It actually was not well received when I wrote it. And I think maybe it has something to do with the title, but the post was not well received, and I think more people sort of have been coming around to it over time.
Yeah, so you were the director of AI at Tesla, where I think this idea was really implemented at scale, which is how you have engineering teams doing software 2.0. So can you sort of linger on that idea of, I think we're in the really early stages of everything you just said, which is like GitHub IDEs. Like how do we build engineering teams that work in software 2.0 systems, and the data collection and the data annotation, which is all part of that software 2.0? Like, what do you think is the task of programming in software 2.0? Is it debugging in the space of hyperparameters, or is it also debugging in the space of data?
Yeah, the way by which you program the computer and influence its algorithm is not by writing the commands yourself. You're changing mostly the data set. You're changing the loss functions of like what the neural net is trying to do, how it's trying to predict things. But it's basically the data sets and the architectures of the neural net. And so in the case of the RPAL, a lot of the data sets have to do with, for example, detection of objects and lane line markings and traffic lights and so on. So you accumulate massive data sets of, here's an example, here's the desired label. And then here's roughly how the architecture, here's roughly what the algorithm should look like, and that's a convolutional neural net. So the specification of the architecture is like a hint as to what the algorithm should roughly look like. And then the fill in the blanks process of optimization is the training process. and then you take your neural net that was trained, it gives all the right answers from your data set, and you deploy.
So there's, in that case, perhaps in all machine learning cases, there's a lot of tasks. So is coming up, formulating a task like for a multi-headed neural network, is formulating a task part of the programming?
Yeah, very much so.
How you break down a problem into a set of tasks?
On the high level, I would say if you look at the software running in the autopilot, I gave a number of talks on this topic. I would say originally a lot of it was written in software 1.0. There's imagine lots of C++, right? And then gradually, there was a tiny neural net that was, for example, predicting, given a single image, is there like a traffic light or not, or is there a line marking or not? And this neural net didn't have too much to do in the scope of the software. It was making tiny predictions on individual little image. And then the rest of the system stitched it up. So, okay, we don't have just a single camera, we have 8 cameras. We actually have 8 cameras over time. And so what do you do with these predictions? How do you put them together? How do you do the fusion of all that information? And how do you act on it? All of that was written by humans in C++. And then we decided, okay, we don't actually want to do all that fusion in C++ code because we're actually not good enough to write that algorithm. We want the neural net to write the algorithm. And we want to port all that software into the 2.0 stack. And so then we actually have neural nets that now take all the 8 camera images simultaneously and make predictions for all of that. And actually they don't make predictions in the space of images. They now make predictions directly in 3D. And actually they don't in 3 dimensions around the car. And now actually we don't manually fuse the predictions in 3D over time. We don't trust ourselves to write that tracker. So actually we give the neural net the information over time. So it takes these videos now and makes those predictions. And so you're sort of just like putting more and more power into neural net processing. And at the end of it, the eventual sort of goal is to have most of the software potentially be in 2.0 land because it works significantly better. Humans are just not very good at writing software.
So the prediction is happening in this like 4D land, with 3-dimensional world over time.
Yes.
How do you do annotation in that world? What have you? So data annotation, whether it's self-supervised or manual by humans, is a big part of this software 2.0 world.
Right. I would say by far in the industry, if you're like talking about the industry and what is the technology of what we have available, everything is supervised learning. So you need data sets of input, desired output, and you need lots of it. And there are 3 properties of it that you need. You need it to be very large, you need it to be accurate, no mistakes, and you need it to be diverse. You don't want to just have a lot of correct examples of one thing. You need to really cover the space of possibility as much as you can. And the more you can cover the space of possible inputs, the better the algorithm will work. Yeah. Now, once you have really good data sets that you're collecting, curating, and cleaning, you can train your neural net on top of that. So a lot of the work goes into cleaning the data sets. Now, as you pointed out, the question is how do you achieve a ton of, if you want to basically predict in 3D, you need data in 3D to back that up. So in this video, we have 8 videos coming from all the cameras of the system. And this is what they saw, and this is the truth of what actually was around. So this car, this car. These are the line markings. This is the geometry of the road. There's traffic light in this 3-dimensional shape. You need the ground truth. And so the big question that team is solving, of course, is how do you arrive at that ground truth? Because once you have a known of it, and it's large, clean, and diverse, then training neural net on it works extremely well. So you can ship that to your car. And so there's many mechanisms by which we collected that training data. You can always go for human annotation. You can go for simulation as a source of ground truth. You can also go for what we call the offline tracker that we've spoken about at the AI Day and so on, which is basically an automatic reconstruction process for taking those videos and recovering the 3-dimensional sort of reality of what was around the car. So basically think of doing like a 3-dimensional reconstruction as an offline thing, and then understanding that, okay, there's 10 seconds of video, this is what we saw, and therefore here's a rule of cars and so on. And then once you have that annotation, you can train neural nets to imitate it.
And how difficult is the 3D reconstruction?
It's difficult, but it can be done.
So there's overlap between the cameras and you do the reconstruction. There's perhaps if there's any inaccuracy, so that's caught in the annotation step.
Yes. The nice thing about the annotation is that it is fully offline. You have infinite time. You have a chunk of 1 minute, and you're trying to just offline in a supercomputer somewhere figure out where were the positions of the cars, all the people, and you have your full 1 minute of video from all the angles. And you can run all the neural nets you want, and they can be very efficient, massive neural nets. They can be neural nets that can't even run in the car later at test time. So they can be even more powerful neural nets than what you can eventually deploy. So you can do anything you want, three-dimensional reconstruction, neural nets, anything you want just to recover that truth, and then you supervise that truth.
What have you learned, you said no mistakes, about humans doing annotation? Because I assume humans are, there's like a range of things they're good at in terms of clicking stuff on screen. Is that, how interesting is that to you of a problem with designing an annotator where humans are accurate, enjoy it? Like, what are even the metrics? Are efficient or productive, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so I grew the annotation team at Tesla from basically 0 to 1,000 while I was there. That was really interesting. You know, my background as a PhD student researcher, so growing that kind of an organization was pretty crazy. Yeah, I think it's extremely interesting and part of the design process very much behind the autopilot as to where you use humans. Humans are very good at certain kinds of annotations. They're very good, for example, at two-dimensional annotations of images. They're not good at annotating cars over time in three-dimensional space. Very, very hard. And so that's why we were very careful to design the tasks that are easy to do for humans versus things that should be left to the offline tracker. Like maybe the computer will do all the triangulation of 3D reconstruction, but the human will say exactly these pixels of the image are exactly these pixels are these. And so co-designing the data annotation pipeline was very much bread and butter what I was doing daily.
Do you think there's still a lot of open problems in that space? Just in general, annotation, where the stuff the machines are good at, machines do, and the humans do what they're good at, and there's maybe some iterative process, right?
I think to a very large extent, we went through a number of iterations and we learned a ton about how to create these data sets. I'm not seeing big open problems. Like originally when I joined, I was really not sure how this would turn out here. But by the time I left, I was much more secure in actually we sort of understand the philosophy of how to create data sets, and I was pretty comfortable with where that was at the time.
So what are strengths and limitations of cameras for the driving task in your understanding? When you formulate the driving task as a vision task with 8 cameras, you've seen that the entire, most of the history of the computer vision field when it has to do with neural networks. Just if you step back, what are the strengths and limitations of pixels? Using pixels to drive.
Yeah, pixels I think are a beautiful sensor, honestly. The thing is, like, cameras are very, very cheap, and they provide a ton of information, a ton of bits. So it's extremely cheap sensor for a ton of bits, and each one of these bits is a constraint on the state of the world. And so you get lots of megapixel images, very cheap, and it just gives you all these constraints for understanding what's actually out there in the world. So vision is probably the highest bandwidth sensor. It's a very high bandwidth sensor, and
I love that pixels is a constraint on the world. It's this highly complex, high bandwidth constraint on the world, on the state of the world.
It's not just that, but again, this real importance of it's the sensor that humans use. Therefore, everything is designed for that sensor. The text, the writing, the flashing signs, everything is designed for vision. And so, you just find it everywhere. And so that's why that is the interface you want to be in. Talking again about these zero flow interfaces. And that's where we actually want to measure the world as well, and develop software for that sensor.
But there's other constraints on the state of the world that humans use to understand the world. I mean, vision ultimately is the main one. We're like referencing our understanding of human behavior, some common sense physics that could be inferred from vision from a perception perspective. So it feels like we're using some kind of reasoning to predict the world,
Yeah,
and not just the pixels.
You have a powerful prior sort of for how the world evolves over time, etc. So it's not just about the likelihood term coming up from the data itself, telling you about what you are observing, but also the prior terms of like where are the likely things to see and how do you like to do them. So,
And the question is how complex is the range of possibilities that might happen in the driving task. Right? That's still is that to you still an open problem? How difficult is driving, like philosophically speaking? Like, do you all the time you work on driving, do you understand how hard driving is?
yeah, driving is really hard because it has to do with the predictions of all these other agents and the theory of mind and what they're going to do and are they looking at you? Where are they looking? What are they thinking?
Yeah.
There's a lot that goes there at the full tail of the expansion of the nines that we have to be comfortable with, and eventually the final problems are of that form. I don't think those are the problems that are very common. I think eventually they're important, but really
In the tail end, the rare edge cases. From the vision perspective, what are the toughest parts of the vision problem of driving?
Well, basically, the sensor is extremely powerful, but you still need to process that information. And so going from correctness of expected values to, hey, here's the three-dimensional world is extremely hard. And that's what the neural networks are fundamentally doing. And so the difficulty really is in just doing an extremely good job of engineering the entire pipeline, the entire data engine, having the capacity to train these neural nets, having the ability to evaluate the system and iterate on it. So I would say just doing this in production at scale is like the hard part. It's an execution problem.
So the data engine, but also the sort of deployment of the system such that it has low latency performance. So it has to do all of these steps.
Yeah, for the neural net specifically, just making sure everything fits into the chip on the car, and you have a finite budget of flops that you can perform, and memory bandwidth and other constraints, and you have to make sure it blocks, and you can squeeze in as much compute as you can into the tiny.
What have you learned from that process? Maybe that's one of the bigger new things coming from a research background, where there's a system that has to run under heavily constrained resources, right? Has to run really fast. What kind of insights have you learned from that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's too many insights. You're trying to create a neural net that will fit in what you have available, and you're always trying to optimize it. And we talked a lot about it on the AI day, and basically the triple backflips that the team is doing to make sure it all fits and utilizes the engine. So I think it's extremely good engineering. And then there's all kinds of little insights built in on how to do it properly.
Let's actually zoom out, because I don't think we talked about the data engine, the entirety of the layouts of this idea that I think is just beautiful. With humans in the, can you describe the data engine?
Yeah, the data engine is what I call all the almost biological feeling process by which you perfect the training sets for these neurons. So because most of the programming now is on the level of these data sets to make sure they're large, diverse, and clean, basically you have a data set that you think is good. You train your neural network, you deploy it, and then you observe how it's performing. And you're trying to always increase the quality of your data. You're trying to catch scenarios basically that are basically random. And it is in these scenarios that the neural networks typically struggle because they weren't told what to do in those rare cases in the data set. But now you can close the loop because if you can collect all those at scale, you can then feed them back into the reconstruction process I described and reconstruct the truth in those cases and average data set. And so the whole thing ends up being like a staircase of improvement of perfecting your training set. And you have to go through deployments so that you can mine the parts that are not yet represented well in the data set. So your data set is basically imperfect. It needs to be diverse. It has pockets that are missing, and you need to pad out the pockets because you're thinking about it in the data.
What role do humans play in this? So what's the this biological system, like a human body is made up of cells? What role, like how do you optimize the human system? The multiple engineers collaborating, figuring out what to focus on, what to contribute, which task to optimize in your neural network. Who is in charge of figuring out which task needs more data? Can you speak to the hyperparameter of the human system?
It really just comes down to extremely good execution from an engineering team who's looking at doing it. We understand intuitively the philosophical insights underlying the engine and the process by which the system improves, and how to, again, like delegate the strategy of the data collection, how that works, and then just making sure it's all extremely well executed. And that's where most of the work is not even the philosophizing or the research or the ideas of it. It's just extremely good execution. It's so hard when you're dealing with data at that scale.
So your role in the data engine executing that is extremely important. Is there a priority of like a vision board of saying like we really need to get better at stoplights? Like the prioritization of tasks. Is that essentially, and that comes from the data?
That comes to a very large extent to what we are trying to achieve in the product roadmap. What we're trying to, the release we're trying to get out. The feedback from the QA team where the system is struggling or not, the things we're trying to improve.
And the QA team gives some signal, some information in aggregate about the performance of the system in various conditions.
And then of course all of us drive it and we can also see it. It's really nice to work with a system that you can also experience yourself and it drives you home.
Is there some insight you can draw from your individual experience that you just can't quite get from an aggregate statistical analysis of data?
Yeah.
It's so weird, right?
Yes.
It's not scientific in a sense because you're just one anecdotal sample.
Yeah, I think there's a ton of, it's a source of truth. It's your interaction with the system and you can see it, you can play with it, you can interpret it, you can get a sense of it, you have an intuition for it. I think numbers, just like have a way of, numbers and plots and graphs are much harder. It hides a lot of.
It's like if you train a language model, it's a really powerful way is by you interacting with it.
Yeah,
you start trying to build an intuition.
Yeah, I think like Elon also he always wanted to drive the system himself. He drives a lot, and I would say almost daily. So he also sees this as a source of truth. You driving the system and it performing. Yeah.
But what do you think? Tough questions here. So Tesla last year removed radar from the sensor suite, and now just announced that it's going to remove ultrasonic sensors, relying solely on vision, so camera only. Does that make the perception problem harder or easier?
I would almost reframe the question in some way. So the thing is basically, you would think that additional sensors.
By the way, can I just interrupt? I wonder if the language model will ever do that if you process it. Let me reframe the question. That would be epic. This is the wrong problem. Sorry.
It's like a little bit of a wrong question because basically you would think that these sensors are an asset to use, but if you fully consider the entire products in this entire thing, these sensors are actually potentially a liability because these sensors aren't free. They don't just appear in your car. You need having the entire supply chain. You have people procuring them. There can be problems with them. They may need replacement. They are part of the manufacturing process. They can hold back the line in production. You need to source them. You need to maintain them. You have to have teams that write the firmware, all of it. And then you also have to incorporate and fuse them into the system in some way. And so it actually like loads your a lot of it. And I think Elon is really good at simplify. Best part is no part. And he always tries to throw away things that are not essential because he understands the entropy in organizations and in research. And I think in this case, the cost is high and you're not potentially seeing it if you're just a computer vision engineer. And I'm just trying to improve my network and is it more useful or less useful? How useful is it? And the thing is, it's not to consider the full cost of a sensor. It actually is potentially a liability, and you need to be really sure that it's giving you extremely useful information. In this case, we looked at using it or not using it, and the delta was not massive, and so
is it also low in the data engine, like having more sensors? And is it distraction?
And these sensors, they can change over time. For example, you can have one type of, say, radar, you can have other type of radar that change over time. That's how you need to worry about it. That's how you need to recall in your SQLite, telling you, which sensor type was it? And they all have different distributions, and then they contribute noise and entropy into everything, and they bloat stuff. And also organizational, it's been really fascinating to me that it can be very distracting. If you only want to get to work as vision, all the resources are on it, and you're building up a data engine. and you're actually making forward progress because that is the sensor with the most bandwidth, the most constraints in the world, and you're investing fully into that, and you can make that extremely good. If you're only a finite amount of sort of spend of focus across different facets of the system.
And this kind of reminds me of Rich Subby's a bit of lesson. They just seem like simplifying the system.
Yeah.
In the long run, of course, you don't know in the long run. It seems to be always the right solution.
Yeah. Yes.
In that case, it was for our but it seems to apply generally across all applications.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the LiDAR as a crutch debate? The battle between point cloud.
Yeah, I think this debate is always like slightly confusing to me because it seems like the actual debate should be about like, do you have the fleet or not? That's like the really important thing about whether you can achieve really good functioning of an AI system at this scale.
The data collection system.
Yeah, do you have the fleet or not is significantly more important whether you have LiDAR or not. It's just another sensor. Yeah, I think similar to the radar discussion, basically, I don't think it basically doesn't offer extra information. It's extremely costly. It has all kinds of problems. You have to worry about it. You have to calibrate it, etc. It creates bloat and entropy. You have to be really sure that you use this sensor. In this case, I basically don't think you need it. And I think, honestly, I would make a stronger statement. I think the others, some of the other companies that are using it are probably going to drop.
Yeah, so you have to consider the sensor in the full. In considering, can you build a big fleet that collects a lot of data, and can you integrate that sensor with that data and that sensor into a data engine that's able to quickly find different parts of the data that then continuously improves whatever model that you're using?
Yeah, another way to look at it is like vision is necessary in the sense that the world is designed for human visual consumption, so you need vision. It's necessary. And then also it's sufficient because it has all the information that you need for driving, and humans obviously use vision to drive. So it's both necessary and sufficient. So you want to focus resources, and you have to be really sure if you're going to bring in other sensors. You could add sensors to infinity. That's not going to draw the line. And I think in this case you have to really consider the full cost of any one sensor that you're adopting, and do you really need it? And I think the answer in this case is no.
So what do you think about the idea that the other companies are forming high-resolution maps and constraining heavily the geographic regions in which they operate? Is that approach not, in your view, not going to scale over time to the entirety of the United States?
I think as you mentioned, like they pre-map all the environments and they need to refresh the map. And they have a perfect centimeter level accuracy map of everywhere they're going to drive. That's crazy. How are you going to, when we're talking about autonomy actually changing the world, we're talking about the deployment on a global scale with autonomous systems for transportation. And if you need to maintain a centimeter accurate map for Earth, for like for many cities and keep them updated, it's a huge dependency that you're taking on. Huge dependency. It's a massive dependency. And now you need to ask yourself, do you really need it? And humans don't need it, right? So it's very useful to have a low-level map of like, okay, connectivity of your road. You know that there's a fork coming up. When you drive an environment, you sort of have that high-level understanding. It's like a small Google map, and Tesla uses Google Map, like similar kind of resolution information in the system, but it will not clean that environment to semi-level accuracy. It's a crutch, it's a distraction, it costs entropy, and it uses the team, it dilutes the team, and you're not focusing on what's actually necessary, which is computer vision.
What did you learn about machine learning, about engineering, about life, about yourself as one human being from working with Elon Musk?
I think the most I've learned is about how to sort of run organizations efficiently, and how to create efficient organizations, and how to find entropy in an organization.
So human engineering in the fight against entropy.
Yeah, I think Elon is a very efficient warrior. I think in the fight against entropy in organizations.
What is entropy in an
It's process. It's process.
I mean, inefficiencies and
Inefficiencies.
meetings and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, meetings. He hates meetings. He keeps telling people to skip meetings if they're not useful. He basically runs the world's biggest startups, I would say. Tesla SpaceX. Sorry, the world's biggest startup. Tesla actually multiple startups. I think it's better to look at it that way. And so So I think he's extremely good at that, and yeah, he's a very good intuition for streamlining processes, making everything efficient. Best part is no part, simplifying, focusing, and just kind of removing barriers, moving very quickly, making big moves. All this is very startup-y sort of seeming things, but at scale.
A strong drive to simplify. From your perspective, I mean that also probably applies to just designing systems, machine learning and otherwise.
Yeah.
Like simplify.
Yes.
What do you think is the secret to maintaining a startup culture in a company that grows? Is there? Can you introspect that?
I do think you need someone in a powerful position with a big hammer, like Elon, who's like the cheerleader for that idea and ruthlessly pursues it. If no one has a big enough hammer, everything turns into committees, democracy within the company, process, talking to stakeholders, decision making, just everything just crumbles.
Yeah.
If you have a big person who's also really smart and has a big hammer, things move quickly.
So you said your favorite scene in Interstellar is the intense docking scene with the AI and Cooper talking, saying, Cooper, what are you doing? Docking, it's not possible. No, it's necessary. Such a good line. By the way, just so many questions there. Why an AI in that scene presumably is supposed to be able to compute a lot more than the human? Is saying it's not optimal. Why the human? I mean, that's a movie, but shouldn't the AI know which better than the human? Anyway, what do you think is the value of setting seemingly impossible goals? So, like, our initial intuition seems like something that you have taken on, or Elon espouses, that where the initial intuition of the community might say this is very difficult, and then you take it on anyway with a crazy deadline. You just from a human engineering perspective, have you seen the value of that?
I wouldn't say that setting impossible goals exactly is a good idea, but I think setting very ambitious goals is a good idea. I think there's a what I call sub-linear scaling of difficulty, which means that 10x problems are not 10x hard. Usually 10x harder problem is like 2 or 3x harder to execute on. Because if you want to actually if you want to improve the system by 10%, it costs some amount of work. And if you want to 10x improve the system, it doesn't cost 100x amount of work. And it's because you fundamentally change the approach. And if you start with that constraint, some approaches are obviously not going to work. And it forces you to reevaluate. And I think it's a very interesting way of approaching problem solving.
It requires a weird kind of thinking. Going back to your PhD days, it's like, how do you think which ideas in the machine learning community are solvable?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It requires, what is that? I mean, there's a cliche of first principles thinking, but like, it requires to basically ignore what the community is saying, because doesn't a community in science usually draw lines of what is and isn't possible, right? And like, it's very hard to break out of that without going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think a good example here is deep learning revolution in some sense, because you could be in computer vision at that time during the deep learning sort of revolution of 2012 and so on. You could be improving your computer vision stack by 10%, or you can just be saying, actually, I don't use this. And how do I do 10x better computer vision? Well, it's not probably by tuning a feature detector. I need a different approach. I need something that is scalable. Going back to Richard Sutton's and understanding sort of like the philosophy of the bitter lesson, and then being like, actually, I need much more scalable system, like that in principle works, and then having some deep believers that can actually execute on that mission immediately. So that's the technical solution.
What do you think is the timeline to solve the problem of autonomous driving? It's still in part an open question.
Yeah, I think the tough thing with timelines of self-driving, obviously, is that no one has created self-driving.
Yeah.
So it's not like, what do you think is the timeline to build this bridge? Well, we've built a million bridges before. Here's how long that takes. No one has built autonomy. It's not obvious. Some parts turn out to be much easier than others. So it's really hard to forecast. You do your best based on trend lines and so on, and based on intuition. But that's why fundamentally it's just really hard to forecast this.
So even still, like being inside of it is hard to do.
Yes, some things turn out to be much harder, and some things turn out to be much easier.
do you try to avoid making forecasts? Because like Elon doesn't avoid them, right? And heads of car companies in the past have not avoided it either. Ford and other places have made predictions that we're going to solve level 4 driving by 2020, 2021, whatever. And now they all kind of backtrack on that prediction. Are you, as an AI person, do you for yourself privately make predictions, or do they get in the way of like your actual ability to think about things?
Yeah, I would say like what's easy to say is that this problem is tractable, and that's an easy prediction to make. It's tractable. It's going to work. Yes, it's just really hard. Some things turn out to be harder, and some things turn out to be easier. But it definitely feels tractable, and it feels like at least the team at Tesla, which is what I saw internally, is definitely on track to that.
How do you form a strong representation that allows you to make a prediction about tractability? So like you're the leader of a lot of humans. You have to kind of say this is actually possible. How do you build up that intuition? It doesn't have to be even driving, it could be other tasks. It could be what difficult tasks do you work on? Any classification, achieving certain, just that information at a certain level, superhuman level performance.
Yeah, expert intuition. Just intuition, it's belief.
So just like thinking about it long enough, like studying, looking at sample data, like you said, driving. My intuition is really flawed. Like I don't have a good intuition about tractability. It could be easy, it could be anything, it could be solvable. Like the driving task could be simplified into something quite trivial. Like the solution to the problem would be quite trivial. And at scale, more and more cars driving perfectly might make the problem much easier. Yeah, the more cars you have driving, like people learn how to drive correctly, not correctly, but in a way that's more optimal for a heterogeneous system of autonomous and semi-autonomous and manually driven cars that could change stuff. Then again, also I've spent a ridiculous number of hours just staring at pedestrians crossing streets, thinking about humans. And it feels like the way we use our eye contact, it sends really strong signals, and there's certain quirks and edge cases of behavior. And of course, a lot of the fatalities that happen have to do with drunk driving and both on the pedestrian side and the driver's side. So there's that problem of driving at night and all that kind of thing. So I wonder, it's like the space of possible solutions to autonomous driving includes so many human factor issues that it's almost impossible to predict. There could be super clean, nice solutions.
Yeah, I would say definitely, like, to use a game analogy, there's some foggy work, but you definitely also see the frontier of improvement, and you can measure historically how much you've made progress. And I think, for example, at least what I've seen in roughly 5 years at Tesla, when I joined, it barely kept lane on the highway. I think growing up from Palo Alto to SF was like 3 or 4 interventions. Anytime the road would do anything geometrically or turn too much, it would just like not work. And so going from that to like a pretty competent system in 5 years and seeing what happens also under the hood, and the scale at which the team is operating now, there's data and compute and everything else, it's just massive progress. So
you're climbing a mountain and there's fog, so you're making a lot of progress.
You're making progress and you see what the next directions are. You're looking at some of the remaining challenges, and they're not like they're not perturbing you, and they're not changing your philosophy, and you're not contorting yourself. You're like, actually, these are the things that we need to do.
Yeah, fundamental components of solving the problems need to be there. Data entry to the compute, to the compute on the car, to the compute for the training, all that kind of stuff. So you've done. Over the years you've been at Tesla, you've done a lot of amazing breakthrough ideas in engineering, all of it. From the data engine to the human side, all of it. Can you speak to why you chose to lead Tesla?
Basically, as I described that, Ren, I think over time, during those 5 years, I've kind of gotten myself into a little bit of a managerial position. Most of my days were meetings and growing the organization and making decisions about sort of high-level strategic decisions about the team and what it should be working on and so on. And it's kind of like a corporate executive role, and I can do it. I think I'm okay at it, but it's not fundamentally what I enjoy. And so I think when I joined, there was no computer vision team because Tesla was just going from the transition of using using Mobileye, a third-party vendor for all of its computer vision, to having to build its computer vision system. So when I showed up, there were 2 people training nuclear robots, and they were training them at a computer at their length. That was
It was kind of basic classification test.
yeah, and so I kind of like grew that into what I think is a fairly respectable deep learning team, massive compute cluster, a very good data annotation organization, and I was very happy with where that was. It became quite autonomous, and so I kind of stepped away, and I think I'm very excited to do much more technical things again. Yeah, and kind of like focus on AGI.
What was that soul searching like? You took a little time off and think, like, what? How many mushrooms did you take? No, I'm just- I mean, what was going through your mind? The human lifetime is finite.
Yeah.
You did a few incredible things here. You're one of the best teachers of AI in the world. You're one of the best, and I don't mean that, I mean that in the best possible way. You're one of the best tinkerers in the AI world, meaning like understanding the fundamentals of how something works by building it from scratch and playing with the basic intuition. It's like Einstein finally were all really good at this kind of stuff. Like small examples of things to play with it, to try to understand it. So that, and obviously now with the professor, you help build a team of machine learning like engineers and the systems that actually accomplish something in the real world. Given all that, like, what was the situation like?
Well, it was hard because obviously I love the company a lot, and I love Elon, I love Tesla. It was hard to leave. I love the team, basically. But yeah, I think actually I really potentially like interested in revisiting it, maybe coming back at some point, working in Optimus, working in AGI at Tesla. I think Tesla is going to do incredible things. It's basically like it's a massive, large-scale robotics kind of company with a ton of in-house talent for doing really incredible things. And I think human robots are going to be amazing. I think autonomous transportation is going to be amazing. All this happening at Tesla. So I think it's just a really amazing organization. So being part of it and helping it along, I think I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah, it was basically difficult for those reasons because I love the company. But you know, I'm happy to potentially at some point come back for Act 2. But I felt like at this stage, I built the team, felt autonomous, and I became a manager, and I wanted to do a lot more technical stuff. I wanted to learn stuff. I wanted to teach stuff, and I just kind of felt like it was a good time for a change of pace a little bit.
What do you think is the best movie sequel of all time, speaking of part 2? It's like, because most of them suck.
Movie sequels.
Movie sequels, yeah. And you tweeted about movies, so this is a tiny tangent. Is there, what was like a favorite movie sequel? Godfather Part 2? Are you a fan of Godfather? Because you didn't even tweet or mention Godfather.
Yeah, I know about that movie. I know it
We're
has
gonna edit that out. We're gonna edit out the hate towards the Godfather. How dare you?
I think I make a strong statement. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I basically don't like any movies before 1995. Something like that.
Did you mention Terminator?
Okay, that's like Terminator 2 was a little bit later, 1990.
No, I think Terminator 2 was in the 80s.
And I like Terminator 1 as well. So like few exceptions, but by and large, for some reason, I don't like movies before 1995 or something. They feel very slow. The camera is like zoomed out, boring. It's kind of naive. It's kind of weird.
And also, Terminator was very much ahead of its time.
Yes. And The Godfather, there's like no AGI. So
I mean, but you have Good Will Hunting was one of the movies you mentioned, and that doesn't have any AGI either. I guess there's mathematics, yeah.
I guess the Asian way of doing movies that don't feature.
Or like Anchorman, that has
Anchorman is so.
I don't understand. Speaking of AGI, because I don't understand why Will Ferrell is so funny. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute. There's just something about him, and he's a singular human. You don't get that many comedies these days, and I wonder if it has to do about the culture, or the machine of Hollywood, or does it have to do with just we got lucky with certain people, comedy that came together, because he is a singular human. And that was a ridiculous tangent, I apologize. But you mentioned humanoid robots, so what do you think about Optimus, about Tesla Bot? Do you think we'll have robots in the factory and in the home in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years?
Yeah. I think it's a very hard project. I think it's going to take a while. Who else is going to build humanoid robots at scale? And I think it is a very good form factor to go after because, like I mentioned, the world is designed for human form factor. These things would be able to operate our machines. They would be able to sit down in chairs, potentially drive cars. Basically, the world is designed for humans. That's the form factor you want to invest into and make work over time. I think there's another school of thought, which is, okay, take a problem and design a robot to it. But actually designing a robot and getting a whole data engine and everything behind it to work is actually an incredibly hard problem. So it makes sense to go after general interfaces that they are not perfect for any one given task, but they actually have the generality of just with a prompt with English able to do something across. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to go after a general interface in the physical world. And I think it's a very difficult project and it's going to take time. But I've seen no other company that can execute on that vision. I think it's going to be amazing. Like basically physical labor. Like if you think transportation is a large market, try physical labor.
But it's not just physical labor. To me, the thing that's also exciting is the social robotics. So the relationship we'll have on different levels with those robots.
Yeah.
That's why I was really excited to see Optimus. Like, people have criticized me, the excitement, but I've worked with a lot of research labs that do humanoid-legged robots. Boston Dynamics, Unitree, there's a lot of companies that do legged robots, but that's the elegance of the movement is a tiny, tiny part of the big picture. So integrating the two big exciting things to me about Tesla doing humanoid or any legged robots is clearly integrating it into the data engine.
Oh yeah, baby.
The data engine aspect, so the actual intelligence,
Look at
the control and the planning and all that kind of stuff.
this guy and I are looking eye to fucking eye.
And then speaking of fleet, the second thing is the mass manufacturer. Just knowing culturally driving towards a simple robot that's cheap to produce at scale. Yeah. And doing that well, having experience to do that well, that changes everything. That's a very different culture and style that Boston Dynamics. Who, by the way, those robots are just the way they move. It'll be a very long time before Tesla can achieve the smoothness of movement. But that's not what it's about. It's about the entirety of the system that we talked about, the data engine and that's super exciting. Even the initial sort of model.
Look at this guy. West Side.
A few months you get a prototype.
And the reason that happened very quickly is, as you alluded to, there's a ton of copy paste from what's happening in the autopilot. A lot. The amount of expertise that came out of the movers at Tesla for building the human robot was incredible to see. Basically, Elon said at one point we're doing this, and then next day, basically, all these CAD models started to appear, and people talking about the supply chain and manufacturing, and people showed up with screwdrivers and everything the other day, and started to put together the body. And I was like, whoa, all these people exist at Tesla, and fundamentally building a car is actually not that different from building robots. It's the same, and that is true, not just for hardware pieces, and also don't forget hardware, not just for demos, but manufacturing of that hardware at scale is a whole different thing. But for software as well, basically this robot currently thinks it's a car.
It's going to have a midlife crisis.
It thinks it's a car. Some of the earlier demos, actually, we were talking about potentially doing them outside in the parking lot because that's where all of the computer vision was working out of the box instead of inside. But all the operating system, everything just copy paste. Computer vision, mostly copy paste. I mean, you have to retrain the neural nets, but the approach and everything, and data engine and offline trackers, and the way we go about the occupancy tracker and so on, everything copy paste. You just need to retrain the neural nets. And then the planning control, of course, has to change quite a bit. But there's a ton of copy paste from what's happening at Tesla. And so if you were to go with goal of okay, let's build 1 million human robots, and you're not Tesla, that's a lot to ask. If you're Tesla, it's actually it's not that crazy.
And then the follow-up question is then how difficult, just like the driving, how difficult is the manipulation task, such that it can have an impact at scale. I think, depending on the context, the really nice thing about robotics is that unless you're doing manufacturing and that kind of stuff, is there is more room for error. Driving is so safety critical. So that, and also time, like a robot is relatively slow, which is nice.
Yeah. I think it's going to take a long time, but the way you want to structure the development is you need to say, okay, it's going to take a long time. How could I set up the product development roadmap so that I'm making revenue along the way? I'm not setting myself up for a 0-1 loss function where it doesn't work on delivery. You don't want to be in that position. You want to make it useful almost immediately, and then you want to slowly deploy it and scaleize it at scale. And you want to set up your data engine, your improvement loops, the telemetry, the evaluation, the harness, and everything. And you want to improve the product every time incrementally, and you're making revenue along the way. That's extremely important, because otherwise you cannot do these large undertakings just like don't make sense economically. And also from the point of view of the team working on it, they need the dopamine along the way. They're not just going to make a promise about this being useful. This is going to change the world in 10 years when it works. This is not where you want to be. You want to be in a place like I think I'll call this today, where it's offering increased safety and convenience of driving today. People pay for it, people like it, people purchase it, and then you also have the greater mission that you're working towards.
And you see that, so the dopamine for the team, that was the source of happiness.
Yes, 100%. You're deploying this, people like it, people drive it, people pay for it, they care about it. There's always YouTube videos. Your grandma drives it, she gives you feedback, people like it, people engage with it, you engage with it.
Do people that drive Teslas like recognize you and give you love? Like, hey, thanks for the this nice feature that is there.
Yeah, I think the tricky thing is like some people really love you, some people unfortunately like you're working on something that you think is extremely valuable, useful, etc. Some people do hate you. There's a lot of people who like me and the team and everything, the whole project. And I
Are they
think
Tesla drivers?
in many cases they're not actually.
Yeah, that's actually makes me sad about or the current ways that humans interact. I think that's actually fixable. I think humans want to be good to each other. I think Twitter and social media is part of the mechanism that actually somehow makes the negativity more viral. That it doesn't deserve, like disproportionately add like a viral boost of negativity. But I wish people would just get excited about to suppress some of the jealousy, some of the ego, and just get excited for others. And then there's a karma aspect to that. You get excited for others, they'll get excited for you. Same thing in academia. If you're not careful, there's a dynamical system there. If you think of in silos and get jealous of somebody else being successful, that actually, perhaps counterintuitively, leads to less productivity of you as a community and you individually. I feel like if you keep celebrating others, that actually makes you more successful. Yeah, I think people haven't, depending on the industry, haven't quite learned that yet.
Yeah. Some people are also very negative and very vocal, so they're very prominently featured. But actually, there's a ton of people who are cheerleaders, but they're silent cheerleaders. And when you talk to people, just in the world, they will all tell you it's amazing, it's great. Especially like people who understand how difficult it is to get this stuff working. Like people who have to build products as makers and entrepreneurs, like making this work and changing something is incredibly hard. Those people are more likely to cheerlead.
Well, one of the things that makes me sad is some folks in the robotics community don't do the cheerleading, and they should. There's because they know how difficult it is. Well, they actually sometimes don't know how difficult it is to create a product at scale, right?
Yeah.
They actually deploy in the real world. A lot of the development of robots and AI systems is done on very specific small benchmarks.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to work on robotics in academic setting.
Or AI systems that apply in the real world. You've criticized, you flourished and loved for a time the ImageNet, the famed ImageNet dataset, and have recently had some words of criticism that the academic research ML community gives a little too much love still to the ImageNet, or like those kinds of benchmarks. Can you speak to the strengths and weaknesses of data sets used in machine learning research?
Actually, I don't know that I would call a specific instance where I was unhappy or criticizing ImageNet. I think ImageNet has been extremely valuable. It was basically a benchmark that allowed the deep learning community to demonstrate that deep neural networks actually work. It was there's a massive value in that. So I think ImageNet was useful, but basically it's become a bit of an eminence at this point. So MNIST is like little 228 by 28 grayscale digits. There's kind of a joke data set that everyone like just crushes.
There's no papers written on this though, right?
Maybe
Like
that should
small
have
papers,
yeah.
like papers that focus on like how do we learn with a small amount of data, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I could see that being helpful, but not in sort of like mainline computer vision research anymore, of course.
I think the way I've heard you somewhere, maybe I'm just imagining things, but I think you said like ImageNet was a huge contribution to the community for a long time, and now it's time to move past those concepts.
Well, ImageNet has been crushed. I mean, the error rates are, we're getting like 90% accuracy in 1,000 classification way prediction, and I've seen those images, and it's like really high. That's really good. If I remember correctly, the top 5 error rate is now like 1% or something.
Given your experience with a gigantic real-world data set, would you like to see benchmarks move in a certain direction that the research community uses?
Unfortunately, I don't think academics currently have the next ImageNet. We've obviously, I think we've crushed MNIST. We've basically kind of crushed ImageNet. And there's no next sort of big benchmark that the entire community rallies behind and uses, for further development of these networks.
I wonder what it takes for a data set to captivate the imagination of everybody, like when they all get behind it. That could also mean like a virus, like a leader, right? Yeah, somebody with popularity. I mean, why did ImageNet take off? Is there, or is it just the accident of history?
It was the right amount of difficult. It was the right amount of difficult and simple and interesting enough. It just kind of like it was the right time for that kind of data set.
Question from Reddit. What are your thoughts on the role that synthetic data and game engines will play in the future of neural net model development?
I think as neural nets converge to humans, the value of simulation to neural nets will be similar to the value of simulation to humans. So people use simulation because they can learn something in that kind of system, and without having to actually experience it.
But are you referring to the simulation we do in our head?
No, sorry, simulation. I mean like video games or other forms of simulation for various professionals.
So let me push back on that, because maybe there's simulation that we do in our heads, like simulate if I do this. What do I think will happen?
Okay, that's like internal simulation.
Yeah, internal. Isn't that what we're doing? Simulate before we act.
Yeah, but that's independent from like the use of simulation in the sense of like computer games or using simulation for training set creation or.
Is it independent or is it just loosely correlated? Because like, isn't that useful to do like counterfactual or like edge case simulation to like, what happens if there's a nuclear war? What happens if there's, like those kinds of things?
Yeah, that's a different simulation from my Unreal Engine. That's how I interpreted the question.
So like simulation of the application. What's Unreal Engine? What do you mean by Unreal Engine? So simulating a world, the physics of that world. Why is that different? Like, because you also can add behavior to that world, and you can try all kinds of stuff, right? Like, you could throw all kinds of weird things into it. Because Unreal Engine is not just about simulating. I mean, I guess it is about simulating the physics of the world. It's also doing something with that.
Yeah, the graphics, the physics, and the agents that you put into the environment and stuff like that.
Yeah, see, I feel like you said that it's not that important, I guess, for the future of AI development. Is that correct to interpret?
Well, I think humans use simulators for humans use simulators and they find them useful, and so computers will use simulators and find them useful.
Okay, so you're saying it's not that I don't use simulators very often. I play a video game every once in a while, but I don't think I derive any wisdom about my own existence from those video games. It's a momentary escape from reality versus a source of wisdom about reality. So I think that's a very polite way of saying simulation is not that useful.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't see it as like a fundamental, really important part of like training neural nets currently. But I think as neural nets become more and more powerful, I think you will need fewer examples to train additional behaviors. And simulation is, of course, there's a domain gap in the simulation. That's not real world. That's likely something different. But with a powerful enough neural net, the domain gap can be bigger, I think, because neural net will sort of understand that even though it's not the real world, it like as well as having a structure that I'm supposed to be with.
So the neural net will actually, will be able to leverage synthetic data better
Yes.
by closing the gap, by understanding in which ways this is not real data. Ready to do better questions next time. That was a question, but I'm just kidding. All right. So is it possible, do you think, speaking about this, to construct neural nets and training processes that require very little data? So we've been talking about huge data sets like the internet for training. I mean, one way to say that is, like you said, like the querying itself is another level of training, I guess, and that requires little data.
Yeah.
But do you see any value in doing research and kind of going down the direction of, can we use very little data to train, to construct a knowledge base?
100%. I just think that at some point you need a massive data set. And then when you pre-train your massive neural net and get something that is like a GPT or something, then you're able to be very efficient at training any arbitrary new task. So a lot of these GPTs, you can do tasks like sentiment analysis or translation or so on, just by being prompted with very few examples. Here's the kind of thing I want you to do. Like, here's an input sentence, here's the translation into German. Input sentence, translation to German. Input sentence, blank, and the neural net will complete the translation to German just by looking at sort of the example you provided. And so that's an example of a very few shot learning in the applications of the neural net instead of the widths of the neural net. And so I think basically just like humans, neural nets will become very data efficient at learning any other new task. But at some point you need a massive data set to pre-train your network.
To get that, and probably we humans have something like that. Do we have something like that? Do we have a passive in the background model constructing thing that just runs all the time in a self-supervised way? We're not conscious of it.
I think humans definitely. I mean, obviously we learned a lot during our lifespan. Also, we have a ton of hardware that helps us initialize initialization coming from sort of evolution. And so I think that's also a really big component. A lot of people in the field, I think they just talk about the amount of like seconds and that the person has lived pretending that this is a WLR stuff, sort of like a zero initialization of a neural net. And it's not. Like, you can look at a lot of animals, like for example, zebras. Zebras get born and they see and they can run. There's zero training data in their lifespan. They can just do that. So somehow, I have no idea how, evolution has found a way to encode these algorithms, and these neural net initializations are extremely good into ATCGs. I have no idea how this works, but apparently it's possible, because here's proof by existence.
There's something magical about going from a single cell to an organism that is born to the first few years of life. I kind of like the idea that the reason we don't remember anything about the first few years of our life is that it's a really painful process. Like, it's a very difficult, challenging training process.
Yeah.
Like, intellectually. Like, and maybe, why don't we remember any of that? There might be some crazy training going on. And maybe that's the background model training that is very painful. And so it's best for the system once it's trained not to remember how it's constructed.
I think it's just like the hardware for long-term memory is just not fully developed.
Sure.
I kind of feel like the first few years of infants is not actually like learning, it's brain maturing.
Yeah.
We're born premature. There's a theory along those lines because of the birth canal and the swelling of the brain. And so we're born premature, and then the first few years we're just the brain's maturing. And then there's some learning eventually. It's my current view on it.
What do you think? Do you think neural nets can have long-term memory? Like, that approaches something like humans? Do you think there needs to be another meta-architecture on top of it to add something like a knowledge base that learns facts about the world and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, but I don't know to what extent it will be explicitly constructed. It might take unintuitive forms where you are telling the GPT, like, hey, you have a declarative memory bank to which you can store and retrieve data from. And whenever you encounter some information that you find useful, save it to your memory bank. And here's an example of something you have retrieved, and here's how you save it, and here's how you load from it. You just say load, whatever, you teach it in text and ink, English, and then it might learn to use a memory bit from that.
Oh, so the neural net is the architecture for the background, the base thing, and then
Yeah,
everything else is just on top of it.
it's not just text, right? It's you're giving it gadgets and gizmos. So you're teaching some kind of special language by which it can save arbitrary information and retrieve it at a later time. And you're telling it about these special tokens and how to arrange them to use these interfaces. It's like, hey, you can use a calculator. Here's how you use it. Just do 5, 3 plus 4, 1 equals. And when equals is there, a calculator will actually read out the answer and you don't have to calculate it yourself. And you just like tell it in English, it might actually work.
Did you think, in that sense, Gaga was interesting, the deep mind system that is not just in language, but actually throws it all in the same pile? Images, actions, all that kind of stuff. That's basically what we're moving towards.
Yeah, I think so. So Gaga is very much a kitchen approach to like reinforcement learning in lots of different environments with a single fixed transformer model, right? I think it's a very sort of early result in that realm. But I think it's along the lines of what I think things will eventually look like.
Right. So this is the early days of the system that I mentioned, like this kind of reach perspective.
Yeah, I'm not super a huge fan of, I think, all these interfaces that like look very different. I would want everything to be normalized into the same API. So for example, stream pixels versus same API. Instead of having like different world environments and very different physics and joint configurations and appearances and whatever, and you're having some kind of special tokens for different games that you can play. I'd rather just normalize everything to a single interface. So it looks the same as a neural net. Does that make sense?
It's all going to be pixel-based Pong in the end.
I think so.
Okay. Let me ask you about your own personal life. A lot of people want to know you're one of the most productive and brilliant people in the history of AI. What is a productive day in the life of Andre? What time do you wake up? Because imagine some kind of dance between the average productive day and a perfect productive day. So the perfect productive day is the thing we strive towards, and the average is kind of what it kind of converges to, all the mistakes and human eventualities and so on. Yeah, so what time do you wake up? Late morning person?
I'm not a morning person. I'm a night owl for sure.
Is it stable or not?
That's semi-stable, like 8 or 9 or something like that. During my PhD, it was even later. I used to go to sleep usually at 3 a.m. I think AM hours are precious. They're very interesting time to work because everyone is asleep. At 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. the East Coast is awake. So there's already activity, there's already some text messages, whenever there's stuff happening, you can go on like some news website and there's stuff happening, distracting. At 3 a.m. everything is totally quiet. And so you're not going to be bothered and you have solid chunks of time to do work. So I like those periods, night owl by default. And then I think like productive time, basically, what I like to do is you need to like build some momentum on a problem without too much distraction. And you need to load your RAM, your working memory, with that problem. And then you need to be obsessed with it when you're taking a shower, when you're falling asleep. You need to be obsessed with the problem. It's still in your memory. And you're ready to wake up and work on it right there.
So this is a skill. Is this in a scale, typical scale, a day or
yeah.
a month?
So I can't talk about one day basically in isolation because it's a whole process where when I want to get productive in the problem, I feel like I need a span of a few days where I can really get in on that problem. And I don't want to be interrupted, and I'm going to just be completely obsessed with that problem. And that's where I do most of my good work out.
What did I
You've done a bunch of like little projects in very short time, very quickly, so that requires you just focusing on it.
Yeah, basically I need to load my working memory with the problem, and I need to be productive because there's always like a huge fixed cost to approaching the problem.
Hey, it's
And
right.
like I was struggling with this, for example,
You're
just
tight
because
as
I need
fuck,
to work on my small side project. But okay, you first need to figure out, well, okay, I need to SSH into my cluster. I need to bring up a VS Code editor so I can work on this. I ran some stupid error because of some reason. Like you're not at a point where you can be just productive right away. You are facing barriers. And so it's about really removing all that barrier, and you're able to go to the problem, and you have the full problem loaded in your memory.
And somehow avoiding distraction.
Get him with another one.
Like news stories, emails,
You got it, baby.
distractions from other
got it.
interesting
What
projects that you
Gangster?
did work on or present. Yeah, that's as well. You just want to really focus your mind.
So I mean, I can take some time off for distractions and in between, but I think it can't be too much. Most of your day is sort of like spent on that problem. And then, I drink coffee, I have my morning routine, I look at the news, Twitter, Hacker News, Wall Street Journal, etc.
So basically, you wake up, you have some coffee. Are you trying to get to work as quickly as possible? Do you take in this diet of like what the hell is happening in the world first?
I do find it interesting to know about the world. I don't know that it's useful or good, but it is part of my routine right now. So I do read through a bunch of news articles and I want to be informed. And I'm suspicious of it. I'm suspicious of the practice, but currently that's what I am.
So you mean suspicious about the positive effect of that practice on your productivity and your well-being,
My well-being psychologically,
and also on your ability to deeply understand the world? Because there's a bunch of sources of information. You're not really focused on deeply integrating.
yeah, it's a little distracting.
In terms of a perfectly productive day, for how long of a stretch of time in one session do you try to work and focus on a thing? A couple hours? Is it 1 hour? Is it 30 minutes? Is it 10 minutes?
I can probably go like a small few hours, and then I need some breaks in between for like food and stuff. And but I think like it's still really hard to accumulate hours. I was using a tracker that told me exactly how much time I spent coding any one day, and even on a very productive day, I still spent only like 6 or 8 hours. And it's just because there's so much padding, commute, talking to people, food, etc. There's like a cost of life, just living and sustaining and homeostasis, and just maintaining yourself as a human is very high.
And that there seems to be a desire within the human mind to participate in society that creates that pattern. Because the most productive days I've ever had is just completely from start to finish, just tuning out everything.
Yeah.
And just sitting there. And then you could do more than 6 and 8 hours.
Yeah.
Is there some wisdom about what gives you strength to do like tough days of long focus?
It's just like whenever I get obsessed about a problem, something just needs to work, something just needs to exist.
It needs to exist, and so you're able to deal with bugs and programming issues and technical issues and design decisions that turn out to be the wrong ones. You're able to think through all of that, given that you want to think to exist.
Yeah, it needs to exist, and then I think to me also a big factor is are other humans going to appreciate it? Are they going to like it? That's a big part of my motivation. If I'm helping humans and they seem happy, they say nice things, they tweet about it or whatever, that gives me pleasure because I'm doing something useful.
So like you do see yourself sharing it with the world, like whether it's on GitHub with your blog posts or through videos.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Like, suppose I did all these things but did not share them. I don't think I would have the same amount of motivation that I can build up.
You enjoy the feeling of other people gaining value and happiness from the stuff you've created.
Yes.
What about that? Is there? I saw you played in Fast. Do you fast? Does that help? With the things you played, what's been most beneficial to your ability to mentally focus on a thing? And just mental productivity and happiness. You still fast?
Yeah, I still fast. I do intermittent fasting, but really what it means at the end of the day is I skip breakfast.
Yeah.
So I do 18-6 roughly by default when I'm in my steady state. If I'm traveling or doing something else, I will break the rules. But in my steady state, I do 18-6. So I eat only from 12 to 6. Not a hard rule, and I break it often, but that's fine. And then, I've done a bunch of random experiments. For the most part right now, where I've been for the last year and a half, I want to say, is plant-based or plant-forward. I heard plant forward, it sounds better.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't necessarily know the differences, but it sounds better in my mind. But it just means I prefer plant-based food and
Raw or cooked?
I prefer cooked.
So plant-based. Forgive me, I don't actually know how wide the category of plant entails.
Well, plant-based just means that you're not
Like a
rigid about it
chickpea.
and you can flex. And just prefer to eat plants. And you're not trying to influence other people. And if you come to someone's house party and they serve you a steak that they're really proud of, you will eat it.
Yes.
Right.
You're not judgmental. That's beautiful. I mean, that's I'm the flip side of that, but I'm very sort of flexible. Have you tried doing one meal a day?
I have accidentally, not persistently, but I've accidentally had that. I don't like it. I think it makes me feel not good. It's too much of a hit. And so currently I have about 2 meals a day, 12 and 6.
I do that nonstop. I'm doing it now. I do it 1 meal a day. It's interesting. It's an interesting feeling. Have you ever fasted longer than a day?
Yeah, I've done a bunch of water fasts because I was curious what happens.
Anything interesting?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, what's interesting is that you're hungry for 2 days, and then starting day 3 or so, you're not hungry. It's like such a weird feeling because you haven't eaten in a few days and you're not hungry.
Isn't that weird? Is that one of the many weird things about human biology?
Yeah.
It figures something out. It finds another source of energy or something like that, or relaxes the system. I don't know.
Yeah, the body is like, you're hungry, and then it just gives up. It's like, okay, I guess we're fasting now. There's nothing. And then it's kind of like focuses on trying to make you not hungry, and not feel the damage of that, and trying to give you some space to figure out the food situation.
So are you still to this day most productive at night?
I would say I am, but it is really hard to maintain my PhD schedule, especially when I was, say, working at Tesla and so on. It's a non-starter. But even now, people want to meet for various events. Society lives in a certain period of time, and you sort of have to
So it's hard to do a social thing and then after that return to work.
Yeah, it's just really hard.
That's why I try when I do social things. I try not to do too much drinking, so I can return it and I'll continue to work. But at Tesla, is there conversions? Tesla, but any company, is there conversions towards a schedule, or is there more? Is that how humans behave when they collaborate? I need to learn about this. Do they try to keep a consistent schedule where you're all awake at the same time?
I mean, I do try to create a routine, and I try to create a steady state in which I'm comfortable with. So I have a morning routine, I have a day routine. I try to keep things to a steady state, and things are predictable. And then you can sort of just your body just sort of sticks to that. And if you try to stress that out too much, it will create, when you're traveling and you're dealing with jet lag, you're not able to really ascend to, where you need to go.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about humans with the habits and stuff. What are your thoughts on work-life balance throughout a human lifetime? So Tesla in part was known for pushing people to their limits in terms of what they're able to do, in terms of what they're trying to do, in terms of how much they work, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Tesla gets known too much bad rep for this, because what's happening is Tesla it's a bursty environment. So I would say the baseline, my only point of reference is Google, where I've interned 3 times and I saw what it's like inside Google and DeepMind. I would say the baseline is higher than that, but then there's a punctuated equilibrium where once in a while there's a fire and people work really hard. And so it's spiky and bursty, and then all the stories get collected up on bursts. And then it gives the appearance of total insanity, but actually it's just a bit more intense environment. And there are fires and sprints. And so I think, definitely though, I would say it's a more intense environment than something you would do.
But in your personal, forget all of that, just in your own personal life, what do you think about the happiness of a human being, a brilliant person like yourself, about finding a balance between work and life, or is such a thing not a good thought experiment?
Yeah, I think balance is good, but I also love to have sprints that are out of distribution, and that's when I think I've been pretty creative and as well.
Sprints out of distribution means that most of the time you have a quote unquote balance.
I have balance with this. I like being obsessed with something once in a while.
Once in a while is what? Once a week, once a month, once a year?
Yeah, probably say once a month or something. Yeah.
And that's when you get hungry for.
Yeah, that's when you really care about a problem. It must exist. This will be awesome. You're obsessed with it, and now you can't just do it on that day. You need to pay the fixed cost of getting into the group, and then you need to stay there for a while. And then society will come, and they will try to mess with you, and they will try to distract you. Yeah, the worst thing is a person who's I just need 5 minutes of your time. This is the cost of that is not 5 minutes, and society needs to change how it thinks about it. Just 5 minutes of your time.
Right. It's never, just 1 minute, just courtesy, just a quick.
What's the big deal? Why are you being so?
Yeah. No.
Started a petition asking lawmakers to look into Arrowhead.
What's your computer setup?
Petition is asking for
what's like the perfect, are you somebody that's flexible no matter what, laptop, 4 screens,
Yeah.
or do you prefer a certain setup that you most productive?
I guess the one that I'm familiar with is one large screen, 27 inch, and my laptop on the side.
What operating
I do Macs as my primary.
for all tasks?
I would say most things, but when you're working on deep learning, everything is Linux. Your SSH into a cluster and you're working remotely.
But what about the actual development, like they're using ID?
Yeah, you would use, I think a good way is you just run VS Code, my favorite editor right now on your Mac, but you have a remote folder through SSH. So the actual files that you're manipulating are on the cluster somewhere else.
So what's the best IDE? VS Code, so I use Emacs. So, it may be cool, I don't know if it's maximum productivity. So what do you recommend in terms of editors? You work with a lot of software engineers, editors for Python, C++, machine learning applications.
I think the current answer is VS Code. Currently, I believe that's the best IDE. It's got a huge amount of extensions. It has GitHub Copilot integration, which I think is very valuable.
What do you think about the Copilot integration? I was actually, I got to talk a bunch with Rabbi Rothschild, who's a creator of Python, and he loves Copilot. He programs a lot with it.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, I use Copilot. I love it. And it's free for me, but I would pay for it. Yeah, I think it's very good. And the utility that I found with it is I would say there's a learning curve, and you need to figure out when it's helpful and when to pay attention to its outputs, and when it's not going to be helpful, when you should not pay attention to it. Because if you're just reading its suggestions all the time, it's not a good way of interacting with it. But I think I was able to sort of mold myself to it. I find it's very helpful, number one, in copy, paste, and replace some parts. So I don't, when the pattern is clear, it's really good at completing the pattern. And number two, sometimes it suggests APIs that I'm not aware of. So it tells you about something that you didn't know. So,
and that's an opportunity to discover. And
it's an opportunity to I would never take Copilot code as given. I always copy paste into a search, and you see what this function is doing, and then you're like, oh, it's actually exactly what I need. Thank you, Copilot, to learn something.
So it's in part a search engine, or maybe getting the exact syntax correctly, that once you see it, it's that NP-hard thing. It's like, once you see it, you know
yes,
it's
exactly.
correct. So you yourself, you can verify efficiently, but you can't generate efficiently.
And Copilot really, I mean, it's autopilot for programming, right? And currently it's doing the lane following, which is like the simple copy paste and sometimes suggest. But over time, it's going to become more and more autonomous. And so the same thing will play out in not just coding, but actually across many different things.
Coding is an important one, right? Sorry, writing programs.
Yeah.
How do you see the future of that developing? The program synthesis, like being able to write programs that are more and more complicated. Because right now, it's human supervised in interesting ways.
Yes.
It feels like the transition will be very painful.
My mental model for it is the same thing will happen as with the autopilot. So currently he's doing lane following, he's doing some simple stuff. And eventually we'll be doing autonomy, and people will have to intervene once in a while.
And there could be like testing mechanisms. Like if it writes a function and that function looks pretty damn correct, how do you know it's correct? Because you're like getting lazier and lazier as a programmer. Like your ability to, because like little bugs, like this won't be.
No, it will. Copilot will make off by one subtle bug. It has done that to me.
But do you think future systems will? Or is it really the off by one is actually a fundamental challenge of programming?
In that case, it wasn't fundamental, and I think things can improve. But I think humans have to supervise. I am nervous about people not supervising what comes out, and what happens to, for example, the proliferation of bugs in all of our systems. I'm nervous about that, but I think there will probably be some other copilots for bug finding and stuff like that at some point. Because there will be like a lot more automation for.
Well, it's like a program, Copilot. How to generate a compiler, one that does a linter,
Yes.
one that does like a type checker.
Yeah. It's a committee of like a GPT sort of like.
And then there'll be like a manager for the committee.
Yeah.
And then there'll be somebody that says the new version of this is needed, we need to regenerate it.
There were 10 GPTs that were forwarded and gave 50 suggestions. Another one looked at it and picked the few that they liked, a bug one looked at it and it was like, it's probably a bug. They got re-ranked by some other thing. And then the final ensemble GPT comes in and is like, okay, given everything you guys have told me, this is probably the next to it.
You know, the feeling is the number of programmers in the world has been growing and growing very quickly. Do you think it's possible that it'll actually level out and drop to like a very low number in this kind of world? Because then you'll be doing software 2.0 programming, and you'll be doing this kind of generation of Copilot type systems programming. You won't be doing the old school software 1.0 programming.
I don't currently think that they're just going to replace human programmers. It's just, I'm so hesitant saying stuff like this, right?
Yeah,
Because
this is going to be replaced in 5 years, and we know it's going to show that like this is where we thought. But then I agree with you, but I think we might be very surprised, right? Like, what are the next? What's your sense of where we feel language models? Like, does it feel like the beginning, or the middle, or the end?
the beginning, 100%. I think the good question in my mind is, for sure GPT will be able to program like what content and so on. How do you steer the system? You still have to provide some guidance to what you actually are looking for. And so how do you steer it, and how do you talk to it, how do you audit it and verify that what's done is correct, and how do you like work with this? And it's as much not just an AI problem, but a UI UX problem.
Yeah.
So beautiful, fertile ground for so much interesting work for VS Code ++, where it's not just human programming anymore. It's amazing.
Yeah, so you're interacting with the system, so not just one prompt goes in your prompt. Yeah, you're trying to figure out having a conversation with the system.
Yeah.
That actually, I mean, to me, that's super exciting to have a conversation with the programmer.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe at some point you're just conversing with it. It's like, okay, here's what I want to do. Actually, this variable, maybe it's not even that low level variable, but
You can also imagine like,
Hold on.
can you translate this to C++ and back to Python? And
yeah,
back
that's
to-
already kind of existent. So
So, but just like doing it as part of the programming experience, like, I think I'd like to write this function in C++. Or like, you just keep changing for different programs because they have different syntax. Maybe I want to convert this into a functional language.
Yeah.
And so like, you get to become multilingual as a programmer and dance back and forth efficiently.
Yeah. But I think UI UX of it though is like still very hard to think through, because it's not just about writing code on a page. You have an entire developer environment. You have a bunch of hardware on it. You have some environmental variables. You have some scripts that are running in a cron job. Like there's a lot going on to like working with computers. And how do these systems set up environment flags and work across multiple machines and set up screen sessions and automate different processes? Like how all that works and is auditable by humans and so on is like massive question at the moment.
You built Archive Sanity. What is Archive, and what is the future of academic research publishing that you would like to see?
So Archive is this preprint server. So if you have a paper, you can submit it for publication to journals or conferences and then wait 6 months and then maybe get a decision, pass or fail. Or you can just upload it to Archive. And then people can tweet about it 3 minutes later. And then everyone sees it, everyone reads it, and everyone can profit from it in their own ways.
You can cite it, and it has an official look to it. It feels like a publication process.
Yeah.
It feels different than if you just put it in a blog post.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean it's a paper, and usually the bar is higher for something that you would expect on Archive as opposed to something you would see in a blog post.
Well, the culture created the bar. You could probably post a pretty crappy paper in Archive. What's that make you feel like? What does that make you feel about peer review? So rigorous peer review by 2-3 experts versus the peer review of the community, right, as it's written.
Yeah. Basically, I think the community is very well able to peer review things very quickly on Twitter. And I think maybe it just has to do something with AI machine learning field specifically, though. I feel like things are more easily auditable, and the verification is easier potentially than the verification somewhere else. So it's kind of like you can think of these scientific publications as like little blockchains where everyone is building on each other's work and citing each other. And you sort of have AI, which is kind of like this much faster and loose blockchain. But then you have, and any one individual entry is like very cheap to make. And then you have other fields where maybe that model doesn't make as much sense. And so I think in AI, at least, things are pretty easily verifiable. That's why when people upload papers, they're a really good idea and so on. People can try it out like the next day, and they can be the final arbiter of whether it works or not in their problem. And the whole thing moves significantly faster. So I kind of feel like academia still has a place, sort of this like conference journal process still has a place, but it's sort of like it lags behind, I think, and it's a bit more maybe higher quality process, but it's not sort of the place where you will discover having work anymore. Yeah. It used to be the case when I was starting my PhD, like you go to conferences and journals and you discuss all the latest research. Now when you go to a conference or a journal, like no one discusses anything that's there because it's already like 3 generations ago irrelevant.
Yeah, which makes me sad about like Geek Live, for example, where they still these big prestigious. I mean, there's still value as opposed to the prestige that comes from big venues, but the result is that they'll announce some great good performance, and it will take like a year to actually publish the details. I mean, those details, if they were published immediately, would inspire the community to move in certain directions.
Yeah, to speed up the rest of the community, but I don't know to what extent that's part of their objective function also.
That's true. It's not just the prestige, a little bit of the delay as part.
Yeah, they certainly, DeepMind specifically has been working in the regime of having slightly higher quality, basically process and latency, and managing those papers that way.
Another question from Reddit. Do you or have you suffered from imposter syndrome? Being the director of AI at Tesla, being this person when you're at Stanford, where like the world looks at you as the expert in AI to teach the world about machine learning.
When I was reading Tesla after 5 years, I spent a ton of time in meeting rooms, and I would read papers. In the beginning, when I joined Tesla, I was writing code, and then I was writing less and less code, and I was reading code, and then I was reading less and less code. And so this is just a natural progression that happens, I think. And definitely, I would say near the tail end, that's when sort of like starts to hit you a bit more. Because you're supposed to be an expert, but actually, the source of truth is the code that people are writing to GitHub and the actual code itself. And you're not as familiar with that as you used to be. And so I would say maybe there's some like insecurity there.
Yeah, that's actually pretty profound. That a lot of the insecurity has to do with not writing code in the computer science space, like that, because that is the truth. That right there.
Code is a source of truth. The papers and everything else, it's a high-level summary. It's just a high-level summary. But at the end of the day, you have to read code. It's impossible to translate all that code into actual, paper form. So when things come out, especially when they have a source code available, that's my favorite place to go.
So like I said, you're one of the greatest teachers of machine learning, AI, ever, from CS 1M to today. What advice would you give to beginners interested in getting into machine learning?
Beginners are often focused on like what to do, and I think the focus should be more like how much you do. So I'm kind of like a believer on the high level in this 10,000 hours kind of concept where you just kind of have to just pick the things where you can spend time and you care about and you're interested in. You literally have to put in 10,000 hours of it. It doesn't even like matter as much like where you put it, and you'll iterate and you'll improve and you'll waste some time. I don't know if there's a better way. You need to put in 10,000 hours. But I think it's actually really nice because I feel like there's some sense of determinism about being an expert at a thing if you spend 10,000 hours. You can literally pick an arbitrary thing, and I think if you spend 10,000 hours of deliberate effort and work, you actually will become an expert at it. And so I think it's kind of like a nice thought. And so basically I would focus more on like, are you spending 10,000 hours?
And then thinking about what kind of mechanisms maximize your likelihood of getting to $10,000,
exactly.
Which for us silly humans means probably forming a daily habit of like every single day actually doing the thing.
Whatever helps you. So I just think to a large extent it's a psychological problem for yourself. One other thing that I think is helpful for the psychology of it is many times people compare themselves to others in the area. I think it's a very hard thing. Only compare yourself to you from some time ago, like say a year ago. Are you better than you a year ago? This is the only way to think. And I think then you can see your progress, and it's very motivating.
That's so interesting that you focus on the quantity of hours. And I think a lot of people in the beginner stage, but actually throughout, get paralyzed by the choice. Like which one do I pick, this path or this path?
Yeah.
Like they'll literally get paralyzed by like which IDE to use.
Well, they're worried. Yeah, they're worried about all these things. But the thing is, you will waste time doing something wrong. You will eventually figure out it's not right. You will accumulate scar tissue, and next time you will grow stronger because next time you'll have the scar tissue, and next time you'll learn from it. And now next time you come to a similar situation, you'll be like, oh, I messed up. I've spent a lot of time working on things that never materialized into anything. And I have all that scar tissue, and I have some intuitions about what was useful, what wasn't useful, how things turned out. So all those mistakes were not that work, you know. So I just think you should just focus on working. What have you done?
That's a good question actually to ask for a lot of things, not just machine learning. It's a good way to cut the, I forgot the term we used, but the fluff, the blubber, whatever the inefficiencies in life. What do you love about teaching? You seem to find yourself offering like drawn to teaching. You're very good at it, but you're also drawn to it.
I mean, I don't think I love teaching. I love happy humans. And happy humans like when I teach. I wouldn't say I hate teaching. I tolerate teaching, but it's not like the act of teaching that I like. It's that you know, I have something. I'm actually okay at it.
Yeah.
I'm okay at teaching, and people appreciate it a lot. Yeah. And so I'm just happy to try to be helpful. And teaching itself is not like the most. I mean, it's really annoying. It can be really annoying, frustrating. I was looking at a bunch of lectures just now. I was reminded back to my days of 231 and just how much work it is to create some of these materials and make them good. The amount of iteration and thought, and you go down blind alleys, and just how much you change it. So creating something good in terms of like educational value is really hard. And it's not fun.
It's difficult, so people should definitely go watch your new stuff you put on. There are lectures where you actually believe a thing on, from, like you said, the code is truth. We're discussing backpropagation by building it, by just looking through it, just the whole thing. So how difficult is that to prepare for? I think that's a really powerful way to teach. Did you have to prepare for that, or are you just live thinking through it?
I will typically do, let's say, 3 takes, and then I take like the better take. So I do multiple takes, and I take some of the better takes, and then I just build out a lecture that way. Sometimes I have to delete 30 minutes of content because it just went down the alley that I didn't like too much. There's a bunch of iteration, and it probably takes me, you know, somewhere around 10 hours to create 1 hour of content.
To get 1 hour. It's interesting. I mean, is it difficult to go back to the basics? Do you draw a lot of like wisdom from go back to the basics?
Yep, going back to backpropagation, loss functions, where they come from. And one thing I like about teaching a lot, honestly, is it definitely strengthens your understanding. So it's not a purely altruistic activity, it's a way to learn. If you have to explain something to someone, you realize you have gaps in knowledge. And so I even surprise myself in these lectures, like, oh, the result will obviously look like this, and then the result doesn't look like this, and I'm like, okay, I thought I understood.
Well, that's why it's really cool. They really literally code. You run it in the notebook, and it gives you a result, and you're like, oh, and like actual numbers, actual input, actual code.
Yeah, it's not mathematical symbols, etc. The source of truth is the code. It's not slides. It's just like, let's build it.
It's beautiful. You're very human in that sense. What advice would you give to researchers trying to develop and publish the idea that have a big impact in the world of AI? So maybe undergrads, maybe early graduate students.
Yep. I mean, I would say like they definitely have to be a little bit more strategic than I had to be as a PhD student because of the way AI is evolving. It's going the way of physics, where, you know, physics, you used to be able to do experiments when you were benchtop and everything was great and you could make progress. And now you have to work in like LHC or like CERN. And so AI is going in that direction as well. So there's certain kinds of things that's just not possible to do on the benchtop anymore. And I think that didn't used to be the case at the time.
Do you still think that there's like GAN type papers to be written where like very simple idea that requires just one computer to illustrate a simple example?
I mean, one example that's been very influential recently is diffusion models. Diffusion models are amazing. Diffusion models are 6 years old. For the longest time, people were kind of ignoring them, as far as I can tell. And they're an amazing generative model, especially in images. And so stable diffusion and so on, it's all diffusion-based. Diffusion is new. It was not there, and it came from Google, but a researcher could have come up with it. In fact, some of the first, actually, no, those came from Google as well. But a researcher could come up with that in an academic institution.
Yeah, what do you find most fascinating about diffusion models? So, from the societal impact of the technical architecture.
What I like about diffusion is it works so well.
Is that surprising to you? The amount of the variety, almost the novelty of the synthetic data is generated.
Yes, the stable diffusion images are incredible. It's the speed of improvement in generating images has been insane. we went very quickly from generating like tiny digits to tiny faces, and it all looked messed up, and now we're stable diffusion. And that happened very quickly. There's a lot that academia can still contribute. For example, flash attention is a very efficient kernel for running the attention operation inside a transformer that came from academic environment. It's a very clever way to structure the kernel that can do the calculation, so it doesn't materialize the attention matrix. And so I think there's still like lots of things to contribute, but you have to be just more strategic.
Do you think neural networks can be made to reason?
Yes.
Do you think they're already reason?
Yes.
What's your definition of reasoning?
Information processing.
The way that humans think through a problem and come up with novel ideas, it feels like reasoning. So the novelty, I don't want to say, but out of distribution ideas, you think it's possible?
Yes, and I think we're seeing that already in the current neural nets. You're able to remix the training set of information into true generalizations in some sense.
That doesn't appear.
It doesn't appear that in the training set. Like you're doing something interesting algorithmically. You're manipulating, some symbols, and you're coming up with some correct, unique answer in a new sentence.
What would illustrate to you, holy shit, this thing is definitely thinking?
To me, thinking or reasoning is just information processing and generalization, and I think the neural nets already do that today.
To be able to perceive the world, or perceive whatever the inputs are, and to make predictions based on that, or actions based on that. That's reasoning.
Yeah, you're giving correct answers in novel settings by manipulating information. You've learned the correct algorithm. You're not doing just kind of lookup table and neighbor search.
Let me ask you about AGI. What are some moonshot ideas you think might make significant progress towards AGI? Or maybe in other ways, what are the big blockers that we're missing now?
So basically, I'm fairly bullish on our ability to build AGIs. Basically, automated systems that we can interact with that are very human-like, and we can interact with them in the digital realm or physical realms. Currently, it seems most of the models that sort of do these sort of magical tasks are in the text realm. I think, as I mentioned, I'm suspicious that text realm is not enough to actually build a full understanding of the world. I do actually think you need to go into pixels and understand the physical world and how it works. So I do think that we need to extend these models to consume images and videos and train on a lot more data that is multimodal in that way.
Do you think you need to touch the world to understand it also?
Well, that's the big open question I would say in my mind. If you also require the embodiment and the ability to sort of interact with the world, run experiments, and have the data of that form, then you need to go to Optimus or something like that. And so I would say Optimus in some way is like a hedge in AGI, because it seems to me that it's possible that just having data from the internet is not enough. If that is the case, then Optimus may move to AGI, because Optimus would, to me, there's nothing beyond Optimus. You have like this humanoid form factor that can actually like do stuff in the world. You can have millions of them interacting with humans and so on. And if that doesn't give rise to AGI at some point, I'm not sure what will. So from a completeness perspective, I think that's a really good platform, but it's a much harder platform because you are dealing with atoms and you need to actually like build these things and integrate them into society. So I think that path takes longer, but it's much more certain. And then there's a path of the internet and just like training these compression models effectively on trying to compress all the internet. And that might also give these agents as well.
Compress the internet, but also interact with the internet.
Yeah.
So it's not obvious to me. In fact, I suspect you can reach AGI without ever entering the physical world. And which is a little bit more concerning, because that results in it happening faster. So it just feels like we're in boiling water. We won't know when it's happening. I would like to. I'm not afraid of AGI. I'm excited about it. There's always concerns, but I would like to know when it happens.
Yeah.
And have like hints about when it happens, like a year from now it will happen, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I just feel like in the digital realm it just might happen.
Yeah. I think all we have available to us, because no one has built AGI again, So all we have available to us is there enough fertile ground on the periphery? I would say yes, and we have good progress so far, which has been very rapid. And there are next steps that are available. And so I would say, yeah, it's quite likely that we'll be interacting with digital entities.
How will you know when somebody has built AGI?
It's going to be I think it's going to be a slow incremental transition. It's going to be product-based and focused. It's going to be GitHub Copilot getting better. And then GPTs helping you write. And then these oracles that you can go to with mathematical problems. I think we're on the verge of being able to ask very complex questions in chemistry, physics, math of these oracles and have them complete solutions.
So AGI to you is primarily focused on intelligence, so consciousness doesn't enter into it.
So in my mind, consciousness is not a special thing you will figure out and build on. I think it's an emergent phenomenon of a large enough and complex enough generative model, sort of. So if you have a complex enough world model that understands the world, then it also understands its predicament in the world as being a language model, which to me is a form of consciousness or self-awareness. And
so in order to understand the world deeply, you probably have to integrate yourself into the world.
Yeah.
And in order to interact with humans and other living beings, consciousness is a very useful tool.
I think consciousness is like a modeling insight.
Modeling insight.
Yeah, you have a powerful enough model of understanding the world that you actually understand that you are an entity in it.
Yeah, but there's also this, perhaps just a narrative to tell ourselves. It feels like something to experience the world. A hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah.
But that could be just a narrative to tell ourselves.
Yeah, I think it will emerge. I think it's going to be something very cool. Like, we'll be talking to these digital AIs, they will claim they're conscious, they will appear conscious, they will do all the things that you would expect of other humans. And it's going to just be a stalemate.
I think there would be a lot of actual fascinating ethical questions, like Supreme Court level questions, of whether you're allowed to turn off a conscious AI, if you're allowed to build a conscious AI. Maybe there would have to be the same kind of debates that you have around, sorry to bring up a political topic, but abortion, which is the deeper question with abortion, is what is life? And the deep question with AI is also what is life and what is conscious? And I think that'll be very fascinating to bring up. It might become illegal to build systems that are capable, of such a level of intelligence that consciousness would emerge, and therefore the capacity to suffer would emerge. And a system that says, no, please don't kill me.
That's what the Lambda chatbot already told this Google engineer, right? Like he was talking about not wanting to die, or
so that might become illegal to do that, right? Because otherwise you might have a lot of creatures that don't want to die, and then
you could just spawn into some monster.
And then that might lead to horrible consequences. Because then there might be a lot of people that secretly love murder, and they'll start practicing murder in those systems. I mean, there's just, to me, all of this stuff just brings a beautiful mirror to the human condition and human nature. We get to explore it, and that's what's the best of the Supreme Court, of all the different debates we have about ideas, what it means to be human. We get to ask those deep questions that we'll be asked into our human history. There's always been the other in human history. We're the good guys and that's the bad guys, and we'll go into throughout human history, let's murder the bad guys. And the same will probably happen with robots. It'll be the other at first, and then we'll get to ask questions of what does it mean to be alive, what does it mean to be conscious.
Yeah. And I think there's some canary in the coal mines even with what we have today. For example, there's these waifus that you can work with, and some people are trying to these companies go to shut down, but this person really love their waifu and is trying to port it somewhere else, and it's not possible. And I think definitely people will have feelings towards these systems, because in some sense they are a mirror of humanity, because they are sort of a big average of humanity in a way that it's trained.
So we can, that average, we can actually watch. It's nice to be able to interact with the big average of humanity, and do a search query on it.
Yep. Yeah, it's very fascinating. And we can also, of course, also like shape it. It's not just a pure average. We can mess with the training data. We can mess with the objective. We can fine tune them in various ways. So we have some, impact on what those systems look like.
If you want to achieve AGI, and you could have a conversation with her and ask her, talk about anything, maybe ask her a question, what kind of stuff would you ask?
I would have some practical questions in my mind, like, do I or my loved ones really have to die? Can we do about that?
Do you think it will answer clearly, or would it answer poetically?
I would expect it to give solutions. I would expect it to be like, well, I've read all of these textbooks, and I know all these things that you've produced, and it seems to me like here are the experiments that I think it would be useful to do run next. And here's some gene therapies that I think would be helpful. And here are the kinds of experiments that you should run.
Okay, let's go to this thought experiment. Okay, imagine that mortality is actually like a prerequisite for happiness. So if we become immortal, we'll actually become deeply unhappy. And the model is able to know that. So what is it supposed to tell you, stupid human, about it? Yes, you can become immortal, but you will become deeply unhappy. If the model, if the AGI system is trying to empathize with you, human, what is it supposed to tell you? That yes, you don't have to die, but you're really not going to like it. Is that going to be deeply honest? Like there's a Interstellar. What is it? The AI says like humans want 90% honesty. So like you have to pick how honest do I want to answer these practical questions. Yeah.
I love the idea of Interstellar, by the way. I think it's like such a sidekick to the entire story, but at the same time, it's like really interesting.
Kind of limited in certain ways, right?
Yeah, it's limited, and I think that's totally fine. By the way, I don't think I think it's fine and possible to have limited and imperfect AGIs.
Is that a feature?
As an example, like it has a fixed amount of compute on its physical body, and it might just be that even though you can have a super amazing mega brain, super intelligent AI, you also can have like less intelligent AIs that you can deploy in a power efficient way, and then they're not perfect. They might make mistakes.
No, I meant more like, say you have infinite compute, and it's still good to make mistakes sometimes. Like in order to integrate yourself, like what is it? Go back to Good Will Hunting. Robin Williams' character says like the human imperfections, that's the good stuff, right? Isn't that like we don't want perfect, we want flaws in part to form connections with each other, because it feels like something you can attach your feelings to, the flaws. In that same way, you want an AI with flaws. I don't know. I feel like perfection is,
But then you're saying, okay,
but it's not AGI. But see, AGI need to be intelligent enough to give answers to humans that humans will understand. And I think perfect is something humans can't understand. Because even science doesn't give perfect answers. There's always gaps and mysteries, and I don't know. I don't know if humans want perfect.
yeah, I can imagine just having a conversation with this kind of oracle entity as you imagine them, and maybe it can tell you about, based on my analysis of human condition, you might not want this, and here's some of the things that might.
But every dumb human will say, yeah. Trust me, I can give you the truth. I can handle it.
But that's the beauty, like people can choose.
But then it's like the old marshmallow test with the kids and so on. I feel like too many people can't handle the truth. Probably including myself. Like the deep truth of the human condition. I don't know if I can handle it. Like what if there's some dark? What if we are an alien science experiment and it realizes that? What if it happens?
I mean, this is the Matrix, all over again.
I don't know. What would I talk about? I don't even. Yeah, probably I'll go with the safer scientific questions first that have nothing to do with my own personal life. Yeah, and mortality, just like about physics and so on. To build up, let's see where it's at. Or maybe see if it has a sense of humor. That's another question. Will it be able to, presumably, in order to, if it understands humans deeply, it will be able to generate humor.
Yeah, I think that's actually a wonderful benchmark almost. Like, is it able, I think that's a really good point, basically.
To make you laugh.
Yeah, if it's able to be like a very effective stand-up comedian that is doing something very interesting in competition, I think being funny is extremely hard.
Yeah. Because it's hard in a way, like a Turing test. The original intent of the Turing test is hard because you have to convince humans, and there's nothing. That's what comedians talk about this. Like, this is deeply honest. Because if people can't help but laugh, and if they don't laugh, that means you're not funny. If they laugh, it's funny.
You're showing you need a lot of knowledge to create humor about, like your documentation, human condition, and so on. And then you need to be clever with it.
You mentioned a few movies. You tweeted movies that I've seen 5+ times, but I'm ready and willing to keep watching. Interstellar, Gladiator, Contact, Good Will Hunting, The Matrix, Lord of the Rings, all 3, Avatar, 4,000, and so on. Terminator 2, Mean Girls, I'm not going to ask about. Anchorman. What are some of the jump onto your memory that you love and why? And you mentioned The Matrix. As a computer person, what do you love The Matrix?
There's so many problems that make it like beautiful and interesting. So there's all these philosophical questions.
What up, dog?
Guys,
Dude, we're watching Shakti G, baby. Do you know who Shakti G is?
You know,
The look of it, the
Yo.
feel of it.
the action, the bullet time. It was just like innovated in so many ways.
Hey, you're welcome, dog.
And then,
That's amazing work.
Good Will
First,
Hunting.
a bunch of different
Yeah,
levels.
I really like this.
Do you know who Shakti G is?
Genius sort of character who's like grappling with whether or not he has like any
My man is about to
responsibility or
reach
what
1
this
million
gift that he was given.
on saying
How to
kick
think about the whole
on
thing.
kick,
And
which is pretty
There's
amazing.
also dance between the genius and the personal,
And I
like,
think
what it means to
that's
love another
great.
human being. And
there's a lot of themes there. It's just
I'm proud of
And then
him.
the father
He pinned my
figure,
message.
the mentor, and the psychiatrist.
it like really like it messes with you. You know, there's some movies that just like really mess with you on a deep level.
Do you relate to that movie? Like, Lord of the Rings.
Sorry, my village just got internet.
Terminator 2.
Oh no, you're cool, man. Dude, we're gonna make your village
So, is that better than Terminator 1?
into
You
a.
like Arnold?
I do like Terminator 1 as well.
It's gonna be like Mumbai,
In terms of like its
Delhi, New Delhi,
Do you think
Calcutta, and your
Skynet-
village. Whatever the hell your village is, it's gonna fucking explode.
Like the actual
Yeah, universities, it's gonna have high rises, skyscrapers.
I do
It's
worry
gonna be
that
amazing.
I
So
hope
the first thing we're gonna do is make sure everybody has running water.
some of these
and
fears
indoor
of BTS and how this will plan out. I mean, these will
That's
be
really
like
important when you have a society.
And so,
And so India ham market, we're gonna make sure that everything is good.
talk about like the
really
alignment
good.
of
And we're getting ready for our man
The
Shakti
problem
here.
is like even humans are not aligned. So
He's at 988,585.
how this will be is gonna look like it's yeah, it's tripling. So
We'll be able to,
Very, very good.
as a human civilization, think through the problems.
yes, that's my hope is that it happens slowly enough and open enough way where a lot of people can see and participate in it. Just
And I
to
have my
figure out how
robots
to
going.
deal with this transition. I
Robots
think
are
is really
amazing.
interesting.
I draw a lot of inspiration from you growing
That's
up
pretty tight.
because I sure thought it would be fucked. Once they
How's you been, Indian ham market?
Like, it's
How
almost
was
like
your day?
Indian
Ham Market. Shout out to Indian Ham Market and their village getting
lessons. And then
the internet. That's amazing.
It's too dangerous.
Your internet.
You might still deploy it, but
So
very
close.
quickly learn not to use it. So something like this
Yeah,
balance.
right.
These
Wonderful.
are very clever.
Excellent, huge.
Interesting. We
Hey,
exploit
India
the resources as
Market.
much as we can, but we don't.
You need to show your
destroying
village
ourselves.
my
Yeah.
social media.
Well, I
Okay.
don't know about that actually.
I'm gonna give you
I
the
mean, I'm
link.
definitely like concerned.
And
about nuclear
you
weapons and so on, not just
Need to tell
the
them,
result that there is some
village, not only does this rabbi stream all the time, but he
So if
has
humanity
more social media than anybody we've ever seen.
or destroy
And if you're like, what do you mean?
90% people, that would be because of
If
news.
you've ever seen,
I think so.
I'm gonna put
It's
it
not even
in
about
the
full
YouTube
destruction.
right
To
here.
me, it's
So you
that
have
would be
it.
reset
And-
society. That would be like
Put this
terrible.
all over your
That would
village.
be really bad, and I can't believe we're like
It's Linktree,
so close to it.
if you know what
Yeah,
It's like
Linktree is,
crazy.
and I'm going
It
to
seems like an
go,
idea.
I'm gonna give it to you right now. And you're gonna be like, oh, Rabbi, this is
Basically,
amazing.
it's
I've
extremely.
never seen so much social media.
But
And I'm like, yeah,
for me,
and that's not even like a tenth of it.
it seems unstable.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna search by
Just having
live
a bad mood,
so that I can type this to you directly.
take one
And
step towards a bad direction and it
I
escalates.
believe,
And because of a collection of bad moods, it can escalate without being able to
there it is.
stop.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of power, and then also with the proliferation. I basically I don't actually really see. I'm not actually sure good outcomes are here. So I'm definitely really about LR. And then AGI is not currently there, but I think at some point will more and more become something like it. The danger with AGI even is that I think it's even more fucking worse in the sense that
I can package your hashtags written
there
on
are
my
good
hand.
outcomes with AGI.
You're amazing. Hashtag Baba Rabbi. I love it.
And
Okay.
so I think capitalism, humanity, and so on.
That would be the least kosher thing in history. I love it.
But then
Many
if that
people
outcomes
will
just
see
like
that I
tiny
can help promote your show.
Very well.
Red
it's a really
circle
bad
hashtag
position.
Rabbi Rothschild
A tiny
hashtag viral
perturbation of
Rabbi
the system
Street
results in the
47365.
So weird.
Yeah, I think in general, it's really about like the dynamics of humanity.
Indian
It's
big
just
family market
it's just like
said,
the insane
thank
coupling
you.
afforded by technology and just
Yes.
the stability of the
So,
whole chemical system.
Let me show you what it looks like. Here's what it is.
Yes, that explosion.
You come here to my link tree.
Probabilities are
It's
not-
all my links.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I do feel like I have to try to be optimistic and so on. And I think even in this case, I still am down to be optimistic. But there's definitely
Me too. Do you think
This
we'll
is
become
what it
less
looks
with
like.
their species?
Just a moment. It's loading.
probably yes, but I don't know.
Rabbi
if it's
Rothschild,
common
And it
nature
has all my links, all my social
there
media.
might be some people.
Give this to your village and they'll be
I'm
like,
not sure if it's like
this person is
it's like a
gonna help
major
us.
player in our
Absolutely.
culture.
How's he gonna help us?
We still have to.
Put the name of your village here. I want to do a shout out to your village. Put the name of your village. I'll know your village really well. I'll talk about your
Indian
village.
big family market said, thanks
Oh.
Rabbi, you're a very good man.
Thank you so much. You're a very good person yourself. What's the name of your village? I want to do shout outs like every hour on the hour.
I'll tweet at you.
Maybe eventually I would once it's.
What's the name of
safe
your
enough, but I
village?
don't actually know if it's on my lifetime scale.
I'll look it up.
unless I
I'll
can
know
type
it's
this out.
Wikipedia. We'll know it's mayor.
I do think that, for example,
It has
people
a
might
mayor,
disappear
doesn't have a
into,
mayor.
virtual
Maybe
reality
someday.
and stuff like that. I think that could be the major thrust of sort of the cultural.
We'll make everything happen for
if
you.
it survives. So it might not be. It's just really hard to work in
Indian big
physical world
family market
and go out there.
said,
And I think ultimately all your experiences are in your
we love our
brain.
24-hour
And so
stream.
it's much
That's
easier to
amazing.
just disappear into.
Whenever you want, we can hang out.
And I think people
We can
find
do whatever the
it
hell you
easier,
want.
safer,
Dog, I have something we can do.
state.
So you're
Okay, but tell me the name of your village first.
Whether it's the metaverse or some other manifestation of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's I'm interested in just talking a lot.
What is the name of
Where's
India
the-
Ham Market's village?
Where's the?
And if you don't want to share it, then that's okay. But shout out to your
To
village.
be clear, I think what's
But if
interesting.
you just got the internet, then that's a big
about
deal. We
that,
gotta celebrate that on the internet. I
the variance.
think that that's a phenomenal
That's the
thing.
primary thing that's changing.
The whole village on the internet, that's
But the distribution is like the
that's
variance.
incredible.
So there will probably be people on Mars, and there will be people in VR, and there will be people here on Earth. It's just like there will be so many more ways of being.
Yeah. We're gonna get
So
it.
I feel like I see
Wikipedia,
this
it doesn't have a
spreading out.
Wikipedia. Oh, it's gonna be such a big deal.
There's something about the internet.
We'll write it Wikipedia right now.
Gravitate together. Something about your biology, like. Is that kind of way
Indian
to
Ham
find
Market.
each other?
Yep.
In the
And you'll have
meantime,
humans,
while you're
and then we'll
figuring that out, we're gonna look at Shakti G because I love him.
have the Amish, and we're gonna, everything is just gonna.
I was asked in an interview recently who my favorite streamers are, and I said Shakti G was one of them.
Is they don't know.
Actually, I said you think he was the first one I named
You can have a very
because
happy.
he streams for charity, and I think that that is cool. Shout out to Shakti G. He's a really sweet person. We're gonna help India so much. It's the most populous
so many things.
country in the world, and nobody's celebrating that fact. Everybody's still stuck on China. India. China's tight too, but India.
So you can see that happening more and more and more and more in the future.
Look at this, he pinned at the top.
Yeah.
Rabbi is so proud of you, Shakti. Keep up the grind, you are so forth. How sweet is that?
I don't see that trend like
And
you
it's
were.
from the account,
People are diverse.
Rabbi thinks Shakti G is great.
And I sort of like celebrate that. And so
Will you spend so much time in the metaverse, in the virtual reality? Or which community are you? Is it physicalist? That's the physical reality. reality enjoyer, or do you see drawing a lot of pleasure, fulfillment in the digital world?
Yeah, I think currently the virtual reality is not that compelling. I do think it's going to improve a lot, but I don't really know. Maybe there's actually like even more exotic things you can think about with like neurons or stuff like that. So currently, I kind of see myself as mostly a team human person. I love nature. I love harmony. I love people. I love humanity. I love emotions of humanity. And I just want to be like in this like solar punk flow utopia. That's my happy place.
Yeah.
My happy place is like people I love thinking about cool problems, surrounded by lush, beautiful, dynamic nature, and secretly high tech in places that count.
They use technology to empower that love for other humans and nature.
Yeah, I think technology used like very sparingly. I don't love when it sort of gets in the way of humanity in many ways. I like just people being humans in the way we sort of like they evolve and prefer, I think, just by default.
People kept asking me because they know you love reading. Are there particular books that you enjoyed that have an impact on you for silly or for valid reasons that you would recommend? You mentioned about the question.
Many, of course. I think in biology, as an example, the bio question is one. Anything like this really life ascending, I would say, is like a bit more potentially representative, is like a summary of a lot of the things he's been talking about. I was very impacted by The Selfish Gene. I thought that was a really good book. It helped me understand altruism as an example and where it comes from, and just realizing that the selection is a law of genes was a huge insight for me at the time, and it sort of like cleared up a lot of things for me.
What do you think about the idea that ideas are the organisms?
Yes, love it, 100%.
Are you able to walk around with that notion for a while, that there is an evolutionary kind of process with ideas as well?
There absolutely is. There's genes, just like genes, and they compete, and they live in our brains. It's beautiful.
Are we still as humans thinking that we're the organisms? Is it possible that the primary organisms are the ideas?
Yeah, I would say like the ideas kind of live in the software of like our civilization in the minds and so on.
We think as humans that the hardware is the fundamental thing. I, human, is a hardware entity, but it could be the software, right?
Yeah, I would say like there needs to be some grounding at some point to like a physical reality.
Yeah, but if we clone around it, the software is the thing, like, is this thing that makes something special, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
But then cloning might be exceptionally difficult. Like, there might be a deep integration to the software and the hardware in ways we don't quite yet understand.
Yeah, you made it, baby.
What makes me special is more like the game of genes that are writing in my chromosomes, I suppose, right? Like they're the replicating unit, I suppose. And
no, but that's just for the few. The thing that makes you special, sure. Wow. The reality is, what makes you special is your ability to survive based on the software that runs on the hardware that was built by the genes. So the software is the thing that makes you survive, not the hardware.
Right. It's a little bit of both. It's just like a second layer. It's a new second layer that hasn't been there before the brain. They both coexist.
But there's also layers in the software. I mean, it's a
That's easy.
abstraction of top of abstraction.
But so Selfish Gene and Nickname. I would say sometimes books are like non-sufficient. I like to read from textbooks sometimes. I kind of feel like books are for too much of a general consumption sometimes, and they just kind of like they're too high up in moral abstraction, and it's not good enough. So I like textbooks. I like the Cell. I think the Cell is pretty cool. That's why also I like the writing of Nick Lane, is because he's pretty willing to step one level down, and he doesn't. He's willing to go there. But he's also willing to sort of be throughout the stack, so he'll go down to a lot of detail, but then he'll come back up. And I think he is basically I really appreciate that.
That's why I love college and high school. Just textbooks on the basics.
Yeah.
Computer science, mathematics, biology, chemistry.
Yes.
Those are really condensed down. It's sufficiently general that you can understand the philosophy and the details, but also like you get homework problems. you get to play with it as much as you would if you weren't programming stuff.
Yeah, and then I'm also suspicious of textbooks, honestly, because as an example in deep learning, there's no like amazing textbooks, and the field is changing very quickly. I imagine the same is true in, say, synthetic biology and so on. These books like The Cell are kind of outdated. They're still high level. Like, what is the actual real source of truth? It's people in web apps working with cells, sequencing genomes and actually working with it. And I don't have that much exposure to that and what that looks like. So I still don't fully, I'm reading through The Cell, and it's kind of interesting and I'm learning, but it's still not sufficient, I would say, in terms of understanding.
Well, it's a clean summarization of the mainstream narrative.
Yeah.
But you have to learn that before you break out.
Yeah.
Towards the cutting edge.
Yeah. What is the actual process of working with these cells and growing them and incubating them, and it's kind of like a massive cooking recipe, so making sure your cells live and proliferate, and then you're sequencing and running experiments, and just how that works, I think, is kind of like the source of truth. But at the end of the day, what's really useful in terms of creating therapies.
Yeah, I wonder what in the future AI textbooks will be. Because, there's an artificial intelligence, the modern approach. I actually haven't read if it's come out with the recent version, there's been a recent edition. I also saw there's a science of deep learning. But I'm waiting for textbooks that are worth recommending or reading. There's like papers and code.
Honestly, I think papers are quite good. I especially like the appendix of any paper as well. It's like the most detail we can have.
It doesn't have to be cohesive, connected to anything else. Just describing a very specific way you solve a particular thing. Yeah.
Many times papers can be actually quite readable. Not always, but sometimes the introduction and the abstract is readable even for someone outside of the field. This is not always true. And sometimes I think, unfortunately, scientists use complex terms even when it's not necessary. I think that's harmful. I think there's no reason for that.
Papers sometimes are longer than they need to be in the parts that don't matter.
Yeah.
The appendix would be long, but then the paper itself, so good really simple.
Yeah, but certainly I've come across papers, I would say, like synthetic biology or something that I thought were quite readable for the abstract and the introduction. And then you're reading the rest of it, and you don't fully understand, but you kind of got reading the gist, and
What advice you give advice to folks interested in machine learning and research, but in general, life advice to a young person, high school, early college, about how to have a career they can be proud of or a life they can be proud of?
Yeah, I think I'm very hesitant to give general advice. I think it's really hard. I've mentioned, like, some of the stuff I've mentioned is fairly general, I think. Like, focus on just the amount of work you're spending on, like, a thing. Compare yourself only to yourself, not to others. I think those are fairly general.
How do you pick the thing?
You just have, like, a deep interest in something, or like try to like find the argmax over like the things that you're interested in.
Argmax at that moment and stick with it. I may not get distracted and switch to another thing.
You can if you like.
If you do an argmax repeatedly every week,
it doesn't converge.
That's the problem.
Yeah, you can like low pass filter yourself in terms of like what has consistently been true for you. But yeah, I definitely see how it can be hard, but I would say like you're going to work the hardest on the thing that you care about the most. So look past filter yourself and really introspect in your past. What are the things that gave you energy? And what are the things that took energy away from you? Concrete examples. And usually from those concrete examples, that patterns can emerge. I like it when things look like this when I'm in these positions.
So that's not necessarily the field, but the kind of stuff you're doing in a particular field. So for you, it seems like you were energized by implementing stuff, building the actual things.
Yeah, being low level, learning, and then also communicating so that others can go through the same realizations and shortening that gap. Because I usually have to do way too much work to understand this thing, and then I'm like, okay, this is actually like, okay, I think I get it. And like, why is it so much work? It should be much less work. And that gives me a lot of frustration, and that's why I sometimes do.
So aside from the teaching you're doing now, putting out videos, aside from a potential Godfather Part 2 with the AGI at Tesla and beyond, what does the future of Logic or Rocky hold? Have you figured that out yet or no? I mean, as you see through the fog of war, that is all of our future. Do you start seeing silhouettes of what that possible future could look like?
The consistent thing I've been always interested in, for me at least, is AI. And That's probably what I'm spending the rest of my life on because I just care about it a lot. And I actually care about like many other problems as well, like say aging, which I basically view as disease. And I care about that as well, but I don't think it's a good idea to go after it specifically. I don't actually think that humans will be able to come up with the answer. I think the correct thing to do is to ignore those problems and use solve AI and then use that to solve everything else. And I think there's a chance that this will work. I think it's a very high chance. And that's kind of like the way I'm betting at least.
So when you think about AI, are you interested in all kinds of applications, all kinds of domains, and any domain you focus on will allow you to get insights to the big problem of AI?
Yeah, for me, it's the ultimate meta problem. I don't want to work on any one specific problem. There's too many problems. So how can you work on all problems simultaneously? You solve the meta problem, which to me is just intelligence, and how do you automate?
Is there cool small projects like Archive Sanity and so on that you're thinking about the world, the ML world can anticipate?
There's always like some fun side projects. Archive Sanity is one. Basically, like there's way too many archive papers. How can I organize it and recommend papers and so on? I transcribe all of your podcasts.
What did you learn from that experience? From transcribing the process of, like, you like consuming audiobooks and podcasts and so on, and here's the process that achieves closer to the human level component and innovation.
Yeah, well, I definitely was like surprised that transcription with OpenAI's Whisper was working so well compared to what I'm familiar with from Siri and like a few other systems. I guess it worked so well, and that's what gave me some energy to try it out, and I thought it could be fun to run a podcast. It's kind of not obvious to me why Whisper is so much better compared to anything else, because I feel like there should be a lot of incentive for a lot of companies to produce transcription systems, and that they've done so over a long time. Whisper is not a super exotic model, it's a transformer. It takes small spectrograms and just outputs tokens of text. It's not crazy. The model and everything has been around for a long time. I'm not actually 100% sure why.
Yeah, it's not obvious to me either. It makes me feel like I'm missing something.
I'm missing something.
Yeah, because there is huge, even at Google and so on, YouTube transcription.
Yeah.
It's unclear, but some of it is also integrating into a bigger system.
Yeah.
That is the user interface, how it's deployed, and all that kind of stuff. Maybe running it as an independent thing is much easier. Like an order of magnitude easier than deploying to a large integrated system like YouTube transcription or anything like meetings. Like Zoom has transcription. That's kind of crappy. But creating an interface where it detects the different individual speakers, it's able to display it in compelling ways, run it in real time, all that kind of stuff. Maybe that's the only explanation I have, because I'm currently paying quite a bit for human transcription, human caption, annotation, and it seems like there's a huge incentive to automate that. Yeah, it's very confusing.
And I don't know if you looked at some of the Whisper transcripts, but they're quite good.
They're good, and especially in tricky cases. I've seen Whisper's performance on super tricky cases, and it does incredibly well. So I don't know. A podcast is pretty simple. It's like high quality audio, and you're speaking usually pretty clearly. So I don't know. I don't know what OpenAI's plans are either.
But there's always fun projects basically. And Stable Diffusion also is opening up a huge amount of experimentation, I would say, in the visual realm and generating images and videos and movies.
Videos now.
And so that's going to be pretty crazy. That's going to almost certainly work. And it's going to be really interesting when the cost of content creation is going to fall to zero. You used to need a painter for a few months to paint a thing, and now it's going to be speak to your phone to get your video.
So how you would start using it to generate scenes, which completely opens up. Yeah, so you can make a movie like Avatar eventually for under $1 million.
Much less, maybe just by talking to your phone. I know it sounds kind of crazy.
And then there'd be some voting mechanism. How do you have would there be a show on Netflix that's generated completely automatically?
Yeah. And what does it look like also when you can generate it on demand and it's and there's infinity of it?
Yeah. Oh man. All the synthetic content. It's humbling because we treat ourselves as special for being able to generate art and ideas and all that kind of stuff. If that can be done in an automated way by AI.
I think it's fascinating to me how these the predictions of AI and what it's going to look like and what it's going to be capable of are completely inverted in the sci-fi of 50s and 60s, which is like totally wrong, right? They imagine AI as like super calculating theorem provers, and we're getting things that can talk to you about emotions. They can do art. It's just like weird.
Are you excited about that future? Just AIs like hybrid systems, heterogeneous systems of humans and AIs talking about emotions. Netflix and chill with an AI system that is where the Netflix thing you watch is also generated by AI.
I think it's going to be interesting for sure. And I think I'm cautiously optimistic, but it's not obvious.
Well, the sad thing is your brain and mine developed in a time where before Twitter, before the internet. So I wonder, people that are born inside of it might have a different experience. Like maybe you will still resist it, and the people born now will not.
Well, I do feel like humans are extremely malleable. And you're probably right.
What is the meaning of life, Andre? we talked about sort of the universe having a conversation with us humans, or with the systems we create to try to answer. For the universe, for the creator of the universe to notice us, we're trying to create systems that are loud enough to just answer back.
I don't know if that's the meaning of life. That's like meaning of life for some people. The first level answer I would say is anyone can choose their own meaning of life because we are a conscious entity and it's beautiful, number one. But I do think that like a deeper meaning of life, if someone is interested, is along the lines of like, what the hell is life? And like why? And if you look at into fundamental physics and quantum field theory and the standard model, they're like very complicated. And there's this like 19 parameters of our universe. And like what's going on with all this stuff? And why is it here? And can I hack it? Can I work with it? Is there a message for me? Am I supposed to create a message? And so I think there's some fundamental answers there. But I think there's actually even like, you can't actually like really make a dent in those without more time. And so to me also there's a big question around just getting more time, honestly. Yeah, that's kind of like what I think about quite a bit as well.
So kind of the ultimate, or at least first way to sneak up to the why question is to try to escape the system, the universe.
Yeah.
And then for that, you sort of backtrack and say, okay, for that, it's going to take a very long time. So the why question boils down from an engineering perspective to how to extend.
Yeah, I think that's the question number one, practically speaking, because you can't, you're not going to calculate the answer to the deeper questions in the time you have.
And that could be extending your own lifetime or extending just the lifetime of human civilization.
Whoever wants to. Not many people might not want that. But I think people who do want that, I think it's probably possible. And I don't know that people fully realize this. I kind of feel like people think of death as an inevitability, but at the end of the day, this is a physical system. Some things go wrong. It makes sense why things like this happen, evolutionarily speaking. And there's most certainly interventions that mitigate it.
I mean, that'd be interesting if death is eventually looked at as a fascinating thing that used to happen to humans.
I don't think it's unlikely. I think it's likely.
And it's up to our imagination to try to predict what the world without death looks like. Yeah, it's hard to. I think the values will completely change.
Could be. I don't really buy all these ideas that without death there's no nothing else. I don't intuitively buy all those arguments. I think there's plenty of meaning, plenty of things to learn. They're interesting, exciting. I want to know. I want to calculate. I want to improve the condition of all the humans and organisms that are alive.
Yeah, the way we find meaning will change. There is a lot of humans, probably including myself, that finds meaning in the finiteness of things. But that doesn't mean that's the only source of meaning.
Yeah. I do think many people will go with that, which I think is great. I love the idea that people can just choose their own adventure. Like you are born as a conscious, free entity by default, I like to think. And you have your unalienable rights for life
In the pursuit of happiness.
I don't know if I have that.
in the nature, the landscape of happiness.
You can choose your own adventure mostly, and that's hopefully true. But
I still am pretty sure I'm an NPC. An NPC can't grow into an NPC. There could be different degrees and levels of consciousness. I don't think there's a more beautiful way to end it. Andre, you're an incredible person. I'm really honored you to talk with me. Everything you've done for the machine learning world, for the AI world, to just inspire people, to educate millions of people. It's been great, and I can't wait to see what you do next. It's been an honor, man. Thank you so much for talking today.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andre Karpathy. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Samuel Carlin. The purpose of models is not to fit the data, but to sharpen the questions. Thanks for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Cassidy was able to start the car and then realize that this had reversed, sped, hit the car behind her, and then was able to drive away. And then realized that she actually had been hit with blood inside the vehicle. And she was able to drive herself.
It turns out that if you train a planarian and then cut their heads off, the tail will regenerate a brand new brain that still remembers the original information. I think planaria hold the answer to pretty much every deep question of life. For one thing, they're similar to our ancestors, so they have true symmetry, they have a true brain, they're not like earthworms, they're much more advanced life form. They have lots of different internal organs, but they're these little, they're about maybe 2 centimeters in the centimeters to 2 in size. They have a head and a tail. And the first thing is planaria are immortal. So they do not age. There's no such thing as an old planarian. So that right there tells you that these theories of thermodynamic limitations on lifespan are wrong. It's not that, well, over time everything degrades. No, planaria can keep it going for probably, how long have they been around? 400 million years. Right? So these are so the planaria in our lab are actually in physical continuity with planaria that were here 400 million years ago.
The following is a conversation with Michael Levin, one of the most fascinating and brilliant biologists I've ever talked to. He and his lab at Tufts University works on novel ways to understand and control complex pattern formation in biological systems. Andre Karpathy, a world-class AI researcher, is the person who first introduced me to Michael Levin's work. I bring this up because these two people make me realize that biology has a lot to teach us about AI, and AI might have a lot to teach us about biology. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael Levin. Embryogenesis is the process of building the human body from a single cell. I think it's one of the most incredible things that exist on Earth, from a single embryo. So how does this process work?
Yeah, it is an incredible process. I think it's maybe the most magical process there is. And I think one of the most fundamentally interesting things about it is that it shows that each of us takes the journey from so-called just physics to mind, right? Because we all start life as a single quiescent, unfertilized oocyte, and it's basically a bag of chemicals, and you look at that and say, okay, this is chemistry and physics. And then 9 months and some years later, you have an organism with high-level cognition and preferences and an inner life and so on. And what embryogenesis tells us is that transformation from physics to mind is gradual. There is no special place where the lightning bolt says, "Oh, now you've gone from physics to true cognition." That doesn't happen. And so we can see in this process that the whole mystery, the biggest mystery of the universe, basically, how you get mind from matter.
From just physics, in quotes.
Yeah.
Where's the magic of this thing? How do we get from information coded in DNA and make physical reality out of that information?
So one of the things that I think is really important if we're going to bring in DNA into this picture is to think about the fact that what DNA encodes is the hardware for life. DNA contains the instructions for the kind of micro-level hardware that every cell gets to play with. So all the proteins, all the signaling factors, the ion channels, all the cool little pieces of hardware that cells have, that's what's in the DNA. The rest of it is in so-called generic laws And these are laws of mathematics, these are laws of computation, these are laws of physics, and all kinds of interesting things that are not directly in the DNA. And that process, I think the reason I always put just physics in quotes is because I don't think there is such a thing as just physics. I think that thinking about these things in binary categories, like this is physics, this is true cognition, this is as if, it's only faking, these kinds of things. I think that's what gets us in trouble. I think that we really have to understand that it's a continuum. We have to work up the scaling, the laws of scaling, and we can certainly talk about that. There's a lot of really interesting thoughts to be had there.
So the physics is deeply integrated with the information. So the DNA doesn't exist on its own. The DNA is integrated as, in some sense, in response to the laws of physics at every scale. The laws of the environment exist in.
Yeah, the environment and also the laws of the universe. I mean, the thing about the DNA is that it's once evolution discovers a certain kind of machine, that if the physical implementation is appropriate, it's sort of and this is hard to talk about because we don't have a good vocabulary for this yet. But it's a very kind of a Platonic notion that if the machine is there, it pulls down interesting things that you do not have to evolve from scratch because the laws of physics give it to you for free. So just as a really stupid example, if you're trying to evolve a particular triangle, you can evolve the first angle, you evolve the second angle, you don't need to evolve the third. You know what it is already. Now why do you know? That's a gift for free from geometry in a particular space. You know what that angle has to be. And if you evolve an ion channel, ion channels are basically transistors, right? They're voltage gated current conductances. If you evolve that ion channel, you immediately get to use things like truth tables. You get logic functions. You don't have to evolve the logic function. You don't have to evolve a truth table. It doesn't have to be in the DNA. You get it for free, right? And the fact that if you have NAND gates, you can build anything you want. You get that for free. All you have to evolve is that first step, that first little machine that enables you to couple to those laws. And there's laws of adhesion and many other things. And this is all that interplay between the hardware that's set up by the genetics and the software the physiological software that basically does all the computation and the cognition and everything else is a real interplay between the information in the DNA and the laws of physics and computation.
So is it fair to say, just like this idea that the laws of mathematics are discovered, they're latent within the fabric of the universe, in that same way the laws of biology are kind of discovered?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely, and it's probably not a popular view, but I think that's right.
I think that's a really deep idea. Then embryogenesis is the process of revealing, of embodying, of manifesting these laws. You're not building the laws, you're just creating the capacity to reveal it.
Yes. I think, again, not the standard view of molecular biology by any means, but I think that's right on. I'll give you a simple example. Some of our latest work with these xenopods, right? So what we've done is to take some skin cells off of an early frog embryo and basically ask about their plasticity. If we give you a chance to reboot your multicellularity in a different context, what would you do? Because what you might assume by the thing about embryogenesis is that it's super reliable, right? It's very robust. And that really obscures some of its most interesting features. We get used to the fact that acorns make oak trees and frog eggs make frogs. And we say, well, what else is going to make that? That's what makes that's a standard story. But the reality is, and so you look at these skin cells and say, well, what do they know how to do? Well, they know how to be a passive, boring, two-dimensional outer layer keeping the bacteria from getting into the embryo. That's what they know how to do. Well, it turns out that if you take these skin cells and you remove the rest of the embryo, so you remove all of the rest of the cells, and you say, well, you're by yourself now, what do you want to do? So what they do is they form this little, this little creature that runs around the dish. They have all kinds of incredible capacities. They navigate through mazes. They have various behaviors that they do both independently and together. They have basically they implement von Neumann's dream of self-replication, because if you sprinkle a bunch of new cells into the dish, what they do is they run around and collect those cells into little piles. They sort of mush them together until those little piles become the next generation of xenopods. They've got this machine that builds copies of itself from loose material in its environment. None of this are things that you would have expected from the frog genome. In fact, they're wild type. The genome is wild type. There's nothing wrong with their genetics. Nothing has been added, no nanomaterials, no genomic editing, nothing. And so what we have done there is engineer by subtraction. What you've done is you've removed the other cells that normally basically bully these cells into being skin cells. And you find out that what they really want to do is to be this, their default behavior is to be a xenophon. But in vivo, in the embryo, they get told to be skinned by these other cell types. And so now here comes this really interesting question that you just posed. When you ask where does the form of the tadpole and the frog come from, the standard answer is, well, it's selection. So over billions of years, right, it's been shaped to produce a specific body that's fit for froggy environments. Where does the shape of the xenobot come from? There's never been any xenobots. There's never been selection to be a good xenobot. These cells find themselves in a new environment.
So where are you watching, girl?
Different proto-organisms with new capacities like kinematic self-replication. That's not how frogs and tadpoles replicate. We've made it impossible for them to replicate their normal way. Within a couple of days, these guys find a new way of doing it that's not done anywhere else in biospace.
Well, actually, let's step back and define what are xenobots.
So a xenobot is a self-assembling little proto-organism. It's also a biological robot. Those things are not distinct. It's a member of both.
How much is it biology? How much is it robot?
At this point, most of it is biology because what we're doing is we're discovering natural behaviors of the cells and also the cell collectives. And one of the really important parts of this was that we're working together with Josh Bongard's group at University of Vermont. They're computer scientists who do AI, and they've basically been able to use an simulated evolution approach to ask how can we manipulate these cells, give them signals, not rewire their DNA, so not hardware, but experience and signals. So can we remove some cells? Can we add some cells? Can we poke them in different ways to get them to do other things? So in the future, there's going to be, we're now, this is future unpublished work, but we're doing all sorts of interesting ways to reprogram them to new behaviors.
I just throw that number out there, girl.
Understand what their innate capacities are.
Okay, so that means engineering, programming, you're engineering them in the future. And in some sense,
hell yeah, girl. I don't fuck around.
Then you are an engineer. And versus evolve. I mean, it's such a fuzzy definition anyway. In some sense, many of the organisms within our body are kind of robots.
Yes.
And I think robots is a weird line because we tend to see robots as the other. I think there will be a time in the future when there's going to be something akin to the civil rights movement.
Hell yeah,
for
girl.
robots, but we'll talk about that later perhaps. Anyway, so how do you, can we just linger on it? How do you build a xenobot? What are we talking about here? From when does it start and how does it become the glorious xenobot?
Yeah, so just to take one step back, one of the things that a lot of people get stuck on is they say, well, engineering requires new DNA circuits or it requires new nanomaterials. The thing is, we are now moving from old school engineering, which used passive materials, right? That things like wood metal, things like this, that basically the only thing you depend on is that they were going to keep your shape. That's they don't do anything else. It's on you as an engineer to make them do every
Donor Discord.
thing they're going to do, and they're active materials and now computational materials. This is a whole new era. These are agential materials. This is you're now collaborating with your substrate because your material has an agenda. These cells have, billions of years of evolution. They have goals. They have preferences. They're not just going to sit where you come.
It's hilarious that you have to talk your material
Yeah,
into shape.
that's it. That is exactly right. That is exactly right.
Just stay there. It's like getting a bunch of cats or something and trying to organize the shit out of it.
It's funny, we're on the same page here because in the paper, this is currently just been accepted in Nature by Engineering. One of the figures I have is building a tower out of Legos versus dogs. Right? So think about the difference, right? If you build out of Legos, you have full control over where it's going to go. But if somebody knocks it over, game over. With the dogs, you cannot just come and stack them. They're not going to stay that way. Those things, if you train them, then somebody knocks it over, they'll get right back up. So it's all right. So as an engineer, what you really want to know is what can I depend on this thing to do? Right? That's really, a lot of people have definitions of robots as far as what they're made of, or how we got here, design versus evolve, whatever. I don't think any of that is useful. I think as an engineer, what you want to know is how much can I depend on this thing to do when I'm not around to micromanage it? What level of dependency can I give this thing? How much agency does it have? Which then tells you what techniques do you use. So do you use micromanagement, like put everything where it goes? Do you train it? Do you give it signals? Do you try to convince it to do things, right? How much, how intelligent is your substrate? And so now we're moving into this area where you're working with agential materials. That's a collaboration. It's not the old style.
Which word you're using? Agential.
Agential. Yeah.
What's that mean?
Agency. It comes from the word agency. So basically the material has agency, meaning that it has some level of, obviously not human level, but some level of preferences, goals, memories, ability to remember things, to compute into the future, meaning anticipate. When you're working with cells, they have all of that to various degrees.
Is that empowering or limiting, having material as a mind of its own?
I think it's both, right? So it raises difficulties because it means that if you're using the old mindset, which is a linear kind of extrapolation of what's going to happen, you're going to be surprised and shocked all the time because biology does not do what we linearly expect materials to do. On the other hand, it's massively liberating. And so in the following way, I've argued that advances in regenerative medicine require us to take advantage of this, because what it means is that you can get the material to do things that you don't know how to micromanage. So just as a simple example, right? If you had a rat and you wanted this rat to do a circus trick, you can do it the micromanagement way, which is try to control every neuron and try to play the thing like a puppet, right? And maybe someday that'll be possible, maybe. Or you can train the rat. And this is why humanity, for thousands of years before we knew any neuroscience, we had no idea what's between the ears of any animal, we were able to train these animals. Because once you recognize the level of agency of a certain system, you can use appropriate techniques. If you know the currency of motivation, reward, and punishment, you know how smart it is, you know what kinds of things it likes to do. You are searching a much smoother, much nicer problem space than if you try to micromanage it. And in regenerative medicine, when you're trying to get, let's say, an arm to grow back or an eye to repair or some birth defect or something, do you really want to be controlling tens of thousands of genes at each point to try to micromanage them? Or do you want to find the high-level modular controls that say, build an arm here? You already know how to build an arm. You did it before. Do it again. So that's, I think it's both. It's both the difficult, and it challenges us to develop new ways of engineering, and it's hugely empowering.
Okay, so how do you maybe sticking with the metaphor of dogs and cats, I presume you have to figure out to find the dogs and dispose of the cats, because it's like the old herding cats is an issue. So you may be able to train dogs. I suspect you will not be able to train cats, or if you do, you're never going to be able to trust them. So is there a way to figure out which material is amenable to herding? Is it in the lab work, or is it in simulations?
Right now, it's largely in the lab because our simulations do not capture yet the most interesting and powerful things about biology. So the simulation does what we're pretty good at simulating are feed-forward emergent types of things, right? So cellular automata, if you have simple rules and you sort of roll those forward for every agent or every cell in the simulation, then complex things happen, ant colony or algorithms, things like that. We're good at that, and that's fine. The difficulty with all of that is that it's incredibly hard to reverse. So this is a really hard inverse problem, right? If you look at a bunch of termites and they make a thing with a single chimney, you say, well, I like it, but I'd like two chimneys. How do you change the rules of behavior for each termite so they make two chimneys, right? Or if you say, here are a bunch of cells that are creating this kind of organism, I don't think that's optimal. I'd like to repair that birth defect. How do you control all the individual low-level rules, right? All the protein interactions and everything else. Rolling it back from the anatomy that you want to the low-level hardware rules is generally intractable. It's an inverse problem. It's generally not solvable. So right now it's mostly in the lab because what we need to do is we need to understand how biology uses top-down controls. So the idea is not bottom-up emergence, but the idea of things like goal-directed test operate exit kinds of loops where it's basically an error minimization function over a new space. So not a space of gene expression, but for example, a space of anatomy. So just as a simple example, if you have a salamander and it's got an arm, you can amputate that arm anywhere along the length. It will grow exactly what's needed, and then it stops. That's the most amazing thing about regeneration is that it stops. It knows when to stop. When does it stop? It stops when a correct salamander arm has been completed. So that tells you that's a means ends kind of analysis where it has to know what the correct limb is supposed to look like, right? So it has a way to ascertain the current shape. It has a way to measure that delta from what shape it's supposed to be, and it will keep taking actions, meaning remodeling and growing and everything else until that's complete. So once you know that, and then we've taken advantage of this in the lab to do some really wild things with both planaria and frog embryos and so on. Once you know that, you can start playing with that homeostatic cycle. You can ask, for example, well, how does it remember what the correct shape is, and can we mess with that memory? Can we give it a false memory of what the shape should be and let the cells build something else? Or can we mess with the measurement apparatus, right? So it gives you those kinds of, so the idea is to basically appropriate a lot of the approaches and concepts from cognitive neuroscience and behavioral science into things that previously were taken to be dumb materials. And you get yelled at in class if for being anthropomorphic. If you said, "Well, my cells want to do this and my cells want to do that," and I think that's a major mistake that leaves a ton of capabilities on the table.
So thinking about biological systems as things that have memory, have almost something like cognitive ability, but I mean, how incredible is it? That the salamander arm is being rebuilt not with a dictator. It's kind of like the cellular automata system. All the individual workers are doing their own thing. So where's that top-down signal that does the control coming from? Like, how can you find it?
Yeah.
Like, why does it stop growing? How does it know the shape? How does it have memory of the shape? And how does it tell everybody to be like, whoa, slow down, we're done?
So the first thing to think about, I think, is that there are no examples anywhere of a central dictator, because in this kind of science, because everything is made of parts. And so we even though we feel as a unified central sort of intelligence and kind of point of cognition, we are a bag of neurons, right? All intelligence is collective intelligence. This is important to kind of think about, because a lot of people think, okay, there's real intelligence, and then there's collective intelligence, which is ants and lots of birds and termites and things like that, and maybe it's appropriate to think of them as an individual, and maybe it's not. And a lot of people are skeptical about that. So you got to realize that we are not. There's no such thing as this like indivisible diamond of intelligence that's like this one central thing that's not made of parts. We are all made of parts, and so if you believe, which I think is hard to get around, that we in fact have a centralized set of goals and preferences, that we plan and we do things and so on, you are already committed to the fact that a collection of cells is able to do this, because we are a collection of cells. There's no getting around that. In our case, what we do is we navigate the three-dimensional world. We have behavior.
This is blowing my mind right now, because we are just a collection of cells.
Oh yeah.
So when I'm moving this arm, I feel like I'm the central dictator of that action. There's a lot of stuff going on. Like all the cells here are collaborating in some interesting way. They're getting signal from the central nervous system.
Well, even the central nervous system is misleadingly named, because it isn't really central. Again, it's just a bunch of cells. I mean, all of it, right? There are no singular indivisible intelligences anyway. We are all, every example that we've ever seen is a collective of something. It's just that we're used to that. We're used to, okay, this thing is kind of a single thing. It's really not. You zoom in, what you see a bunch of cells running around. And so,
is there some unifying? I mean, we're just jumping around, but that's something that you look at as the bioelectrical signal versus the biochemical, the chemistry, the electricity. Maybe the life is in that versus the cells. It's there's an orchestra playing, and the resulting music is the dictator.
That's not bad. Dennis Noble's kind of view of things. He has two really good books where he talks about this musical analogy, right? So I think that's I like it. I like it.
Is it wrong?
I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's wrong. I think the important thing about it is that we have to come to grips with the fact that a true proper cognitive intelligence can still be made of parts. Those things are, and in fact, it has to be. And I think it's a real shame, but I see this all the time. When you have a collective like this, whether it be a group of robots or a collection of cells or neurons, whatever. As soon as we gain some insight into how it works, right? Meaning that, oh, I see, in order to take this action, here's the information that got processed via this chemical mechanism or whatever. Immediately people say, oh, well, then that's not real cognition, that's just physics. I think this is fundamentally flawed, because if you zoom into anything, what are you going to see? Of course, you're just going to see physics. What else could be underneath, right? It's not going to be fairy dust, it's going to be physics and chemistry. But that doesn't take away from the magic of the fact that there are certain ways to arrange that physics and chemistry, in particular the bioelectricity, which I like a lot, to give you an emergent collective with goals and preferences and memories and anticipations that do not belong to any of the subunits. So I think what we're getting into here, and we can talk about how this happens during Genesis and so on, what we're getting into is the origin of the self, of a self, with a capital S. So we ourselves, there are many other kinds of selves, so we can tell some really interesting stories about where selves come from and how they become unified.
Is this the first, or at least humans tend to think that this is the level in which the self with a capital S is first born. But, and we really don't want to see human civilization or Earth itself as one living organism. That's very uncomfortable to us.
It is. Yeah.
But is where's the self born?
We have to grow up past that. So what I like to do is, I'll tell you two quick stories. I like to roll backwards. So as opposed to, so if you start and you say, okay, here's a paramecium, and you see it, it's a single cell organism. You see it doing various things, and people will say, okay, I'm sure there's some chemical story to be told about how it's doing it. So that's not true cognition, right? And people will argue about that. I like to work it backwards and say, let's agree that you and I, as we sit here, are examples of true cognition, if anything. If there's anything that's true cognition, we are examples of it. And we'll just roll back slowly, right? So you roll back to the time when you were a small child and just doing whatever, and then just sort of day by day you roll back, and eventually you become more or less that paramecium, and then you sort of even below that, right? As an unfertilized oocyte. So no one has, to my knowledge, no one has come up with any convincing, discrete step at which my cognitive powers disappear, right? It just doesn't, the biology doesn't offer any specific step. It's incredibly smooth and slow and continuous. And so I think this idea that it just sort of magically shows up at one point, and then humans have true selves that don't exist elsewhere, I think it runs against everything we know about evolution, everything we know about developmental biology. These are all slow continuum. And the other really important story I want to tell is where embryos come from. So think about this for a second. Amniote embryos, so this is humans, birds, and so on, mammals and birds and so on. Imagine a flat disk of cells. So there's maybe 50,000 cells. And in that, so when you get an egg from a fertilized, let's say you buy a fertilized egg from a farm, right? That egg will have about 50,000 cells in a flat disk, which is a little tiny. And in that flat disk, what will happen is there'll be one set of cells will become special, and it will tell all the other cells, I'm going to be the head, you guys don't be the head. And so it'll amplify symmetry breaking amplification, and you get one embryo. So this is neural tissue and other stuff. Now you say, okay, I have one egg and one embryo, and there you go, what else could it be? Well, the reality is, and I did all of this as a grad student, if you take a little needle and you make a scratch in that plaster, in that disc, such that the cells can't talk to each other. For a while it heals up, but for a while they can't talk to each other. What will happen is that both regions will decide that they can be the embryo, and there will be two of them. And then when they heal up, they become conjoined twins. And you can make two, you can make three, you can make lots. So the question of how many cells are in there cannot be answered until it's actually played all the way through. It isn't necessarily that there's just one. There could be many. So what you have is you have this medium, this undifferentiated. I'm sure there's a psychological version of this somewhere that I don't know the proper terminology, but you have this ocean of potentiality. You have these thousands of cells, and some number of individuals are going to be formed out of it. Usually one, sometimes zero, sometimes several. And they form out of these cells because a region of these cells organizes into a collective that will have goals that individual cells don't have. For example, make a limb, make an eye. How many eyes? Well, exactly two. So individual cells don't know what an eye is. They don't know how many eyes you're supposed to have, but the collective does. The collective has goals and memories and anticipations that the individual self don't. And that the establishment of that boundary with its own ability to maintain, to pursue certain goals, that's the origin of selfless.
That goal in there somewhere, so they were destined, like, are they discovering that goal? Like, where the hell did evolution discover this? When we went from the prokaryotes to eukaryotic cells, and then they started making groups, and you make a certain group, you make it sound, that's such a tricky thing to try to understand. You make it sound like this cells didn't get together and came up with a goal. But the very act of them getting together revealed the goal. It was always there. There was always that potential for that goal.
So the first thing to say is that there are way more questions here than certain. So everything I'm telling you is cutting edge, developing, stuff. So it's not as if any of us know the answer to it. But here's my opinion on it. I think I don't think that evolution produces solutions to specific problems in a specific environment. Like here's a frog that can live well in a froggy environment. I think what evolution produces is problem-solving machines that will solve problems in different spaces. So not just three-dimensional space, which goes back to what we were talking about before. The brain is evolutionarily a late development. It's a system that is able to pursue goals in three-dimensional space by giving commands to muscles. Where did that system come from? That system evolved from a much more ancient, evolutionarily much more ancient system, where collections of cells gave instructions for cell behaviors, meaning cells to move, to divide, to die, to change into different cell types, to navigate more the space of anatomies, the space of all possible anatomies. And before that, cells were navigating transcriptional space, which is a space of all possible gene expressions. And before that, metabolic space. So what evolution has done, I think, is produced hardware that is very good at navigating different spaces using a bag of tricks, right? Which I'm sure many of them we can steal for autonomous vehicles and robotics and everything. And what happens is that they navigate these spaces without a whole lot of commitment to what the space is. In fact, they don't know what the space is, right? We are all brains in a vat, so to speak. Every cell does not know, right? Every cell is some other cell's external environment, right? So where does that border between you and the outside world? You don't really know where that is, right? Every collection of cells has to figure that out from scratch. And the fact that evolution requires all of these things to figure out what they are, what effectors they have, what sensors they have, where does it make sense to draw a boundary between me and the outside world. The fact that you have to build all that from scratch, this autopoiesis, is what defines the order of a self. And biology uses like a multi-scale competency architecture, meaning that every level has goals. So molecular networks have goals, cells have goals, tissues, organs, colonies. And it's the interplay of all of those that enable biology to solve problems in new ways. For example, in xenobots and various other things. This is, it's exactly as you said. In many ways, the cells are discovering new ways of being. But at the same time, evolution certainly shapes all this. So evolution is very good at this agential bioengineering, right? When evolution is discovering a new way of being an animal or a plant or something, sometimes it's by changing the hardware, changing protein structure and so on. But much of the time, it's not by changing the hardware, it's by changing the signals that the cells give to each other. It's doing what we as engineers do, which is try to convince the cells to do various things by using signals, experiences, stimuli. That's what biology does. It has to, because it's not dealing with a blank slate. Every time if you're evolution, you're trying to make an organism, you're not dealing with a passive material that is fresh and you have to specify. It already wants to do certain things. So the easiest way to do that search, to find whatever is going to be adaptive, is to find the signals that are going to convince themselves to do various things.
Your sense is that evolution operates both in the software and the hardware, and it's just easier and more efficient to operate in the software.
Yes, and I should also say I don't think the distinction is sharp. In other words, I think it's a continuum, but I think it's a meaningful distinction where you can make changes to a particular protein, and now the enzymatic function is different and it metabolizes differently and whatever, and that will have implications for fitness. Or you can change the huge amount of information in the genome that isn't structural at all. It's signaling. It's when and how do cells say certain things to each other, and that can have massive changes as far as how it's going to solve problems.
I mean, this idea of multi-hierarchical competence architecture, which is incredible to think about. So this hierarchy that evolution builds, I don't know who's responsible for this. I also see the incompetence of bureaucracies of humans when they get together. So how the hell does evolution build this? Where at every level, only the best get to stick around, they somehow figure out how to do their job without knowing the bigger picture. And then there's like the bosses that do the bigger thing somehow, or that you can now abstract away the small group of cells as an organ or something, and then that organ does something bigger in the context of the full body or something like this. How is that built? Is there some intuition you can kind of provide of how that's constructed, that hierarchical competence architecture? I love that. Competence, just the word competence is pretty cool in this context, because everybody's good at their job.
Yep. You know, what's really key, and the other nice thing about competency is that, so my central belief in all of this is that engineering is the right perspective on all of this stuff, because it gets you away from subjective terms. You know, people talk about sentience and this and that. Those things are very hard to define, or people argue about them philosophically. I think that engineering terms like competency, pursuit of goals, right? All of these things are empirically incredibly useful, because you know when you see it. And if it helps you build, right? If I can pick the right level, I say this thing has, I believe this is X level of like competency. I think it's like a thermostat, or I think it's like a better thermostat, or I think it's various other kinds of many different kinds of complex systems. If that helps me to control and predict and build such systems, then that's all there is to say. There's no more philosophy and argument. So I like competency in that way, because you can quantify. You have to make it like confident of what. And then, or if I tell you it has a goal, the question is, what's the goal, and how do you know? And I say, well, because every time I deviated from this particular state, that's what it spends energy to get back to. That's the goal. You can quantify it, you can be objective about it. So we're not used to thinking about this. I give a talk sometimes called "Why Don't Robots Get Cancer?" Right? And the reason robots don't get cancer is because, generally speaking, with a few exceptions, our architectures have been, we've got a bunch of dumb parts, and you hope that if you put them together, the overlying machine will have some intelligence and do something, right? But the individual parts don't care. They're not independent. Biology isn't like that. Every level has an agenda, and the final outcome is the result of cooperation and competition, both within and across levels. So, for example, during embryogenesis, your tissues and organs are competing with each other, and it's actually a really important part of development. There's a reason they compete with each other. They're not all just helping each other. They're also competing for information, for limited metabolic constraints. But to get back to your other point, which is this seems like really efficient and good and so on compared to some of our human efforts, we also have to keep in mind that what happens here is that each level bends the option space to the level beneath, so that your parts basically, they don't see the geometry. So I'm using and I think I take this seriously. Terminology from relativity, right? Where the space is literally bent. So the option space is deformed by the higher levels. So that's the lower levels. All they really have to do is go down their concentration gradient. They don't have to. In fact, they can't. Let the big picture is. But if you bend the space just right, if they do what locally seems right, they end up doing your bidding. They end up doing things that are optimal in the higher space. Conversely, because the components are good at getting their job done, you as the higher levels don't need to try to compute all those. All you're doing is bending the space or how they're going to do it. Here's a super simple example. In the tadpole, we found that. So tadpoles need to become frogs, and to become more fruitful from the tadpole head to a frog head, you have to rearrange the face. The eyes have to move forward, the jaws have to come out, the nostrils, like everything. It used to be thought that because all tadpoles look the same, all frogs look the same, if you just remember if every piece just moves in the right direction, the right amount, then you get your frog right. So we decided to test. I had this hypothesis that I thought actually the system is probably more intelligent than that. So what did we do? We made what we call Picasso tadpoles. So everything is scrambled. So the eyes are on the back of the head, the jaws are off to the side, everything is scrambled. Well, guess what they make? They make pretty normal frogs because all the different things move around in novel paths, configurations until they get to the correct froggy sort of frog-based configuration that they stop. So the thing about that is
What up, Tim? How you living?
So you make some sort of mutation,
I
and
said, what up, Tim?
it does,
How you
like
living?
every mutation, it does many things. So something good comes of it. It also moves your mouth off to the side, right? Now, if there wasn't this multi-scale competency, you can see where this is going. If there wasn't this multi-scale competency, the organism would be dead. Your fitness is zero because you can't eat. And you would never get to explore the other beneficial consequences of that mutation. You'd have to wait until you find some other way of doing it without moving them up. That's really hard. So the fitness landscape would be incredibly rugged. Evolution would take forever. The reason it works, well, one of the reasons it works so well, is because you do that, no worries, the mouth will find its way where it belongs, right? So now you get to explore. So what that means is that all these mutations that otherwise would be deleterious are not neutral, because the competency of the parts make up for all kinds of things. So all the noise of development, all the variability in the environment, all these things, the competency of the parts makes up for it. So that's all fantastic, right? That's all great. The only other thing to remember when we compare this to human efforts is this: every component has its own goals in various spaces, usually with very little regard for the welfare of the other levels. So as a simple example, you as a complex system, you will go out and you will do, jiu-jitsu or whatever. You'll have some guys who go rock climbing, scrape a bunch of cells off your hands, and then you're happy as a system. Right? You come back and you accomplish some goals, and you're really happy. Those cells are dead. They're gone. Right? Did you think about those cells? Not really, right? You had some bruising, now selfish, right? That's it. And so that's the thing to remember is that, and we know this from history is that just being a collective isn't enough, because what the goals of that collective will be relative to the welfare of the individual parts is a massive real.
And justify the needs. Stalin was on something.
No, that's the danger.
Exactly, that's the danger of. For us humans, we have to construct ethical systems under which we don't take seriously the full mechanisms of biology and apply it to the way that we function, which is an interesting line we draw. The world that built us is the one we reject in some sense when we construct human societies. The idea that this country is founded on that all men are created equal. That's such a fascinating idea. It's like you're fighting against nature. You're saying, well, there's something bigger here than a hierarchical competency architecture. There's so many interesting things you said. So from an algorithmic perspective, the act of bending the option space, that's really profound. Because if you look at the way AI systems are built today, there's a big system, like I said, with robots, and has a goal, and it gets better and better at optimizing that goal and accomplishing that goal. But if biology built a hierarchical system where everything is doing computation, and everything is accomplishing the goal, not only that, it's kind of
Why aren't they
dumb.
dog?
With a limited, with a bent option space, it's just doing the thing that's the easiest thing for it. And somehow that allows you to have turtles on top of turtles, literally, dumb systems on top of dumb systems. It, as a whole, creates something incredibly smart.
Yeah, I mean, every system has some degree of intelligence in its own problem domain. So cells will have problems they're trying to solve in physiological space and transcriptional space. But the collective is trying to solve problems in anatomical space, right? And forming, creature and growing your blood vessels and so on. And then the collective, the whole body is solving yet other problems. They may be in social space or linguistic space and three-dimensional space. And who knows, the group might be solving problems in sort of financial space or something. So one of the major differences with most AIs today is the kind of flatness of the architecture, but also the fact that they're constructed from outside. Their borders and their so to a large extent, of course there are counterexamples now, but to a large extent, our technology is such that you create a machine or a robot, it knows what its sensors are, it knows what its effectors are, it knows the boundary between it and the outside world. All this is given from the outside. Biology constructs this from scratch. Now, the best example of this that originally in robotics was actually Josh Baumgart's work in 2006, where he made these robots that did not know their shape to start with. So, like a baby, they sort of floundered around. They made some hypotheses. Well, I did this and I moved it this way. Well, maybe I'm a whatever. Maybe I have wheels, or maybe I have 6 legs, or whatever. Right? And they would make a model, and eventually they would fall around. So that's really good. That's part of the art. This is where we can go a step further, and some people are doing this, and we're sort of working on some of this too. Is this idea that let's even go back further. You don't even know what sensors you have. You don't know where you end and the outside world begins. All you have is certain things like active inference, meaning you're trying to minimize surprise. Right? You have some metabolic constraints. You don't have all the energy you need. You don't have all the time in the world to think about everything you want to think about. So that means that you can't afford to be a micro reductionist. All this data coming in, you have to coarse grain it and say, I'm going to take all this stuff. I'm going to call that a cat. I'm going to take all this, I'm going to call that the edge of the table. I'm going to fall off it. And I don't want to know anything about the microstates. What I want to know is what is the optimal way to cut up my world. And by the way, this thing over here, that's me. And the reason that's me is because I have more control over this than I have over any of this other stuff. And so now you can begin to make. So that's self-construction, that figuring out, making models of the outside world and then turning that inwards and starting to make a model of yourself, right? Which immediately starts to get into issues of agency and control, because in order to, if you are under metabolic constraints, meaning you don't have the energy, right, that all the energy in the world, you have to be efficient, that immediately forces you to start telling stories about coarse-grained agents that do things, right? You don't have the energy to, like Laplace's demon, calculate every possible state that's going to happen. You have to coarse-grain, and you have to say, that is the kind of creature that does things, either things that I avoid or things that I will go for, that's a nature free or whatever it's going to be. And so right at the base of very simple organisms starting to make models of agents doing things, that is the origin of models of free will, basically, right? Because you see the world around you as having agency, and then you turn that on yourself and say, wait, I have agency too, I can do things. Right? And then you make decisions about what you're going to do. So all of this one model is to view all of those kinds of things as being driven by that early need to determine what you are and to do so, and to then take actions in the most energetically efficient space possible.
So free will emerges when you try to simplify, tell a nice narrative about your environment.
I think that's very possible. Yeah.
Do you think free will is an illusion? So you're kind of implying that it's a useful hack.
Well, I'll say 2 things. The first thing is I think it's very plausible to say that any organism that's or any agent that's whether it's biological or not, any agent that self-constructs under energy constraints is going to believe in free will. We'll get to whether it has free will momentarily, but I think what it definitely drives is a view of yourself and the outside world as an agential view. I think that's inescapable.
So that's true for even primitive organisms.
I think that now they don't have. Now obviously you have to scale down, right? So they don't have the kinds of complex metacognition that we have, so they can do long-term planning and thinking about free will and so on and so on. But
the sense of agency is really useful to accomplish a task, simple or complicated.
That's right. In all kinds of spaces, not just in obvious 3-dimensional space. I mean, we're very good, but the thing is, humans are very good at detecting agency of like medium-sized objects moving at medium speeds in the 3-dimensional world, right? We see a bowling ball and we see a mouse and we immediately know the differences, right?
Mostly things you can eat or get eaten by.
Yeah. That's our training set, right? From the time you're little, your training set is visual data on this like little chunk of your experience. But imagine if from the time that we were born, we had innate senses of your blood chemistry. You could feel your blood chemistry the way you can see, right? You had a high bandwidth connection, and you could feel your blood chemistry. You could see, you could sense all the things that your organs were doing, so your pancreas, your liver, all of it. If we had that, we would be very good at detecting intelligence in physiological space. We would know the level of intelligence that our various organs were deploying to deal with things that were coming, to anticipate, to stimulate, to, but we're just terrible at that. We don't, in fact, people don't even, you talk about intelligence in these opaque spaces, and a lot of people think that's just crazy because all we know is motion.
We do have access to that information, so it's actually possible that so evolution could, if it wanted to construct an organism that's able to perceive the flow of blood through your body, the way you see an old friend and say, yo, what's up, how's the wife and the kids? In that same way you would feel like a connection to the old liver.
Yeah, I think,
Maybe other people's liver, or no, just your own, because you don't have access to other people's.
not yet, but you could imagine some really interesting connection, right? But
Like sexual selection, like, ooh, that girl's got a nice liver.
well, that's
Like the ways her blood flows, the dynamics of the blood is very interesting. It's novel. I've never seen one of those.
But that's exactly what we're trying to half-ass when we judge judgment of beauty by facial symmetry and so on. That's a half-assed assessment of exactly that. Because if your cells could not cooperate enough to keep your organism symmetrical, you can make some inferences about what else is wrong, right? Like that's a very basic.
Interesting. Yeah. So that in deep sense, actually, that is what we're doing. We're trying to confer how healthy, we use the word healthy, but basically how functional is this biological system I'm looking at, so I can hook up with that one and make offspring.
Yeah. Well, what kind of hardware might their genomics give me that might be useful in the future?
I wonder why evolution didn't give us higher resolution signal. Like, why the whole peacock thing with the feathers? It doesn't seem. It's a very low bandwidth signal for sexual selection.
I'm gonna, and I'm not an expert on this stuff, but but I'll take a stab at the reason. I think that it's because it's an arms race. You see, you don't want everybody to know everything about you. So I think that as much as, and in fact, there's another interesting part of this arms race, which is, if you think about this, the most adaptive, evolvable system is one that has the most level of top-down control, right? If it's really easy to say to a bunch of cells, make another finger, versus, okay, here's 10,000 gene expression changes that you need to do to change your finger, right? The system with good top-down control that has memory, and then we need to get back to that, by the way, it's a question I could neglect to answer about where the memory is and so on. A system that uses all of that is really highly evolvable, and that's fantastic. But guess what? It's also highly subject to hijacking by parasites, by cheaters of various kinds, by conspecifics. Like we found that, and then that goes back to the story of the pattern memory. In these planaria, there's a bacterium that lives on these planaria. That bacterium has an input into how many heads the worm is going to have, because it hijacks that control system and it's able to make a chemical that basically interfaces with the system that calculates how many heads you're supposed to have, and they can make them have two heads. And so you can imagine that if you are too, so you want to be understandable for your own parts to understand each other, but you don't want to be too understandable because you'll be too easily controllable. And so I think that my guess is that opposing pressure keeps this from being a super high bandwidth kind of thing where we could just look at somebody and know everything about them.
So it's a kind of biological game of Texas Hold'em.
Yeah.
You show them some cards and you're hiding other cards. There's part of it, there's bluffing, and there's all that, and then there's probably whole species that would do way too much bluffing. That's probably what peacocks fall. There's a book that I don't remember if I read or if I read summaries of the book. It's about the evolution of beauty in birds. Where's that from? There's a book that Richard Dawkins talked about, but basically there's some species start to like over-select for beauty. Not over-select, they just, some reason, select for beauty. There is a case to be made, actually now I'm starting to remember, I think Darwin himself made a case that you can select based on beauty alone. So that beauty, there's a point where beauty doesn't represent some underlying biological truth. You start to select for beauty itself. And I think the deep question is is there some evolutionary value to beauty? But it's an interesting kind of thought that this can we deviate completely from the deep biological truth to actually appreciate some kind of the summarization in itself. Let me get back to memory because this is a really interesting idea. How do a collection of cells remember anything? How do biological systems remember anything? How is that akin to the kind of memory we think of humans as having within our big cognitive engines?
Yeah. One of the ways to start thinking about bioelectricity is to ask ourselves, where did neurons and all these cool tricks that the brain uses to run these amazing problem-solving abilities on basically an electric network, right? Where did that come from? It didn't just evolve, appear out of nowhere. It must have evolved from something. And what it evolved from was a much more ancient ability of cells to form networks to solve other kinds of problems. For example, to navigate morphospace, to control the body's shape. And so all of the components of neurons, so ion channels, neurotransmitter machinery, electrical synapses, all this stuff is way older than brains, way older than neurons, in fact, older than multicellularity. And so it was already there, even bacterial biofilms. There's some beautiful work from UCSD on brain-like dynamics of bacterial biofilms. So evolution figured out very early on that electrical networks are amazing at having memories, at integrating information across distance, at different kinds of optimization tasks, image recognition, and so on, long before there were brains.
Can you actually step back when we return to it? What is bioelectricity? What is biochemistry? What are electrical networks? I think a lot of the biology community focuses on the chemicals as the signaling mechanisms that make the whole thing work. You have, I think, to a large degree uniquely, maybe you can correct me on that, have focused on the bioelectricity, which is using electricity for signaling. There's also probably mechanical, like knocking on the door. So what was the difference and what's an electrical network?
Yeah. So I want to make sure and kind of give credit where credit is due. So as far back as 1903 and probably late 1800s already, people were thinking about the importance of electrical phenomena in life. So I'm for sure not the first person to stress the importance of electricity. There were waves of research in the 30s, in the 40s, and then again in the kind of 70s, 80s, and 90s of sort of the pioneers of bioelectricity. We did some amazing work on all this. I think what we've done that's new is to step away from this idea that, and I'll describe what the bioelectricity is step away from the idea that, well, here's another piece of physics that you need to keep track of to understand the physiology and development, and to really start looking at this as saying, this is a privileged computational layer that gives you access to the actual cognition of the tissue, phase-up cognition. So merging that developmental biophysics with ideas in cognition of computation and so on. I think that's what we've done that's new. But people have been talking about bioelectricity for a really long time, and so I'll define that. So what happens is that if you have a single cell has a membrane, in that membrane are proteins called ion channels, and those proteins allow charged molecules, potassium, sodium, chloride, to go in and out under certain circumstances. And when there's an imbalance of those ions, there becomes a voltage gradient across that membrane. And so all living cells try to hold a particular kind of voltage difference across the membrane, and they spend a lot of energy to do so. When you now, so that's a single cell. When you have multiple cells sitting next to each other, they can communicate their voltage state to each other via a number of different ways, but one of them is this thing called a gap junction, which is basically like a little submarine hatch that just kind of docks, right? And the ions from one side can flow to the other side and vice versa. So
isn't it incredible that this evolved? Isn't that wild? Because that didn't exist.
Correct. This had to be evolved, and
Had to be invented.
that's right.
Somebody invented electricity in the ocean. When did this get invented?
Yeah. So I mean, it is incredible. The guy who discovered gap junctions, Werner Lowenstein, I visited him. He was really old.
Human being.
He discovered them.
Yes, well, what we really discovered them lived probably 4 billion years ago. So you're give credit where credit is due.
He rediscovered gap junctions. But when I visited him in Lizol maybe 20 years ago now, he told me that he was writing. Unfortunately, he passed away, and I think this book never got written. He was writing a book on gap junctions and consciousness, and I think it would have been an incredible book because gap junctions are magic. I'll explain why in a minute. What happens is that, just imagine, the thing about both these ion channels and these gap junctions is that many of them are themselves voltage sensitive. So that's a voltage sensitive current conductance. That's a transistor. And as soon as you invented one, immediately you now get access to, from the Platonic space of mathematical truth, you get access to all of the cool things that transistors do. So now when you have a network of cells, not only do they talk to each other, but they can send messages to each other, and the differences of voltage can propagate. Now, to neuroscientists, this is all hat because you see this in the brain, right? There's action potentials, the electricity. They have these awesome movies where you can take a zebra, like a transparent animal, like a zebrafish. You can literally look down and you can see all the firings as the fish is like making decisions about what to eat. Things exercise amazing. Well, your whole body's doing that all the time. It's just much slower. So there are very few things that neurons do that other cells, that all the cells in your body don't do. They all do very similar things, just on a much slower time scale. And whereas your brain is thinking about how to solve problems in three-dimensional space, the cells in the embryo are thinking about how to solve problems in anatomical space. They're trying to have memories like, hey, how many fingers are we supposed to have? Well, how many do we have now? What do we do to get from here to there? That's the kind of problems they're thinking about. And the reason that gap junctions are magic is magic, right? From the earliest time. Here are two cells. This cell, how can they communicate? Well, the simple version is this cell could send a chemical signal, it floats over and it hits a receptor on this cell, right? Because it comes from outside, this cell can very easily tell that came from outside. It's whatever information is coming, that's not my information. That information is coming from the outside. So I can trust it, I can ignore it, I can do various things with it, whatever, but I know it comes from the outside. Now imagine instead that you have two cells with a gap junction between them. Something happens, let's say this cell gets poked, the calcium spike. The calcium spike or whatever small molecule signal propagates through the gap junction to this cell. There's no ownership metadata on that signal. This cell does not know now that it came from outside because it looks exactly like its own memories would have looked like of whatever had happened. Right? So gap junctions, to some extent, wipe ownership information on data, which means that if you and I are sharing memories and we can't quite tell who the memories belong to, that's the beginning of a mind melt. That's the beginning of a scale up of cognition from here's me and here's you to no, now there's just us.
So they enforce a collective intelligence.
That's right. Gap junctions. That's right. It helps. It's the beginning. It's not the whole story, but you know,
where's state stored of the system?
So
is it in part in the gap junction themselves? Is it in the cells?
There are many layers to this, as always in biology. So there are chemical networks. So, for example, gene regulatory networks, right, which are or basically any kind of chemical pathway where different chemicals activate and repress each other. They can store memories. So, in the dynamical system sense, they can store memories. They can get into stable states that are hard to pull them out of, right? So that becomes once they get in, that's a memory of permanent memory or semi-permanent memory of something that's happened. There are sites. Skeletal structures, right, that are physically, they store memories in physical configuration. There are electrical memories like flip-flops where there is no physical, right, so if you look, I showed my students this example of a flip-flop, and the reason that it stores a 0 or 1 is not because some piece of the hardware moved. It's because there's a cycling of the current in one side of the thing. If I come over and I hold, I hold the other side to a high voltage for a brief period of time, it flips over and now it's here. but none of the hardware, the information is in a stable, dynamical sense. And if you were to X-ray the thing, you couldn't tell me if it was 0 or 1, because all you would see is where the hardware is. You wouldn't see the energetic state of the system. So there are biological states that are held in that exact way, like volatile RAM, basically, like in the electrical state of the
It's
system.
very akin to the different ways that memory is stored in a computer. So there's RAM, there's hard drive.
You can make that mapping, right? So I think the interesting thing is that based on the biology, we can have a more sophisticated, I think we can revise some of our computer engineering methods, because there are some interesting things that biology doesn't really have done yet. But that mapping is not bad. I mean, it can work.
Yeah, I wonder, the way we build computers, at the root of computer science is the idea of proof of correctness. We program things to be perfect, reliable. This idea of resilience and robustness to unknown conditions is not as important. So that's what biology is really good at. I don't know what kind of systems, I don't know how we go from a computer to a biological system in the future.
Yeah. I think that the thing about biology is all about making really important decisions really quickly on very limited information. I mean, that's what biology is all about. You have to act fast now. The stakes are very high, and you don't know most of what you need to know to be perfect. And so there's not even an attempt to be perfect or to get it right in any sense. There are just things like active inference, minimize surprise, optimize some efficiency, and some things like this that guides the whole business.
I mentioned to you offline that somebody who's a fan of your work is Andrea Kapati, and he's amongst many things also writes occasionally a great blog. He came up with this idea, I don't know if he coined the term, but of software 2.0, where the programming is done in the space of configuring these artificial neural networks. Is there some sense in which that would be the future of programming for us humans, where we're less doing like Python-like programming and more, how would that look like? But basically doing the hyperparameters of something akin to a biological system and watching it go and keeping it, adjusting it, and creating some kind of feedback loop within the system so it corrects itself. And then we watch it over time accomplish the goals we want it to accomplish. Is that kind of the dream of the dogs that you described in the Nature paper?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you just painted is a very good description of our efforts at regenerative medicine as a kind of somatic psychiatry. So the idea is that you're not trying to micromanage. I mean, think about the limitations of a lot of the medicines today. We try to interact down at the level of pathways, right? So we're trying to micromanage it. What's the problem? Well, one problem is that for almost every medicine other than antibiotics, once you stop it, the problem comes right back. You don't fix it because you're addressing symptoms, you aren't actually curing anything. So do that. That's one problem. The other problem is you have a massive amount of side effects because you were trying to interact at the lowest level. It's like I'm gonna try to program this computer by changing the melting point of copper. Like maybe you can do things that way, but my God, it's hard to program it at the hardware level. So what I think we're starting to understand is that, and by the way, this goes back to what you were saying before about that we could have access to our internal state. Right? So people who practice that kind of stuff, right? So and biofeedback and those are all the people that uniformly will say things like, well, the body has an intelligence and this and that, right? Like those two sets overlap perfectly because that's exactly right. Because once you start thinking about it that way, you realize that the better locus of control is not always at the lowest level. This is why we don't all program with a soldering iron, right? We take advantage of the high level intelligences that are there, which means trying to figure out, okay, which of your tissues can learn, what can they learn, why is it that certain drugs stop working after you take them for a while with this habituation, right? And so can we understand habituation, sensitization, associative learning? these kinds of things in chemical pathways. We're going to have a completely different way, I think. We're going to have a completely different way of using drugs and medicine in general when we start focusing on the goal states and on the intelligence of our subsystems, as opposed to treating everything as if the only path was micromanagement from chemistry.
Well, can you speak to this idea of somatic psychiatry? What are somatic cells? How do they form networks that use by electricity to have memory and all those kinds of things?
Yeah.
What are somatic cells? Like basics.
The somatic cells just means the cells of your body. So much just means body, right? So somatic cells are just the. I'm not even specifically making a distinction between somatic cells and stem cells or anything like that. I mean, basically all the cells in your body, not just neurons, but all the cells in your body. They form electrical networks during embryogenesis, during regeneration. What those networks are doing, in part, is processing information about what our current shape is and what the goal shape is. How do I know this? Because I'll give you a couple of examples. One example is when we started studying this, we said, okay, here's a planarian. Planarian is a flatworm. It has one head and one tail, normally. And there's several amazing things about planaria, but basically they kind of, I think planaria hold the answer to pretty much every deep question of life. For one thing, they're similar to our ancestors, so they have true symmetry, they have a true brain, they're not like earthworms, they're much more advanced life form. They have lots of different internal organs, but they're these little, they're about 2 centimeters in the centimeters to the size. They have a head and a tail. And the first thing is planaria are immortal, so they do not age. There's no such thing as an old planarian. So that right there tells you that these theories of thermodynamic limitations on lifespan are wrong. It's not that well over time everything degrades. No, planaria can keep it going for probably how long they've been around, 400 million years, right? So these are the planaria created in our lab are actually in physical continuity with planaria that were here 400 million years ago.
So there's planaria that have lived that long, essentially. What do you mean physical continuity?
Because what they do is they split in half. The way they reproduce is they split in half. So the planaria in the back end grabs the petri dish, the front end takes off, and they completely rip themselves in half.
But isn't this in a sense weird? Like you are a physical continuation?
Yes, except that we go through a bottleneck of one cell, which is the egg. They can't. There's certain areas.
Got it. So we go through a very ruthless compression process, and they don't.
Yes, like an outer cover, you squash down to one cell and back up. These guys just tear themselves in half, and so the other amazing thing about them is they regenerate. So you can cut them into pieces. The record is, I think, 276 or something like that by the time it's not more. And each piece regrows a perfect little one. They know exactly, every piece knows exactly what's missing, what needs to happen. In fact, if you chop it in half, as it grows the other half, the original tissue shrinks so that when the new tiny head shows up, they're proportional. So it keeps perfect proportion. If you starve them, they shrink. If you keep them, they expand. Their control, their anatomical control is just insane.
Somebody cut them into over 200 pieces. That's science.
Yeah, and maybe more. I mean, they didn't have antibiotics back then. I bet he lost some due to infection. I bet it's actually more than that. But I bet you could be more than that.
Humans can't do that.
Well, yes. I mean, again, true. Except that
can't have the embryonic.
Well, that's the thing, right? So I tell when I talk about this, just remember that as amazing as it is to grow a whole planarian from a tiny fragment, half of the human population can grow a full body from one cell, right? So development is really, you can look at development as just an example of regeneration.
Yeah, I think we'll talk about regenerative medicine, but there's some sense when we do like that with our like 500 years. Where I can just go regrow a hand.
With given time, it takes time to grow large things, but
now,
yeah, I think so.
I think we probably went out of cellular. Oh, biology takes its time.
I'm not going to say anything is impossible, but I don't know of a way to accelerate these processes. I think it's possible. I think we are going to be regenerative, but I don't know of a way to make it fast.
I just think people from a few centuries from now, like, well, they used to have to wait a week for the hand to regrow. It's like when the microwave was invented. You can toast your what's that called when you put a cheese on a toast? It's delicious as all. Okay, I'm blanking. Anyway, all right. So planaria why were we talking about the magical planaria that they have the mystery of life?
Yeah, so the reason we're talking about planaria is not only are they immortal, okay, not only do they regenerate every part of their body, they generally don't get cancer, right? So which we can talk about why that's important. They're smart, they can learn things, you can train them. And it turns out that if you train a planarian and then cut their heads off, the tail will regenerate a brand new brain that still remembers the original information.
Do they have a biological network going on or
Yes,
not?
yes.
So their somatic cells are forming a network, and that's what you mean by true brain. What's the requirement for a true brain?
Like everything else, it's a continuum, but a true brain has certain characteristics as far as the density, like a localized density of neurons that guides behavior.
In the head.
Exactly.
Connected
If,
to the head.
exactly. If you cut their head off, the tail doesn't do anything. It just sits there until the new brain is until the new brain regenerates. They have all the same neurotransmitters that you and I have. But here's what we're talking about them in this context. So here's your planaria. You cut off the head. You cut off the tail. You have a middle fragment. That middle fragment has to make one head and one tail. How does it know how many of each to make, and where do they go? How come it doesn't switch on them, right? So we did a very simple thing, and we said, okay, let's make the hypothesis that there's a somatic electrical network that remembers the correct pattern, and then what it's doing is recalling that memory and building to that pattern. So what we did was we used a way to visualize electrical activities in these cells, right? It's a variant of what people are used to look for electricity in the brain, and we saw that that fragment has a very particular electrical pattern. You can really see it once we develop the technique. It has a very particular electrical pattern that shows you where the head and the tail goes, right? You can just see it. And then we said, okay, well now let's test the idea that that's a memory that actually controls where the head and the tail goes. Let's change that pattern. So basically inset the false memories. And so what you can do is you can do that in many different ways. One way is with drugs that target ion channels to say, and so you pick these drugs and you say, okay, I'm going to do it so that instead of this one head, one tail electrical pattern, you have a two-headed pattern. And you're just editing the electrical information in the network. When you do that, guess what the cells build? They build a two-headed worm. And the coolest thing about it, now no genetic changes, we haven't touched the genome is totally well. But the amazing thing about it is that when you take these two-headed animals and you cut them into pieces again, some of those pieces will continue to make two-headed animals. So that information, that memory, that electrical circuit, not only does it hold the information for how many heads, not only does it use that information to tell the cells what to do to regenerate, but it stores it. Once you reset it, it keeps. And we can go back. We can take a two-headed animal and put it back to one-headed. So now imagine, so there's a couple of interesting things here that have implications for understanding of genomes and things like that. Imagine I take this two-headed animal, and by the way, when they reproduce, when they tear themselves in half, you still get two-headed. So imagine I take them and I throw them in the Charles River over here. So 100 years later, some scientists come along and they scoop up some samples and they go, oh, there's a single-headed form and a two-headed form. Wow, speciation event. Cool. Let's sequence the genome and see what happened. The genome's right there. There's nothing wrong with the genome. So if you ask the question, so this goes back to your very first question, is where do body plans come from, right? How does the planarian know how many heads it's supposed to have? Now, it's interesting because you could say DNA, but what as it turns out, the DNA produces a piece of hardware that by default says one head. The way that when you turn on a calculator, by default, it's a zero every single time. Right? You turn it on, it's a zero. But it's a programmable calculator, as it turns out. So once you've changed that, next time it won't say zero; it'll say something else. And the same thing here. So you can make one-headed, two-headed, no-headed worms. We've done some other things along these lines, some other weird constructs. So this question, right? So again, it's really important. The hardware-software distinction is really important because the hardware is essential, because without proper hardware, you're never going to get to the right physiology of having that memory. But once you have it, it doesn't fully determine what the information is going to be. You get other information in there that's reprogrammable by us, by bacteria, by various parasites, probably, things like that. The other amazing thing about these planarias, think about this. Most animals, when we get a mutation in our bodies, our children don't inherit it, right? So you could go on, you could run around 50, 60 years getting mutations, your children don't have those mutations because we go through the egg stage. Planaria tear themselves in half, that's how they reproduce. So for 400 million years, they keep every mutation that they've had that doesn't kill the cell that it's in. So when you look at these planaria, their bodies are what's called mixoploid, meaning that every cell might have a different number of chromosomes. They look like a tumor. If you look at the
Anyway, so reading this dissertation
the genome is an incredible mess because they accumulate all this stuff. And yet, their body structure is, they are the best regenerators on the planet. Their anatomy is rock solid, even though their genome is all kinds of crap. So this is kind of a scandal, right? That, when we learn that, what are genomes? Well, genomes differ in your body. Okay, why does the animal with the worst genome have the best anatomical control, the most cancer resistant, the most regenerative? Really, we're just beginning to start to understand this relationship between the genomically determined hardware and by the way, just as of a couple of months ago, I think I now somewhat understand why this is, but it's really a major puzzle.
I mean, that really throws a wrench into the whole nature versus nurture. You usually associate electricity with the nurture and the hardware with the nature. And there's just this weird integrated mess that propagates to generations.
Yeah, it's much more fluid. It's much more complex. You can imagine what's happening here is just imagine the evolution of an animal like this. That multi-scale goes back to this multi-scale competency, right? Imagine that you have an animal that where its tissues have some degree of multi-scale competency. So, for example, if like we saw in the tadpole, if you put an eye on its tail, they can still see out of that eye. Right? There's incredible plasticity. So, if you have an animal and it comes up for selection and the fitness is quite good, evolution doesn't know whether the fitness is good because the genome was awesome or because the genome was kind of junky, but the competency made up for it, right? And things kind of ended up good. So what that means is that the more competency you have, the harder it is for selection to pick the best genome. It hides information, right? And so that means that, so what happens, evolution basically starts, all the hard work is being done to increase the competency because it's harder and harder to see the genome. And so I think in planaria, what happens is that there's this runaway phenomenon where all the effort went into the algorithm, such that we know you've got a crappy genome. We can't clean up the genome. We can't keep track of it. So what's going to happen is what survives are the algorithms that can create a gray worm, no matter what the genome is. So everything went into the algorithm, and which of course then reduces the pressure on keeping a complete genome. So this idea of, right, and different animals have this to different levels. But this idea of putting energy into an algorithm that does not overtrain on priors, right? It can't assume. I mean, I think biology is this way in general. Evolution doesn't take the past too seriously because it makes these basically problem-solving machines as opposed to like exactly what, to deal with exactly what happened last time.
Yeah, problem-solving versus memory recall. So a little memory and a lot of problem-solving.
I think so, yeah, in many cases.
I mean, it's incredible that those kinds of systems are able to be constructed. Especially how much they contrast with when we build problem-solving systems in AI. Back to Xenobots. I'm not sure if we ever described how Xenobots are built, but you have a paper titled Biological Robots, Perspectives on an Emerging Interdisciplinary Field. And in the beginning, you mentioned that the word Xenobots is like controversial. Did you guys get in trouble for using Xenobots, or do people not like the word Xenobots? Are you trying to be provocative with the word Xenobots versus biological robots? I don't know. Is there some drama that we should be aware of?
There's a little bit of drama. I think the drama is basically related to people having very fixed ideas about what terms mean. And I think in many cases, these ideas are completely out of date with where science is now, and for sure they're out of date with what's going to be. I mean, these concepts are not going to survive the next couple of decades. So if you ask a person, and including a lot of people in biology who kind of want to keep a sharp distinction between biologicals and robots, right? So what's a robot? What? A robot, it comes out of a factory. It's made by humans. It is boring. It is meaning that you can predict everything it's going to do. It's made with metal and certain other inorganic materials. Living organisms are magical. They arise, right, and so on. So there's these distinctions. I think these distinctions, I think, were never good, but they're going to be completely useless going forward. And so there's a couple of papers that That's one paper. There's another one that Josh Bongard and I wrote where we really attack the terminology. And we say these binary categories are based on very non-essential kind of surface limitations of technology and imagination that were true before, but they've got to go. And so we call them Xenobots. So Xeno for Xenopus latus, where this is the frog that these guys are made of, but we think it's an example of a biobot technology, because ultimately, once we understand how to communicate and manipulate the inputs to the cells, we will be able to get them to build whatever we want them to build, and that's robotics, right? It's the rational construction of machines that have useful purposes. I absolutely think that this is a robotics platform, whereas some biologists don't.
But it's built in a way that all the different components are doing their own computation. So in a way that we've been talking about. So you're trying to do top-down control, not
That's exactly
biological
right.
system.
And in the future, all of this will merge together, because of course at some point we're going to throw in synthetic biology circuits, right? New transcriptional circuits to get them to do new things. Of course, we'll throw some of that in, but we specifically stayed away from all that because in the first few papers, and there's some more coming down the pipe that I think is pretty dynamite. We want to show what the native cells are made of. Because what happens is, if you engineer the heck out of them, right? If we were to put in new transcription factors and some new metabolic machinery and whatever, people will say, okay, you engineered this and you made it do whatever, and fine. I wanted to show, and the whole team wanted to show the plasticity and the intelligence in the biology. What does it do that's surprising before you even start manipulating the hardware in that way?
Yeah, don't try to over control the thing, let it flourish. The full beauty of the biological system. Why is Xenopus latus? How do you pronounce it?
Yeah, frog. Xenopus latus. Yeah, it's a very
Why this frog?
It's been used since I think the 50s. It's just very convenient because you can, we keep the adults in this very fine frog habitat. They lay eggs. They lay tens of thousands of eggs at a time. The eggs develop right in front of your eyes. It's the most magical thing you can see, because normally, if you were to deal with mice or rabbits or whatever, you don't see the early stage eggs. Everything's inside the mother. Everything's in a petri dish at room temperature. So you have an egg, it's fertilized, and you can just watch it divide and all the organs form. You just see it. And at that point, the community has developed lots of different tools for understanding what's going on, and also for manipulating things. People use it for understanding birth defects and neurobiology, cancer, immunology.
So you get the whole embryogenesis in petri dish. That's like cool to watch. Is there videos of this?
Oh yeah. There's amazing videos online. I mean, mammalian embryos are super cool too. For example, monozygotic twins are what happens when you cut a mammalian embryo in half. You don't get two half bodies; you get two perfectly normal bodies, because it's a regeneration event. Right? The development is just a kind of regeneration.
And why this particular frog? It's just as they were doing in the 50s.
It breeds well in it's easy to raise in the laboratory, and it's very prolific, and all the tools, basically for decades, people have been developing tools. There's some people use other products, but I have to say, this is important. The Xenobots are fundamentally not anything but frogs. So I can't say too much about this because it's not published in peer review yet, but we've made Xenobots out of other things that have nothing to do with frogs. This is not a frog phenomenon. I think we started with frog because it's so convenient, but this plasticity is not a frog. It's not related to the fact that they're frogs.
What happens when you kiss it? Does it turn into a prince? No. Or a princess? Which way? Prince. Yeah, prince.
Yeah, that's an experiment that I don't believe we've done.
We'll collaborate after that. I can take on the lead on that effort. Okay, cool. How does this house coordinate? Let's focus in on just the embryogenesis. So there's one cell. So the divide doesn't have to be very careful about what each cell starts doing in what they divide.
Yes.
And when there's three of them, it's like the co-founders or whatever. Slow down, you're responsible for this. When do they become specialized, and how do they coordinate?
Yeah. So this is the basic science of developmental biology. There's a lot more about all of that, but what I'll tell you, what I think is the most important part, which is yes, it's very important who does what. However, because going back to this issue of who I made this claim that biology doesn't take the past too seriously. And what I mean by that is it doesn't assume that everything is the way it's expected to be, right? And here's an example of that. This was done. This was an old experiment going back to the 40s, but basically, imagine it's a new salamander. It's got these little tubules that go to the kidneys, right? So to take a cross section of that tube, you see 8 to 10 cells that have cooperated to make this little tube cross section, right? So one amazing thing you can do is you can mess with the very early cell division to make the cells gigantic, bigger. You can make them different sizes. You can force them to be different sizes. So if you make the cells different sizes, the whole unit is still the same size. So if you take a cross section through that tubule, instead of 8 to 10 cells, you might have 4 or 5. You might have 3, until you make the cells so enormous that one single cell wraps around itself and gives you that same large-scale structure by a completely different molecular mechanism. So now instead of cell-to-cell communication to make a tubule, instead of that, it's one cell using the cytoskeleton to bend itself around. So think about that. It's in the service of a large-scale, they talk about top-down control, right? In the service of a large-scale anatomical feature, different molecular mechanisms get called out. So now, think about this. You're a root cell trying to make an embryo. If you had a fixed idea of who was supposed to do what, you'd be screwed, because now your cells are gigantic, nothing will work. There's an incredible tolerance for changes in the size of the parts, and the amount of DNA in those parts, all sorts of stuff. You can, the life is highly interoperable. You can put electrodes in there, you can put weird nanomaterials that still work. This is that problem-solving action, right? It's able to do what it needs to do even when circumstances change. That is, the hallmark of intelligence, right? William James defined intelligence as the ability to get to the same goal by different means. That's this. You get to the same goal by completely different means. And so why I'm bringing this up is just to say that, yeah, it's important for the cells to do the right stuff, but they have incredible tolerances for things not being what you expect, and to still get their job done. So all of these things are not hardwired. There are organisms that might be hardwired. For example, the nematode C. elegans. In that organism, every cell is numbered, meaning that every C. elegans has exactly the same number of cells as every other C. elegans. They're all in the same place. They all divide. There's literally a map of how it works. That in that sort of system, it's much more cookie cutter. But most organisms are incredibly plastic.
Is there something particularly magical to you about the whole developmental biology process? Is there something you could say? Because you just said it. They're very good at accomplishing the goal, the job they need to do, the competency thing, but you get a freaking organism for one cell. It's like, it's very hard to intuit that whole process. So you have to think about reverse engineering that process.
Right, it's very hard to the point where I often just imagine. I sometimes ask my students to do this thought experiment. Imagine you were shrunk down to the scale of a single cell, and you were in the middle of an embryo, and you were looking around at what's going on. And the cells running around, some cells are dying. Every time you look, it's kind of a different number of cells for most organisms, and so I think that if you didn't know what embryonic development was, you would have no clue that what you're seeing is always going to make the same thing. Never mind knowing what that is. Never mind being able to say, even with full genomic information, being able to say, what the hell is it? We have no way to do that. But just even to guess that, wow, the outcome of all this activity is, it's always going to build the same thing.
The imperative to create the final you, as you are now, is there. So if you start from the same embryo, you create a very similar organ.
Yeah, except for cases like the Xenobus, when you give them a different environment, they come up with a different way to be adapted in that environment. But overall, so I think to kind of summarize it, I think what evolution is really good at is creating hardware that has a very stable baseline mode, meaning that left to its own devices, is very good at doing the same thing. but it has a bunch of problem-solving capacity such that if any assumptions don't hold, if there are any cells that are weird size, you get the wrong number of cells, or there's stuck an electrode halfway through the body, whatever, it will still get most of what it needs to do done.
You've talked about the magic and the power of biology here. So look at the human brain. How special is the brain in this context? We're kind of minimizing the importance of the brain, or lessening its. We think of all the special computation happens in the brain. Everything else is like the help. You're kind of saying that the whole thing is doing computation. But nevertheless, how special is the human brain in this full context of biology?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no getting away from the fact that the human brain allows us to do things that we could not do without it.
You could say the same thing about the liver.
Yeah, no, this is true, and so you know, my goal is not. You're right. My goal is
You
not
just be polite to the brain.
well,
Being a politician, like, listen, everybody has
everybody
views.
has a role. Yeah,
It's a very important role. You have to acknowledge the importance of the brain. You know,
there are more than enough people who are cheerleading the brain, right? So I don't feel like nothing I say is going to reduce people's excitement about the human brain. And so I emphasize other things. I don't think it gets too much credit. I think other things don't get enough credit. I think the brain is the human brain is incredible and special and all that. I think other things need more credit, and I also think that this, and I'm sort of this way about everything. I don't like binary categories for almost anything. I like a continuum. The thing about the human brain is that by accepting that as some kind of an important category or essential thing, we end up with all kinds of weird pseudo problems and conundrums. So, for example, when we talk about it, you know, if you want to talk about ethics and other things like that, and what, you know, this idea that surely if we look out into the universe, surely we don't believe that this human brain is the only way to be sentient, right? Surely we don't, you know, to have high level cognition. I can't even wrap my mind around this idea that is the only way to do it. No doubt there are other architectures made of completely different principles that achieve the same thing. And once we believe that, then that tells us something important. It tells us that things that are not quite human brains, or chimeras of human brains in other tissue, or human brains or other kinds of brains in novel configurations, or things that are sort of brains but not really, or plants, or embryos, or whatever, might also have important cognitive status. So that's the only thing. I think we have to be really careful about treating the human brain as if it was some kind of like sharp binary category. You are or you aren't. I don't believe that exists.
so when you look out at all the beautiful variety of semi-biological architectures out there in the universe, how many intelligent alien civilizations?
Boy, I just think there's no expertise in that whatsoever.
You have many.
I have met the ones we've made. I think that.
I mean, exactly, in some sense, with synthetic biology, are you not creating aliens?
I absolutely think so, because look, all of life, all standard model systems are an N of one course of evolution on Earth, right? And trying to make conclusions about biology from looking at life on Earth is like testing your theory on the same data that generated. It's all kind of like locked in. So we absolutely have to create novel examples that have no history on Earth, that don't, you know, the Xenobots have no history of selection to be a good Xenobot. The cells have selection for various things, but the Xenobot itself never existed before. And so we can make chimeras, you know, we make frontal models that are some sort of half clock, half axolotl. You can make all sorts of hybrids, right, constructions of living tissue with robots and whatever. We need to be making these things until we find actual aliens, because otherwise we're just looking at an N of one set of examples, all kinds of frozen accidents of evolution and so on. We need to go beyond that to really understand biology.
But we're still, even when you do synthetic biology, you're locked in to the basic components of the way biology is done on this earth.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And also the basic constraints of the environment, even artificial environments are constructed in the lab that tied up to the environment. I mean, what do you, okay, let's say there is, what I think is there's a nearly infinite number of intelligent civilizations living or dead out there. If you pick one out of the box, what do they think it would look like? So, when you think about synthetic reality, or creating synthetic organisms, how hard is it to create something that's very different?
Yeah, I think it's very hard to create something that's very different, right? It's we are just locked in both experimentally and in terms of our imagination, right? It's very hard.
And you also emphasized several times the idea of shape.
Yeah.
The individual cell get together with other cells, and they're gonna build a shape. So it's shape and function, but shape is a critical thing.
Yeah. So here, I'll take a step. I mean, I agree with you to whatever extent that we could say anything. I do think that there's probably an infinite number of different architectures that are with interesting cognitive properties out there. What can we say about them? I think that the only things that are going, I don't think we can rely on any of the typical stuff, carbon based, and none of it. Like, I think all of that is just, us being, having a lack of imagination. But I think the things that are going to be universal, if anything, are things, for example, driven by resource limitations. The fact that you are fighting a hostile world, and you have to draw a boundary between yourself and the world somewhere. The fact that boundary is not given to you by anybody, you have to assume that you estimate it yourself. And the fact that you have to course grain your experience, and the fact that you're going to try to minimize surprise, and the fact that these are the things that I think are fundamental to biology. None of the the facts about the genetic code, or even the fact that we have genes or the biochemistry. But I don't think any of those things are fundamental. But it's going to be a lot more about the information and about the creation of the cell. The fact that, so in my framework, cells are demarcated by the scale of the goals that they can pursue. So from little tiny local goals to like massive, planetary scale goals for certain humans, and everything in between. So you can draw this like cognitive light cone that determines the scale of the goals you would possibly pursue. I think those kinds of frameworks, like that, like active instruments and so on, are going to be universally applicable, but none of the other things that are typically discussed. We were just talking about aliens and all that. That's a funny thing, which is you've seen there's a kind of debate that goes on about cognition in plants. What can you say about different kinds of computation and cognition in plants? And I always look at that something like, if you're weirded out by cognition in plants, you're not ready for exobiology, right? If something that's that similar here on Earth is already like freaking you out, then I think there's going to be all kinds of cognitive life out there that we're going to have a really hard time right now.
I think robots could help us, like expand our mind about cognition. Either that or the word xenobots. So, and they maybe becomes the same thing. It is, really when the human engineers the thing, at least in part, and then is able to achieve some kind of cognition that's different than you're used to, then you start to understand, like, every living organism is capable of cognition. I need to kind of broaden my understanding of cognition. Do you think plants, like when you eat them, are they screaming?
I don't know about screaming. I think you have to.
That's what I think when I eat salad.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. I think you have to scale down the expectations in terms of, right? So probably they're not screaming in the way that we would be screaming. However, there's plenty of data on plants being able to do anticipation and certain kinds of memory and so on. I think, what you just said about robots, I hope you're right, and I hope that, but there's two ways that people can take that, right? So one way is exactly what you just said, to try to kind of expand their notions for that category. The other way people often go is, they just sort of define the term as if it's not a natural product, it's just baking, right? It's not really intelligence, it was made by somebody else, because it's the same thing. They can see how it's done. And once you see how it's like a magic trick, when you see how it's done, it's not as fun anymore. And I think people have a real tendency for that, and they sort of, which I find really strange in the sense that if somebody said to me, we have this sort of blind hill climbing search, and then we have a really smart team of engineers. Which one do you think is going to produce a system that has good intelligence? I think it's really weird to say that it only comes from the blind search, right? It can't be done by people who, by the way, can also use evolutionary techniques if they want to, but also rational design. I think it's really weird to say that real intelligence only comes from natural evolution. So I hope you're right. I hope people take it the other way.
So there's a nice shortcut. So I work with Lego robots a lot now for my own personal pleasure. Not in that way, internet. So 4 legs. And one of the things that changes my experience with the robots a lot is when I can't understand why I did a certain thing. And there's a lot of ways to engineer that. Me, the person that created the software that runs it, there's a lot of ways for me to build that software in such a way that I don't exactly know why it did a certain basic decision. Of course, as an engineer, you can go in and start to look at logs, you can log what kind of data, sensory data, the decisions you made, all the objects in your notes and so on. But I also try to really experience that surprise and that really experience as another person would that totally doesn't know how it's built. And I think the magic is there in not knowing how it works. That I think biology does that for you through the layers of abstraction. It's because nobody really knows what's going on inside the psychological. Like each one component is clueless about the big picture.
I think there's actually really cheap systems that can illustrate that kind of thing, which is even like fractals, right? Like you have a very small short formula in Z, and you see it, and there's no magic. You're just going to crank through, Z squared plus C, whatever. You're just going to crank through it. But the result of it is this incredibly rich, beautiful image, right? That just like, wow, all of that was in this like 10-character long string, like amazing. So the fact that you can know everything there is to know about the details of the process and all the parts and everything, there's literally no magic of any kind there, and yet the outcome is something that you would never have expected, and it just is incredibly rich and complex and beautiful. So there's a lot of that.
You write that you work on developing conceptual frameworks for understanding unconventional cognition. So the kind of thing we've been talking about. I just like the term unconventional cognition. And you want to figure out how to detect, study, and communicate with the thing. You already mentioned a few examples, but what is unconventional cognition? Is it as simply as everything outside of what we define usually as cognition and cognitive science, the stuff going on between our ears? Or is there some deeper way to get at the fundamentals of what is cognition?
Yeah, I think and I'm certainly not the only person who works in unconventional cognition.
So it's the term used.
Yeah, that's one that so I coined a number of weird terms, but that's not one of mine. Like that's an existing thing. So for example, somebody like Andy Adamatsky, who I don't know if you've had him on. If you haven't, you should. He's a very interesting guy. He's a computer scientist and he does unconventional cognition. Slime worlds and all kinds of weird. He's a real weird cat. Really interesting. Anyway, so that's there's a bunch of terms that I've come up with, but that's not one of mine. So I think like many terms, that one is really defined by the times, meaning that unconventional cognition, things that are unconventional cognition today are not going to be considered unconventional cognition at some point. It's one of those things. And so it's this really deep question of how do you recognize, communicate with, classify cognition when you cannot rely on the typical milestones, right? So typical, again, if you stick with the history of life on Earth, like these exact model systems, you would say, here's a particular structure of the brain, and this one has fewer. And this one has a bigger frontal cortex, and this one, right? So these are landmarks that we're used to. And it allows us to make very kind of rapid judgments about things. But if you can't rely on that, either because you're looking at a synthetic thing or an engineered thing or an alien thing, then what do you do, right? How do you, and so that's what I'm really interested in. I'm interested in mind in all of its possible implementations, not just the obvious ones that we know from looking at brains.
Whenever I think about something like unconventional cognition, I think about cellular automata. I'm just captivated by the beauty of the thing. The fact that from simple little objects you can create such beautiful complexity that very quickly you forget about the individual objects and you see the things that it creates as its own organisms. That blows my mind every time. Like, honestly, I could full time just eat mushrooms and watch cellular automata. Don't even have to do mushrooms. Just cellular automata. It feels like, I mean, from an engineering perspective, I love when a very simple system captures something really powerful, because then you can study that system to understand something fundamental about complexity, about life on Earth. Anyway, how do I communicate with this thing? A cellular automata can do cognition. If a plant can do cognition, if a xenobot can do cognition, how do I whisper in its ear and get an answer back to? How do I have a conversation?
Yeah. Well,
how do I have a xenobot?
It's a really interesting line of investigation that opens up. I mean, we've thought about this. So you need a few things. You need to understand the space in which they live. So, not just the physical modality, like can they see light, can they feel vibration? I mean, that's important, of course, because that's how you deliver your message. But not just the ideas for a communication medium, not just the physical medium, but what is salient, right? So what are these? What are important to this? What's important to this system? And systems have all kinds of different levels of sophistication of what you could expect to get back. And I think what's really important, I call this the spectrum of persuadability, which is this idea that when you're looking at a system, you can't assume where on the spectrum it is. You have to do experiments. And for example, if you look at a gene regulatory network, which is a bunch of nodes that turn each other on and off at various rates, you might look at that and you think, well, there's no magic here. I mean, clearly this thing is as deterministic as it gets. It's a piece of hardware. The only way we're going to be able to control it is by rewiring it, which is the way molecular biology works, right? You can add nodes. Well, so we've done simulations and shown that biological, and now we're doing this in the lab, the biological networks like that have associative memory. So they can actually learn, from experience. They have situation, they have sensitization, they have associative memory, which you wouldn't have known if you assumed that they have to be on the left side of that spectrum. So when you're going to communicate with something, and we've even, Charles Abramson and I have written a paper on behaviorist approaches to synthetic organisms, meaning that if you're given something, you have no idea what it is or what it can do. How do you figure out what its psychology is, what its level is, what this is? So we literally lay out a set of protocols, starting with the simplest things and moving up to more complex things, where you can make no assumptions about what this thing can do. Right? To start, we'll find out. So when you're gonna, so here's a simple. I mean, here's one way to communicate with something. If you can train it, that's a way to communicate. So if you can figure out what the currency of reward of positive and negative reinforcement is, and you can get it to do something it wasn't doing before based on experiences you've given it, you have taught it one thing. You have communicated one thing, that such and such an action is good, such another action is not. That's like a basic atom of a primitive atom of communication.
What about, in some sense, if it gets you to do something you haven't done before, is it answering back?
Yeah, most certainly. And then I've seen cartoons. Maybe Gary Larson or somebody had a cartoon of these rats in the maze, and the one rat they can assist to the other. You look at this every time I walk over here, he's sort of scribbling in that on that. Poor kitty has it.
If we step outside ourselves and really measure how much, like if I actually measure how much I've changed because of my interaction with certain cellular automata, then you really have to take that into consideration about like, well, these things are changing you too. I know you know how it works and so on, but you're being changed by the thing.
Absolutely. I think I read, I don't know any details, but I think I read something about how wheat and other things have domesticated humans in terms, right? But by their properties change the way that human behavior and societal structures.
And that's when cats are running the world. Because they took over so first of all, while not giving a shit about humans, clearly, with every ounce of their being, they've somehow got just millions and millions of humans to take them home and feed them. And then, not only the physical space did they take over, they took over the digital space. They dominate the internet in terms of cuteness, in terms of memeability. And so they're like, they got themselves literally inside the memes that become viral and spread on the internet. And they're the ones that are probably controlling humans. That's my theory. That's a follow-up paper after this frog kissing. Okay. I mean, you mentioned sentience and consciousness. You have a paper titled Generalizing Frameworks for Sentience Beyond Natural Species. So, beyond normal cognition, if we look at sentience and consciousness, then I wonder if you draw the interesting distinction between those two. Elsewhere, outside of humans and maybe outside of Earth, you think aliens have sentience? And if they do, how do we think about it? So when you have this framework, what is this paper? What is the way you propose to think about sentience?
Yeah, that particular paper was a very short commentary on another paper that was written about crabs. It was a really good paper on them, crabs and various like a rubric of different types of behaviors that can be applied to different creatures, and I'm trying to apply to crabs. Consciousness, we can talk about it. It's a whole separate kettle of fish. I almost never talk about consciousness. In this case, yes. I almost never talk about consciousness per se. I've said very little about it, but we can talk about it. Mostly, what I talk about is cognition, because I think that's much easier to deal with in a kind of rigorous experimental way. I think that all of these terms have sentience and so on, have different definitions, and I think that people can, as long as they specify what they mean ahead of time, I think people can define them in various ways. The only thing that I really kind of insist on is that the right way to think about all this stuff is from an engineering perspective. What does it help me to control, predict, and does it help me do my next experiment? So that's not a universal perspective. So some people have philosophical kind of underpinnings, and those are primary. And if anything runs against that, then it must automatically be wrong. So some people will say, I don't care what else. If your theory says to me that thermostats have little tiny goals, I'm out. So that's it. That's my philosophical preconception that thermostats do not have goals, and that's it. So that's one way of doing it, and some people do it that way. I do not do it that way, and I think that we can't. I don't think we can know much of anything from a philosophical armchair. I think that all of these theories and ways of doing things stand or fall based on just basically one set of criteria. Does it help you run a rich research program? That's it.
I agree with you totally, but so forget philosophy. What about the poetry of ambiguity? What about at the limits of the things you can engineer using terms that can be defined in multiple ways, and living within that uncertainty in order to play with words until something lands that you can engineer? I mean, that's to me where consciousness sits currently. Nobody really understands the hard problem of consciousness, the subject, what it feels like. Because it really feels like something can be this biological system. This conglomerate of a bunch of cells and this hierarchy of competencies feels like something. And I feel like one thing. And is that just a side effect of a complex system? or is there something more that humans have, or is there something more that any biological system has, some kind of magic, some kind of, not just a sense of agency, but a real sense with a capital letter S.
Boy, yeah, that's a deep question.
Is there room for poetry and engineering or not?
No, there definitely is, and then a lot of the poetry comes in when we realize that none of the categories we deal with are sharp as we think they are, right? And so in the, in
Hello, sir.
the different areas of all these spectra are where a lot of the poetry says, I have many new theories about things, but I in fact do not have a good theory about consciousness that I plan to trot out. So
You almost don't see it as useful for your current work.
I think it will come. I have some thoughts about it, but I don't feel like they're going to move the needle yet on that.
You want to ground in engineering all this.
Well, I mean, I don't. So if you really tackle consciousness per se, in terms of the hard problem, I don't. That isn't necessarily going to be groundable in engineering, right? That aspect of cognition is, but actual consciousness per se, first person perspective. I'm not sure that that's going to be. And I think specifically, what's different about it is a couple of things. So let's suss it out. A couple things about consciousness. One thing is that what makes it different is that for every other aspect of science, when we think about having a correct or a good theory of it, we have some idea of what format that theory makes predictions in. So whether those are numbers or whatever, we have some idea. We may not know the answer, we may not have a theory, but we know that when we get the theory, here's what it's going to output, and then we'll know it's right. For actual consciousness, not behavior, not neural correlates, but actual first-person consciousness, if we had a correct theory of consciousness, or even a good one, what the hell what format would it make predictions, right? Because all of the things that we know about would basically boil down to observable behaviors. So the only thing I can think of when I think about that is it'll be poetry, or it'll be something to if I ask you, okay, you've got a great theory of consciousness, here's this creature, maybe it's a natural, maybe it's an engineer or whatever. And I want you to tell me what your theory says about this being, what it's like to be this being. The only thing I can imagine you giving me is some piece of art, a poem or something that once I've taken it in, I share. I now have just a similar state as whatever. That's about as good as I can come up with.
Well, it's possible that once you have a good understanding of consciousness, it would be mapped to some things that are more measurable. So, for example, it's possible that a conscious being is one that's able to suffer. So you start to look at pain and suffering. You can start to connect it closer to things that you can measure that in terms of how they reflect themselves in behavior and problem solving and creation and attainment of goals, for example, which I think suffering is one of the life of suffering is one of the big aspects of the human condition. And so if consciousness is somehow maybe at least a catalyst for suffering, you can start to get like echoes of it. You start to see like the actual effects of consciousness and behavior. It's not just about subjective experience. It's really deeply integrated in the problem solving, decision making of the system. Something like this. But also it's possible that we realize this is not a philosophical statement. Philosophers can write their books. I welcome it. I take the Turing test really seriously. I don't know why people really don't like it when a robot convinces you that it's intelligent. I think that's a really incredible accomplishment. And there's some deep sense in which that is intelligence. If it looks like it's intelligent, it is intelligent. And I think there's some deep aspect
but I also have good nerds
system
around that have precious metals for melting into parts.
In some deep sense, it is conscious. At least for me, we have to consider that possibility. And a system that appears to be conscious is an engineering challenge.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. I mean, especially intelligence, I think, is a publicly observable thing.
If I send
And
one
I mean,
kilo of
you know, science fiction has dealt with this for a century or much more, maybe. This idea that when you are confronted with something that just doesn't meet any of your typical assumptions, so you can't look in the skull and say, oh, well, there's that frontal cortex, so then I guess we're good, right? If it's, you know, so this thing lands on your front lawn and this, you know, the little door opens and something trembles out and it's sort of like, you know, kind of shiny and aluminum looking, and it hands you this, Paul Bearer that was on, flying over, how happy this was each year. Like, what's going to be your criteria, right? For whether you get to take it apart and see what makes it tick, or whether you have to, you know, be nice to it and whatever, right? Like all the criteria that we have now, and you know, that people are using, and then, as you said, a lot of people are down on the Turing test and things like this. But what else have we got? You know, because measuring a cortex size isn't gonna cut it, right? In a broader scheme of things. So I think this is it's a wide open problem. That we, you know, our solution to the problem of other minds, it's very simplistic. Right, we give each other credit for having minds just because we sort of on an anatomical level we're pretty similar, and so it's good enough. But how far is that going? So I think that's really primitive. So yeah, I think it's a major insult.
It's a really challenging direction of thought to the human race that you talked about. The embodied minds. If you start to think that other things other than humans have minds, that's really challenging. Because all men are created equal starts being like, all right, well, we should
I also have
probably
countered if you want for season.
not just cows with respect, but like plants, and not just plants, but
Cow dirt is made from our
some
homemade
kind
cow
of
dung and is
organized
medicinal.
conglomerates of cells
Sir
in
Rash
each
Sheffield
dish.
said, I
In
sell
fact,
for
some of the
you
work
for
we're
cheap dirt.
doing,
Sir Rash
like you're
Sheffield
doing, the
said,
whole community of
you want
sciences
dirt.
or biology, people
Sir
might
Rash
be like,
Sheffield
we
said,
want really
want
new
no dirt.
viruses.
Sir Rash Sheffield
I mean, the thing is, you're right, and I get
I need
phone
a
calls
car.
about people
Sir Rash Sheffield said, I have much to sell.
I think we have to separate the sort of deep philosophical aspects versus what actually happens. So what actually happens on Earth is that people with exactly the same anatomical structure kill each other, you know, on a daily basis, right? So I think it's clear that simply knowing that something else is equally or maybe more cognitive or conscious than you are is not a guarantee of kind behavior. That much we know. So then we look at commercial farming of mammals and various other things. And so I think on a practical basis, long before we get to worrying about things like frog skin, we have to ask ourselves, why are we, what can we do about the way that we've been behaving towards creatures which we know for a fact are, because our similarities are basically just like us. You know, that's kind of a whole other social thing, but fundamentally, you know, of course you're absolutely right in that we are also thinking about this. We are on this planet in some ways incredibly lucky, just dumb luck, that we really only have one dominant species. It didn't have to work out that way. So you could easily imagine that there could be a planet somewhere with more than one equally or maybe near equally intelligent species, and then but they may not look anything like each other, right? So there may be multiple ecosystems where there are things of similar to human-like intelligence, and then you have all kinds of issues about, you know, how do you relate to them when they're physically not like you at all, but yet you know, in terms of behavior and culture and whatever, it's pretty obvious that those guys, as much on the ball as you are. Or maybe imagine that there was another group of beings that was like on average, you know, 40 IQ points more. Right, like we're pretty lucky in many ways. We don't really have it. We sort of still act badly in many ways. But the fact is, you know, all humans are more or less in the same range. But it didn't have to work out that way.
Well, I think that's part of the way life works on Earth, maybe human civilization works, is it seems like we want ourselves to be quite similar, and then within that, where everybody's about the same relative IQ, intelligence, problem-solving capabilities, even physical characteristics. But then we'll find some aspect of that that's different. That seems to be like, I mean, it's really dark to say, but that seems to be not even a bug, but like a feature of the early development of human civilization. You pick the other, your tribe versus the other tribe, and you work. It's a kind of evolution in the space of memes, the space of ideas, I think, and you war with each other. So we're very good at finding the other, even when the characteristics are really the same. And that's what, I don't know what that. I mean, I'm sure so many of these things echo in the biological world.
Yeah. There's a fun experiment that I did. That my son actually came up with this. We did a biology unit together. We used to homeschool, so we did this a couple of years ago. We did this thing where, imagine you get this slime, right? Physarum, polycephalus, and it grows on a petri dish of agar, and it sort of spreads out, and it's a single cell protist, like this giant thing. And so you put down a piece of oak and it wants to go get bigger, and it sort of grows towards the other. So what you do is you take a razor blade, you just separate the piece of the whole culture that's growing towards the oak, just kind of separate it. And so now, think about the interesting decision-making calculus for that little piece. I can go get the oak, and therefore I won't have to share those nutrients with this giant mass over there. So the nutrients per unit volume is going to be amazing. I should go eat the oak. But if I first rejoin, because Physarum, once you cut it, has the ability to join back up. If I first rejoin, then that whole calculus becomes impossible, because there is no more me anymore. There's just we, and then we will go eat this thing, right? So this interesting, this you can imagine a kind of game theory where the number of agents isn't fixed, and that it's not just cooperate or defect, but it's actually merge and whatever, right?
So that kind of that competition. How does it do that decision?
Yeah. So it's really interesting. And so empirically, what we found is that it tends to merge first. It tends to merge first, and then the whole thing goes. But it's really interesting that calculus that we even have. I mean, I'm not an expert in the economic game theory and all that, but maybe there's a some sort of hyperbolic discounting or something. But maybe this idea that the actions you take not only change your payoff, but they change who or what you are. And that you may not, you could take an action after which you don't exist anymore, or you are radically changed, or you are merged with somebody else. Like that's, as far as I know, that's, we're still missing a formalism for even knowing how to model it like that.
Do you see evolution, by the way, as a process that applies here on Earth, or is it where did evolution come from?
Yeah.
So this thing that from the very origin of life that took us today, what the heck is that?
I think evolution is inevitable in the sense that if you combine, and basically I think one of the most useful things that was done in early computing was in the 60s. It started was evolutionary computation, and just showing how simple it is that if you have imperfect heredity and competition together, those two things, with three things, right? So heredity, imperfect heredity, and competition or selection, those three things, and that's it. Now you're off to the races, right? And so that can be, it's not just on Earth, because it can be done in the computer, it can be done in chemical systems, it can be done in Lee Smolin says it works on cosmic scales. So I think that that kind of thing is incredibly pervasive and general. It's a general feature of life. It's interesting to think about. The standard thought about this is that it's blind, right? Meaning that the intelligence of the process is zero, it's stumbling around. And I think that back in the day when the options were, it's dumb like machines or it's smart like humans, then of course the scientists went in this direction because nobody wanted creation. It's got to be like completely blind. I'm not actually sure, right? Because I think that everything is a continuum. And I think that it doesn't have to be smart with foresight like us, but it doesn't have to be completely blind either. I think there may be aspects of it, and in particular, this kind of multi-scale competency might give it a little bit of look ahead, maybe, or a little bit of problem solving sort of baked in. But that's going to be completely different in different systems. I do think it's general. I don't think it's just on Earth. I think it's very fundamental.
And it does seem to have a kind of direction it's taking us that's somehow perhaps is defined by the environment itself. It feels like we're headed towards something. Like we're playing out a script that was just like a single cell defines the entire organism.
Yeah.
It feels like from the origin of Earth itself, it's playing out a kind of script. Yeah, you can't really go any other way.
I mean, so this is very controversial, and I don't know the answer, but people have argued that this is called sort of rewinding the tape of life, right? And some people have argued, I think Conway Morris maybe has argued that it is that there's a deep attractor, for example, to the human kind of structure, and that if you were to rewind it again, you basically get more or less the same thing. And then other people have argued that it's incredibly sensitive to force and accidents, and that once certain stochastic decisions are made downstream, everything is going to be different. I don't know. We're very bad at predicting attractors in the space of complex systems, generally speaking, right? We don't know. So maybe evolution on Earth has these deep attractors that no matter what has happened, it pretty much would likely to end up there, or maybe not. I don't know.
What's a really difficult idea to imagine that if you ran Earth a million times, 500,000 times, you would get hit there. Like, yeah, we don't like to think like that. We think like, because at least maybe in America, we like to think that individual decisions can change the world. And if individual decisions can change the world, then surely any perturbation results in a totally different trajectory. But maybe there's in this competency hierarchy, it's a self-correcting system. There's just ultimately, there's a bunch of chaos that ultimately is leading towards something like a super intelligent artificial intelligence system that answers 42. I mean, there might be a kind of imperative for life that's headed to. And we're too focused on our day-to-day life of getting coffee and snacks and having sex and getting a promotion at work, not to see the big imperative of life on Earth that is headed towards something.
Yeah, maybe. I don't. It's difficult. I think one of the things that's important about chimeric bioengineering technologies, all of those things, are that we have to start developing a better science of predicting the cognitive goals of composite systems. So we're just not very good at it, right? We don't know if I create a composite system, and this could be Internet of Things or swarm robotics or a cellular swarm or whatever, what is the emergent intelligence of this thing? First of all, what level is it going to be at? And if it has goal-directed capacity, what are the goals going to be? Like, we are just not very good at predicting that yet. And I think that it's a existential level need for us to be able to, because we're building these things all the time, right? We're building physical structures like swarm robotics, and we're building social, financial structures and so on, with very little ability to predict what sort of autonomous roles that system is going to have, of which we are now cogs. And so, right, so learning to predict and control this thing would be critical. So in fact, if you're right and there is some kind of attractor to evolution, it would be nice to know what that is, and then to make a rational decision of whether we're going to go along or we're going to pop out of it, or we're trying to pop out of it. Because there's no guarantee. I mean, that's the other kind of important thing. A lot of people, I get a lot of complaints from these people, and say, what you're doing isn't natural, And I'll say, look, natural, that'd be nice if somebody was making sure that natural was matched up to our values, but no one's doing that. Evolution optimizes for biomass. That's it. Nobody's optimizing. It's not optimizing for your happiness. It's not thinking necessarily. It's optimizing for intelligence or fairness or any of that stuff.
I'm going to find that person that emailed you, beat them up, take their place, steal everything they own and say, now this is natural.
This is natural. Yeah, exactly. Because it comes from an old worldview where you could assume that whatever is natural, but that's probably for the best. And I think we're long out of that garden of Eden kind of view. So I think we can do better. I think we have to, right? Natural just isn't great for a lot of life forms.
What is some cool synthetic organisms that you think about, you dream about? You think about body, mind. What do you imagine? What do you hope to build?
Yeah, on a practical level, what I really hope to do is to gain enough of an understanding of the embodied intelligence of the organs and tissues such that we can achieve a radically different regenerative medicine. So that we can say, basically, and I think about it as, in terms of like, okay, what's the goal, kind of end game for this whole thing? To me, the end game is something that you would call an anatomical compiler. So the idea is you would sit down in front of the computer and you would draw the body or the organ that you wanted. Not molecular details, but like, this is what I want. I want a six-legged, frog with a propeller on top, or I want a heart that looks like this, or I want a leg that looks like this. And what it would do, if we knew what we were doing, is put out, it could convert that anatomical description into a set of stimuli that would have to be given to cells to convince them to build exactly that thing. Right? I probably won't be able to see it, but I think it's achievable. And I think that if we can have that, then that is basically the solution to all of medicine except for infectious disease. So birth defects, right? Traumatic injury, cancer, aging, degenerative disease. If we knew how to tell cells what to build, all of those things go away. So those things go away, and the positive feedback spiral of economic costs, where all of the advances are increasingly more heroic and expensive interventions with a sinking ship when you're like 90 and so on, right? All of that goes away because basically instead of trying to fix you up as you degrade, you progressively regenerate. You apply the regenerative medicine early before things degrade. So I think that'll have massive economic impact over what we're trying to do now, which is not at all sustainable. And that's what I hope. I hope that we get it. So to me, yes, the Xenobots will be doing useful things, cleaning up the environment, cleaning out your joints and all that kind of stuff. But more important than that, I think we can use these synthetic systems to try to understand, to develop a science of detecting and manipulating the goals of collective intelligences of cells, specifically for regenerative medicine. And then sort of beyond that, if we think further beyond that, what I hope is that, kind of like what you said, all of this drives a reconsideration of how we formulate ethical norms. Because this old school, so in the olden days, what you could do is, if you were confronted with something new, so you could tap on it, right? And if you heard a metallic clanging sound, you said, fine, right? So you could conclude it was made in a factory, I can hear your heart, I can do whatever, right? If you did that, then you've got sort of a squishy kind of warm sensation, you say, I need to be more or less nice to it, and whatever. That's not going to be feasible. It was never really feasible, but it was good enough because we didn't have any, we didn't know any better. That needs to go. And I think that by breaking down those artificial barriers, someday we can try to build a system of ethical norms that does not rely on these completely contingent facts of our earthly history, but on something much deeper that really takes the agency and the capacity to suffer and all that, takes that seriously.
The capacity to suffer and the deep questions I would ask of the system is, can I eat it? Can I have sex with it? Which is the two fundamental tests of, again, the human condition. So I can basically do what Dali does, that in the physical space. So print out like a 3D print Pepe the Frog with a propeller head is the dream.
Well, yes and no. I mean, I want to get away from the 3D printing thing because that will be available for some things much earlier. I mean, we can already do bladders and ears and things like that because it's micro level controls, right? When you 3D print, you are in charge of where every cell goes. And for some things that, for like this thing, they had that I think 20 years ago, maybe earlier than that, you should do that.
See, I would like to emphasize the DALL-E part where you provide a few words and it generates a painting. So here you say, I want a frog with these features, and then it would go direct a complex biological system that instructs something like that.
Yeah, the main magic would be, I mean, I think from looking at the DALL-E and so on, it looks like the first part is kind of solved now, where you go from the words to the image. Like that seems more or less solved. The next step is really hard. This is what keeps things like CRISPR and genomic editing and so on. So this is what limits all the impacts for genetic medicine. Because going back to, okay, this is the new joint that I want, or this is the eye that I want. Now, what genes do I edit to make that happen, right? Going back in that direction is really hard. So instead of that, it's going to be, okay, I understand how to motivate cells to build particular structures. Can I rewrite the memory of what they think they're supposed to be building, such that then I can, take my hands off the wheel and let them do their thing.
So some of that is experiment, but some of that maybe AI can help with, just like with protein folding. This is exactly the problem that protein folding, in the most simple medium, tried and has solved with AlphaFold, which is how does this sequence of letters result in this three-dimensional shape? And you have to, I guess it didn't solve it because you have to, if you say I want this shape, how do I then have a sequence of letters? Yeah, the reverse engineering stuff is really tricky.
It is. I think where and we're doing some of this now is just to use AI to try and build actionable models of the intelligence of the cellular collective, to try to help us gain models that and we've had some success in this. So we did something like this for repairing birth defects in the brain in frog. We've done some of this for normalizing melanoma, where you can really start to use AI to make models of how would I impact this thing if I wanted to, given all the complexities, right, and given all the controls that it knows how to do.
So when you say regenerative medicine, so we talked about creating biological organisms, but if you regrow a hand, that information is already there, right? The biological system has that information. So how does regenerative medicine work today? How do you hope it works? What's the hope there? How do you make it happen?
Well, today there's a set of popular approaches. So one is 3D printing. So the idea is I'm going to make a scaffold of the thing that I want. I'm going to seed it with cells, and then there it is, right? So kind of direct, and then that works for certain things. You can make a bladder that way or an ear. The other idea is some sort of stem cell transplant. And the idea is if we put in stem cells with appropriate factors, we can get them to generate certain kinds of neurons for certain diseases and so on. All of those things are good for relatively simple structures, but when you want an eye or a hand or something else, I think, and this maybe an unpopular opinion, I think the only hope we have in any reasonable kind of time frame is to understand how the thing was motivated to get made in the first place. So what is it that made those cells in the beginning create a particular arm with a particular set of sizes and shapes and number of fingers and all that, and why is it that a salamander can keep losing theirs and keep regrowing theirs, and a planarian can do the same, even more so. To me, kind of ultimate regenerative medicine was when you can tell the cells to build whatever it is you need them to build. And so that we can all be like planaria basically.
Do you have to start at the very beginning, or can you do a shortcut? So I already grew up my hand, you already got the whole thing.
Yeah. So here's what we've done, right? So we've more or less solved that in frogs. So frogs, unlike salamanders, do not regenerate their legs as adults. And so we've shown that with a very kind of simple intervention. So what we do is there's two things. You need to you need to have a signal that tells the cells what to do, and then you need some way of delivering it. And so this is work together with David Kaplan, and I should do a disclosure here. We have a company called Morphoceuticals, and it's spin off, where we are trying to address limb regeneration. We solved it in the frog, and we're now in trials in mice. So now we're going to order the mammals now. I can't say anything about how it's going, but the frog thing is solved. So what you do is after
Yeah, the little frog Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So what you do is we did with legs and forearms, and what you do is after amputation, normally they regenerate. You put on a wearable bioreactor, so it's this thing that goes on, and Dave Kaplan lab makes these things. And inside, it's a very controlled environment. There's a silk gel that carries some drugs, for example, ion channel drugs. And what you're doing is you're saying to these cells, you should regrow what normally goes here. So that whole thing is on for 24 hours. You take it off, you don't touch the leg again. This is really important because what we're not looking for is a set of micromanagement, printing or controlling the cells. We want to trick it. We want to interact with it early on and then not touch it again because we don't know how to make a frog. The frog knows how to make a frog. So 24 hours, 18 months of leg growth after that without us touching it again. And after 18 months, you get a pretty good leg. That kind of shows this proof of concept that early on when the cells, right after injury, when they're first making a decision on what they're going to do, you can impact them. And once they've decided to make legs, they don't need to do after that. They can do anything. So that's an approach that we're now taking.
What about cancer suppression? That's something you mentioned earlier. How can all of these ideas help with cancer suppression?
So let's go back to the beginning and ask what cancer is. So I think asking why there's cancer is the wrong question. I think the right question is why is there ever anything but cancer? So in the normal state, you have a bunch of cells that are all cooperating towards a large scale goal. If that process of cooperation breaks down, you've got a cell that is isolated from that electrical network that lets you remember what the big goal is. You revert back to your unicellular lifestyle. Now think about that border between self and world, right? Normally, when all these cells are connected by gap junctions to an electrical network, they are all one self, right? Meaning that their goals, they're these large tissue-level goals and so on. As soon as the cell is disconnected from that, the self is tiny, right? And so at that point, a lot of people model cancer cells as being more selfish and all that. They're not more selfish, they're equally selfish, it's just that their self is smaller. Normally the self is huge, now they got a tiny little self. Now what are the goals of tiny little cells? Well, proliferate, right, and migrate to wherever life is good, and that's what happens, is that proliferation and metastasis. So one thing we found, and people have noticed years ago, that when cells convert to cancer, the first thing they see is they close the gap junction. And it's a lot like that experiment with the fly mold, where until you close that gap junction, you can't even entertain the idea of leaving the collective because there is no you at that point, right? Your mind melded with this whole other network. As soon as the gap junction is closed, now the boundary between you now the rest of the body is just outside the environment to you. You're just a unicellular organism, and the rest of the body is environment. So we studied this process, and we worked out a way to artificially control the bioelectric state of these cells to physically force them to remain in that network. And so then what that means is that nasty mutations like KRAS and things like that, these really tough oncogenic mutations that cause tumors, if you do them but then artificially control the bioelectrics, you greatly reduce tumorigenesis or normalize cells that had already begun to convert. You basically go back to being normal cells. And so this is another, much like with the planaria, this is another way in which the bioelectric state dominates what the genetic state is. So if you sequence the nucleic acids, you'll see the KRAS mutation. You'll say, well, that's going to be a tumor. But there isn't a tumor because bioelectrically we kept the cells connected, and they're just working on making nice skin and kidneys and whatever else. So we started moving that to human glioblastoma cells, and we're hoping for our patient in the future interaction with patients.
So is this one of the possible ways in which we may quote cure cancer?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think the actual cure. I mean, there are other technologies. Immune therapy is a great technology. chemotherapy, I don't think is a good technology. I think we got to get off of that.
So chemotherapy just kills cells.
Yeah, chemotherapy hopes to kill more of the tumor cells than of your cells. It's a fine balance. The problem is the cells are very similar because they are your cells. And so if you don't have a very tight way of distinguishing between them, then the toll that chemo takes on the rest of the body is just unbelievable.
And that immunotherapy tries to get the immune system to do some more.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's essentially a very good approach. If the immune system can be taught to recognize enough of the cancer cells, that's a pretty good approach. But I think our approach is way more fundamental, because if you can keep the cells harnessed towards organ level goals as opposed to individual cell goals, then nobody will be making a tumor in the test.
So we've been living through a pandemic. What do you think about viruses in this full, beautiful biological context we've been talking about? Are they beautiful to you? Are they terrifying? Also, maybe, let's say, are they, since we've been discriminating this whole conversation, are they living? Are they embodied minds? Embodied minds that are assholes.
As far as I know, and I haven't been able to find this paper again, but somewhere I saw in the last couple of months, there was some paper showing an example of a virus that actually had physiology. So there was something was going on, I think proton flux or something on the virus itself. But barring that, generally speaking, viruses are very passive. They don't do anything by themselves, and so I don't see any particular reason to attribute much of a mind to them. I think they represent a way to hijack other minds, for sure, like cells and other things.
But that's an interesting interplay, though. If they're hijacking other minds, the way we were talking about living organisms, that they can interact with each other and have alter each other's trajectory by having interacted. I mean, that's a deep, meaningful connection between the virus and the cell. And I think both are transformed by the experience, and so in that sense, both are living.
Yeah. The whole category. I don't. This question of what's living and what's not living, I really I'm not sure. I know there's people that work on this. I don't want to say anybody off it, but I have not found that particularly useful as to try and make that a binary kind of distinction. I think the level of cognition is very interesting as a continuum, but living and non-living, I really know what to do with that. I don't know what to do next after making that distinction.
That's why I made the very binary distinction. Can I have sex with it or not? Can I eat it or not? Those are actionable. Right?
Yeah, well, I think that's a critical point that you brought up, because how you relate to something is really what this is all about, right? As an engineer, how do I control it? But maybe I shouldn't be controlling it. Maybe I should be, can I have a relationship with it? Should I be listening to its advice? Like all the way from, I need to take it apart, all the way to I better do what it says because it seems to be pretty smart, and everything in between. Right? That's really what we're asking about.
Yeah, we need to understand our relationship to it. We're searching for that relationship, even in the most trivial senses. You came up with a lot of interesting terms. We've mentioned some of them. Agential material, that's a really interesting one. That's a really interesting one. Like for the future of computation and artificial intelligence and computer science and all of that. There's also, you can go through some of them if they spark some interesting thought for you. There's teleophobia, the unwanted fear of occurring on the side of too much agency when considering a new system. Yeah, obviously that's the opposite. I mean, being afraid of maybe anthropomorphizing the thing.
Just look at some people ticked off. I think, but I don't think. I think the whole notion of anthropomorphizing is a holdover from a pre-scientific age where humans were magic and everything else wasn't magic, and you were anthropomorphizing when you dared suggest that something else has some features of humans. And I think we need to be way beyond that. And this issue of anthropomorphizing, I think, is it's a cheap charge. I don't think it holds any water at all. other than when somebody makes a cognitive claim. I think all cognitive claims are engineering claims, really. So when somebody says this thing knows, or this thing hopes, or this thing wants, or this thing predicts, all you can say is, fabulous, give me the engineering protocol that you've derived using that hypothesis, and we will see if this thing helps us or not, and then we can, then we can make a rational decision.
I also like anatomical compiler, a future system representing the long-term endgame of the science of morphogenesis that reminds us how far away from true understanding we are. Someday, you will be able to sit in front of an anatomical computer, specify the shape of the animal or plant that you want, and it will convert that shape specification to a set of stimuli that will have to be given to cells to build exactly that shape. No matter how weird it ends up being, you have total control. Just imagine the possibility for memes in physical space. One of the glorious accomplishments of human civilization is memes in digital space. Now, this could create memes in physical space. I am both excited and terrified by that possibility. Cognitive light cone, I think we also talked about. The outer boundary in space and time is the largest goal a given system can work towards. Is this kind of like shaping the set of options?
It's a little different than options. It's really focused on, so back in this I first came up with this, but back in 2018, I want to say, there was a conference, a conference where they challenged us to come up with frameworks. I think actually it's the diverse intelligence community that
Summer Institute.
Yeah, they have a summer institute, but
The logo is a bee with some circuits.
yeah, and it's got different life forms, and so the whole program is called diverse intelligence, and they challenged us to come up with a framework that was suitable for analyzing different kinds of intelligence together, right? Because the kinds of things you do to a human who are not good with an octopus, not good with a plant, and so on. So I started thinking about this, and I asked myself, what do all cognitive agents, no matter what their provenance, no matter what their architecture is, what do cognitive agents have in common? And it seems to me that what they have in common is some degree of competency to pursue the goal. And so what you can do then is you can draw. And so what I ended up drawing was this thing that is kind of like a backwards Minkowski cone diagram where all of space is going to collapse into one axis, and then here, and then time is this axis. And then what you can do is you can draw for any creature. You can semi-quantitatively estimate what are the spatial and temporal goals that it's capable of pursuing. So, for example, if you are a tick and all you really are able to pursue is maximum or bacteria, maximizing the level of some chemical in your vicinity, right? That's all you've got, tiny little light on. Then you're a simple system like a tick or a bacteria. If you are something like a dog, well, you've got some ability to care about some spatial region, some temporal. You can remember a little bit backwards. You can predict a little bit forward. But you're never ever going to care about what happens in the next town over 4 weeks from now. It's just as far as we know, it's just impossible for that kind of architecture. If you're a human, you might be working towards world peace long after you're dead, right? So you might have a planetary scale goal that's enormous, right? And then there may be other greater intelligences somewhere that can care in the linear range about numbers of creatures that, some sort of Buddha-like character that can care about everybody's welfare, really care the way that we can. And so that's it's not a mapping of what you can sense, how far you can sense, right? It's not a mapping of how far you can act. It's a mapping of how big are the goals you are capable of envisioning and working towards. And I think that enables you to put synthetic kinds of constructs, AIs, aliens, swarms, whatever, on the same diagram. Because we're not talking about what you're made of, how you got here. We're talking about what are the size and complexity of the goals which you can work.
Is there any other terms that pop into mind that are interesting?
I'm trying to remember. I have a list of them somewhere on my website.
Target morphology, yeah, definitely check it out. Morphoceutical, I like that one. Ionoceutical,
Yeah. I mean, those refer to different types of interventions in the regenerative medicine space. So a morphoceutical is something that it's a kind of intervention that really targets the cell's decision-making process about what they're going to build. And ioniceuticals are like the more focused specifically on the bioelectrics. I mean, there's also, of course, biochemical, biomechanical, who knows what else, maybe optical kinds of signaling systems there as well. Target morphology is interesting. It really, it's designed to capture this idea that it's not just feed-forward emergence, and oftentimes in biology, I mean, of course that happens too, but in many cases in biology, the system is specifically working towards a target in anatomical morphospace, right? It's a navigation task, really. These kind of problem solving can be formalized as navigation tasks, and that they're really going towards a particular region. How do you know? Because you deviate from them and go back.
Let me ask you, because you've really challenged a lot of ideas in biology in the work you do, probably because some of your rebelliousness comes from the fact that you came from a different field of computer engineering. But could you give advice to young people today in high school or college that are trying to pave their life story, whether it's in science or elsewhere, how they can have a career they can be proud of or a life they can be proud of? Advice.
Sure, it's dangerous to give advice because things change so fast, but one central thing I can say, moving up and through academia and whatnot, you will be surrounded by really smart people. And what you need to do is be very careful at distinguishing specific critique versus kind of meta advice. And what I mean by that is, if somebody really smart and successful and obviously competent is giving you specific critiques of what you've done, that's cool. That's an opportunity to hone your craft, to get better at what you're doing, to learn, to find your mistakes. Like, that's great. If they are telling you what you ought to be studying, how you ought to approach things, what is the right way to think about things, you should probably ignore most of that. And the reason I make that distinction is that a lot of really successful people are very well calibrated on their own ideas, and they in their own field, in their own sort of area, and they know exactly what works and what doesn't, and what's good and what's bad, but they're not calibrated on your ideas. And so the things they will say, oh, this is a dumb idea, don't do this, and you shouldn't do that. That stuff is generally worse than useless. It can be very, very demoralizing and really limiting. And so what I say to people is, read very broadly, work really hard, know what you're talking about, take all specific criticism as an opportunity to improve what you're doing, and then completely ignore everything else. Because I just tell you from my own experience, most of what I consider to be interesting and useful things that we've done, very smart people have said, this is a terrible idea, don't do that, I think we just don't know. We have no idea beyond our own, like, at best, we know what we ought to be doing. We very rarely know what everybody else should be doing.
Yeah, and their ideas, their perspective has been also calibrated, not just on that field, a specific situation, but also on the state of that field at a particular time in the past.
Yeah.
So there's not many people in this world that are able to achieve revolutionary success multiple times in our life. So whenever you say somebody very smart, usually what that means is somebody who's smart, who achieved the success at a certain point in their life. And people often get stuck in that place where they found success. To be constantly challenging your worldview is a very difficult thing. And that's also at the same time, probably, if a lot of people tell, that's the weird thing about life. If a lot of people tell you that something is stupid or is not going to work, that either means it's stupid, it's not going to work, or it's actually a great opportunity to do something new. And you don't know which one it is. It's probably equally likely to be either. The probabilities. Depends how lucky you are, depends how good.
Black-eyed children from a podcast.
you don't know, and so you can't take that advice as actual data.
Yeah, you have to, and this is kind of hard and fuzzy. It is hard to describe and fuzzy, but I'm a firm believer that you have to build up your own intuition. So over time, right, you have to take your own risks that seem like they make sense to you, and then learn from that and build up so that you can trust your own gut about what's a good idea, even when, and sometimes you'll make mistakes and they'll turn out to be a dead end, and that's fine, that's science. But what I tell my students is life is hard and science is hard. You're going to sweat and bleed and everything, and you should be doing that for ideas that really fire you up inside, and really don't let kind of the common denominator of standardized approaches to things slow you down.
You mentioned planaria being, in some sense, immortal. What's the role of death in life? What's the role of death in this whole process we have? Is it when you look at biological systems, is death an important feature, especially as you climb up the hierarchy of competency?
Boy, that's an interesting question. I think that it's certainly a factor that promotes change and turnover and an opportunity to do something different the next time for a larger scale system. So apoptosis, it's really interesting. I mean, death is really interesting in a number of ways. One is, like, you could think about, like, what was the first thing to die? That's an interesting question. What was the first creature that you could say actually died? It's a tough thing because we don't have a great definition for it. So if you bring a cabbage home and you put it in your fridge, at what point are you going to say it's died, right? And so it's kind of hard to know. There's one paper in which I talk about this idea that, I mean, think about this and imagine that you have a creature that's aquatic. Let's say it's a frog or something, or a tadpole, and the animal dies in the pond. It dies for whatever reason. Most of the cells are still alive. So you could imagine that if, when it died, there was some sort of breakdown of the connectivity between the cells, a bunch of cells crawled off. They could have a life as amoebas. Some of them could join together and become a xenobot and tootle around, right? So we know from planaria that there are cells that don't obey the hay flip them and just sort of live forever. So you could imagine an organism that when the organism dies, it doesn't disappear. Rather, the individual cells that are still alive crawl off and have a completely different kind of lifestyle and maybe come back together as something else, or maybe they don't. So all of this, I'm sure, is happening somewhere on some planet. So death, in any case, I mean, we already kind of knew this because the molecules, we know that when something dies, the molecules go through the ecosystem, but even the cells don't necessarily die at that point. They might have another life in a different way. You can think about something like HeLa, right? The HeLa cell line, that's had this incredible life. There are way more HeLa cells now than there ever been than there were when she was alive.
It seems like as the organisms become more and more complex, like if you look at the mammals, their relationship with death becomes more and more complex. So the survival imperative started becoming interesting, and humans are arguably the first species that have invented the fear of death, the understanding that you're going to die. Let's put it this way. So not like instinctual, like I need to run away from the thing that's going to eat me, but starting to contemplate the finiteness of life.
Yeah. I mean, one thing about the human cognitive light cones is that as far as we know, for the first time, you might have goals that are longer than your lifespan, that are not achievable, right? So if you were, let's say, and I don't know if this is true, but if you're a goldfish and you have a 10-minute attention span, I'm not sure if that's true, but let's say there's some organism with a short, kind of cognitive light cone that way. All of your goals are potentially achievable because you're probably going to live the next 10 minutes. So whatever goals you have, they are totally achievable. If you're a human, you could have all kinds of goals that are guaranteed not achievable because they just take you too long, but guaranteed you're not going to achieve them. So I wonder if, is that a perennial sort of thorn in our psychology that drives some psychoses or whatever? I have no idea. another interesting thing about that, actually, I've been thinking about this a lot in the last couple of weeks, this notion of giving up. So you would think that evolutionarily the most adaptive way of being is that you go, you fight as long as you physically can, and when you can't, you can't. And there's this photograph, there's videos you can find of insects that are crawling around where like most of it is already gone and it's still sort of crawling, like Terminator style, right? Like as long as you physically can, you keep going. Mammals don't do that. So a lot of mammals, including rats, have this thing where when they think it's a hopeless situation, they literally give up and die when physically they could have kept going. And humans certainly do this. And there's some like really unpleasant experiments that this guy, I forget his name, did with drowning rats, where where rats normally drown after a couple of minutes. But if you teach them that if you just tread water for a couple of minutes or get rescued, they can tread water for like an hour. And so they literally just give up and die. And so evolutionarily, that doesn't seem like a good strategy at all. Evolutionarily, why would you what's the benefit ever of giving up? You just do what you can, and one time out of 1,000 you'll actually get rescued, right? But this issue of actually giving up suggests some very interesting metacognitive controls where you've now got to the point where survival actually isn't the top drive. And then for whatever, there are other considerations that have taken over. And I think that's uniquely a mammalian thing, but I don't know.
Yeah, the existentialist question of why live, just the fact that humans commit suicide, is a really fascinating question from an evolutionary perspective.
And what was the first, and that's the other thing, what is the simplest system, whether evolved or natural or whatever, that is able to do that, right? Like you can think, what other animals are actually able to do that? I'm not sure.
Maybe you could see animals over time, for some reason, lowering the value of survival at all costs, gradually, until other objectives might become more important.
Maybe. I don't know how evolutionarily how that gets off the ground. That just seems like that would have such a strong pressure against it, Just imagine a population with a lower, if you were a mutant in a population that had less of a survival imperative, would your genes outperform the others?
Is there such a thing as population selection? Because maybe suicide is a way for organisms to decide themselves that they're not fit for the environment.
Yeah, that's a really population level selection is a kind of a deep controversial area, but it's tough because on the face of it, if that was your genome, it wouldn't get propagated because you would die, and then your neighbor who didn't have that would have all the kids.
It feels like there could be some deep truth there that we're not understanding. What about you yourself as one biological system? Are you afraid of death?
To be honest, I'm more concerned with, especially now getting older and having helped a couple of people pass. I think about what's a good way to go, basically. Like nowadays, I don't know what that is. Sitting in a facility that sort of tries to stretch you out as long as you can. That doesn't seem good. And there's not a lot of opportunities to sort of sacrifice yourself for something useful, right? There's not terribly many opportunities for that in modern society. So I don't know. That's more. I'm not particularly worried about death itself, but I've seen it happen, and it's not pretty. And I don't know what a better alternative is.
So the existential aspect of it does not worry you deeply. The fact that this ride ends.
No, it began. I mean, the ride began, right? So there was, I don't know how many billions of years before that wasn't around. So that's okay.
But isn't the experience of life? It's almost like feels like you're immortal. Is that the way you make plans, the way you think about the future? If you look at your own personal rich experience, yes, you can understand. Okay, eventually I die. There's people I love that have died, so surely I will die, and it hurts and so on. But it sure doesn't. It's so easy to get lost in feeling like this is gonna go on forever.
Yeah. it's a little bit like the people who say they don't believe in free will, right? I mean, you can say that, but when you go to a restaurant, you still have to pick a soup and stuff. So right, so I don't know if I've actually seen that happen at lunch with a well-known philosopher, and he didn't believe in free will. And, the waitress came around and he was like, well, let me see, what are you doing? You're going to choose a sandwich, right? So I think it's one of those things. I think you can know that you're not going to live forever, but you can't. It's not practical to live that way unless so you buy insurance and you do some stuff like that. But mostly, I think you just live as if you can make a plan.
We talked about all kinds of life. We talked about all kinds of embodied minds. What do you think is the meaning of it all? What's the meaning of all the biological lives we've been talking about here on Earth? Why are we here?
I don't know that that's a well-posed question other than the existential question you posed before.
Is that question hanging out with the question of what is consciousness? They're at a retreat somewhere.
I'm not sure because
Sipping pina coladas and because they're ambiguously defined.
Maybe. I'm not sure that any of these things really ride on the correctness of our scientific understanding. But I mean, just for an example, right? I've always found it weird that people get really worked up to find out realities about their bodies. For example, right? That you've seen Ex Machina, seen that, right? And so there's this great scene where he's cutting his hand to find out he's peaceful about. Now, to me, right? If I open up and I find out if I'm a bunch of cogs, my conclusion is not, oh crap, I must not have true cognition. That sucks. My conclusion is, wow, cogs can have true cognition. Great. So it seems to me, I guess I'm with Descartes on this one, that whatever the truth ends up being of what is consciousness, how it can be conscious, none of that is going to alter my primary experience, which is this is what it is. And if a bunch of molecular networks can do it, fantastic. If it turns out that there's a non-corporeal soul, great. We could we'll study that, whatever. But the fundamental existential aspect of it is, if somebody told me today that, you were created yesterday and all your memories are sort of fake, like Boltzmann brains, right? And human skepticism and all that. Okay. Well, but here I am now. So
The experience is primal. So that's the thing that matters. So the backstory doesn't matter. The explanation.
I think so. From a first-person perspective, now from a third-person, like scientifically, it's all very interesting. From a third-person perspective, I can say, wow, that's amazing that this happens, and how does it happen, whatever. But from a first-person perspective, I can care less. What I learned from any of these scientific facts is, okay, well, I guess then that's what is sufficient to give me my amazing first-person perspective.
I think if you dig deeper and deeper and get surprising answers to why the hell we're here, it might give you some guidance on how to live.
Maybe, I don't know. That would be nice. On the one hand, you might be right, because on the one hand, if I don't know what else could possibly give you that guidance, right? So you would think that it would have to be that. It would have to be science because there isn't anything else. So maybe. On the other hand, I am really not sure how you go from any, what they call from an is to an ought, right? From any factual description of what's going on. This goes back to the natural, right? Just because somebody says, oh man, that's completely not natural. That's never happened on Earth before. I'm not impressed by that whatsoever. I think whatever has or hasn't happened, we are now in a position to do better if we can, right?
Well, this also, because you said there's science and there's nothing else. It's really tricky to know how to intellectually deal with a thing that science doesn't really understand. Right? So the thing is, if you believe that science solves everything, you can too easily in your mind think our current understanding, like we've solved everything. Right. Like it jumps really quickly to not science as a mechanism, as a process, but more like science of today. Like you could just look at human history, and throughout human history, just physicists and everybody would claim we've solved everything. Sure. Like there's a few small things to figure out, and we basically solved it. Where in reality, I think asking like what is the meaning of life is resetting the palette of like we might be tiny and confused and don't have anything figured out. It's almost going to be hilarious a few centuries from now when they look back at how dumb we were.
Yeah, I 100% agree. So when I say science and nothing else, I certainly don't mean the science of today, because I think overall, we know very little. I think most of the things that we're sure of now are going to be, as you said, going to look hilarious down the line. So I think we're just at the beginning of a lot of really important things. When I say nothing but science, I also include the kind of first person, what I call science, that you do. So the interesting thing about, I think about consciousness and studying consciousness and things like that in the first person is, unlike doing science in the third person, where you as the scientist are minimally changed by it, maybe not at all. So when I do an experiment, I'm still me, there's the experiment, whatever I've done, I've learned something, so that's a small change. But overall, that's it. In order to really study consciousness, you are part of the experiment. You will be altered by that experiment, right? And whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's some sort of contemplative practice or some sort of psychoactive, whatever. You are now your own experiment, and you are right. And so I fold that in. I think that's part of it. I think that exploring our own mind and our own consciousness is very important. I think much of it is not captured by what currently is third person science, for sure. But ultimately, I include all of that in science with a capital S in terms of like a rational investigation of both first and third person aspects of our world.
We are our own experiment, as beautifully put. And when two systems get to interact with each other, that's a kind of experiment. So I'm deeply honored that you would do this experiment with me today.
Thanks so much.
I'm a huge fan of your work.
Likewise.
Thank you for doing everything you're doing. I can't wait to see the kind of incredible things you build. So thank you for talking.
Really appreciate being here.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with Michael Levin. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Charles Darwin in The Origin of Species. From the war of nature, from famine and death, the most exalted object which we're capable of conceiving, namely the production of the higher animals, directly follows. There's grandeur in this view of life, with its several powers having been originally breathed into a few forms, or into one, and that, whilst this planet has gone cycling on according to the fixed laws of gravity, from so simple a beginning, endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful, have been and are being evolved. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Some witnesses report that the children will often stare at each other silently for long periods of time as if indeed communication with one another. Allegedly. They seem to be able to manipulate your emotions, making you fearful and panicked as if to intimidate you into letting them in. Simultaneously, you feel hypnotically drawn to them and compelled to open the door against your better judgment. I feel like there's a lot of men's morning stories like that. Morning after tales. Flickering lines of power outages often accompany the children's visits, setting an even more ominous tone like something straight out of a horror film. A man named David Weatherly, who was an author, researcher, and cryptozoologist, has written a book about black-eyed children and has done extensive research into these reports and stories in order to try to find an answer. David was interviewed on the Tracy Austin Show with another author and cryptozoologist, Nick Redford. They discussed several possibilities for explanation. are known as the genie and have been depicted in popular culture as somewhat silly and lighthearted in nature. For example, Aladdin's genie, I Dream of Genie, and Shaquille O'Neal's depiction in the 1990 film Kazan. But this is not the way that they are always shown historically. In other parts of the world, especially the Middle East, the jinn are tangible entities as much as humans are and have a much more sinister undertone. They are often thought to be the cause of many disappearances and are known to try to lure people where they need them or to innocently enter their home. What better way to do this than under the guise of an innocent child? So of course I took to the internet to see if I could find any stories from regular people who had a story to tell. I was looking mostly for earlier accounts of the black-eyed children since the phenomenon seemed to begin on the internet in the 90s. I wondered if there were in fact other reports out there that might have not been associated previously. This is what I got. One of the earliest reports seemed to be from 1950 in Virginia. So the fact that this one is from the 50s makes me think that it isn't as new of a phenomenon as we think, but maybe just less common and more underreported. Maybe Brian Bethel's account being put up on the internet under a popular chat full of people looking for things of this nature just perpetuated this story faster and encouraged others with similar experiences to tell theirs as well. Author David Weatherly had researched this claim from the 1950s too. 16-year-old Harold was walking home when he came upon another boy leaning against a fence. Harold tried to make friendly conversation with him and received no response, so he turned to walk away. As Harold was about to leave, the boy looked at him and said flatly, "I want to go to your house. You're going to walk me up to your house." Harold looked at him a little closer as if trying to figure out if he knew the boy from somewhere, and that's when he noticed his eye. No white, just black as can be and completely unnatural. A surge of fear washed over Harold, and in that moment he found himself fighting the urge to turn and run as fast as he could. Don't fight the urge, thought Brian. Do the running. It was as though the boy knew what Harold was thinking, and he suddenly looked directly at Harold and said, "Now don't you run away from me. You're going to walk me up to your house." And Harold ran. In doing so, remember hearing a loud scream behind him that sounded similar to that of a bobcat. Unlike many others, Harold's parents believed him, and his father grabbed his gun to go out looking for this kid who scared his son so badly. His mother believed him to have had an interaction with the devil himself and took Harold immediately to see a local priest. Weatherly also even associated the black-eyed children or being phenomenon to a statue found at the ancient site of Göbekli Tepe. If you haven't heard of Göbekli Tepe, it's definitely something that you should look into because it is a very interesting site. We may have to do an episode on this in the future. Anyway, the statue is called the Urka Man, and he's pretty popular out there with people who are interested in this type of thing. He is a statue that was carved about 13,500 years ago, and he's a humanoid figure. So the weird thing about this is that if you look at most statues carved throughout history, they're just carved out of one kind of stone. Whoever carved the Urka Man took the time to gather obsidian and carve solid black eyes for this statue. The Urka Man has always been reported to give people bad vibes whenever they are in his presence. The existence of the Urka Man leads Weatherly to believe that the black-eyed people have been visiting us for a long time, and that it's more of an alien presence. So the fact that black-eyed people in Japanese culture are depicted as more of a supernatural entity, I think, could be just a misinterpretation. Maybe these creatures are alien, and the ancient people didn't really know how to describe them. Maybe the irrational fear that they felt due to the presence and the creep factor that they produced just led them to assume that was a spirit or demonic entity, and that is what led them to depict them this way in film, when really it was more of an alien situation.
You're listening to Bigfoot for Breakfast on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. We'll have more coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update.
I'm Heather Rooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Riverside County firefighters are battling a 6.5-acre brush fire in Green Acres. It's about 75% contained right now. An LA County deputy car was hit during a high-speed pursuit today in Willowbrook. The driver jumped out of the car near 125th Street, and police are still searching for him. Public health officials announced today they have been notified of a case of measles in a non-county resident who traveled to LA International Airport while infectious last week. We're going to check to 10 when we come back.
Kick off your summer with iHeart 80s. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael
It's so good. For decorating, it's the new thing. I'm going for mid-century meets rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract art. Nice. Free one-day delivery and home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Get ready to score big at the Grand Slam sales event this month at John Thornton Buick GMC in Carrollton. Clean up with $10,000 off MSRP on a new 2024 Sierra Denali. Or slide into a new 2024 Buick Encore GX for $5,000 off MSRP. And make every player on the team happy in a new 2024 GMC Terrain by taking $6,000 off MSRP. No curveballs, only home runs this month at John Thornton Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Why is our community abandoning Joe Biden? Because Biden made big promises and he hasn't delivered.
Just look around. We're struggling because everything costs more. Food, gas, rent. Our families are having to cut back on basics. You can forget about buying a house or paying off your credit cards. The truth is, under Trump, we could get loans without high interest rates. But Biden even moved that.
You know who is living better with Joe Biden? Illegal immigrants. Biden's open border is letting Mexican cartels flood our neighborhoods with drugs and crime. Worse, he's helping pay rent for illegal immigrants with our tax dollars. While our families struggle to make ends meet, he gives handouts to these illegals.
We have real problems, but Biden's worried about everyone else. Things were better before Biden, and the truth is, Trump had our back. Biden let us down, and he's not getting my vote again. Make America great again, for responsible for the content of this advertisement, unauthorized by any candidate or candidate discriminating.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, non-stop issue. They're searching, they're grasping at straws because they've been trying other products and they bought something that they thought was going to help solve their problem, and it didn't.
You're listening to Beth, an art support specialist at the Good Feet store.
A client came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. He literally walked in with a handful of products. I said, this is what I've been wearing. I looked at him, I said, are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?
For over 20 years, we've been helping people live the life they love, without letting their feet get in the way.
I'm just sad that he spent so many years with so much discomfort. I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
See what we can do for you with a free personalized art support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com. John Thornton Chevrolet is knocking prices out of the park this month during the Grand Slam sales event. Hey, it's Kristen Gates. Step up to the plate and take $12,000 off a new 2024 Chevy Silverado LT, or clean up with savings on a new 2024 Chevy Corvette C8 by taking $8,000 off. They're hitting nothing but homers during the Grand Slam sales event at my dealer, John Thornton Chevrolet, on Thornton Road in Lithia Springs, online at johnthornton.com. John Thornton Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Clay Rowe, and you're listening to Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. We return now to Black-Eyed Children from the podcast Bigfoot for Breakfast, discussing mysterious encounters with some unsettling children.
So I also found one other story that was found by David Weatherly that came from France and was dated in 1974. Apparently, he got this story from NICAP, which is the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, for those who are familiar. According to Weatherly, there were two men driving along in a small village. Their names were Elaine and Patrick. It sounds like they were just kind of taking a drive in the country on a nice day with no particular destination in mind. And on this afternoon, they took a different route than normal. At one point, one of them noticed 5 figures in the courtyard of a house at the edge of the village. It's described on JimHerald.com that 3 of the figures were standing aside in the yard, while another one was tracing its hands along the house. Another figure was standing out of the yard, staring directly at the passing car, competing 2 men. One of the men rolled down their window and saw the figure up close, stating that his blood ran cold when he saw his face. The strangeness of their behavior, appearance, and just the general way that they moved was already disheartening. The figures were only about 4 feet tall with long hair, and they were all dressed alike, wearing robes that had multicolored spots. They described their eyes as solid spheres, the size of billiard balls. Immediately, the figure who had been staring at them started gesturing for them to come closer. This freaked them out so much that one of the men screamed out loud for the other to drive faster as he felt the immediate need to get away from these creatures. Let's go faster. They went back into town and told anyone who would listen. They then returned to the house to find no sign of the figures that they had both just witnessed. They did, however, find one neighbor who claims to have witnessed the entire thing as well. This story is a little different, but we felt it necessary to include it here because there are actually many stories of black-eyed beings that don't always fit the actual description of black-eyed children, but they do have similar characteristics, odd behavior, among other things that make me wonder if they are somehow connected. Are they some sort of alien hybrid? You hear all kinds of abduction stories about males who are forced to mate with female alien beings, and it says the purpose of this is for them to bear children who are the best of both worlds. Is that what's going on here? Are these children being used to more easily gain access to humans on a more personal level? If so, then why? What is the purpose of this? It would explain why they act so strangely. Someone who has simply studied humanity may understand some of the inner workings, such as fashion and behavior, but would not be perfect at actually imitating it. Who knows? This is just one of the theories that's brought up in the many sources of thought of information regarding this phenomenon, but it is the one that we find the most interesting. Well, I do. Especially due to the similarities to what is reported of the men in black who tend to visit after a reported abduction. People report the same disturbing behavior and sense of impending doom, and also report that they felt they were somehow being controlled telepathically by them after an encounter. David Weatherly had even claimed to have dug up stories of black-eyed children dating back to ancient China. Apparently, there were many stories of a black-eyed girl who had died and would haunt villages due to her anger associated with a traumatic and untimely death. So, this sounds much more like a supernatural situation, obviously, than an alien one. You also notice a lot of older Chinese and Japanese movies depict demonic or ghostly apparitions to have entirely black eyes, as well as this is a thing of their lore. In the United Kingdom, there's an area known as Canning Chase that has been very well known for a wide spectral sightings as far back as the 60s. It seems to be somewhat of a hotspot, kind of similar to things that we hear about Skinwalker Ranch and other places here in America. The sightings here have brought about a new and much more sad theory about the black-eyed children. Aside from supposed hauntings, Canning Chase has a very dark and very real history. In the 60s, a car mechanic by the name of Raymond Morris was convicted of the abduction and murder of 3 very young girls, which he buried on Canning Chase. This has perpetuated some theories that the black-eyed children are spirits of the children who have been taken from the earth in horrific ways and have yet to rest and continue to seek assistance from others, possibly not realizing what has happened to them. Sightings of the black-eyed children at Canning Chase don't really seem to be very frequent, with a couple reported in the 70s and several in the 80s, before the reports seemed to stop cold until recently. The recent reports involved a woman walking in Canning Chase with her daughter when they began to hear what sounded like a child screaming in the distance. She reports, "We instantly started running toward the noise. We couldn't find the child anywhere, and so we stopped to catch our breath. That's when I turned around and saw a girl standing beside me, no more than 10 years old, standing there with her hands covering her eyes, as if she was waiting for a birthday cake. That alone would make me just take off her like a scared little baby. Just being in the woods and finding a small child covering her eyes like that, that's enough." I asked if she was okay and if she had been the one screaming. She put her arms down by her side and opened her eyes. That's when I saw that they were completely black. No iris, no white, nothing. I jumped back and I grabbed my daughter. When I looked again, the child was gone. It was so strange. Shortly after this report, a man also came forward and told a similar story. He stated, "I was following my usual route when I started to hear something rustling in the bushes. Presuming it was a squirrel or something similar, I carried on walking for around another 10 minutes. However, the noise seemed to follow me. After walking down a small path with trees on either side, the noise started to come from a different direction. It seemed to be directly behind me. To my amazement, standing behind me was a small child, no older than 10, with her hands raised over her eyes. My dog started barking frantically, and I was asking the girl if she was okay. She didn't respond. I was feeling a little disturbed, so I began to walk away. Suddenly, she appeared again in front of me, this time with her hands down at her side. I almost fell over when I noticed her eyes were jet black, a Again, my dog went mental. This time, he was pulling me in the opposite direction. I looked down at my dog for an instant, and in the blink of an eye, the girl was gone. This man said that he had told the story of what happened on his walk to some friends, and family laughed it off, and even kind of made fun of him for being so freaked out about it. Then, they saw the news coverage of the other report this week. Apparently, the news sightings have sparked a lot of fear in the residents of Cannon. So much so that some have considered leaving and have posted online that they're too scared to leave their homes, especially at night. So there we are. This type of encounter isn't the most widely reported, but it is reported enough in different areas of the world and in different time periods who seem to have such similar depictions that I think this trend is definitely something strange and something to think about. Feel free to look more into this phenomenon yourself, but be sure not to make the same mistake I did by reading through these mini stories at night, because I promise you, you won't sleep. So that's it for this week's episode of Bigfoot for Breakfast. Thanks so much for listening, and we hope you found some enjoyment in this week's episode. I have to take the time to mention again David Weatherly's book, The Black-Eyed Children. If you have any interest in this subject, he and his co-author Nick Redfern seem to us to be the most researched people on the subject, and their book is full of stories and theories that will really make you think and cry and hide under the blanket and not answer your door. You can find it on Amazon, so give that a read and see what you can take away from it. Also, there are several good interviews with them out there, but my favorite is their interview with Jim Harold for the Paranormal Podcast. It's one of my favorite shows, and if you have any interest in anything paranormal or just strange in general, give Jim Harold a listen, because he has been one of our personal favorites for a long, long time. Don't forget to push the subscribe button on whichever platform you choose to listen from, and if you've been listening and you haven't already, don't forget to pop over to the rating comment section and leave us a review. It only takes a few seconds to do it, and it's immensely helpful to us, and we would appreciate it very much. Check out our various sources for more in-depth information. Hit us up on Facebook if you have a pertinent story. It can be anything weird. Either way, we would love to hear from you and love for you to listen.
You have been listening to Bigfoot for Breakfast on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. If you'd like to hear more of Bigfoot for Breakfast, just open up the free iHeart Radio app and search Bigfoot for Breakfast in the podcast category. Stay tuned now for Coast to Coast, coming up next right after a news update. You've been listening to Before the Coast. I'm Clay, and I'll be back every weekend evening at 9 with more strange stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Memorial Day weekend. Enjoy your long weekend. Don't forget to raise a glass to the people that defend our freedom.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
Predator bill blocked. I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Assembly members in Sacramento are not letting a bill that would remove sanctuary state protections for child predators go to the floor for a vote.
The motion failed with 14 votes in favor of it and 36 votes against it.
I'm totally disgusted, but not surprised. This is what we expect from the Democrat Party here in California.
Assemblyman Bill Asaley says he attempted to force a vote on his bill because it had not been given a committee hearing. The bill stems from the arrest of a Colombian national in Massachusetts who was convicted of having sex with a minor in San Bernardino County. Immigration police wanted to take the man into custody following his jail term in California, but were blocked from knowing his release date. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Los Angeles County health officials are advising people this holiday weekend to avoid entering the water at 5 Southland beaches that have tested positive for high levels of bacteria. Santa Monica Canyon Creek at Will Rogers State Beach, Mother Beach in Marina Del Rey, Malibu Lagoon at Surfrider Beach, the Santa Monica Pier, and Inner Cabrillo Beach in San Pedro. These beaches are currently considered unsafe for swimming, surfing, or playing in the waters. Powerful storms and tornadoes killed at least 15 people overnight into Sunday across Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Texas Governor Greg Abbott saw the damage in Valley View Sunday afternoon and said this.
We know at least 7 have lost their lives. At least about 100 people have been injured.
7 people died in Cook County, Texas, near the Oklahoma border, where 2 children ages 2 and 5 are among the dead. 3 family members were found dead in one home in the community of Valley View. Hundreds of thousands of crowd crowded the West Lawn of the U.S. Capitol Sunday night for the National Memorial Day concert. Their 35th annual concert honors the United States servicemen and women, military families, veterans, and all those who have given their lives for the nation. It is also broadcast U.S. military bases and stations in 175 countries and about 200 Navy ships around the world. You're listening to, just now, Yolanda Adams leading a rendering of the U.S. National Anthem courtesy of PBS. Right now we have a stall on the 101 in Sherman Oaks.
And broken down Carter really caused a big problem. Tough traffic eastbound 10 from the coast to Cloverfield. Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Randy Bullen.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
Satellite weather from KFI mostly clear tonight. Lows in the mid-50s in Metro LA and OC. Highs will be in the upper 60s on Monday. Lows will be in the mid-50s tonight at the beaches and the upper 40s in Riverside and the IE. Lows will reach the low 50s in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 62 at Van Nuys, 57 at San Marino, 62 in Santa Ana, and 60 in Villa Park. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
People always ask us why Sensor has so many different kinds of primers. It's because for over 175 years, listen to our customers. They create quality products that help with everything from stains to mold and mildew to nasty odors and even hard-to-cover surfaces. I guess you'd say we've got a primer for that. So whatever you're facing in your next paint job, Sensor has you covered. And next time, wherever you buy paint, look for the can with the bullseye because Sensor always hits the mark. Amazon presents Winning Moment. Lily, you found a portable ice maker on Amazon. Perfect for camping. Congrats!
Thanks.
How are you gonna celebrate?
Well, probably fire it up at the campsite.
Stone cold yet.
And when it makes the ice, I'll fill a glass and make it toast.
To Lily.
No, to ice.
To ice. Shop Amazon to find the perfect thing and celebrate every day.
John Thornton Chevrolet is knocking prices out of the park this month during the Grand Slam sales event. Hey, it's Kristen Gates. Step up to the plate and take $12,000 off a new 2024 Chevy Silverado LT, or clean up with savings on a new 2024 Chevy Corvette C8 by taking $8,000 off. They're hitting nothing but homers during the Grand Slam sales event at my dealer, John Thornton Chevrolet, on Thornton Road in Lithia Springs, online at johnthornton.com. John Thornton Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Why is our community abandoning Joe Biden? Because Biden made big promises and he hasn't delivered.
Just look around. We're struggling because everything costs more. Food, gas, rent. Our families are having to cut back on basics. You can forget about buying a house or paying off your credit cards. The truth is, under Trump, we can get loans without high interest rates. But Biden even moved that.
You know who is living better with Joe Biden? Illegal immigrants. Biden's open border is letting Mexican cartels flood our neighborhoods with drugs and crime. Worse, he's helping pay rent for illegal immigrants with our tax dollars. While our families struggle to make ends meet, he gives handouts to these illegals.
We have real problems, but Biden's worrying about everyone else. Things were better before Biden, and the truth is, Trump had our back. Biden let us down, and he's not getting my vote again.
Me neither.
If you ever begin equally for responsible for the content of this advertisement, unauthorized by any candidate or candidate, back.com.
Are you caring for a family member or loved one at home? You can get paid up to $420 a week to help. Georgia Medicaid offers programs that allow family members and friends to be compensated for providing care. Passion to Care Home Care can walk name is George Knapp, your occasional host, designated driver of the airwaves and moderator of tonight's upcoming ominous cavalcade of conversation. What's shaking out there? Hope your Memorial Day weekend is going well. As I've said before, I think Memorial Day is by far the most thoughtful national holiday, honoring those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. I was surprised to read today that it did not become a formal federal holiday until 1968, though there were earlier incarnations dating back to the end of the Civil War. Decoration Day is called in some places. Found an article published today by Time magazine which details the history of Memorial Day. Some of the origins will likely surprise you. The emancipated African Americans got the ball rolling right at the end of the war between the states. I snagged a link to that Time magazine piece and put it on the Coast to Coast website in tonight's edition of Naps News in case you want to amaze your friends and relatives at tomorrow's barbecue with your astounding command of holiday trivia. Before I mention the rest of our website news stories, a word or two about tonight's program. Two journalists covering very different subjects. In the first half tonight, an outstanding exploration of the twisted history of LSD. Around the world now, scientists are slowly rediscovering the potential promise of psychedelics in treating depression, mental illness, PTSD, and even brain diseases. Like so many other substances, LSD was targeted. The relentless war on drugs. How's that war going with it? When all those people sent to prison, all the arrests, crackdowns, and shootouts. By now, I guess illegal drugs have completely disappeared, right? How did things go so badly for LSD, psilocybin, and related compounds? Best-selling author, journalist, and screenwriter Norman Ohler spent 5 years tracking down the story, starting with the Nazis. Nazi scientists were looking for a weaponized version to assist in a form of mind control. After the war, the CIA picked up that mantle from the Germans and ran with it, and things got really messy from there. I know you'll find this tale just as compelling as I did, as told in Norman Ohler's book, Tripped. He joins us momentarily. Then in the second half, we take a walk down a dark road into the heart of a beautiful but spooky area known as the LBL, the land between the lakes. Aaron Deese has written a comprehensive history of strange encounters with, what the heck are they? I'll let him tell the tale, coming up in less than 2 hours from now. Webmaster Lex London and I have pulled together our usual assortment of items and oddities pulled from various news media around the world. As mentioned, we call it Naps News. You can find it on the Coast to Coast AM website. Among the stories there tonight, researchers think they might finally understand why killer whales keep attacking and sinking expensive yachts off the European coastline. It's been going on for years now, seems to be increasing. I'm not ashamed to say I am on teamwork on this one. Check it out. Also, an excellent piece of investigative journalism from ProPublica looking into forever chemicals that have been allowed to seep into our rivers and lakes and lands and bodies. Who allowed this to happen? How did it happen? Who looked the other way? Is it still happening? I read the piece. I think you should check it out. Our friend and former guest Chris Mellon had a well-reasoned examination of the so-called mystery drones that keep popping up in restricted airspace over U.S. military bases, ships, nuclear labs, and other places where they shouldn't be. Who's flying these things? Why can't our military seem to do anything about them, these intrusions? It's a provocative piece. Those stories and other items in our Naps News and Wire on the Coast website. Check out how to become a Coast Insider. Gives you access to a huge archive of programs and interviews, including the Art Bell Vault. Costs about 15 cents a day if you subscribe for a year. You can listen anytime you want, as often as you want. It's a pretty good deal. So, too, is a subscription to Beyond Belief. That's George Norrie's television program, wherein George interviews fascinating guests, so everybody does so well here on the radio. By the way, George will be the headliner at a 4-day event called Contact in the Desert. It's out there in the Mojave Desert near Palm Springs, starting, I think, Thursday of this week. You can drop by if you're in the area. With that, let's assume the position. Bring in the dog and the cat, put on a pot of Joe, slide your bod into your silky summer jammies, in your toes into your best buddy slippers, lock yourself down in a comfy spot, turn down the lights, and turn up the radio, because we're about ready to roll. In a moment, Norman Ohler and his riveting book, Tripped. I'm George Knapp, and this is Coast to Coast PM.
Judge Napolitano here, the verdict is in. I've personally seen what goes on in D.C., and we could have some real challenges ahead. Congress can't stop spending money, the Fed can't stop printing money, and our national debt is increasing $1 trillion every 100 days. That's a wealth-destroying pace. Your dollars will buy less and your retirement could be worth less. That's why gold is so important. It helps hedge against wealth destruction. I did my research and it led me to gold, and that led me to Lear Capital. Over 25 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. I encourage everyone to call Lear for their free $3,200 gold report at 800-927-2400. There's no obligation, just free education. And ask how you can qualify for up to $15,000 in bonus gold. Call 800-927-2400. That's 800-927-2400. 800-927-2400.
Real people, real stories.
A cost to adjust 24 hours a day. I heard me and also crossed my floor with that literally coughing and sweating gas. So I saw 3 different going off just, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. My coughing had stopped because I taken the credit for it. Everyone that would come into our store would say, I have this, why are you not coughing? I told them what I'm doing, and he said, well, what's it doing that stopped that coughing? I said, I can't answer that. It just stopped it.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com.
Welcome back. Norman Mailer is an award-winning novelist, screenwriter, and journalist. He's the author of the New York Times bestseller, Blitz, as well as novels that I will not try to pronounce since my German is more than a bit rusty. He was a co-writer of a script for Wim Wenders' film, Palermo Shooting. He's here to talk to us about his latest best-selling book, Tripped, Nazi Germany, the CIA, and the Dawn of the Psychedelic Age. Norman, welcome to Coast to Coast.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be on your show.
Are you in Germany now? We call you in Germany?
Indeed, I am in Germany. I'm in Berlin. The sun has risen. It is morning already. My son is eating breakfast. He has the open. I'm looking at the river. Subway is going. The new week is starting already. We're ahead of you.
See what a great writer you are, dude. You've built that scene. I've got it in my head now. It's a first for us. I don't think we've ever had a live interview from Berlin, so I'm so happy this is to talk about your book. What a long, strange trip it must have been for you to write this. It works on so many levels. I got to congratulate you for the excellent journalism. And as history, it works as a travelogue too, because you bring us along on your investigation, which, as I mentioned, I think it spanned 5 years, right?
Yeah, I mean, the investigation is actually older. It started when I was 23, so that's ages ago, let's say. But the actual work of the book started about 5 years ago, and I had to go to archives, and that's always a time-consuming thing because you have to travel to the place where the archive actually is. You can't get these documents online.
least as you tell it in Trip, it began sort of as a personal matter. Your mother and then your father was asking, hey, why can't I get this stuff if it can help your mom? Why can't I get it at the drugstore if it's as good as some study suggested is? Tell us about how that story evolved for you.
Well, that was, I don't know if you call it a coincidence, but that happened while I was already researching the book on the early history of LSD. I was interested in the question to answer the question, why is LSD not available in the pharmacy? Why is it a medicine? Why is it an illegal drug? Like, what happened? So I thought that the question will be answered within the early years of product development of LSD at the Sandoz company, Sandoz is a pharmaceutical company that discovered LSD and is now on the market because the market at one point bought it. The original company that developed LSD was Sandoz. I was interested in those early years where what position that Sandoz in Switzerland were being taken in the mid-40s, how to handle LSD position and maybe bring it onto the market. And then I was also reading that now that LSD, that people, that companies, that startups, base their hope that LSD today is good against certain diseases like dementia, Alzheimer. And my mother developed Alzheimer a few years ago, so we were discussing this in the family. I read a white paper that LSD in low dosages is good against Alzheimer because it stimulates the same receptors that Alzheimer generates. This is clinical finding. I discussed it with my father, who's helpless because he wants to help, his spouse and give medicine that is effective. And so he reads the evidence that LSD might be effective in a small study done in America. So he asked me, so why is it not? And that's the exact question that I had about my book. So the book at that point became personal because I also kind of delivered a story to my father. He asked me why is LSD not in the pharmacy? If it's so useful, what went wrong? I cannot do something must be straight. Something straight to that story, either from a judge, a high judge in Jersey, so he's all about, he always told me at court what actually wins is the best story. Because you never know what actually really happened. You have evidence, but you still believe in the story. So he wanted me to bring in that story, and that's basically the book. So it has become a very personal project. Because with my findings, then we decided to try LSD low dosages in my family against Alzheimer's disease of my mother, and we had very good effects. So then I also tell that tale in the book.
I have to admit to you, I'm on page 170. I was trying to get it finished by today, but I'm just to the point where you're discussing your family, so I don't know how that ends up. I guess you gave me a little get there. That's okay. Let's start with this. Can you give my listeners sort of a broad overview of where research stands now? As you hint in the book in a couple places, there's more research being done. Scientists are taking a new look at it. They're a little freer to access the substance itself, the compound, and to experiment with it. What is the promise overall? Give me the rosiest picture of what this could lead to.
Well, I was trying to figure that out, like what actually happens in the brain when the brain is under, let's say, LSD, psychedelic compound, the classic psychedelic compound. Everyone's afraid of LSD. It has it's probably the drug with the weirdest reputation. Ask me that again, please.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, could you give me a broad overview of how promising the research is now, what it could be used for, what the benefits might be if the legal restrictions were eased up a little bit?
Well, I was trying to find the number one expert for this question, and I think it is a professor in Zurich, actually, again, in Switzerland, named Franz Vollwein, because Switzerland has a little bit of a different status within the United Nations, so they don't sign all the global drug treaties, for example. So in Switzerland it was a little bit easier to do research because LSD was made illegal by President Nixon in 1966. Also the research became illegal. So after 66, there was all the research had to be stopped everywhere in the world, because LSD became part of the war on drugs, which was proclaimed by Nixon.
always ask us why Zinsser has so many different kinds of primers. It's because for over 175 years, we've listened to our customers. They create quality products that help with everything from stains to mold and mildew to nasty odors and even hard-to-cover surfaces. I guess you'd say we've got a primer for that. So whatever you're facing in your next paint job, Zinsser has you covered. And next time, wherever you buy paint, look for the can with the bullseye, because Zinsser always hits the mark.
John Thornton Chevrolet is knocking prices out of the park this month during the Grand Slam sales event. Hey, it's Kristen Gates. Step up to the plate and take $12,000 off a new 2024 Chevy Silverado LT, or clean up with savings on a new 2024 Chevy Corvette C8 by taking $8,000 off. They're hitting nothing but homers during the Grand Slam sales event at my dealer, John Thornton Chevrolet, on Thornton Road in Lithia Springs, online at johnthornton.com. John Thornton Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Why is our community abandoning Joe Biden? Because Biden made big promises and he hasn't delivered.
Just look around. We're struggling because everything costs more. Food, gas, rent. Our families are having to cut back on basics. You can forget about buying a house or paying off your credit cards. The truth is, under Trump, we could get loans without high interest rates. But Biden even moving that.
You know who is living better with Joe Biden? Illegal immigrants. Biden's open border is letting Mexican cartels flood our neighborhoods with drugs and crime. Worse, he's helping pay rent for illegal immigrants with our tax dollars. While our families struggle to make ends meet, he gives handouts to these people.
We have real problems, but Biden's worrying about everyone else. Things were better before Biden, and the truth is, Trump had our back. Biden let us down, and he's not getting my vote again. Make America great again. 8 is responsible for the content of this advertisement, not authorized by any candidate or candidates.
Ways to commute better. Earn cash, prizes, and other rewards for taking cleaner trips with Jordan and Thomas. Go to mygco.com to sign up, or download our new and improved MyGCO app to get on your way to more rewards.
Get ready to score big at the Grand Slam sales event this month at John Thornton Buick GMC in Carrollton. Clean up with $10,000 off MSRP on a new 2024 Sierra Denali, or slide into a new 2024 Buick Encore GX for $5,000 off MSRP. And make every player on the team happy in a new 2024 GMC Terrain by taking $6,000 off MSRP. No curveballs, only home runs. This month at John Thornton Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
We've locked in low prices to help you save big store-wide. Look for the locked in low prices tags and enjoy extra savings throughout the store. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
I like daffodils, tulips, the big dinner plate dahlias. I love being in the garden, but I wasn't going to be able to. Because I couldn't not only walk, but I couldn't really stand on my foot without being in pain. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the Good Feet store.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Terry live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got our support, and I was fitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store, and I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I have not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought it. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized art support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com.
not quite at all the subject of that song. It almost like an ad for LSD. I recall in my teen years, long ago, when LSD kind of burst on the American scene. Hey, Ashbury, Leary, tune in, turn on, drop out. So many exaggerated statements were issued, conflicting versions of LSD, hailed as a miracle that would be considered dangerous and various by some. But clearly it was not for everyone. I know people that took way too much of it too many times and fried their brains. And then the flip side of propaganda, more comparable to the scary stories told about reaper men. Don't take LSD, it'll make you think you can fly. People are jumping off buildings to their deaths. Scare tactics that were way over the top. Why did governments, in particular agencies here in the U.S., try so hard to suppress psychedelics, research into psychedelics? Nora Moeller, live from Berlin, tell us how it began. Just a moment.
When it comes to protecting those that matter most, you need a home security system you can trust. Thanks to SimpliSafe, you can finally rest easy at night. With advanced security technology and a customer-first approach, SimpliSafe is our highest recommended security system. SimpliSafe is backed by 24/7 professional monitoring, guarding your home with sensors and cameras to protect your family from outside threats. With 24/7 Lifeguard, agents act within 5 seconds of receiving an alarm and take immediate actions to protect you. They can see and speak to intruders inside your home, stopping them in their tracks. SimpliSafe doesn't require a long-term contract. They earn your business every day by keeping you safe. SimpliSafe has given so many listeners peace of mind. You should have it too. Right now, you can get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. That's simplysafe.com/radio. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
A violent crime is committed every 24 seconds. The U.S. Concealed Carry Association exists to provide firearm education, to train you, and to give you access to self-defense liability insurance so when the trouble comes, you're ready. Over 800,000 Americans trust the USCCA. There is an exclusive limited time offer for radio listeners. Go to defendfamily.com to get all the benefits of membership, plus the chance to win the firearm of your choice. Go to defendfamily.com now.
At the University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding while stuck in traffic to get a master's degree. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Plus, get your application fee waived through May 31st. Flexible online and hybrid classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SHAD.
Norman, your book begins with an exciting bust, an LSD bust. This guy in Kansas who's using an former Minuteman silo to produce LSD. Tell us that story. Norman, are you there? Hello? All right, we're trying to get Norman Boulder back. He begins his book, as we're telling you. The book is called Tripped: Nazi Germany, the CIA, and the Dawn of the Psychedelic Age. And this is late 1990s inside a former nuclear missile silo in Kansas where, all right, well, good. Norman, glad you're back. I was just telling the audience here about how you begin the book with the story of an LSD bust in the late 1990s. Share that tale with us, if you would.
Well, I mean, because LSD became illegal in 1966 at a moment when there were millions of customers. This was the time when LSD was at its most popular, and something became illegal. So there was the demand. Someone had to create the product. So the legal LSD chemists came up, and some of them became like the legendary figure because a few people produced a lot. Like the market was
describe it. He goes on the run. The cops are chasing. He goes on the run for a couple days. They finally get him and sentenced to 2 life terms, which seemed a little over the top. But eventually he got out, and he's been sort of preaching the gospel a little bit. Obviously, LSD is not for everyone, but as you know, in a footnote in your book, this guy once practiced with the same Zen master as Steve Jobs, and took the same LSD that Steve Jobs took. And Jobs, I guess, gave some credit to the LSD for coming up with the personal computer idea, right?
Yeah, I mean, LSD is a great thing. As you said, it's not for everyone, and not everyone should just take LSD and think it can swallow you. There's a new technical gadget that becomes, to become very rich. I mean, LSD can lead to psychosis. I mean, LSD changes the thinking in the brain dramatically. So sometimes for some people, in some situations, that's not good. Like you shouldn't take it, like in a stressful situation or something like that.
Steve Jobs, did he just give credit to that drug for giving the idea?
I mean, I get quite a few Nobel Prize winners like chemistry and physics. They would take LSD once in a while to have new thoughts. If you are a thinker, it might help you develop something like the iPhone or the desktop computer or something like that. You become very creative on LSD. But I think he might have invented it without LSD also. I mean, right. It's not right. Maybe it triggers. Maybe you have an idea which your ego kind of suppresses because it doesn't fit with your normal way of life and thinking. And that idea that's suppressed, might be liberated by when you take LSD because suddenly you see it, suddenly you realize it, suddenly you see something you didn't see before. But if you saw it before, it wasn't in your subconscious, didn't realize it.
You describe it.
The director.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm waiting for your moment.
Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay here, so I'm sorry. There's a little delay because you're in Germany. We're here in Las Vegas, but I wanted to ask about Berlin, 1945. You paint such a vivid, bleak picture of what life was like in Berlin and what the Germans who had survived the shelling and the conquest, the Allies on one side, the Russians on the other, how terrible life was for them and how drugs and contraband and various schemes became almost universal because people did what they needed to do to survive, right?
Well, I was interested in that question. Why are drugs actually illegal and where does prohibition come from and what are the reasons for it? Are there like scientific reasons to make drugs illegal? Are they dangerous or are there maybe other reasons? And that led me to kind of the beginning of the drug war. This was actually in 45 Berlin. The city was bombed out. There was no law and order whatsoever. The city was divided into 4 sectors: American, Soviet, French, and British. So there was, considerable chaos. There was no currency really. There were a couple of currencies floating around. There were no shops. You had to go to black markets to buy whatever you needed. People were desperate, were hungry. They had lost the war. Obviously, they might have been happy actually because they got rid of Hitler. Living under a dictatorship was horrible. So in a way, they also were maybe it wasn't a mood of depression. Maybe it was a mood of anything goes. It was a wild time, and this wild time also reflected in the drug use. I mean, drug use was rampant. There were a lot of drugs around because the Wehrmacht, the German army, who had just lost the World War, had a lot of drugs, which I write about in Bliss, where I describe almost the German Wehrmacht was taking how many amphetamines were they taking? Why methamphetamines, actually methamphetamine, not amphetamine. So this methamphetamine, heavy E was the brand name, was still very much around in post-war Berlin. And drugs were like a currency. Cigarettes actually were the currency. And the Americans had cigarettes and they were rich. So American soldiers traded cigarettes for whatever, like a watch or something. Because the Germans still had a watch, but he wanted was interested in that drug situation, and his name is Harry J. Anthony, and he was the head of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, and he sent an agent to Berlin, so-called narcotic control agent. His name is Giuliani, and I found Giuliani's papers in the National Archives of the United States. When I was researching Berlin, actually, but I thought the guy is interesting. Like, he came to Berlin after the war, and his job was, from Washington, his job was to regulate the drug chaos, basically, like get order into the drug chaos of Berlin. And see how that works and present that case, actually, like, try to present that case to the United Nations, like, show to the United Nations, which was forming their own global drug policy back then, show that only drug prohibition can create order, basically. So Giuliani's job, narcotic control officer's job in Berlin, first of all, he had to round up all the other narcotic control officers of the Soviet Union, of France, Great Britain. Like, they were meeting regularly, discussing the drug chaos in Berlin, and like, he had to get on top and convince everybody that prohibition was the best idea, and then it had worked under Nazi Germany, because Nazi Germany was, in a way, the first prohibition state, prohibition regime in the world. So they aimed at solving methamphetamine. Officially, the Nazis were against drugs, although methamphetamine was considered a drug. It was a medicine, it was not a drug. So they were officially against a drug and gave hard punishments to drug users.
Even though Hitler was drugged out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fun of the book. It shows the hypocrisy of the system. Also, the system in America, like the anti-prohibition system with the war construction, doesn't mean that they have no drugs. It's full of drugs. Everyone in America is addicted to some kind of pill or some kind of mental, some kind of mental condition. Like, I don't know how many people use antidepressants, antipsychotics, anti-this, pills, waking up pills, going pills. Like, so many people use this stuff. This is basically what LSD could replace. The pharmaceutical industry, the psychedelic compounds are very problematic because they replace medicines which you have to use every day, which means you become addicted to. So they should not actually be illegal, because one dangerous thing for it is addiction, and a lot of drugs are addictive. But LSD is not addictive. It's actually, you can use it to cure addiction. You take LSD, you realize, like, it rewires your brain in a way that for the pharmaceutical industry, LSD is very problematic.
Yeah, you're right about this story.
We started in Berlin in 1945, and we ended up somewhere else. So let me just sum up what happened in Berlin in 1945, because it is interesting. He was contacted, the American officer, by a former Nazi drug police officer, and that guy said to him, "Look, I know exactly how it works, how you have to use force and for example, oppress the drug use. Like, I can give you the list of all the people." And so he wanted to collaborate with the Americans, and Giuliani wasn't sure if he was allowed to collaborate with the Nazis. So he asked Anslinger, the head of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, that Anslinger was a Swiss German descent, but he had no problem cooperating with the former Nazis. And this kind of drug policy that was cooked up for Berlin, it kind of mirrors the Nazi drug policy, and then it became kind of the blueprint for the global drug policies that were then adopted by the United Nations. Anslinger was the American ambassador, drug ambassador in the United Nations, and America was the strongest country within the United Nations, so they made their own drug policy, which is this prohibitionist policy. I'm sure the Nazis.
So, all these problems, death and destruction all over the place in Berlin, throughout Germany, all over Europe, and you wouldn't think that the rest of the world, and then they just discovered that some Nazi scientists had been experimenting with mind control ideas. They conducted horrible medical experiments on prisoners and in the death camps. Tell me about that part of the story and how that becomes intriguing to what became the CIA.
Well, it's a very interesting story. When I researched the Nazi drug use from this, I came across reports done by the SS at the concentration camp of Dachau, which is the concentration camp outside of Munich. I was there in the archive, and then I saw documents that the Germans were interested in technique. I'm trying to remember the exact term. Something like translate like taking to technique to extract secrets from someone, and they thought that psychedelic compounds would be good for this. But the archivist said that because then I wanted to see the papers. He said that they're all the Americans took all the papers of the SS when they liberated the camp. So it was a little bit difficult to find them. I actually had to go to America to find them. But basically, the Americans became so interested in these in the potential mind control drug. I mean, the Nazi dream was to have a drug that could truthfully give it to prisoner in an interrogation or to someone, and somehow you can control that person, you can turn that person into a Manchurian candidate. This is like the dream of the intelligence service, first of the Nazis, then of the American intelligence service. The Americans took a lot of knowledge from Germany when they invaded Germany in 45. So they were very interested in nuclear research, but they were also interested in biochemical research. And this research into psychedelic compounds at the concentration camp of Dachau was part of biochemical research that the Americans learned of and became very interested in. It was right after World War II started the new war, which is the Cold War, which was the Cold War. And America thought that in a Cold War, which is kind of war of the mind, it's good to have the truth drug would be tremendous to have them. And because the American intelligence, the CIA, became so interested in this potential truth drug, LSD was not able to make it to the market.
I think we'll talk about this in the next segment after our break, but I think at some point in your book you had written that there was this rumor floating around in U.S. intelligence circles that the Soviets had 100,000 or more scientists working on mind control techniques and drugs and things of that sort. So boy, it's like the space race. We're way behind. We got to get on this stuff and do our own research. And some of the stories that you tell about the experiments that were done unwittingly on CIA personnel and other folks are just outrageous. They're just outrageous. We're going to get you to tell us a little bit about that and also about your visit to this archive, this drug company archive in Switzerland. There's some funny stories about how you were able to gain access to material in there. Talking with Norman Boulder about Tripped, his book about Nazi Germany, the CIA, and the dawn of the psychedelic age. Elvis Costello takes us to the break.
Sierra Denali, or slide into a new 2024 Buick for $5,000 off MSRP and make every player on the team happy in a new 2024 GMC Terrain by taking $6,000 off MSRP. No curveballs, only home runs this month at John Thornton Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Why is our community abandoning Joe Biden? Because Biden made big promises and he hasn't delivered.
Just look around. We're struggling because everything costs more. Food, gas, rent. Our families are having to cut back on basics. You can forget about buying a house or paying off your credit cards. The truth is, under Trump, we can get loans without high interest rates. But Biden even moving that.
You know who is living better with Joe Biden? Illegal immigrants. Biden's open border is letting Mexican cartels flood our neighborhoods with drugs and crime. Worse, he's helping pay rent for illegal immigrants with our tax dollars. While our families struggle to make ends meet, he gives handouts to these illegals.
We have real problems. But Biden's worrying about everyone else. Things were better before Biden. And the truth is, Trump had our back. Biden let us down, and he's not getting my vote again.
Me either.
Make America Great Again 884 is responsible for the content of this advertisement, unauthorized by any candidate or candidates committee. Back.com.
Go your way and get rewarded. Georgia Community Options give you more ways to earn cash and other rewards, like gift cards for taking cleaner trips. Sign up today at mygco.com or download our new and improved MyGCO app to get on your way.
John Thornton Chevrolet is knocking prices out of the park this month during the Grand Slam sales event. Hey, it's Kristen Gates. Step up to the plate and take $12,000 off a new 2024 Chevy Silverado LT, or clean up with savings on a new 2024 Chevy Corvette C8 by taking $8,000 off. They're hitting nothing but homers during the Grand Slam sales event at my dealer, John Thornton Chevrolet, on Thornton Road in Lithia Springs, online at johnthornton.com. John Thornton Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Are you caring for a family member or loved one at home? You can get paid up to $420 a week to help. Georgia Medicaid offers programs that allow family members and friends to be compensated for provided care. Passion to Care Home Care can walk you through each step of the process. Just apply now at passiontocarehc.com. They'll help you get qualified and approved for the right program. That's passiontocarehc.com. Beyond home care, where passion meets purpose.
Something big is here. Something so big it couldn't fit in the can. Introducing Bubbly Burst, a sparkling water beverage bursting with so much fruit flavor we had to put it in a bottle. With 6 sensational flavors and no added sugar, the newest member of the Bubbly family is worth smiling about. So look for the colorful Bubbly Burst bottles and add a burst of fruit flavor to your day. Oh, Bubbly Burst, coming to a fridge near you.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 healthy watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on your favorites with the Buy 5 or More Save $1 each sale. Simply buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Watch sensational Grand Slam action on Tennis Channel as top stars clash at Roland Garros in Paris. Catch all the excitement. Come on now, with Tennis Channel's comprehensive coverage as we bring you live matches and nightly encores, plus match previews. That is awesome. Don't miss one of the greatest events in all of sports, Roland Garros, the French Open. Daily live coverage on Tennis Channel, May 26th through June 9th.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, non-stop issue. They're searching, they're grasping at straws because they've been trying other products and they bought something that they thought was going to help solve their problem, and it didn't.
You're listening to Beth, a
an arch support specialist at the Good Feet store.
A client came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. He literally walked in with a handful of products. I said, this is what I've been wearing. I looked at him, I said, are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?
For over 20 years, we've been helping people live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
I'm just sad that he spent so many years with so much discomfort. I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com.
When you're first diagnosed with multiple myeloma, a rare form of blood cancer, it's easy to be overwhelmed. But it's important to realize that there are prescription treatment options available for adults that you may discuss with your healthcare professional. Become better informed and find out what's possible with treatment. Start the conversation with your doctor today about the potential benefits and risks of treatments for multiple myeloma. This message is brought to you by Janssen.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is always sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. Maybe you can save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is zero and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out. Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Next. Hey, it smells so good in here. Yep, that'd be the coffee. I know. It's just I've had nasal polyps for so long. Now I'm on this medicine and my congestion and breathing are much better.
Dupixent, dupilumab, is an add-on prescription maintenance treatment for adults with uncontrolled chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyposis. They can help shrink your nasal polyps so you can breathe better with less congestion.
I'm pretty jazzed about it. Plus, I don't want another surgery, and now I might not need one. So, what can I get you? Medium coffee, please.
Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing or trouble breathing or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor right away about signs of inflamed blood vessels like rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems like eye pain or vision changes, joint aches, and pain. If you have a parasitic infection or asthma, don't change or stop steroid or asthma medicines without talking to your doctor.
Do
into the archive of a huge drug company and how he acquired some LSD himself as sort of a lucky charm on his journeys. We'll be right back.
Can your savings weather an economic storm? Think about what you've put away for the future. Inflation can render cash worthless. Real estate can crash like in 2008. Economies built on a mountain of debt can fall like a house of cards. And there are very few physical assets you can invest in that can stand the test of time. Gold has withstood as a valued form of money for millennia. It's why people are flocking to it now and why Birch Gold is busier than ever. Through a little known tax loophole, Birch Gold can let you convert a retirement account into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, and the best part, it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket to make that change. To learn more, text COAST to 989898 and claim your free info kit on gold. Let me ask you this again. Can your IRA or 401k weather an economic storm? If not, call the people I trust, Birch Gold. Text COAST to 989898 and secure your savings today.
If you've got a military, first responder, emergency medical, or government service background, GovX.com is for you. You stepped up to serve our country and communities, and GovX delivers unbeatable deals that you've earned. GovX members get access to exclusive discounts from thousands of trusted brands that honor your service. Brands like Oakley, Vortex Optics, Yeti, Under Armour, and many more. You'll also save big on sports tickets, entertainment, and travel. GovX.com is a one-stop shop for everything you need, on or off duty. GovX donates a portion of every order to nonprofits that serve the military and first responder communities. More than 8 million people are already saving every day through GovX. Visit GovX.com and use code RADIO15 in the shopping cart to get an extra $15 off your first order. GovX, savings for those who serve.
talk, what they talk, but this I never found, but I found other interesting things.
And as you describe in the book, you know, you go to this archive, they seem very nice. They'll let you ask for whatever you want, but they won't tell you what is actually in there. If you ask for it, they'll see if they can find it, but they won't give you a sort of a synopsis of what else might be in there. So that was kind of hilarious. The second time you go back, I guess they had told you, no, we're not available today. We're too busy to deal with you. You go back anyway, and then you had the LSD and offered it to the archivist, and it seemed to work, right? It helped. Even though you didn't take it, it kind of opened the door for you.
One of the archivists and me developed a very good working relationship, but still I was frustrated that I wasn't able to see the structure of the archive and know exactly what is there, so I always had to go through him. I had to develop a relationship with him, which was nice, you know, because he's a nice guy, but I didn't expect that you actually have to develop a personal relationship in order to get better results in archive. Kind of absurd. And then when I asked him to see if I could lecture, I looked at it and I told you it was like little papers, like little squares of paper. That's what it is. And they have like an imprint on it or like a comic or something like that. This one that I had received had the old flag of the original company on the illegally produced LSD that I received in Zurich. So I thought that was quite funny. And then I had the idea of because when I went to the toilet of the archives, I had to go through the archives itself and saw the old flag of Santos. And I realized that this old flag in the archives is the very same flag that is on the illegal LSD that I had just received from my friend that was also made it bound by illegal LSD chemist, obviously. Who knows what she's doing, but it's still illegal, you know. So I showed him this in the archives. I said, did you ever see LSD? Have you ever seen how it looks? He said, no, actually, I've never seen it. It's illegal. How can I see it? But he was very correct with it. I said, well, I have to have them with me, which I guess is not even illegal to carry it with you. Just like sell it, whatever. I also met this friend. He just gave it to me. He said, of course, I don't want money for this. He said, it's for your mom. How could I, ask money for this? It's not really a very commercial drug. It's more like a different kind of currency somehow. So I told him about this, and he became kind of interested. He said, yes, I would like to see her, but I don't know where I would see it. So I told him I have them, and I showed it to him, and he was quite amazed. And put this as the old logo of our company on it. How is this possible? And I said, it's like a joke of the guy who made it, an homage, because LSD chemists, they have like a bond, it's called Albert Hoffman, and he was the chemist of London. He was the one who developed, discovered LSD in 43, whatever. He was working, he was trying to find a stimulant, and the company London was developing medicines from ergot, which is a fungus that grows on rye, parasitical fungus, and it has one very potent alkaloid, and London was trying to make medicines out of this. Only on this they focused on this ergot, so they had like a migraine medicine from this ergot. They had something against contraction of blood vessels, which was a big hit. So London made medicines from ergot, and then in 43 suddenly they had an LSD compound which did not work on the body but on the mind. So the company also didn't really know at the time what to do with it. This confusion of LSD can still be held today in the company archives. Like they know we created LSD, but we never able to profit from it. It was taken out of our hands and turned into an illegal drug. And only now, like the research is starting to, the company has a very strange relation to it. So when he saw the archive, when he saw LSD product, he was very interested in it, and I said, you can have some. I give you one trip as a gift because you're helping me so much here in the archive. It was kind of like a joke. He thought it was very generous or funny of me to offer, which he had to decline because of his position. But that kind of created a bond. Like we were talking, we created a relationship through this LSD. So the LSD was a good luck term actually, because then he went back into the archive and he had told me before he doesn't have time this day, because he's so busy, he was a little bit annoyed